The top GT drivers on the planet, along with superstars of global motorsport, have all converged here at the racing capital of the world. For over a century, motorsport's best have come to test themselves at this crucible of speed, and that tradition continues today at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Hello and welcome to our live coverage of the 6th running of the Indianapolis 8-Hour, powered by AWS. My name is Ryan Marine. The other voices you'll be hearing throughout the day belong to Kelvin Fish and Jonathan Grace, while Amanda Busick and DJ Clark will be reporting from the pits. It is a near-perfect afternoon in October in the state capital of Indiana. 77 degrees in the air, 84 degrees on the track, although the threat of rain does loom over the final hours of the race, which will run into the darkness. It's a historic place. Let's learn more about it now with DJ.
There is quite simply no place like the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and there is no place to be able to soak in the history and the pageantry of this great track than the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Museum. Come on, let's take you inside. Originally constructed in 1909, it wasn't until 1911 that what we know the Brickyard for running, a 500-mile race, was first held. It was originally paved with tar and with gravel, then transitioned to brick, then over the course of years transitioned over into the asphalt that we see today. The track itself is built on the very bedrock and bricks that we saw back then. Race day, no matter the type of car, no matter the way they are running here at IMS, is always special, and the museum here on site captures it beautifully in this experience. Also here in the museum are artifacts and relics from the many races that have been run over the years, as well as the winning cars that have been able to get on the top step of the podium in May and been able to hold the famous Borg-Warner Trophy. And of course, you can't say the Indianapolis Motor Speedway without mentioning the name Roger Penske, whose record-breaking 20 wins at the Brickyard stand unmatched by anyone in the history of motorsport. It doesn't get more historic than the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Museum does a fantastic job of capturing the legacy and the exceptional racing that has taken place here over the years. And when SRO gets ready to go racing for 8 hours, rest assured, it's going to have the one thing that all races at Indy do: drama.
The Indy Museum is a can't miss if you ever get the chance. There's been one in operation since 1956. It's been in this building since 1976, but it's been totally renovated and reopened earlier this year, and you have to see it if you get the chance. Let's learn a bit about the track now as well with our own Kelvin Fish and Indiana's own Connor Daly.
One of the biggest steps a driver can make in their motorsports career is having success right here across the yard of bricks at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And you know that all of the drivers in the field are hoping to do just that here on Saturday evening. But for one of the drivers in this field, this racetrack really has an added significance. Connor Daly will co-drive the Random Vandals M4 GT3 machine here this weekend with Kenton Cook and Connor DeFilippi as they chase after that pro racing crown. Connor,
what's up, man?
Great to be at your home track, bud.
Thank you.
How's it feel?
Feels good. I love everything about this place. The Yard of Bricks, it's like heaven on earth for me. This is where I grew up. This is where I literally grew up in that suite I can see from here. So my parents were here, my family's been here, and we love it. 12
starts, right? 5 times you led this thing at the Indy 500. Getting close, mate.
It's been good. We've got a lot of top 10s. We've led a lot of laps, just the wrong one, the wrong ones at the wrong time. But I feel good, and I love being here, and every time that I've been here, it's been my strongest race. So I want to do the same thing this weekend.
You've been good on this road course as well. Let's take a look at it.
Absolutely, yeah. It's been a fun one for me.
So Connor, I guess if you got this view of Speedway Turn 4 in the Indy 500, you've had a bad day, right? But this is the brake zone for Turn 1. How difficult is it to pick up where to brake when you got the track going straight ahead? What's your guideline through here?
Well, thankfully we do have really good brake markers, and I think the Indianapolis Motor Speedway did a great job in making them massive, so you can absolutely
Even I can
where
see them.
exactly. But the grass comes at you very quickly. You can carry so much speed into this corner because the straight is obviously super long. The last corner is flat out in qualifying specifically, but you have to set up for turn 2.
Not like an Indy car, right?
Yes. So my entire life here driving in an Indy car, I've never used these curbs. And as soon as I got into this car, my teammates were like, you got to hammer these curbs, get all the way up on them. And so now it's actually changed the entire attitude of the car and the entire line that I've been taking for years at this track. So, but it's fun. It's actually fun to use these curbs because these cars can take it.
Connor, the second fastest part of this racetrack is down Holman Boulevard into the brake zone for turn 7. And it seems quite bumpy down here. Obviously the track is pretty smooth, but into this brake zone, how do you try and attack this? Do you try and go outside it, deal with the bump? What's your approach here?
Honestly, it's really interesting because the track is getting older. And so as it's gotten older, this bump has developed more just after this access road. And in the Indy car, you just try to get over it and then brake. In these cars, you brake a little bit before it, maybe right at it, but a lot of drivers tend to sway to the middle of the track and avoid it and then drift out to enter the corner. It just depends on what you prefer, but it's definitely a massive hit if you hit the brakes right on this bump, you'll bounce out of it and you'll end up maybe in the grass.
Connor, the two main overtaking opportunities are obviously at the end of the 2 long straightaways into 1 turn 7, but this is turn 12. I think there's also some chances here during the race.
Absolutely, yeah. You got to make sure you get a great run off of 10,
right.
And it's easy to make a mistake in 10. So if you can take advantage of another driver's slight mishap, you can absolutely sneak down the inside here. But again, this corner is very difficult to overshoot. The grass will come at you very, very fast. And if you mess that up, you could actually get dive bombed into the next corner as well.
What about sunset late in the race?
The sunset is horrific. I've never actually seen anything like it. Last year was my first time kind of driving at that time and completely blind. All these brake markers, can't see them at all.
Pretty slippery here too, right?
Very slippery. So this is probably the toughest section of the track, I would say, when you're getting later in the day.
Well, mate, great to have you back in our paddock. Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you so much.
Cheers, man.
A great look at what makes this Indy road course such a challenge. 14 turns, just under 2.5 miles around, and Connor Daly knows his way around this place, whether it's the oval or the road course. Let's get down to the grid now and check in with Kelvin and Amanda Busick.
And Ryan, that shot never gets old. The sight of the pagoda here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the Indianapolis 8-hour that is coming up with Kelvin Fish, it never gets old.
It doesn't. So much on the line here today. All of the drivers' titles across IGTC and the North American Championship are yet to be decided. So all of the teams, a lot of tension, high pressure situation. But one of the boys who's on the grid here today is Will Power. Now, Will, you've been here for a start at Indy several times. What's the pressure like today? A little bit chill?
It is definitely more chill, man. Yeah, it's been a fun weekend. Relaxed, and I felt good because I got quicker every time I got in the car. It's a new discipline to learn, and they're so much fun. Like, the cars are so fun to drive, and it's kind of weird following like a sedan and having so much car on one side of me.
I know you just signed a new contract with Andretti Autosport moving forward with your IndyCar stuff, but down the road, mate, think 3-4 years down the road, do you see yourself maybe doing more GT racing? Yes,
definitely, and maybe in between, if I can do some stuff in the off season. Yeah, I really like it. I love sports car racing, GT racing, and the GT in particular because it's such a different style of driving from what I've done for 20, 25 years. So, yeah, definitely keen to do more, and would love to win some races in it.
I know it's your first event at this sort of level. A lot of great manufacturers on the grid. It seems to be BMW versus Mercedes so far this weekend, but the race end here under darkness. What was the nighttime practice for you the other night? How did you fare?
Yeah, it was good. It's definitely different. It was picking your points, picking your brake points, your apex is all a little bit more difficult to see. Car lights and the mirrors and so on. That's all new to me. So that will be interesting. I don't think it won't only just be dark. It'll be wet. So there's a good chance of that, which will be really interesting.
All right, mate. Great to see you on the grid. All the best. Let's go back to Ryan.
Great to hear from Will Power, getting ready to go. Awesome lineup there, joined not just by the team boss, Kenny Hobble, but also Chaz Moster, two-time Bathurst 1000 winner. It is an all-star car, and for Mercedes, they are seeking their second win in this event. They won back in 2022. You go back through the history of this, and really it's been an event dominated by BMW. They won the inaugural with Falkenhorst Motorsport back in 2020. Team WRT has won the last two on the bounce, 23 and 24. Audi Sport Team Santalak stole a win in the middle in 2021, and it has primarily been a BMW and Mercedes show up to this point in the weekend, but that's just over single lap pace. We still have 8 hours of racing to come. Time for pre-race festivities in Indianapolis. Here for the national anthem, it's London Coy.
They're calling for the anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watch were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
London Coy with that rendition, and a stirring one of the Star-Spangled Banner, the color guard provided by Indiana University, Indianapolis, ROTC. This is the capstone for GT World Challenge America as well as Intercontinental GT Challenge, just part of a wide-spanning world of GT racing from our friends at SRO. SRO is the architect of modern GT racing. It runs international events all over the globe, and nothing beats the world's biggest GT race, the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. The event is the crown jewel in SRO's two biggest championships, GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS, and the Intercontinental GT Challenge. The globe-trotting 5-event Intercontinental Series kicked off in February at the Bathurst 12-hour in Australia, followed by trips to Europe and Suzuka in Japan last month. The GT World Challenge takes place across 4 continents on some of the most famous circuits in motorsport. Australia has the incredible Phillip Island circuit, and their 6-round series finishes up in New Zealand at Hampton Downs. Asia has some equally impressive venues. The incredible Mandalika circuit in Indonesia won lots of rave reviews, and this weekend, the final races of the GT World Challenge Asia season take place on the streets of Beijing. Here in America, we've so far visited California, Texas, Florida, Virginia, Wisconsin, and Alabama, prior to this weekend in Indianapolis. Europe gets lots of famous name tracks too, with classic Grand Prix circuits like Brands Hatch, Magny-Cours, and the Nürburgring, along with current ones including Barcelona, Spa, and Zandvoort. Europe also has sprint and endurance races, and both of these series recently concluded. Charles Weerts and Kelvin van der Linde sealed the Sprint Cup title for Team WRT and BMW at Valencia. while Alessio Piccarello made a fantastic start in Barcelona last weekend to help himself, Sven Muller, and Patrick Niederhauser claim endurance glory for the Rutronic team and Porsche by just a single point. The full season GT World Challenge crown, meanwhile, went to BMW and the Weerts van der Linde combo. No surprise that all of the above are here at Indy this weekend. And the global manufacturer standings look like this prior to today's race. Championships all over the world culminating as part of the SRO umbrella, and right here 2 championships, IGTC and GT World Challenge America, wrap up in 8 hours time. Let's hear from more of the stars now down in the pit lane.
And a big day for Valentino Rossi as well, as he can help one of his co-drivers land a championship here today. And Valentino, from 2 wheels to 4 wheels here at Indianapolis, a new chapter starts for you right in Indy. How have you found the transition?
Yes, it's very interesting, you know, because the thrill and the pressure is the same. And so we work hard during the practice. Our pace is not too bad. And I will do the start, so I'm very exciting. And we are on the P3, so we are on a good position for the start. Will be a long race, so we try to stay concentrated and make a good job.
How would you describe your emotion at this moment?
You know, you always feel the pressure, you know, but you don't feel comfortable. But at the end, a lot of drivers race for this feeling.
Well, good luck today. I would say that he is human after all, but I do not believe that one bit as we find some other drivers here in contention today. Another guy looking for a driver's championship is Raffaele Marciello, that starts second on the grid in your team car. Pressure for you as well, sir?
No, it's okay. So.
Well, I mean, you have a chance to win a championship here today. How do you handle breaking down what the stints will look like for you?
It's a long race, so we have to stay calm. First, we have to try to secure the championship for BMW, and then, yeah, when we know this is fixed, then maybe me and Kelvin we can have a little fight. But then, yeah, let's see.
Where does your demeanor come from?
My what? Sorry.
Your demeanor. You're cool, collected.
Because I don't know. I mean, at 10, I'm doing this since long time, so we know what to do. We will try our best, and then whatever happens, happens. When if I go home and I did my best, I'm happy.
All right, we'll look to lie on his veteran status here. Maxi Martin, a brilliant lap for you yesterday here at IMS with your team Lone Star Racing right here on the pole. Why is that the kickoff that this team needs?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really great start of the weekend with this pole position and also a good lap in quali. But we have now an 8-hour race. It's very different. It's a lot hotter than yesterday. We might have some rain at the end, so it's going to be a bit of hectic race. But it's better to start on pole than a bit further.
Okay, you broke the news on the rain. When you look at racing around IMS, where do you think it'll be most challenging?
Yeah, I mean, the field is very compact, a lot of cars, everybody has good lineups, so it's going to be very challenging to try to stay on front. And then, yeah, I think the strategy calls at the end with the weather and so on might be the deciding factors, so we have to keep our heads down and see how it ends.
Well, as they say, in terms of endurance racing, time can be the great equalizer. How does this team pace themselves today?
Yeah, I think we are very well prepared. The team has quite a lot of experience here in the US with the strategy races and so on. So I think we have a good package. But again, you never know, and it's a long race, so we have to go to the end.
Well, Kelvin, as we know, it's a big celebration weekend. Intercontinental GT will wrap up their season finale, and so will GT World Challenge America.
Thanks, Amanda. Well, in the pro class in the North American Championship, Random Vandals number 99 has a 15-point lead, but they could be chased down here tonight by the JMF Racing number 34. Mackay Stevens, one of the regular drivers. I'd have to say it's been a celebration of sorts already this season, despite what happens here today, Mackay.
Absolutely. There's a few more people on the dance floor, so it's time to tango, and we're just absolutely thrilled to be here with such tremendous competitors. We're going to give it our all, as they will, and let the fight go on.
Is it kind of nice that you know you have to win this race, you have to go for it, that is your only shot, kind of eliminates kind of too many head games?
Yeah, we appreciate the black and white. Keep it simple, stupid. Let's go for it.
And Mercedes versus BMW, it seems very evenly matched over single lap pace. What do you think over the race run?
So each manufacturer certainly has their strengths and weaknesses. We'd like to say that we're prepared to go toe-to-toe as best we can. We'll see what they bring, and then the tail that takes will find us at the end.
All right, Mackay, congrats on a great year. 4 wins so far this year. Going to try and find Robbie Foley here in the Pro-Am division. It's Turner Motorsports who comes in with the lead. Robbie, things got a little bit tighter after Barber Motorsports Park. What are your thoughts coming in this weekend? What's the tension like?
It's a bit higher than last year for sure. Last year we could drive freely and we executed a great race, so it worked out last year for us. Today is just more of the same, just execute how we've been doing all year and see if we're there at the end. The weather looks a little interesting later on, so it could be exciting.
Talk about that. What can you do with the race car if you should see some showers at the end of this one?
We've thought about it a bit with kind of our general setup. I think this track's tricky in the wet, sometimes with some puddling and rivers and things like that if it gets quite heavy. So then you just survive almost, but yeah, we're on sort of a hybrid idea of maybe the most important part of the race might be wet, so we'll see.
And really the only way you can lose this championship is for that 11 car to have the big win. Then you got to finish right behind them, then a top 5 outside of that, so you really just need a solid day. How much do you just focus on them versus anyone else in the Pro-Am class today?
Yeah, it's a balance. I think if you over-focus, then you lose your own focus in some way. I think we have to execute a good race, but equally we'll be watching what they're doing. And yeah, as you say, if we have a good, smart day, I think we'll be okay. But they've been strong all year. They're strong competitors with a good car. So yeah, it'll be a good fight.
Okay, Robbie, best of luck tonight. Let's get it back to Ryan in the booth.
Appreciate it, Cal. Great to hear from so many of the protagonists with so much on the line here at Indianapolis. When Amanda was speaking with the Lone Star Racing duo, she mentioned that they are starting on pole position, which might have come as a surprise to some of you who tuned in to the pole shootout last night. But a couple of crucial changes have been made to the starting grid, most notably the Random Vandals BMW car 51 that had provisionally qualified on pole. That car has been moved back to the 10th starting position, consequences of being found to be underweight in the post-qualifying tech inspection. Another car that was moved back toward the back of the pack is the car number 6. That's the Dollarhide Racing Ford Mustang, which is going for an AM-Class championship in this race here today. They did not qualify their 3 drivers in their designated order and consequently lose some of their starting positions. In fact, they'll roll off behind their championship rivals down in 22nd on the overall grid. I'd like to bring in Jonathan Grace now. First of all, great to have you with us once again. You debuted with us at Sebring, and it's been fun having you along here this weekend at IMS as well. The pomp and circumstance is just about over, and 8 hours now will settle not just who will win this historic event, but also who takes home championships in 2 crucial worldwide championships, IGTC and GT World Challenge America.
Well, thank you, Ryan. It's an absolute treat to be back with you guys here, especially for a day when we have so much great racing action and so many championships and titles to settle. You mentioned it, IGTC drivers, titles up for grabs. The manufacturers battle between Porsche and BMW is as tight as ever, and of course regionally with GT World Challenge America powered by AWS. We've got to wrap that one up too.
Yes, so much still at stake. We've seen Mercedes and BMW really flexing their muscle. Anyone else who could upset the apple cart?
Well, I think the number 120 Wright Motorsports Porsche, a little bit further back and a little more off the pace than they would have liked. They roll off 8th, but they are so hungry to win this race overall after nearly doing it last year. Got the class win. They want the overall, and they're doing it with the same driver lineup. Adam Adelson, Elliott Skier, and Lauren Heinrich at the wheel.
And they've got that special commemorative paint scheme as well, with the yard of bricks serving as that yellow stripe that's been part of what's now become something of an iconic livery on the number 120 for Wright Motorsports. It's a 2-car entry for them as well. We'll be talking more about that as we go throughout the show. Beautiful weather, beautiful venue, so much on the line, which makes what's to come that much more exciting. It is the Indianapolis Motor Speedway's longest race, the only race on the pavement here at Indy that goes into the night. And there's only one way to get it started. With the words that were coined right here at IMS, please welcome Orly Guerrieri, Chief Marketing Officer at Datadome, for the command to start engines.
Drivers, start your engines!
The words we've been waiting for all week long. It's been a lengthy build-up to get to this moment. Cars were on track as far back as Wednesday, but it's been building to this, the denouement, the culmination point in a couple of seasons. And now it's down to 25 drivers strapped in their cars, each with 2 co-drivers apiece, trying to make history and win at Indianapolis with all that comes along with it. The safety car starting to roll out, and that means it will be the young Dutchman, Linde set to start from the front of this field. Can you imagine the emotions in his mind right now?
Oh, I can't even imagine. I think he's come in with such a cool, calm, and collected mindset, but you can see it in the smile on his face. Just about any time Amanda or DJ has talked to him on pit lane, I think he's ready. And that number 80 Lone Star crew looks properly ready. We saw how quick they were last year at the Indy 8-hour, and they have really been the car to beat. Mercedes-AMG as a whole has been stout from start to finish, but I think the 80 in particular has found a little bit something special, and there's no better view to start a race than leading into turn 1.
Winner of the last 2 runnings of this event, though, WRT has their cars starting 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, they're going to be a threat. The 777 with Al Zubayr at the wheel to start, and Valentino Rossi, we heard from him at the top of the show in the aptly number 46. It's got Vale's paint scheme on it. WRT, they built up throughout the weekend, and I think in qualifying in particular, BMW, but I think WRT especially, pulled out all of the stops. They have emerged as a contender. They made a statement in qualifying, and they're going to be ones to watch, but Random Vandals is close behind.
Vale's one of a handful of drivers that can claim to be a race winner here at Indianapolis. And when he won in MotoGP, remember, the bikes ran the opposite direction on a slightly different layout here at the Speedway. These are the respective class pole sitters. Just 3 classes this year. It's a combined pro class. That's different from years past. And it is the Lone Star Racing trio that took that pro class pole position, which is also the overall pole. It's Justin Rothberg in the Pro-Am entered car for Turner, starting on the Pro-Am pole, and then Jay Schreiben, Bray of course on the Am pole. Here's the grid. Rova Pole Award to Linde and the Lone Star team. It's El Faisal Al Zubayr, the Omani alongside. Valentino Rossi needs no introduction. He starts 3rd, his first GT start at the Speedway. Kenton Cook trying to take home another championship. He'll roll off in 4th. Kenny Hobbles assembled an all-star cast as he goes for the Independent Cup. Nick Grenier alongside. Then it's the veteran Mauro Engel and Adam Adelson, who was first on the road here last year, ultimately demoted to 2nd after a time penalty. Pole sitter in Pro-Am, Justin Rothberg next to Philip Eng. That was the pole sitter until the penalty last night. Blake McDonald and Patrick Niederhauser, another former pole sitter here. Then it's Ralph Bone and Gray Newell in a Porsche and an Aston. Dustin Blattner, the American, racing alongside the Canadian, now living in the States, Kyle Washington. Todd Coleman starts his McLaren in 17th. McLaren with a rich history at the Speedway. Next to Ross Schwest of Schwest Povolato Racing. Adrian De Silva for Earl Bamber Motorsport will start 19th. He'll have the AF Corsa Pro-Am entry next to him. Then it's the Am pole sitter Jay Schreiben next to Scott Dolehite. They're duking it out for a title. Alex Sedgwick, George Kurtz, Jeff Burton rounding out the 25-car starting field. It is the deepest all GT3 field that we have seen in the history of this event. And now on that formation lap, getting ready to turn these 25 cars loose. Some onboard looks for you that will give you a great perspective of what it means to race here at the Speedway. This is the 46 with none other than Valentino Rossi in his cockpit. 75 car of Kenny Hobble. 75 Express is the team. This car shared by IndyCar champion and Indy 500 winner Will Power and Chaz Monster, 2-time winner of the Bathurst 1000. How about this? On board with the championship contender in the North American Pro Series, it is Kenton Cook for Random Vandals Racing. He'll be starting in the 4th position today. And another look here from on board the 32, Kyle Washington, GMG Racing. Another stout lineup fighting for Pro-Am honors here this weekend. Kelvin, you were down on the grid just a few moments ago. What was the atmosphere like?
A lot of consternation about what may happen in the last 2 or 3 hours of this race, with some weather potentially coming in. So I think that's the curveball that may be thrown at all of these teams here tonight.
Field rolling toward the start-finish line. We've got Christian Bobadilla set to wave Old Glory to get this race started in just a moment. Our guest from Shutterstock up in the scores stand, ready to unleash 25 GT3 cars around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The butterflies start to flap the wings just a little bit faster in the pits of the stomach of all 25 drivers. History in the making, a chance to win the longest race at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, a race that will run into the darkness with the threat of rain looming over the final few hours. Mercedes and BMW on the front row. It's a couple of BMWs in row 2, then a pair of Mercedes in row 3. The stars in stripes waiting to be unfurled to unleash 25 cars to get the 8-hour underway. The clock starts to tick across the yard of bricks. We are racing in Indianapolis. Hodanius with a really good start. Al Zubair falling back slightly. Kenton Cook already on the attack in the green BMW, looking to make it 3 wide in a bid for second position.
Kenton Cook elects to just tuck back in there. Zubair did a really nice job of managing that. Rossi sits there in P4 under attack right now. Mikkel Grenier's had a great run there in the JMF Mercedes. That's the purple and white car right there in the middle of the screen.
Yeah, I had my eye on the 34 as well. This is a must-win day for them, and JMF already on the move up to 4th through the chicane.
Valentino Rossi deciding not to push the issue here on the opening lap. He drops that position to the JMF Mercedes, but it leaves him a bit vulnerable. Here comes the hard-charging 51 that had that penalty after qualifying provisionally on pole position yesterday. That's up yet another spot. Really good start there by the 51 machine. Philip Eng, who qualified the car behind the wheel, he picks off Valentino Rossi too.
Yeah, spoke to the Random Vandals group. They're very frustrated by that. They put the car back on the scales and it met weight this morning overnight. Not sure if it had breakfast, but nonetheless, the car was that tight in terms of that minimum weight in qualifying here yesterday.
From the second row of the grid, Kenton Cook up to second. Ooh, lunge to the inside. Yes, indeed. Mikkel Grenier looking at Al-Faisal Al-Zubair. Al-Zubair in the BMW, Grenier in the Mercedes. But it is the BMW man who's able to hang on to the spot. 1 lap complete, the first of many over the next 8 hours, and it's Lynn Hodanius, the Dutchman, who leads for Mercedes and Lone Star.
Grenier trying to defend, but look at the power of that BMW. Kenton Cook gets to the outside flank there. Tires are still good. Grenier takes it in really deep under braking there for turn 1.
Fins off the challenge from the Austrian Philip Eng. Kenton Cook up front in second place, starting to reel in Hodanius. This is a big lunge. Mauro Engel taking his shot at Valentino Rossi. This isn't what he was used to when he raced here on 2 wheels.
No, credit to Vale there for defending against one of the best in the business and a Mercedes package that we know has been oh so quick. He's had a good start, but can he hold the positions?
I think the key for these the drivers who have been drafted. Remember, the rules changed this year. IGTC pro teams have to bring in a silver-rated driver. Certainly Rossi has a ton of experience now aboard one of these GT3 cars, but his task is to not get in trouble, just keep the car nice and clean over these first couple of hours here.
Notched race wins in GT World Challenge Europe, but this is another matter here, another caliber as we step into Intercontinental GT Challenge competition here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Hodanius is throwing down some impressive sector times, able to build his lead up now to 2 seconds over the pursuing Kenton Cook. Al-Faisal Al-Zubair settles in third with Grenier and Eng giving chase.
Here's our Pro-Am battle in GT World Challenge. America powered by AWS at that Turner Motorsport BMW and the Corvette tucked just behind. You're looking at the 10 car, the Wright Motorsports Porsche, the best running of the Porsches with the 120 just behind and a spin, Ryan.
That's Ross Schwest gone around in the car that he owns, Schwest Povolato Racing. They've drafted in Nicky Katzberg, the Corvette factory driver, to help them out here this weekend, but this is a setback. Oh, and a puncture as well at the left rear.
Have to wonder whether he got tipped around.
We'll take a look and see if we have a chance at a replay. Another car that started towards the back is the 91. It's Jeff Burton doing the driving, and Jeff has looked pretty steady here in the early stages. He's shown in 22nd and ahead of Jay Schreibman.
And a couple of teams yesterday in the qualifying showdown elected not to run or not do many laps, and only one car being one of those Regulator Racing elected to save those tires that you have to use a new set in all 3 segments. The Ulfar car sitting at the back of the pack here right now with George Kurtz Well, he's not last right now. Roche West, obviously, with that moment, as in P25. They did the same thing, so it's just a really steady approach to the day. Bill Riley said we want to have really good tires throughout this event.
Another car that started toward the back but probably was not representative of its pace is the car that's on the move here. Alex Sedgwick working to the inside, trying to put a pass on Ralph Bone if he can. That car only saw 2 of its 3 drivers set times in the 3 stages of qualifying. Consequently, they had to start toward the back. Already up to 15th now, but this is the car at the back of the Pro class.
Understanding that something is under review, a contact between the 50 and 16, the Ferrari there of Marcel Hand. So maybe that's why we saw the 50 with that puncher. We'll have to try and get into that.
And in the meantime, JMF Motorsports and Grenier muscling his way by the 51 and holding station for now ahead of Valentino Rossi.
And Grenier moving forward as he is wont to do. That is a team that is riding some momentum already today. We'll talk about that in a moment. See if we can figure out what might have happened to Roche West. We caught the tail end of it. Look at that field having to split both ways to try and get around the Corvette. Fortunately, no one else was caught up in the melee.
You talked about it, Jonathan, the battle for that Pro-Am championship in North America. This is how tight it is in the points. This is how tight it is on the racetrack. Blake McDonald really putting the pressure here on Justin Rothberg, who clinched the GT America championship here yesterday.
Justin with a lot of momentum this weekend. Blake McDonald, though, I think with a lot of momentum this season. We talked about it throughout the weekend. He's been a bit of a revelation in that DXDT Racing Corvette. But this is a high-pressure situation. It's the beginning of a long race. You, of course, want to make the position and fight for the championship as the 50 has gone around again. And that flat tire has really ailed them. It's that left rear once more.
Interesting. Did they make it to the pits?
No, I don't think they've been in.
Yeah, so he was trying to limp his way around when he had the spin the second time. Must not, because it happened right after the pit entry, didn't it? Which meant he had to do a whole lap, effectively, limping with a flat tire, and that is a big setback at this early stage of the race. It's not easy, historically, to get laps back in this event.
I do wonder if he just put a little bit too much load into that left rear, trying to make the direction change to get down into pit lane. Now he finally finds pit in and going nice and slow.
Needs to as well. Looked like that tire was threatening to come apart. Little debris here on Holman Boulevard. Saw that on the previous lap as well. A couple cars ran over it, and they have cleared it out of the way. Hopefully no more punctures to talk about. In the meantime, fast lap of the race belongs to Lynn Hodanius. 1.7 seconds to the good over the chasing Kenton Cook.
Yeah, we spoke to several drivers on the grid about how competitive Mercedes and the Mercedes and the BMW seem to be against one another of a single lap pace in the race so far. Yes, Hodanius has that fast lap, only by a 10th over Kenton Cook and the other BMW, so it's going to be very tight. I think the real key will be those final 2 or 3 hours, who has the edge there. Porsche seem to be a bit off the mark right now. Niederhauser has their fastest lap at 25.1, but it's about half a second off for the man who sat on the pole here last year.
Heartbreaking start to the race for Schwez Povolato Racing, Amanda.
Yeah, you'll see that left rear being replaced there from that puncture. They did take a little fuel as well, and talking to the team, everything else should be fine on this Corvette. Nikki Katzberg up here on the pit box overwatching this stop as well.
Well, when it happens this early in one of these long races, it's a real test of character the rest of the way. Already down at least 1 lap, probably 2, and chances are they'll drop another before it's all said and done.
Kelvin, how does this change the race program? It's still early and a lot of race to run, but not in an ideal position, losing ground. How do you go about rebuilding your race?
Well, it almost comes a test session, because if you go down a couple of 3 laps here, it's going to be awfully tough to make it back up. You just got to stay in the game, see if you can work some strategy, get some wave bys, and gradually pick up some of those laps. 8 hours is a lot of racing here today, but for them, I think it's more about an adventure to really discover how to go about one of these long 8-hour races with GT3 machinery.
Let's talk a little bit about the strategy here. A lot of it is circumscribed by the regulations, most specifically about maximum stint time, right, Cal?
Yeah, 65 minutes, unless there's a yellow at the end of a period where you need to get to pit lane. You can extend that up to 70. There's also a maximum drive time, 3 hours 15 minutes in total for any driver in your race car. So if you have 2 guys do the max, your 2 pros would do that. That would mean cut it up, you'd have 1 hour and 30 for that 3rd driver. So I think a lot of the AMs are in the cars right now. They'd be looking at that, but you don't want to make an unnecessary pit stop, so you're really forced to run that first full 2 stints. A lot of the teams will elect to do a double at the beginning.
Battle breaking out here. Rothberg doing battle. And as has actually lost a position to Blake McDonald. That has championship implications. And now Dustin Blattner is lining him up as well in the Porsche. Blattner, too, will come through on Rothberg, who clinched, as you mentioned earlier, a GT America championship earlier this weekend. Trying to go back-to-back in the Pro-Am class, and he's got his hands full now. This is the Pro Class entry of Alex Sedgwick next to take a shot.
Yeah, and I think with Justin Rothberg, he's just got to keep his nose clean. Like we said earlier, get through these first couple of hours unscathed. They know what their task is. If the 11 car wins, they've got to finish right behind them. If the 11 car doesn't win, then it just needs a solid top 5 day.
And it's worth noting that although McDonald is shown second in the class, the car that leads is a debuting car, and therefore, as far as the North American Championship is concerned, is invisible for points. So as they run, McDonald would be scoring the 50 points you get for first place.
But conversely, the guy in front of Rothberg is also invisible in points, so it would be a 1-2, and that would put it back in Turner's direction for the championship. So we'll be talking about this. Excuse us, we're going to be talking championships a lot today.
This is Blake McDonald, joined as he has been all season by Matt Bell, but Alec Udell drafted in to help out after a stellar year last year.
A little bit loose there coming through turn 13, putting the power down. You don't want that this early in the stint. Don't want to peak those tire pressures and be fighting it the rest of the way. So you just got to really manage that power down. You can certainly adjust the traction control on these GT3 machines to aid that, and obviously ABS in these heavy brake zones. We see the Porsche go wide.
There's Blattner deep into turn 1. Maybe looking in his mirrors a little bit because Alex Sedgwick is looming large for RS1. Sedgwick not waiting around, carves to the inside and will take the position away. That is for 12th overall, but Sedgwick has some work to do to get to the next car in the Pro Class.
He does, and looking at that team, they're really kind of excited that they got their engineer back, Rafa, who was with them at VIR where they swept the weekend, but it just seems like the Porsche's a little bit on the back foot here. There were some subtle BOP, balance and performance adjustments made following qualifying last night, so we'll have to wait and see if that can bring some of the manufacturers back into the mix.
Well, speaking of coming back into the mix, Alex Sedgwick, guys, remember, he started on the 12th row of the grid in 23rd overall. He's in 12th right now, still at the tail end of the pro field, but if you're going to make up ground, he's doing a heck of a job of it early.
Shades of Raffaele Marciello several years ago, had to start at the back and made his way up through the field. We have had a ruling as well on the incident that cut down the tire for Raj West, and there is a drive-through penalty coming for car 16. That's Marcelo Hahn for AF Corsa, shown 7th in Pro-Am, 17th overall, and it is a long, slow trudge down the pit lane here, Calvin.
Yeah, 68 seconds at 50 kilometers an hour, so that is an awful penalty to serve, and sometimes it can put you down a lap. Certainly when you're servicing the race car, if you come in before someone else, you're probably going to be a lap down by the time you get back out again.
To your point, 68 seconds to 1:08 seconds. A lap here is roughly 1:24, 1:25. So it's basically, well, it's over 2/3 of a lap, isn't it? It's almost an entire lap that you lose just on that trip down the pit lane. So very, very costly to take a drive-through penalty in this event.
Yeah, and the minimum stop time, if you're taking service, if you're taking fuel for that matter, you can change drivers, change tires, but if you take any fuel, it's 1:52, which is way outside, obviously, a lap here, which currently sits at 1:24.6 in race conditions so far today.
And we got a note from Amanda that the Schwest team elected to stay stationary to effectively make it a full stop, and they must have added some fuel then if that's what they did.
Yes, that's really the determining factor there.
Checking in at the front once again, Lynn Hodanius, his lead has been slowly but surely slipping away. Kenton Cook chipping away 10th by 10th, has reeled him in about 3/10 of a second or so over the last 4 or 5 laps. It's down to 1.6 seconds. Settled into a nice rhythm, Jonathan, at the front of the field.
Yeah, we have, and I think it's no surprise the teams and the cars are at the front. It's been the story all weekend, the pace of the Mercedes-AMG and BMW, who I think has evolved throughout the weekend and really started to show their hand a little bit more in qualifying. I think one of the battles I'm particularly interested in is the one we're seeing right here, Random Vandals Racing and Team WRT, the might of WRT against what's been a GT World Challenge America favorite.
Interesting that Philip Eng has charged his way up to the 4th spot. This is the drive-through penalty, by the way, to Marcelo Hahn for the contact earlier. So he's serving that now. You get a couple of laps to do so once the ruling has been handed down, but wasting no time. Philip Eng, though, since getting by Mikhail Grenier, has not waited around at all. He has run down Al Faisal Al Zubair. This is for third.
Al Zubair is really impressive, though, with his pace. He's a silver-rated driver being drafted in the WRT team, going for that Pro Championship. And looking at his lap times, second, third, and fourth, the 3 BMW were separated by like a couple of hundredths of a second on fast lap, and about a tenth back of Udenius, who has that fast lap here today. So that's how competitive these cars are.
You mentioned Eng on the move, up to 4th at the moment overall and in pro, but started 10th. So yeah, making up quite a few positions early in the going. You know, Cal, it's always one of the things I'm interested in an endurance race, especially those that go longer than 6 hours, like here at the Indy 8 Hour. How do you balance aggression at the beginning with just putting yourself in a position to succeed with whatever the larger race plan at play might be?
Well, I think it's just risk limitation. I think at the moment you're going to see the cars running really strong pace. You're certainly seeing like mid-24s. We were looking at, what, low 23s, high 22s here yesterday in qualifying trim. But heavy fuel load, these cars are quite weight sensitive, so that their heaviest point when they start the race, of course, topped up with fuel. But it's just really managing traffic situations. If you get someone like pushing things a little bit too far that you feel for the early hours you don't want to try and manage, just let them go. The key is to stay with good track position. Certainly for the AMs, they want to try and keep the gap as close as they can to the pros that may have started this race, minimize the gap that their pros are then going to jump in and have to deal with. So I think it's just those moments when it's like, oh, this is too risky, making sure that you make the right call there, letting a person go and go back to getting it into your rhythm.
A moment ago, we saw the leader in Pro-Am, Patrick Niederhauser, back with a lineup that won this event 1 year ago, albeit with a different team. And now Scott Dolehite, the Mustang we saw on screen a moment ago, that's the leader in the AM class. They qualified just outside the top 10. The reason they were sent further back was just because they didn't qualify their drivers in the stated order that they had submitted to the organizers, and so that cost them some track position. But that Mustang has shown really good pace all throughout the weekend.
It really has. It's come on really strong this year with the Dolehite Racing team. We see a banner that's wrapped up on that car that's already served a penalty here today.
Marciello may be making a bid for the next Rover Pole Award 1 year early. Let's look back and see what happened to him, having served that drive-through penalty just a little bit wide and into the signage on the side of the road.
And we haven't had a lot of rain here in Indianapolis over a couple of weeks, so the grass is extremely dry. You see drivers constantly kind of exploring the limits and dropping wheels, and that's why the racetrack gets so dirty. You can almost see debris flying when they're offline a little bit.
And that happened right in front of the BMW on BMW battle with Al Zubair and Philip Eng, and Eng has actually now gotten up into the overall podium positions past the 777.
How about that? Now, we're going to see some ebb and flow, not just in Pro-Am as we're accustomed to, but also to some degree in the Pro class, because this year, all Pro entries must carry, as Kelvin has mentioned, a silver driver as part of their lineup. And WRT has started their 2 silver drivers. Some of the other teams have elected to do something slightly different, and maybe we'll see that pay out for WRT in the past, or in the future, I should say, as the race plays out. Look back at this field all the way back to Blake McDonald, Dustin Blattner, and then Justin Rothberg there, who has fallen off of that first and second place, make that second and third place battle in Pro-Am, and has been caught by Ralph Bone. Amanda checked in from the pits a moment ago and let us know the team, Turner Motorsport, has said Justin feels all right, just getting into a rhythm.
I think the key here is if he drops back too much, that may preclude them from double stinting Justin at the start of this race, because you don't want to go down a lap. So they've got to monitor that pace, kind of calculate where he'd run at the end of a double stint. So I think the intention coming in was to run a double with Justin at the beginning, knock out his drive time, but he's got to maintain a pace where they feel we don't want to go down a lap early, so they may elect to put Patrick Gallagher or Robbie Foley in for a quick stint to stabilize things.
You compare the pace of Justin Rothberg early to Blake McDonald, and I've been really impressed by McDonald's pace. A 1:25.58 his best lap. That's a full second faster than Rothberg's best early on.
Yeah, sending a statement here in the early stages. Should note that the leader in that class, Wright Motorsports, elected to start Patrick Niederhauser, their factory driver, so that helps to explain why they've been able to jet off to such a huge advantage in the class, but that should swing back as they cycle through the lineup at one point or another. But it is interesting, Cal, that the different teams have decided there are a few different ways to approach this in terms of starting driver. It's not as cut and dry as I certainly thought it might be coming in.
No, you'd certainly expect your lower graded driver, whoever that may be, to take part in the early stages of the race. Typically you'll start, but sometimes you know, the starts can get chaotic. So maybe putting a guy in with more experience, just settle in, get into the rhythm of the race, then bring in your silver rated driver and see what they can do, or a bronze rated driver. It's in the Pro-Am class, of course, as being the lower graded driver with the regulations there. So there's different ways of skinning it. There's different agendas. There's championship contenders who play it a bit more conservatively. There's teams who are just going for a win at Indy. There's teams who know if they're going to win this championship, they have to win here today.
One of those is the 34 JMF Motorsports, Mikhail Grenier behind the wheel, the Canadian right now shown 5th, leading this 3-car battle pack. Valentino Rossi, the meat in the Mercedes sandwich, and then Mauro Engel starting to close in 2. Not too far behind, he's the Pro-Am leader, Niederhauser. Curious to see just how much he'd want to mix it up with the Pro Class cars here at this early stage, just 20 minutes into the 8-hour race. Look at that debris sitting in the middle of this long straightaway here. Hasn't been enough to necessitate a safety car intervention to this point.
The one thing that you got to be careful of, you can see that debris there, you know it's there, but you get wrapped up in a battle like this with Jeff Burton and Kyle Washington, if you suddenly get a run and you're tucked right up behind that driver, suddenly that can take over your headspace, and suddenly you flick out and that debris is there. So you got to be reminded of that. It's almost like a message that the team would continually make when you get on a Holman Boulevard. Just be aware. I know you're in a battle, just be aware of the debris.
This is a rare chance for Jeff Burton to actually race amongst his peers this year. If you haven't followed GT World Challenge America, this team has elected to do an opposite strategy, starting their pro, Philip Ellis, up against the AMs and vice versa in the second race of the weekend. And it's really helped them put together a solid season. They come in 3rd in points. They've won 3 races, including 2 overall. But as a consequence, Jeff is rarely on track at the same time as the other bronze drivers in the Pro-Am class. So it's kind of interesting here to see actually where he stands after a season of driving, keeping pace with Kyle Washington, who's been a front runner at times.
Yeah, because it's really a race against the clock. It's like just keep running consistent pace, try and keep tabs with the leaders if he starts the race, and conversely when he jumps on board. Typically, Philip Ellis has built a nice comfy cushion to work with, and that's all. There's that debris. That was what I was talking about, guys. In terms of you get wrapped up behind another car and then suddenly you make a move and it's right there. Just looked like some tape or something versus any bodywork, however, when he flicked over there briefly.
I'm sure that the marshals around the track have taken a good close look at it, and race control feels comfortable that it's not anything that's going to cause a significant issue, because it's been there for much of the race to this point, and haven't heard any word about any consideration bringing out the safety car.
It's a point well made, though, going back to your point on Jeff Burton. Obviously, the Mercedes package has been fast, but Philip Ellis has been singing his praises all season, saying he's just absorbed so much information. He's been super coachable, but it's got to be so tough in GT World Challenge because he's often thrown in amongst the sharks, some of the best factory drivers in the world. Of course, it's an apples and oranges situation, but he's shown a lot of really good pace here early on. He's made up quite a few positions after starting last. He's in 19th.
Can't use that strategy dice, of course, here in the 8-hour race, nor would they be able to next year should that lineup return in 2026 with a change of format coming. It's a single 3-hour race format coming to GT World Challenge America starting next year.
Great kind of read on what sort of pace Valentino Rossi has in one of these race cars. His fast lap right now is a 124.9 compared to a fast lap of 124.6. So he is learning 4 wheels very, very quickly.
Not a surprise. I mean, he's been at it now for a few years. He dabbled in GTs even towards the end of his 2-wheel career, mostly just little outings with friends in long-distance races, primarily in the Middle East, if memory serves. But the way that he's gone in fully committed to it over the recent years, and to have a team like WRT that's helped to shepherd him along the way, you know you're going to have every resource at your disposal.
And some of the teammates that he's worked alongside as well, the best of the best, so you can just look at their data, and this sport is very much data driven right now, so don't do as much testing. Simulators are used a lot more, and testing is not quite as
much as we've seen in decades past, but he's a fast learner. I think this racetrack, you spend a lot of the time with two wheels on the racetrack anyway, so that may be a good fit for him.
Marciello Hahn still has the Rover banner on that car, interestingly enough, in the background. Meanwhile, we watch Blake McDonald here. His co-driver is Matt Bell for DXDT Racing. It's a chance to hear from them now, fighting for a championship on the final day of the season, Amanda.
Yeah, Ryan, as we talked about, there's a lot of points battles going all within this grid, and you're taking a look at Blake McDonald, who is trying to fight for that Pro-Am championship. His teammate Matt Bell. Justin Rothberg off the pace here earlier, down 5 spots on the grid already. Have you let Blake know that?
To be honest, we've been racing those guys all season. We know we can never count them out, so the race is going in our way at the moment, but it's a very early part of a very long race. So we're just letting Blake get his head down, and he's doing a great job out there, and I'm sure the 29 will be giving us a bit of a problem later on.
Well, early look at what Blake is doing out there. What's been the mindset as you headed into this weekend with him?
I mean, ultimately, it's not really in our control. We have to win the race. We want to win the race anyway. So, you know, it's one of the biggest races in the GT world. We would like to get that top step. And then what will be, will be. So those guys will be doing everything that they can to beat us as well, I'm sure. But, yeah, just head down, try and win it, see how it falls.
Well, intently watching along as well as Alec Udell. I told I was going to get a good wave from him as he watches over his teammate as well. But, man, what a crushing end of the event last year. So I'm sure they're ready for redemption, Ryan.
I suppose you're right. Marciello Hahn has managed to ditch the Rova banner, but only by going off and going long in turn 1, it appears.
I wonder if he did that deliberately, went down the runoff area and you hit the brakes and then just reverse out of it. So I'd have to think there might have been not so much engine temperatures with the radiator, but maybe brake ducting as well. So maybe he's starting to get a little bit of brake fade there with one of the ducts being blocked there to the left front corner.
Well, and if he did do that intentionally, it is much better to stop there than it would be to make the long trip down the pit lane.
Big time. And that escape route may come into play here today. I didn't see many teams elect to do it, but I've always thought if I was a team manager, I'd have every one of my drivers go down there and explore it, because if you need to use it late at night especially, it is difficult to find. But if you get it right, you almost need to practice that and go through there a couple of times to see how quick you can get through. You could have a big advantage.
Battle for position, 4th and 5th. We've got Justin Rothberg coming under attack here from Ralph Bone, and Bone is able to carve turn 14, get to the inside, but here's where the straightaway speed of the BMW has been so good all weekend. And don't count out the Aston, because Gray Newell is into the picture as well.
Really nice job there with Justin, just maintaining the straight line braking, basically gapping the Porsche by a car length into the brake zone and then being able to swing back across without any threat of any argy-bargy there. Aston Martin got a little bit of a BOP adjustment as well. Since qualifying here yesterday. Spoke to the team earlier. They had some electrical issues with coil packs and things like that, so they lost a lot of valuable track time. And then talking to Darren Turner, he just said this racetrack for some reason is just building a lot of energy in our rear tires, and we're peaking the tire pressure. You have to start at 1.3 bar, and he said we're right up around 2+, which is not our sweet spot. So cars sliding around a little bit. Engineers were trying to scratch their heads and see if they could come up with a solution here for race day.
Either way, Great Newell is actually looking really racy now, but this is incredibly tight. Justin Rothberg having to hold off the Herbert Motorsport Porsche behind. Bone is right on his tail. Look at the line variance as well. Ralph going all the way out, and then now tucking the nose to the inside. Does Rothberg leave him racing room just? They all survive as they try to set up the start of another lap.
This is really tricky. When you're in championship contention, you suddenly got drivers around you you haven't competed against all year long. You do not know what that driver is going to do because you haven't raced against him before.
And you don't know if Ralph knows that you're in championship contention for what that's worth either. I mean, I think typically a driver will drive with that in the back of their mind. They don't want to interfere with the title protagonist, but it's not like Ralph's been around the GT World Challenge America paddock all year.
I guess the good news is he's got that independent cup that he's chasing too, so maybe he'll be a little bit more conservative than if it was a fight for the lead at the end of this race with one of his competitors. Oh, he takes it in super deep. It's going to be slippy out there in the gray.
And the marbles able to gather it back in. This part of the track, turns 5 and 6. Haven't always used that version of the IMS road course layout. A couple of years back, they did use the inner loop that was utilized by Formula One, but more often than not, this has been the configuration utilized for the Indy 8-hour, but I only say it if you're used to this track on ACC, Assetto Corsa Competizione. It's not the same layout that you find on the sim.
And that 5-6 complex looks so much fun. We saw it a little bit in your track preview this morning, Kelvin, but in a GT3 car, it's one of the best spots if you're a fan around the track to watch these things, and the downforce levels they produce to almost make that 5-6 complex seem like a non-sequence of corners.
Yeah, it's almost just a straightaway, even though there's a pretty hard left-right through there. Certainly want the car to be nice and compliant over the curbs that you're going to use. Same thing through this little sector here. Just allows you to widen that radius a little bit and lay a bit more speed on top of it.
Couple of cars fading late in this stint here. Kenny Habul has dropped down to 12th, as well as Valentino Rossi, who has been passed by both Mauro Engel and Patrick Niederhauser in recent laps. Alex Sedgwick, meanwhile, from 23rd on the starting grid in 30 minutes, not even, of racing, has worked his way inside the top 10 and finds himself now inside that top 10 in the 9th spot, overall 8th in class. And a reminder, as we said, that the Pro class does necessitate the inclusion of at least a silver driver as part of your 3-driver lineup. In 2 instances, actually, we have Pro lineups that contain a bronze as well. Kenny Habul is one example of that.
Well, and to your point on Kenny Habul, I don't know if it was the 75 losing pace or the 11 that DXDT Racing Corvette with Blake McDonald at the wheel gaining pace. McDonald had been all over the back of the 75 for quite a few laps, and just a few moments ago able to make the move up to 11th overall. Again, we talked about the pace of McDonald, but I think he's kind of been leading the charge so far as the Chevrolet Corvettes have been concerned. They're the highest placed one at the moment in 11th.
Bone around Rothberg now. That is for 3rd in Pro-Am as they run, and Gray Newell now lining up in behind the rear wing of Rothberg to take a shot here in just a few moments.
And again, you just need communication. As a young driver like Justin Rothberg, they're trying to chase down their consecutive championships here, but let's see how this one evolved. Down into the brake zone here for turn 7. Tries the crossover, but it looks like the Porsche's just going to sneak ahead of him. You just need to say, am I okay, guys? What's my pace like? They'll be looking at the pace to the overall leader. They don't want to go down a lap during a potential double stint, and that will be the decision they have to make.
Right now, that car is 58 seconds behind the overall leader of the race. When we got a glimpse of them last, Lynn Hodanius was about to catch some traffic. I think Todd Coleman was just in front of him in the Archangel McLaren. And that does become tricky then, because ideally you'd want to get your drive time taken care of for your least experienced driver. But if you do it and it costs you a lap and then a yellow were to come out, you might get trapped down a lap relative to the rest of your class, and that could be very difficult to overcome.
Yeah, absolutely. That is something that they definitely got their eye on. You don't want to dig too big a hole, even if you got a fast race car, and Foley was displaying some really impressive pace here. They didn't run in the pole shooter, had an issue with the race car. With a leak there to tighten up the turbo hose during the early part of qualifying here yesterday, so I assume it was related to that. Didn't get clarification from the team this morning, but nonetheless the car seems to be 100% healthy.
Internet scene random Vandals racing battle starting to erupt here. Philip Eng has caught Kenton Cook now. Positions 2nd and
Goes to
3rd.
the inside.
Number 1 rule of racing, guys, don't hit your teammate, both leaving room, but they're certainly feisty early on. We know how fast Kenton Cook is, but Philip Eng has been on an absolute charge in the first half hour of this race.
It sure has. That car demoted to 10th after the technical infraction found following qualifying and more specifically Super Pole last night. Eng looking to the inside of his teammate, but doesn't make the lunge. All of these front runners have encountered a little bit of lap traffic here in recent laps. Is Eng now looking really aggressive? It's dirty and dusty offline, but he's able to hang on to it.
Yeah, this car seems to be working really well. We talked about his engineer who's returned. He came onto the team Marcel at Barber Motorsports Park. Bill Aublin was just effusive about his praise for what he could do with a race car and tune it. And they got him back this weekend, and Philip Eng did have that fast time in the pole shootout yesterday. It got lost in post-quali tech, but I think he's trying to make a point here without roughing up his teammate, who's in a battle for a championship, of course.
for Oberlin, Choxy, and Philip Eng. They got no skin in the championship game. It's all about winning this final race.
Yeah, and I think if you're Kenton Cook, that's a smart move. Fight him, but let him go, because the knock-on effect, if you waste too much time fighting the other guy under your tent, is you both lose time, and you certainly don't want that.
Amanda reports from the pits that the wind has picked up. It's all week been a little bit blustery, but the wind at its height that we've seen so far this week in the build-up to the race. Right now we have the leader, Linde is catching George Kurtz. Crowd strike by Riley. It's the 04 Mercedes. And then just ahead of him, you find the battle here between Kyle Washington and Jeff Burton. Linde is able to get around George Kurtz and put him a lap down to the overall leader. Tell you what, this young Dutch driver, Linde, he has been exceptional for Lone Star Racing here, not just this week, but the last couple of starts he's done for them in various series here in North America.
Yeah, they certainly have an ace up their sleeve with this silver-rated driver. He's also been approved for silver status for next year, so I think he's going to be a busy boy around the global stage for Mercedes AMG.
Goes without saying, with some of the best factory drivers on the grids for the likes of Mercedes, Porsche, BMW, what have you, the strength in these pro class cars is in the silver driver, whether it's a super silver, a freshly minted one. How fast that silver driver is, I think, is going to play a large factor in the overall race result.
I'd hate to call them a weak link, but you're only as strong as your weakest link,
yeah.
Right? So if you can really stack the deck and find someone who's got almost pro class speed, and I think Houdinius is certainly in that. He is really forcing the issue, dives down the inside of Jeff Burton. You could just see the energy in the car and the dynamic as he got back to power there through turn 12 and knew that he could make a move into the turn 13 brake zone and just try and keep that gap where it sits right now at 2.3 seconds. He would have got note that Philip Eng is on the charge and is up to P2.
Yeah, you never want to be too risky early on, Kelvin, but I love the confidence in young Lynn Houdinius to throw the move up the inside, and I think he's going to try it on Kyle Washington into turn 1. Ducks to the inside, no drama. Washington on the nose, but there's no real fight overall there. Lynn Houdinius puts the power down, and that Lone Star Mercedes able to clear some traffic still at the head of the field.
And I think when you come in at that acute angle, you just lean on the ABS there, keep the car as straight as possible. You have a little bit of wiggle room there on the exit to work with, providing the car beside you doesn't fight you too much, so you can typically make a nice clean move. Now these BMWs from Random Vandals are fighting through the traffic at the same time. Eng in front of Kenton Cook, separated by just 0.4 of a second.
And Jeff Burton still on the back of Kyle Washington as well. This battle hasn't gone anywhere. And just behind them, the two Random Vandals still duking it out. I don't think they listen to us, guys. Don't fight your teammate. Kenton has held on to the back of the 51.
And you can see there that Philip Eng had to, Kenton had to really eat up the curb there on the entry, turn 7 to get inside the CrowdStrike Racing entry of George Kurtz. Great to see CrowdStrike back. Colin Brown and George, so often fierce competitors in our championship. Back here for the final race of the season. We've got Toby Sauer, who co-drives with George aboard LMP2 machines throughout the season.
Look at how racy this is. Two-car battles finding themselves on track, both unrelated, but both impacting the other. The 51 of Philip Eng running second overall, finding its way past Jeff Burton now. And Kenton Cook in the slipstream of the Mercedes is going to try to clear him into turn 1. I think he's going to have to tuck in and wait for the next sequence of corners down Holman Boulevard.
Yeah, Jeff took his braking in really deep there, and this is where Kenton's got to just tread carefully. They're in great shape right now, running ahead of the 34 car, which is the only car that can catch them in the championship. The 34 to steal the championship away, if I can use those words, at the last moment. They have to win. That's their only hope, and then the 99 can respond by finishing right behind them.
Loved your conversation with Mackay Stevens on the grid, talking about how they like the black and the white of it, right? And it struck me, what else is black and white? Checkered flag, of course. That's what they're gunning for. Simple as that.
Knowing Mackay, he was thinking that exactly.
I have no doubt.
Yeah.
Had a chance to speak with JMF and Danny Cook this morning, the CEO of the organization, and says, you know, I was remarking just on the success of their first GT3 season. That program as a whole in the SRO America paddock has expanded. More GT4 cars, more touring cars, but crucially, the acquisition of this AMG GT3 Evo. They won on their debut weekend in Sonoma and haven't looked back ever since. And I said, just reflect on it, regardless of what happens, you know, what's the outlook? And he's like, well, we don't wish for wins, we plan for wins. And there's a big difference between the two, and they've planned for a win today.
Hope is not a strategy. That's the old adage, and they're taking that to heart. It's been remarkable watching that team's rise. Already today alone, they've had 4 cars entered in various racing series, TC America, GT4 America. They've scored 4 podiums in those 4 combined starts, and they would love to cap it off, not just with a podium, but a win, and maybe stealing that championship away in the waning hours of the season. But long way to go. 7 hours, 21 minutes still on the clock.
Yeah, certainly been very impressive making that move up to GT3 competition. I think they picked 2 great drivers for the full season. As Varun Choksi watches the trend of Philip Eng aboard his machine that he'll share a little bit later in this race, up to P2, 3.5 seconds back. But getting back to JMF, it's just been they're a wonderful group. I think they're a family type organization with a lot of top people on board there, but they work well together. I think the chemistry of the drivers is so important in terms of who they choose to come on board and fit in. And I just love what John Farrell was doing throughout the ladder system that they've created internally.
Staff expanded tremendously to accommodate all these additional programs this year, and sometimes you wonder if you expand a little too quickly, could that cause a problem? But that's not the way it's played out at all. They seem to have been, well, it seems like they had planned for these eventualities and were ready for the challenges as they arose.
You mentioned that staffing expansion. I think that's a really interesting point, because what they did was they took a chance on a lot of younger mechanics, and it's paid off for them. One of them is someone I've gotten to know throughout the season, a guy by the name of Fletcher, who works on a couple different race teams, notably helped a significant win for AWA and Petit Le Mans in terms of the Bob Aitken Award. Has a chance to try to win and add to that success here in the 8 hours. Look at how dicey this is getting through traffic.
Tough spot to be in here for Kyle Washington as the leaders are coming through in battles of their own, and he gets stuck out wide where it's dirty, where the marbles are starting to build up, and it's not a comfortable situation trying to not interfere with the leaders, but also make sure that you've not compromised yourself, Cal.
Yeah, it's a learning curve, right? And to run in this 25 car field, we typically don't have that sort of car count here on a regular basis. So for Kyle Washington, a lot of new cars, a lot of new drivers. What are their trends like? How aggressive will they be? And it's just coming at you fast and furious. It's not like you have kind of moments in the race where you don't see anyone. You've got traffic around you all day long. And making the key with being passed is to not lose too much time. Pick the spot on the racetrack where, yes, you're compromised a little bit, but just sort of like ease off the brake, off the power a little bit earlier, let them come down the inside, tuck back in rather than suddenly fighting out through 2 or 3 corners and being defensive and losing a couple of seconds.
This is an absolute hornet's nest as the leaders work their way through the mid-pack, putting cars a lap down. Mauro Engel way up on the curb, and he was two-wheeling it a la Valentino Rossi just a few moments ago. Made it work, though, and avoided any contact, crucially. We have seen in this event over the years some of the front runners trip up on lap traffic, and that can ruin a good day in the blink of an eye.
Well, traffic is one of the features around the IMS road course. The track itself might be layout-wise a little more straightforward, but I think it opens up some opportunities to be creative when you're fighting through traffic. And I think we're seeing a really cool example of it right now. Look at Mikael Grenier when the next time they catch some traffic, some clean air right now. He's been using some of that slower traffic, trying to force them in as a pick, if you will, like in basketball, to hold Mauro Engel back. But Mauro Engel is on a charge as he looks to the inside, tucks back under, thinks better of it.
Car, to me, looks like it's getting stronger as the stint's gone along. Engel didn't necessarily look like he was on the front foot in the first half of the stint, but that has totally changed here. He's used the traffic well, started to reel in Grenier, and similarly, Al-Zubair, as Ross Schwest has had another spin. What a difficult start to this 8-hour race for them.
Yeah, well, he obviously had the contact that initiated the early one, cut down the tire, then he had a spin, just try to limp it back to pit lane, but frustrating day so far. They just need to settle in, just try and learn as much as they can. They got Nicky Katzberg on board, as we've said, GM factory driver. He'll kind of teach them the ropes, and also at the end of the day, it'll be nice to have 8 hours with Nicky on board watching how the team operates, because he'll be able to give them a lot of pointers moving forward, and it should elevate their game for 2026.
Such a resource, the team has said. Getting the chance first to test with Nicky was a great validation of their whole operation, and then now 8 more hours of it to make sure that they're pointed in the right direction to bring a driver of his caliber who's driven for multiple manufacturers over his illustrious career. He brings so much experience to a young team that is still really new to GT3 racing. It's just their second year and first with that Corvette.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot on the horizon for them, and you talk about the value that someone like Nicky Katzberg can provide in terms of long-term benefits, especially just from that test heading in the right direction. But we take another look at a battle that hasn't gone anywhere. Gray Newell is still glued to the back of Justin Rothberg in the 29. It's just as we left him a few minutes ago. They're still duking it out.
And this is a battle between GT World Challenge America Pro-Am competitors, so the points here are in play. Unlike some of the other cars that are coming in and running this race as Intercontinental GT Challenge competitors, or just as a one-off that are debuting late in the season, they're invisible for points. Not so for these two.
Yeah, to put that in perspective, should Newell get around him as they run, that would give the championship to the 11, because they're leading right now in terms of the North American runners, and that would put the Turner car down to P3, and if the 11 car wins, they have to finish P2.
This is an interesting moment in the race too, because right now they are split in terms of laps from the leader in their class. The overall leaders have lapped up to just outside the top 10. So McDonald's in 11th. He has not yet been lapped, I don't think. But for a few more laps at least, should a yellow come out, that has the potential to break up the top two here that are fighting for the championship all season long.
Yeah, you can get a curveball, a little bit of bad luck in terms of the positioning of the overall leader, and if a yellow should come out and safety car is sent out to control the field, that can certainly turn your day upside down, but you're just hoping for just a routine race. You don't need any bad luck. Certainly the weather has got the potential to put the cat amongst the pigeons here in the last few hours of this race. We'll have to wait and see if that truly comes to Indianapolis Motor Speedway here. You know a lot more about the weather around these parts than I, Ryan. What are you thinking?
It's pretty ideal at the moment. I'm not from Indianapolis, but you know, Ryan might know better than I, but I have to say, as a Californian, it feels like I'm back home this weekend, Cal. I know we might see a little bit of rain later, but so far this weekend, and especially today, it has been absolutely picturesque. I don't think SRO could have ordered a better weekend for us here around the IMS road course.
Off-season approaching, good golfing weather. I hope it stays that way in Hilton Head for the next few weeks at least, but this battle is certainly tightening up. As we said, harder racing, struggling a bit, but they've had a great season. They run on multiple championships, had a really solid season with their hypercar program, had a podium result at Petit Le Mans. So Ian James, who steers the ship for this group, just the ultimate multitasker. He also runs and drives himself in World Endurance Championship, and he told me this weekend he's going to return for next year. He canvassed the whole team. They said, what do you think? They said, if you want to do it, keep doing it. We're successful as we run right now, but he's certainly spinning a lot of sources at the same time.
Sorry, I missed your question earlier.
About the weather.
I was working through points permutations. Okay, weather. What was the question?
Well, what do you think? We're going to see rain at the end of the day, or?
If you don't like the weather
How's
forecast,
it looking in Terre Haute?
Yeah, that's really the question, isn't it? Yeah, you just wait a little while longer and check what's happening over Terre Haute, west of Indianapolis. That's the long-running joke. I mean, it goes back decades here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, where, you know, it might be sitting out a rain delay for the 500, and, well, we got a window opening up over Terre Haute, which means it should be clear in 30-40 minutes time. I don't know. I'm not going to take a guess at it. We'll figure it out as we come. But I will say, the drivers you guys talked to on the grid, they were all planning for it. Will Powers certainly was, and I think a few others mentioned it too.
Yeah, well, Kenny will send up his jet and have a look around the area so he can get a forecast on it maybe.
Well, you know, it's an interesting thing, too, because how often, Cal, do we talk in an endurance race about the importance of being there in the final 2 hours in particular? That's when we could see rain if the current forecast is to be believed. And that throws, I would imagine, a fairly wet wrench in the gears, if you will.
It certainly can, and there's a limitation to what sort of changes you can make on the fly during a normal pit stop without losing too much time. So there's also that very important night practice that we had back here on Thursday evening, which really gives the team a good read for what the car will perform like in slightly cooler conditions. So that's a very important session. And then if you truly believe that the track is going to get wet at the end of the race, do you go a little bit softer with your settings typically to make the car more compliant? Robbie Foley told us on the grid, of course, that this racetrack is slippy in the wet, so it's really tricky to drive, and you need every little help you can get. So you can work with the electronics in terms of the TC and the ABS settings to help you a little bit further, but the main setup with the suspension and the dampers and things like that, maybe some of the teams are rolling the dice a little bit. I would say if you're out of the window and you really feel like, okay, if this race stays dry, we don't have a shot at this today. let's hope that we get some weather come our way. We'll have a car that should be really strong in those conditions. Rosberg deep, misses his braking point a little bit. Gray Newell alongside. He's going to have the inside for the upcoming turn 3.
Yeah, but look at the drive from the BMW, trying to stay door to door. Gray Newell still with the favorable line on the inside as Rosberg has to tuck back down as they set up towards 5 and 6. It's going to be a showdown down Holman Boulevard. Does the grunt of the BMW.
Here comes the leader right behind him.
Absolutely, Kelvin, and this has championship implications.
Yeah, I think that basically flops it around as they run with a couple of cars invisible for points up ahead, but that would be enough now as they run for the Pro-Am Championship to change hands in a big moment here too as the overall leader comes through. And once it gets by Rosberg here, that's a sigh of relief. Excuse me, that's not quite right, is it? Nope, overall leader coming through, putting Rosberg a lap down. So actually that's putting them in the danger zone here to potentially be split from their class leader. M-Class Championship has been raging much of the season. Ford versus Ferrari, the Dollarhide Racing Mustang, but also the Ferrari from AF Corsa. And of course, in these long races, strategy a crucial part about it. Let's hear more on that subject. Amanda has caught up with one of the drivers for the 163.
We're almost 50 minutes into this first hour, but it's never too early to talk strategy, Ryan. And as you guys look at your lineup, how will this unfold for your team?
So I didn't hear any of that.
How will the strategy unfold for your team?
So we have Jay in the car right now. He's doing a great job, really tough conditions. Oz is going to hop in next. After that, we're really going to kind of wing it, see how things go. But the car is great this weekend. It's great to be back in the paddock, and looking forward to hopping in the car.
All season long, we've been talking about the Ford versus Ferrari battle. How much pressure does that put on you?
Not a lot. The Ford is pretty fast in a straight line here. We have really good brakes. Car's very well balanced, so we'll see how it goes in the race. But yeah, it's cool to be a part of it.
All right, well, and one of the biggest hot topics in the commentary right now, is it going to rain?
I'm going to say yes. Okay. Yeah, yes, for sure.
Just to add down here, guys, I do see a lot of the wet tires already lined up for teams ready, just in case we might see that here later today.
It's 3 for 3 in the drivers we've asked. They're all expecting rain.
Winner gets a cheeseburger.
Conrad's a great resource to bring in alongside Jay Schreibman and Oz Negri. He is a former champion of this North American Series in the M class. That's back in 2021, and he's won some big races, including the Gulf 12 Hour. He actually won that race twice in 1 year when it was held twice in 1 year in 2022. Won his class in both editions of it. Also driving for AF Corsa. He's a steady set of hands and carries a bronze rating. So real resource for Ferrari and for AF.
His last US race was actually here at Indy with Triati back in 2022, and his last GT3 race. Let's just focus on this little schmozzle going down through turn 1. Looks like the AAA of Engel has got around Grenier there.
Yeah, that was a long time coming. Mauro Engel had been all over the back of the JMF car for quite a while, studying the line, trying some different lines. It's so tough. Both factory drivers, both in equal machinery, set up, of course, by different teams, but finally making the move done and up into 5th overall.
Mauro was certainly an ace aboard one of these Mercedes. He finished 3rd in the DTM Championship this year, the same position he finished last year. He won Macau back in 24. 2 years he did Formula E back in 16 through 18 seasons. FAI GT champ, and just a ton of experience. And he also has that lap record at the Nürburgring, 629.09 aboard a production car, an AMG. Well, when you call it a production car, I'm not sure an AMG 1 is a true production car. It's not like it's a Ford Fiesta, but
it's a little bit like the McLaren F1 that won Le Mans, and the Porsche GT1. There are a bunch of those that are kind of one-off homologation specials, right?
The only I ran at the Nürburgring once in a Formula 4 2000. I think our lap times were about 8 minutes 20.
Puts it in perspective.
Every 3 or 4 laps he'd be lapping you.
Well, you didn't have a Formula 1 engine in the back.
No, so 130 horsepower doesn't go far there.
3 wide down into turn 1. That's Marcelo Hahn being lapped. Also Niederhauser, the leader in Pro-Am, coming through, fighting with Valentino Rossi. So 7th and 8th overall, going through on the 25th place car of Hahn. those two, even though they're not in the same class. Niederhauser and Rossi, they've been embroiled in a nice scrap here for the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, that they have. I want to go back to Mauro Engel there at the front of your shot as he gets up on the back of the Dolomite Mustang that's leading in AM at the moment. We didn't see Engel leap away. It's because they caught traffic, used some of the traffic to get past Michael Grenier. But the traffic then kind of impeded him, allowed Grenier to come back for just a second, but it impacted Niederhauser and Rossi behind. As
Dolomite wide there going through turn 10, it looked like.
It did.
Not sure if he's got an issue or not. He's slowing.
It certainly is. He did go off track. You got to start to wonder, did he get some pickup on the tires? Is there a puncture, maybe more crucially?
Yeah, a little wiggle there at relatively low commitment to that corner, so.
See if he takes to pit lane here. The 6 does stay out.
So it might have just been getting wide, getting some dirt on the tires, Jonathan, to your point, and then suddenly didn't have the grip in the upcoming corner and just played it safe, feeling the car back out.
Well, that's when you start to get a little hairy coming into a big, heavy braking zone like turn 1. Do you approach it maybe a little bit more cautious if you know that there's some dust on the tires?
Yeah, certainly. You got to be conscious of that. You can't be frustrated by a little mistake and then compound the error. But I think Scott's got enough experience, enough savvy to really identify that. I think he's been through a couple of corners since he ran wide. Should have felt it out. I'd say, more importantly, leaning on the tire through that final corner, turn 14 onto the super speedway, is really what it's all about. That's where the car can catch you out.
It certainly can. That Dolomite racing up to 17th after starting.
Ooh, there's the leader
down in the field, and the
that was aggressive. That was aggressive, and Enger's right there, looking to take advantage there from Houdinius, who just really made a late move there. Turns the Porsche around.
And look at Hodanius already having to go defensive. That wider line for the 51, trying to maybe set up the switchback. Does dive to the inside, goes door to door, but pumps the brakes and trying to maybe see if he could set this up into turn 1. We've seen how quick Philip Eng has been in the beginning of this race. We're going to get another look at it here. That was aggressive on the 61 portion. If you're the leader, Cal, you don't need to be doing that. I know you have Philip Eng behind, but try to keep the nose clean, especially in the opening hour of the race.
Yeah, Houdinius has really been pushing hard throughout the course of this opening phase here from the pole position that his teammate set up yesterday. Jules Gounon, who was second fastest to Philip Eng in that qualifying session. We've already talked about and documented the fact that the 51 car then got pushed to the back of the field. Let's take another look at this moment here, different angle here. See how far he's coming back from. So Enger's right there, so he's pushing hard. He can feel the heat from the BMW.
It's a long way back.
Oh, a long way back. And there's no room there. No. There is no room. He's in the grass to even get alongside him. So I think that's going to be not great news for that team, but we'll wait and let the stewards make that determination.
And to be honest, I don't even know that De Silva saw him coming. The stewards are looking at it, but Philip Eng continues to be glued to the back of that Lone Star Racing Mercedes. Lynn Hodanius got away with it for the time being, of course, pending an investigation, but now that Random Vandals machine is all over the back of the Mercedes. This might be the best chance we have early in the race to see the pace difference between the two as we're catching some traffic as well with the 50 Corvette.
What a run from Philip Eng. I know he had a point to prove. I'm sure he was pretty upset the fact to lose that celebration from the pole shootout. Top spot here yesterday, but the car seems really strong. I think the fact with their setup, I just read into that where the sister car, Kenton Cook, is now 6 seconds back of the sister machine. And Philip Eng would have to have been pushing really hard, using his tires a lot here in this opening phase to get to that position. Houdinius elects to be proactive in changing his line into the brake zone there. Eng's going to try and do the crossover here. Tightens his hand right there. He'll be on the power early. 80 has got that incident responsibility. He's got to serve that drive-through, which is brutal.
Disaster for Lynn Hodanius, who gets squirrely under braking. He was likely to lose the position anyway with the extra trip mandated by the race stewards down pit lane, but a crazy part of the track to pass Kelvin. Getting it done through 5 and 6. Philip Eng on merit, getting to the head of the field. And in a race weekend where so much of the talk has been about the number 99, and deservedly so, it's the 51 for Random Vandals with Philip Eng, who's charged his way to the head of the field.
Let's get more from the pit lane. Amanda's got an update for us.
Yeah, we did rush down to Lone Star Racing. I talked to AJ Peterson, and he said we will take that drive-through penalty, and also reported that the Mercedes seems okay out there.
Well, thank you, Amanda. We appreciate it. Hearing some of the insight there, Philip Eng continues to lead over Lynn Hodanius, who has stayed glued to the back, but he is going to have to dive to pit lane, and there's the penalty served now. So Lynn Hodanius, who inherited the pole position after the technical infraction for the 51, who got it done in the pole shootout. After a technical infraction, led the early stages. Philip Eng muscled his way through after the mistake in the contact with De Silva. And Cal, we talked about how long and arduous that trip down pit lane is. Lone Star did not need this in the opening hour.
No, they really didn't. You know, he's pushing hard. He's a young driver. We talk about his speed, of course, but these are some of the lessons that you're going to learn coming up through the sport. So it was a pretty aggressive move. He came from way too far back. Oh, there's a moment there down in the turn 1 brake zone.
Rossi's going to have
to give that up, otherwise he gained an unfair advantage. So he's got to be smart here and give it up immediately to both cars, and he does so. So savvy, thinking on the spot, but he just realized there was nowhere to go. He could sense he was going to be like a missile there as they got to apex.
Did the sensible thing. The runoff area is to the outside, but there's a significant amount of pavement carved to the inside of turn 1, and ever the veteran, Valentino Rossi dove to the inside, let everyone duck underneath, and then gave the positions back.
Just getting back to, you called it a little bit of a risky move there by Philip Eng. I think let's take another look at this. Rossi just realizes that he's on the dirty part of the racetrack. He's not going to get the retardation. And that was a really savvy move there to elect to use that little almost escape route that you have on the inside of the curb there in turn 1. But Eng was super aggressive on Hodenius, who just got the penalty. I doubt that message had gone from Randall Vandals to Philip Eng to say the 80 car is going to get a penalty and he's got to do a drive through. Otherwise, he probably would have waited for another time.
If you were on the pit stand, if you were a race engineer, would you tell Philip Eng with that much momentum, who looks like the move is inevitable, or would you relay the message and say, hey, hold back, you're going to lose. He's going to lose the position anyway?
No, I think you want the information. I mean, some drivers like, stop the talking, leave me alone, Kimi Raikkonen-esque. But for others, you want to know every piece of information. And it was tight. I mean, it wasn't super risky to make the move there in the turn 5-6 chicane, but could have probably afforded to wait, knowing that Hodenius was going to hit pit lane in the next lap or two. You only have 2 laps to serve that penalty in those races once it comes down.
Let's head back down to pit lane and Amanda Busick, who's offering some more insight on what happened with the 61.
Got down to Aero Bomber Motorsports as well. They had their pit board actually by the wall to tell that Porsche to go ahead and make a trip down to pit lane here. His radio communications are not working. They're going to assess that Porsche. I did see them have kind of the duct tape ready to go to assess that Porsche. Sven Muller will go into that ride as it makes its way to box.
Thanks, Amanda. I'm curious what some of that damage is. That can be oh so difficult, Calvin, when your radio isn't working. Communication in an endurance race is such a crucial aspect of surviving and getting through and having updates and information. The 61 and De Silva hit its marks.
Yeah, and I think the other thing is they're only within 4 minutes of needing that mandatory stop anyway. You got 65 minutes maximum stint length here, so it's not going to alter their strategy coming down and having a look at that car a little bit earlier.
First driver change we're seeing of the day after Adrian De Silva mans the opening stint, getting some fresh Pirelli rubber as well. De Silva attempting to help with the driver change, and we've talked earlier in the weekend about how well choreographed of a dance that needs to be and how much time can be gained.
Massive part of any endurance race, executing in the pit lane and getting that strategy right as well, so crucial here this weekend. And we talked about it too, going back to Hodenius, that traffic has tripped people up in the past, and it didn't take an hour for that to become a talking point and a lesson point as well for a young driver, just 19 years old. He's been fast. That's not been in question, but these are the lessons you learn in endurance racing.
I'm curious now for Lynn Hodenius, who sits 12th near the bottom of the pro class, 9th in class, so we're on 12th overall, what the pace is as he looks to carve his way through the field. Pit stops look to be impending, Calvin, but in the last couple of minutes of the car, can Lynn Hodenius make up a little bit more ground after serving the drive-thru?
Well, you're right. He's only got a couple of minutes left here. 65 minutes is the maximum time. So as you look at the clock, they're only 2 minutes plus away from everyone having to hit pit lane. So Philip Eng can certainly push it a lap further. Some of the others deeper in the field may have to be in on this lap.
Now, time spent in the pit lane does not count toward drive time, so presumably because of the drive-through, maybe that gives him a little extra wiggle room because of the length of the drive-through here. It just depends on where he is on the track. Here we go, big moment here for Turner. I'm really curious what they choose to do from the driver perspective, do they keep Justin Rothberg in the car? He doesn't look like he's been totally comfortable, even though his radio reports, according to Amanda, haven't indicated that. He's not been able to be quite on the pace of some of his competitors. Do they keep him in at this crucial juncture?
No, they do not. He is coming out, so Justin Rothberg has his first stint done. We will see him presumably back later in the race, but for now, after 1 hour and some change of driving, they are going to change hands behind the wheel of that BMW.
Dustin Blattner also peels off and comes to the pits, pitting from third in the class. There's the driver change. And sorry, I missed you guys talking about that earlier. Rothberg is out. And I believe it was Patrick Gallagher, by the looks of things, who was climbing aboard, brought in for the second straight year to serve as the third member of this team. Helped them to a championship 1 year ago, trying to reprise the role.
And he's actually been quite nervous this week. And I was surprised he got so much experience in filling in that role. I think last year they came in with nothing to lose. It was just ST Racing had a horrible day, and that suddenly vaulted them into championship position. I think coming in this weekend as the championship leader, Patrick said, I just don't want to mess up. So I said, you'll be fine. Just get into your rhythm, do what you normally do. But amazing that a driver with that experience would have those sort of thoughts coming into a race weekend.
That was a look at Team Australia with Kitty Hobble, Will Power, Chaz Mostert. And they are proudly representing the Australian nation here this weekend with the flag all over car, helmets, fire suits, you name it.
After a great opening stint, Philip Angus hopped out of the number 51 that came in with the net lead of the race. We'll see how it plays out as we see the DXDT Corvette and the number 120 Wright Motorsports Porsche.
They cut it tight. Look at the clock there. So they're already on pit lane, but you got to be on pit lane by the time that 65 minutes into the race, which would be with 6 hours and 55 minutes to go, of course.
And where is the timing beacon to signify that you've reached pit lane?
I think it's just after you peel off.
Right, so it's quite a ways back, even before the section where the pit boxes actually are located. They'll have known that and used that to their advantage, but it is a risk if you have a spin or somebody spins in front of you and you have to take evasive action, whatever, and you go beyond the 65 minutes. The penalties are draconian.
Just about everybody coming down pit lane now. We can see it's pretty tight in the back between two of the BMWs. Early on, you don't want to get mixed up and making contact getting into the fast lane. Everyone.
There's some protocol. This is going to be an interesting one there. You see, it looks like Mercedes. He's probably got to have to give that up. Yeah, the JMF. If there's any overlap there, so the second BMW, one of the random panels machine, be the 99s, the 51s out there. If you got any overlap and you're in that fast lane, the car in the middle lane has to give it up by the time you get to pit exit.
Curious to see if JMF gained any ground in that pit stop. Lost a little bit of time merging back into that fast lane. Interested if it's compounded by the length of time you lose coming down pit lane at IMS in general. Weaving to get some tire temperature into the tires and the Pirellis of the BMW. It looks to be Varun Choksi, who has climbed aboard the number 51. And Lynn Hodanius has crucially stated, I actually really like this from Lone Star Kelvin. Yes, he might have made a little bit of a mistake early on, but he's been undeniably fast in the opening stint.
Yeah, speed is not an issue. Obviously, that little decision was not a great one, but he'll have learned from that. And little jolt, little wake up. Don't throw it all away when you've got a car that's got potential to win this race.
We'll move here and a bold one up the inside. Car 61 going to the inside of the GMG machine. That is Sven Muller. And that car down in 25th. So not for position, but Sven rapid and will be working his way up as best as he can. Back to that traffic management thing. I go back a few years. Remember, we had a very young Callum Ilott racing here, driving a Ferrari, and he was leading the race, tripped over a GT4 car. There were GT4 cars included in the race at the time, and that could have been a race win, but it's another young driver who is new, relatively speaking, to endurance racing at the time, certainly multi-class racing. Slightly different circumstance here with an all GT3 field, but it happens, and it happens to some highly rated, highly skilled drivers.
Yeah, and I think that's to the point that some people will make about whether you should be a bronze, silver, gold, obviously platinum at the top of the tree with the factory drivers, but it's not just speed. You can't just look at data. It's also decision making, I feel, that should go into that grading that all the drivers have to have. It was just announced a couple of weeks ago what the gradings were going to be for 2026, and that allows the teams to go away in the off-season and make some early decisions on their driver lineups for 2026.
Notably, though, those are provisional still at this point. They're not locked in, so there is some room for adjustment.
Well, they're provisional. You can appeal if you didn't get what you wanted, but if they're set and you're happy with it, it's not going to go away.
Okay.
If that makes any sense.
Well, it does.
It's not like another competitor can appeal and say, Ryan Marine, you're too fast.
They would never do that.
That's true.
No risk there.
Hey, we're talking about an Indy winner here.
Well, yeah, but I think we all know Amanda is the platinum in this driver lineup.
She's the platinum in our rental car, I tell you. She can wheel it.
No question. Well, that is all a subject for another time. I'm interested here that we've seen the AAA Group M, they've made a driver change, so it's now their silver in the car. And our first look at Tom Callender, the young man who raced this year in DTM and finished with a really eye-opening result.
He did. He was super fast yesterday in qualifying, just 17 years old. I mean, the kid is absolutely amazing, running lap times within a couple of tenths of his very established teammates. So he's certainly another name to look out for moving forward.
Yeah, and speaking of moving forward, Callender jumped up in that 888 Mercedes, who came into pit lane in 5th, now running 2nd, just under 10 seconds behind the leader.
Big jump for them, and we've seen now that AAA team rise. AAA in terms of the number, not AAA Racing that out of Australia. That's a different team altogether. Anyway, they've been able to rise to the front here. Group AM has to get to 2nd. Interesting notification from race control just a moment ago. The 11, that is Blake McDonald, DXDT Racing. Their pit stop is under review. They came in, I believe, about a 1/10 of a second under based on what I'm seeing. So that would be a minor penalty, unless I'm miscalculating here. I'll defer to Kelvin.
Well, I don't think it's I'm thinking this maybe that the stint was too long versus too short.
Oh,
pit
interesting.
lane, possibly.
Well, we'll see what we find out. In the meantime, we watch their championship challengers, Turner Motorsport, and Amanda has a chance to give us an update from their pits.
Yeah, I watched along as Justin Rothberg got out of that BMW. He took his helmet off, shaking his head, and looked at me and said, I drove like crap there. I did verify with him if there was a possibility for him to double stint the start of this race. He said, yeah, that was out there. You guys will now see Patrick Gallagher in that BMW, and talking to the team, the plan is now that maybe Patrick will double stint here, Justin back in the car after that, but they'll have to see how everything falls out with being a lap down here at IMS.
Yeah, thanks. Little bit of help coming their way, though. I do believe that the car they're fighting with came in about a 1/10 of a second, not even a 1/10 of a second under. So that's a penalty that will come at the next stop.
Yeah, my mistake. When I initially looked, I thought they were good in terms of the minimum stop time. They were actually a 1/10 underneath, so I thought, well, maybe it was the other way, because we saw the cars very late on pit lane, of course.
One car that lost a lot of ground in the pit stop shuffles was the 75. Will Power now driving. Kenny Hobble started it. Their pit stop, 2 minutes, 8 seconds.
Boy, that's certainly not the plan.
16 seconds above the minimum. And that has dropped them down now 13th in the overall, 10th in the pro class. But for Will Power now, I'm really curious to see how this goes. Ooh, problems for Callender. He went wide and down in turn number 1. That opens the door for Augusto Farfus to come through, and we promised there would be a little ebb and flow to this race with the variation even in these pro driver lineups in experience, and I think that was perhaps on display right there.
I think we've seen it in the last 15 minutes, right, in terms of silver drivers who are extremely fast, but then those moments where you have to make a decision, even then he made the little mistake, but then he's almost too aggressive. I mean, the BMW is going to clear him. Don't risk having any bodywork damage by getting a little bit feisty there.
Well, you mentioned the bodywork damage. Let's keep an eye on that rear left of the 777 Team WRT car for Farfus, because there was a marginal amount of contact. It doesn't look like anything major now. I can't see anything that's become dislodged. There's obviously no smoke or tire rub that's visible, but there was definitely a little bit of front nose on that Mercedes on the rear of that WRT BMW.
The penalty has been handed down, by the way, for DXDT Racing. It is a small one. Just 0.8 of a second that they need to stay stationary longer in their next stop, because they came in just barely under that minimum time, and then it's multiplied by 10.
Another penalty that came through as well for Kyle Washington's number 32 GMG machine. 5 seconds to be added to their next pit stop as well, and that's for a merge line violation.
Farfus is through. The Brazilian veteran passes the youngster from Germany. Second place changing hands with that move. Valentino Rossi, interestingly, has stayed aboard and will likely complete his drive time here on this stint. It's fourth. Connor De Filippi now in the 99. He's shown in fifth, but it is the 51 with Varun Choksi out in front, and really curious to see what Varun's pace looks like relative to some of these big name pros. Jonathan mentioned a moment ago, blend line violation leaving the pits for Kyle Washington, and that was cut and dry.
Yeah, it's pretty tricky. When you're on cold tires, your pit lane speed limit is released quite early, so you're accelerating all the way down. It's not like you're crawling through there 50K. You're already up to speed, so it's almost like a braking zone. You got to try and control there with relatively cold tires, of course. No tire warmers in this championship, so it's easy to make that mistake. And of course, if cars are coming through that corner, it can be quite dangerous.
Callender trying to atone for the mistake a moment ago. He's keeping pace here with Farfus, but we'll see. This is happening 12 seconds behind Choksi.
Farfus, what a character he is, Brazilian driver. Got to know him quite well when I was over in Europe with Joey Han when he competed in DTM back in 2013. And Augusto was his teammate at RBM, and Augusto finished second in the championship that year. He's been a DTM veteran. Had a couple of big wins this year, of course, in IGTC at the Nürburgring and at Bathurst. And one of the best and a real character. I think he's a great person to have within a group. He's not shy in being forceful in terms of his thoughts and really try and build team morale. He's a person who comes into the pit box in the morning and is going around high-fiving everyone and trying to get everyone up on the wheel, so to speak, to be ready to go come race day.
Inaugural winner of this event, Augusto Farfus, driving for Valkenhorst Motorsport, teamed that year with Connor De Filippi and Nicky Katzberg, both of whom are also in this race, but in different cars. So that's a little sidebar to keep an eye on. Varun Choksi leads this race overall in the car that we thought was going to be starting on pole position when pole shootout concluded last night. Varun's lead has come down a little bit as Farfus has gotten around, but not by too much. He's been on the pace.
His time's been really good. He ran a 24.7. When we say that, we're talking 1 minute 24.7 and a 24.8 consecutive laps there, and that's only a tenth off the best lap of the car in the race today, which was set by Philip Eng. So really impressive by Varun here. This could be a great weekend for this group. They've only had a handful of podiums, no win in the pro class, but they've certainly got a great race car underneath them. If they can keep it clean, they could be tough to beat here.
Well, they certainly do, and I think we mentioned it earlier, but in a weekend where so much of the talk has been about the number 99 machine with Connor De Filippi, currently at the wheel with Kenton Cook as well in the car, the 51 has really emerged as one of the big storylines in the last couple of days. We ride on board with the number 10. Wright Motorsports Porsche, Antares Au has climbed aboard. He sits 8th overall, but leads crucially in Pro-Am. Remember, invisible for GT World Challenge America points, but still leading in class at the moment inside the top 10.
And doing a great job, as you would expect from Antares Au. One of the top bronzes, I would say, in GT racing these days. This is also the leading driver that is in the Independent Cup subcategory for drivers contesting the entire Intercontinental GT Challenge season that are non-professionals. And Antares has raced at the front of that before and looking to cap off another season with a championship in the Independent Cup. Right now he's in position to do it.
He's tied right now on points at the sharp end of the Independent Cup in terms of the points tally heading into the weekend with Ralph Bone. Kenny Habul in that fight as well, kind of a three-horse race, if you will. Kenny Habul in that Pro Class 75 Express racing entry. Antares, though, I think has had a pretty banner year, Ryan. A class win at Suzuka, I think, has been one of the highlights for him, and progression this year to last year, it's been a pretty big step for Antares.
It has. I'd add as well an Asian Le Mans GT Championship over the winter. He's, again, the defending Independent Cup champion. Finished second at GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup bronze points this year, too. and has been all over the world racing. Made his Le Mans debut as well with Manthai earlier, back in June, in fact. So, yeah, it's been a really good season for the Hong Kong-based driver, capping off a year last year, of course, with, again, the Independent Cup Championship, but carrying that momentum nicely into 2025.
We'll continue to follow along with how the Independent Cup battle stands. Right now, though, it's been a race to forget early on for the number 75 in that Mercedes-AMG, but Antero Zhao in a pretty ideal position. Doesn't get much better than first in class.
No, and it was, the table was set, wasn't it, by Patrick Niederhauser, who's a former pole sitter overall in this event, and a former race winner here too. In fact, it's the same lineup, isn't it, that won here in this event just last year. Antero Zhao, Patrick Niederhauser, and Luke Hartog, they're back together once again. So now we'll see what happens as it's the bronze in that car. They started with their platinum, and some of the other Pro-Am cars are electing to do things a little bit differently. In the meantime, we're watching another quick touch driver. We talked about Lynn Hodanius earlier, but how about Dan Arrow getting drafted in to help out Philip Ellis and Jeff Burton here this weekend?
And you talk about Jeff, I think you got to tip the cap to him. One of his best stints of the year so far. You mentioned a chance to test himself against some of his true peers, and I think he lived up to it. Started dead last, got that car up to a favorable position for Dan Arrow, who sits now 7th in Pro-Am, 17th overall for regulator racing. You got to tip the cap to Jeff. I think he's learned a lot this year. Another driver that's developed a ton, and I'm really excited for him, actually, that he got the chance to showcase some of that pace early on in one of the biggest races of the year.
See the bumps there down in the turn 7 brake zones, little access road over to the right-hand side, and it's right where they get to the brake pedal there. And certainly consideration when you're setting up the car and the ride height. You can't afford to run the car too low, otherwise some requirements that you have to meet post-race tech there. But Dan Arrow's certainly a great young Dutchman, 22 years old. Spoke to him the other day, really great personality. Look forward to seeing now what he can do here today aboard a GT3 car.
And this is a battle now also in the Pro-Am ranks for 2nd and 3rd. Blake McDonald leading in this battle with one of the Herbert Motorsports, the Blattner Company Blue Porsche. McDonald has been quick. He stayed aboard after the opening pit stops. Antero Zhao at the head of the Pro-Am class a little further up the road is a new addition, but Blake, the constant element, he knows the car, he knows how it feels, he knows how the car's behaving. Could that help him? Because he's got a lot of pressure behind Ryan.
He does. This is a car, though, that doesn't factor in as far as the points are concerned as a late edition one-off entry here at the tail end of the season, and Blake's thinking about that championship. What a day this could be internationally for Corvette racing if DXDT were to get it done. Earlier today in the European Le Mans Series, TF Sport scored a championship in LMGT3, chance now to perhaps add a Pro-Am title in GT World Challenge America, and it illustrates how global Corvette racing has become. This is not the Corvette racing of years past when it was focused on a handful of factory-run cars. This is true customer racing, GT3 style, and Corvette's got something that's working right now.
They really do. It's a really solid race car. Anyone who drives it said it is a superb GT3 car, does everything well. Remember, DXDT debuted this car middle of the year. Well, they missed the first 2 events, and then Tommy Milne and Alec Udell debuted the car, immediately won. And was it Coda their first event last year?
Yes.
I can't remember. I think it was Coda anyway.
For the pro car.
Yeah, for the pro car, and then won 8 on the bounce. And this was the only track that they really struggled at. It just seemed like the BOP was a little bit off. But when we talk about those subtle adjustments, there were some decisions made following qualifying here yesterday, and Corvette got a pretty significant weight break of about 25 kilos. That's about 60 pounds or so. So that will not only help your speed, but also help the tire deck over a long green flag run as well. So they're looking pretty strong right now with their track position. Turner Motorsports have realized they got a task on their hand. If they were to win this race, the 11 car, the Turner car has to finish right behind them.
Well, another thing to keep an eye on, Blake McDonald is not only having to defend from Alfred Brennauer, who looked to the inside, ducks back, but all the while he's actually catching on Terrace out. It was a 13.6 second gap that's now closed to 11.5 and counting. Just something to follow along over the next couple of laps, because I think in a couple laps time, Ryan, McDonald is going to be able to see that right Porsche just at the end of some of these straightaways.
Right, and that is always an exciting thing when you've got your target out the windscreen and you're starting to reel them in. You can feel that you're making some progress. He's going to have to work his way through the Eric Powell-driven Ford Mustang first. That is the leading car in the AM class. Eric has been really instrumental in that team unlocking some pace since he joined the program midway through the season. Right now, running 18th overall, turning competitive lap times, and out in front in AM, crucially in position perhaps to help his teammate Scott Dolehite clinch the season-long title.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that's going to be feasible because Eric's got really good pace here today. So he's just got to settle in. It's going to be a fascinating game. 2-horse race in the AM division, of course, but it's really tight. Whoever beats the other will take the title here at the end of the day.
You know, I had a chance to catch up with Eric this morning, and I asked him about what was a pretty tremendous qualifying effort from the team and for him individually yesterday. He said, you know, I've never really been all that good at qualifying. I wasn't that happy with it. And I said, are you kidding me? We were, you know, raving about it on the broadcast. He goes, oh yeah, I think the race pace is probably going to be a little bit better. I forget that Eric is still a bronze-rated driver. He certainly doesn't drive like one. He mixes it up with silvers and golds consistently. And he's been a revelation for that team this year, and I'm curious to see what he can do. But a real big challenge, I think, for Oz Negri in the 163, because Eric Powell has momentum, and he's got a lot of clear track in front of him at the moment.
In the background, we saw the former race leading number 80 car, Lynn Hodania, is still driving, now has caught this battle and is trying to work his way through, but I think that was it. Maybe was that Colin Brown, Toby Sowery, one or the other, taking a peek to the inside. That is Toby. He's not going to move aside. Of course, that car in the Pro-Am class is a bit down the order, but Toby is quick, and he's got a point to prove, I think.
I think so, too. He was leaning on the Lone Star Mercedes coming through that sequence of corners. Lynn made his way through, but now he sets his eyes on the number 21, Herbert Motorsport Porsche, up the road in terms of overall positions. It's Elliott Skier in the 120, the next Pro Class competitor. He's 8th overall.
To go back to that M class battle, Calvin, a moment ago, you referred to it as a 2-horse race. Was the pun intended? You got the prancing horse of Ferrari against the Mustang of Ford. That was
taken enough time for you to get that out.
Beautifully played.
I thought I went right over your head, Ryan.
Oh, not for the first time. There is the beautiful looking, but maybe more importantly, beautiful sounding Ford Mustang, the Coyote V8. If we just listen for a second. Yep. That's what American muscle should sound like. Just outstanding and a wonderful addition to the paddock. It was so exciting when we learned they would be turning up at Sonoma. And I'll tell you, this Dolehite team, again, all year long, they've been working. Had a big test at Circuit of the Americas recently where they feel like they unlocked something. And I mean, we've seen it on the racetrack, haven't we?
They have done a lot of sim work as well. They were in Concord in the Ford Performance Simulator. Do we call it Ford Performance Simulator or Ford Racing? I mean, they changed their moniker here of late. So, but anyway, they have a great sim there. Joey Hand does a lot of work in there, mainly for their NASCAR road course program, but also with the GT3 car. So they're learning a lot, and they've got some exciting plans moving forward about new customer teams coming for next season. So it's great to see what Dolehite Racing have done. I mean, Eric Powell has been effusive in his praise of the group and the family-type atmosphere that they have here, and just great people learning every single weekend, just continually raising the bar as we see the other car in that championship fight.
It's now Oz Negri doing the driving. Jay Schreibman started the car, and we heard from Conrad Grunwald, didn't we, just a few minutes ago. And right now, Oz, the Brazilian veteran, has caught Kyle Washington. This is for 21st overall, and more importantly, this is really about trying to keep that Mustang honest, but the gaps disappear quickly, don't they? Oh, that was a late lunge and a bold one up the inside, turn 13, but Oz Negri, the wily vet, makes it work.
Yeah, Kyle Washington thought better of fighting it. He's now got pro class traffic behind in the Team WRT 777, but now Oz Negri can try to set his sights on reeling in the 6 a little further up the road. Aaron Tielitz and Toby Sowery ahead of him, but now I think in clean air we can see the pace of that 163.
Looked like Farfus has taken about a couple of seconds out of the lead of Varun Choksi during this stint so far, but certainly Callender, after that little bobble there down in turn 1, is keeping Farfus honest there. You can see he's just about a second back.
Callender actually set that car's best lap. This would have been 10 minutes or so ago. That was slightly after the bobble, so he got right back on it quickly. But remember who started that car, Mauro Engel. So for Callender to take the quick lap speaks to his skill set, former GT Masters champion of a year ago.
danger of making the move here into 7. There's a setup for 8, 9, and 10 before going briefly up on the banking the other way. Then we see for open wheel racing, the 888 trying to set something up on the 777. Team WRT and the BMW, I think, guys, since qualifying has looked pretty special. We, of course, saw some balance of performance updates this morning that were announced to some of the cars, but either way, the Mercedes has looked quick, the BMW have looked quick. How often have we seen these cars battling on the timing sheets and early in this race battling on track?
Interesting, too, that it's one of the newer cars in the BMW M4 GT3 Evo up against one of the older cars in the field, if not the oldest, with the Mercedes AMG. That Evo debuted, I think, in 2020. 5 years difference between the two of them, but the old warhorse still has some life left in her.
I love this. Sariev got kind of muscled out of that position by Udenius, is hanging on to her, trying to make a point here. Two youngsters going hard at it. You see that, it's like, okay, you're in the same car as me, man. I'm going to try and challenge you right here. And Toby's really hanging on. There's just a quick point, guys. We're not looking at the car right now, but Elliott Skier just laid down a 24.4 in the Wright Motorsports Porsche. So we talk about Porsche not really showing much so far this weekend. That may be an indicator late in the going. Now sitting there in P8 amongst the pro cars overall.
That 24.4 is the best lap in the pro class to this point, and only Dan Arrow has gone quicker.
As we look on with Team WRT, second overall over Tom Callender. That gap growing just a little bit of breathing room, I should say, for Augusto Farfus. Still 8.8 seconds back from Varun Chokski, who leads the field in the number 51 Random Vandals Racing BMW. It's the 777 for Team WRT, who's second. The 888, Mercedes AMG Team GMR in third. Valentino Rossi sits fourth in the 46, with Connor DiFilippi in the sister Vandal number 99 machine. Kai Stevens is sixth for JMF, with Alex Cedric, who's been on a heck of a charge this race, guys. I want to talk about him for just a little bit. Cedric in the 18 RS1 Porsche. Maybe not the pace overall the weekend that they would have wanted, but Alex Cedric wouldn't know any better. Has climbed up 16 spots, I think, since the start.
He's been awesome. I really hope we get a chance to hear from him before it's all said and done. This is a weekend I know, Calvin, he looks at as a chance to make a statement. We've talked about it some during pre-qualifying, during qualifying. This is a race where a few drivers have announced their presence to the global sports car racing scene in years past, and I think Cedric views it as a chance really to measure himself against some of the other big names in the race, but even in his own car. You look at who he has, Jan Halen, who's been there the whole season, but also Alessio Picariello, who's been really quick in a Porsche all year too.
Yeah, and his program is yet to be determined for 2026. So it's a great opportunity to really showcase as a silver driver what I can do against the best pros in the global stage. So it's really, as you said, a great opportunity for him to finish off the season on a high. They've had a great year. Always seems to have been a couple of weekends there a little bit off the pace, but in general they've been there or thereabouts, including sweeping the weekend at VIR.
Moments ago, change of position, Darren Turner, I believe. Yes, got around Rolf and Nyken. That's for fourth and fifth in Pro-Am. Darren Turner now taking the heart of racing car a little bit further toward the front. You can see him here, car 24, reeling in the 32 of Kyle Washington, who seems to be laboring all of a sudden.
He has been sliding back just a little bit. I think this is probably as competitive as we've seen the Aston Martin Vantage be all weekend long. Of course, Darren Turner needs no introduction in how fast he can be. Sits fourth in Pro-Am overall, 14th overall. And you're right, I think Washington doesn't look to be super on the pace. Here's the 29 Turner Motorsport BMW. We saw it in the hands early of Justin Rothberg. Now Patrick Gallagher at the wheel. I don't think anything to be nervous about for Patrick. That car has been quick. Patrick himself is plenty quick. And last year, with the same driver lineup, things went pretty well for them championship-wise.
Certainly did. That was maybe a bit of a shocker for everyone that they had such a great day, and certainly the ST Racing team had a disappointing day and a big swing in the points and just nipped them in the championship. But as we said, a little bit different scenario, different demeanor for Patrick Gallagher coming into this weekend, feeling the pressure of a championship lead for his teammates. Not wanted to get in the way of that. But as you said, car's been quick. I think Robbie Foley could have been a threat in the pool shootout. Have they elected to run it? They had a bit of a problem with the engine and decided to check that out first before putting any further miles on the motor for today's race.
There's Alex Sedgwick on the back of that Turner car as we look on with Dan Arrow in the number 91, the regulator racing car that was started by Jeff Burton. A really good opening stint for Jeff. Dan Arrow, you know how quick he is, 2.5 seconds back from Patrick Gallagher.
It's been a good stint from Arrow, closing in on Gallagher, who in turn is closing in on Aniken. These are the 3 cars coming through this shot right here. Arrow has been the quickest of the bunch for the last handful of laps. We talked a little bit about the impending weather potentially. Let's get more on that story with Amanda and Mike Johnson.
Yeah, right. I hate to start laying this egg a little bit more, but I've been going up and down pit lane, and I keep seeing drivers and teams with radars out. I looked at my own as well, and it looks like in the next hour we're going to lose that window over Terre Haute. But I get to Mike Johnson, and not only does he have 1 radar, he has 3 radars up, one that looks significantly more dangerous than the others. What can you tell us?
You know, I've been doing this long enough. You look at all this radar all day long, but I never trust it because it never seems to be right when it actually gets to the racetrack. So the best thing we do is we keep an eye on it, try to plan for it, but until the drops start hitting the pavement, you really can't make any decisions. And, you know, we've done other races here where we've stayed on slicks for a little while when the track was wet and it's gone to our advantage, but one too many drops and the track gets too wet and you got to readjust. So right now we're keeping an eye on it and seeing how we can use it to our advantage when the time comes.
Team's ready. I do see the tires out here, and just in case, how do you prep your drivers for what could be coming?
Well, you just try to put your right driver in at the right time that maybe has the most experience when the time is ready. And these modern race cars have so many amazing tools on what we can do for ABS and traction control and wet throttle settings to really help the driver get through it. And I think the toughest part in any time is always visibility. And the McLaren, we haven't really raced it in the rain very much. And you know, the wiper and the windshield shape. So that'll be new for him, but we've got some excellent drivers out there, so I feel all right.
Very interesting point by Mike Johnson. Calvin, do you think teams should assess their lineup based on what we might see here later?
Well, I think Mike should consider drafting himself in after a big win here this weekend, guys. Yeah. 20 years out of the seat, and he dominated in GT America GT4 competition here.
Amazing. Stuck it on pole, pulled away, dominated the race, and he may not even come back to race again tomorrow. Why not retire on a high as a winner at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway?
I thought it was pretty phenomenal. He earned pole and was absolutely buoyed by it. He said, I don't want to take the pole medal off, and then he went and got a winner's trophy to cap off the weekend. Remember, it had been 2 decades since Mike had been in a race car. He hadn't lost a single bit of pace, and how fun was that to watch him in GT America, guys?
Now this is tightened up now, hasn't it, here?
Oh, yeah.
With, again, maybe the rain coming, maybe it isn't. We won't worry about that when it arrives, but for the moment, it's Gallagher fending off the challenge here. Sedgwick, that car is a lap ahead of this other group, but he's mixed up in the middle of it. And just behind Gallagher, you do find Dan Arrow closing in slowly but steadily. Regulator Racing making its way up to the front, although Jeff Burton still has a little more driving yet to do.
We told the story yesterday during qualifying about Dan Arrow. I had a chat with him today. How did you get started? He said, actually, I went to a track day at 13 years old, and it was really just to get a track day license, but some of the drivers there were trying to get their racing license. He's quite a tall lad, and everyone thought, well, he must be old enough. They gave him a racing license. We've been racing 2 years under the age limit, and he did a race before they realized and took the license away again. But he's got a kind of perky, fun personality. Comes from a Polish heritage. His mum is Polish, who also holds down a Polish passport as well. But that's not his real name, Ryan.
No, it's not. Well, I can't pronounce Dutch, so I'm not going to try.
Have a go.
Peel, maybe, possibly. The important thing is it means arrow. So he conveniently anglicized it for us and races as Dan Arrow when he comes in races over in the States. Actually, that's basically what he's known as anywhere now at this stage in his career. He's made a name for himself with the name, so I guess it sticks. Right here, what a move. Fighting with Sedgwick and gets by. So that is actually a Pro-Am car passing a Pro Class car. and brings him one step closer then to the target, which is the Turner BMW.
Not an easy thing to do because we know how fast Alex Sedgwick has been staying aboard the car in the opening stages of this race in that Porsche, that RS1 machine glued to the back. But Dan, I think, has the move well and truly done as he sets its sights on the Turner car. Here's Kyle Washington making a trip down pit lane in the GMG Porsche. Is this scheduled, Kelvin?
What is the minimum drive time?
Well, that would have been met in terms of if he gets out now, the other two drivers could suffice at 3 hours, 15 minutes each. So maybe that's their call, just get Kyle out now, and even if both drivers did 3 hours, 15, you'd be fine to go the rest of the way. So I have to wait and see if there's a technical issue, but it will certainly work if they elected to switch drivers right now.
Oh, this is a hairy moment down Holman Boulevard.
It's tight.
Sedgwick, wow, somehow got it wound up in time. I thought surely that was going to end in tears for Dan Arrow, but everybody continues on. It was Ron Schwest's Chevy Corvette that they split down the backstretch, but boy, that was super close.
Arrow would have had no idea, literally, because it's out of your peripheral vision. The rear view facing camera will not see that, so that was a close one. I think Alex probably knew that he's maybe in the danger zone there and didn't push it too hard, as now he pushes forward, grabs that position from Patrick Gallagher. So this Regulator Racing team could have a real effect, guys, in this Pro-Am Championship by the end of the day. If they win, that could take away the potential for the 11 car, who really needs to win the racetrack, the best opportunity. But they could also, if the 11 car could win, could pad that gap between them and the Turner car, which put Turner out of the championship chase as well in terms of winning. So they could be a big player here, even though they're out of the shot of the championship themselves.
They certainly could, and problems for the 29 compounding as Alex Sedgwick makes his way back through. Of course, not for position on the track, as Alex Sedgwick is further up in the field in the race, but for the point, Calvin, you made on the 91. It was a great race for them last year as well. Finished inside the overall top 10, I believe. It's a lot of pace, and how much of those learnings have they applied here? It was a great opening stint for Burton. Dan Arrow is on the move right now, and now with the RS1 car between him and the 29, Dan is able to pull away a little bit.
Yeah, it's a really solid driver lineup. I mean, as you said, Jeff had a really excellent stint. He's been performing well this year. To your point, Ryan, it's probably fun for him to be out there competing with like Kyle Washington and the likes, rather than being in a bit of a vacuum with that reverse strategy that you've used through all of the 90-minute events and races this year. So he was certainly up to that challenge, didn't make a mistake. He's got to get back in the car so that his other two drivers don't go outside that 3 hour, 15-minute maximum drive time. But so far, so good.
Back to the GMG story. The 32 has left the pits with Klaus Bachler in the car. They've taken Kyle Washington out, so I wonder if that's their gamble. Kyle's done his drive time. Let's go ahead and get our quick guys in, and as long as this stays green, then that has a chance to pay dividends.
And Klaus, one of the fastest in the business behind the wheel of a 911 GT3R. I like this move from GMG.
Make sense to you?
Yeah, it does. I mean, you're a little bit out of sync, but you carve the race down as well, so you're looking at 6 stints to the finish. So yeah, I don't think they're going to have to do an extra pit stop by the timing of that. I think by the time it all plays out, if it stays green, to your point, you're really doing the same amount of pit stops, and you're just getting your pro in a little bit earlier.
Now James Sofrone is in the GMG team. They know their business. James actually won himself a championship, both a teams and drivers title earlier this weekend in McLaren Trophy America in the inaugural season of that new single make series. So congratulations to James, but this is what really matters to him, to see his team succeed at the highest level. We'll see if the strategy works for them as we go. You mentioned this car earlier, Calvin, and the lap times we've seen out of Elliott Skier. He's been on a flyer here, got the car now up to 8th overall and continues to chip away.
Yeah, and they're a team that really has an excellent notebook to come back to Indianapolis. Once again, they had 2 victories last year. One in the North American Championship here, finished 2nd overall with that 5-second penalty at the end. They also won in IMSA here as well, so had a podium this year in IMSA. So they know this racetrack well. They've got a great notebook. The Porsche for them seems to be really quick, and he's displayed that. You said Dan Arrow has a slightly faster lap time than him, just by 0.08 of a second. So that's really tight. But tell you what, you talk about Eric Powell and that pace. He ran a 24/7, guys.
Wow.
24/7 aboard the M Class Ford Mustang, so that is really making a statement.
Eric is absolutely on the move. So too, though, is Dan Arrow. We talked about him a lot. A hairy moment in Sector 3, dipping a wheel in the dirt in avoidance, trying to make his way past Mackay Stevens, now aboard the number 34. Tucked in, tried it again into turn 1, tucked back again, and so Dan Arrow still trying to make his way past the 34. Again, not for position on track. That JMF Mercedes sits 6th overall. Looks and tucks back in once more. Is he going to try to be bold into 12 and 13?
Stevens having to deal with a little bit of traffic as well. It's the 15th placed car of Rolf and Eichen, and that's where Dan Arrow needs to get, right? To get to the next car in his class. An out-of-class car currently providing a bit of a buffer. We'll see how long it takes Mackay to make this pass. It's been fun watching his progression this year. That was aggressive, gets to the inside, but now stuck on the outside. Ooh, and a little bit of door-to-door contact there as well with an Eichen. Stevens fights on Gamely, still to the inside, and he should have the position made. Now, can Arrow follow him through?
Arrow got squeezed a little bit.
He really did. There was a little bit of hip check there by Nation there on Mackay Stevens, but he forced his way through there, and that's for one of the championship contenders. They need a clean day. They've got to win this motor race. Can't afford to have any contact and any damage on that Mercedes. Has got to be 100% ready to go at the end of this race.
Car has slipped back a little bit through the last hour, finds itself now in the 6th position with Stevens behind the wheel, but not everybody in front of him, of course, counts for the points. As we will talk about more throughout the rest of the show. 6 hours, 16 minutes still to run here at Indianapolis. Choxy's lead has been cut tremendously. Farfus, from over 10 seconds back, is now within 4 seconds of the lead of the race. Meanwhile, here's Sedgwick looking to put a lap on the 7 machine, and he'll get the job done.
And that Herbert Motorsports Porsche is not making it easy on anybody, whether it's for position or not. I like the aggression, but let's focus again on the head of the field. The 51 with Varun Choksy leading, and the number 777 Team WRT machine with Augusto Farfus. We watch that lead continue to dwindle away. 3.337 seconds. Farfus is on an absolute mission. It's one of the storylines we've talked about, as this is continuing to get dicey. The 120, the right machine past the 29, around the outside on Patrick Gallagher. And he's going to try to make the move sick with the crossover. Again, not for position, that right car in 8th overall, but on the point for Random Vandals and Team WRT. That's a fight we've been excited to follow the whole weekend.
Here we have the Turner car losing that position. It's not really for position, is it? As Elliott Skier has come through and put a lap on the Turner BMW. This is the championship scenario. Quite simply, if they finish 2nd or better, they win a GT World Challenge America. That is 2nd of those in their class that are eligible to score points, not one-offs effectively here this weekend. However, if they finish 3rd or worse, and the 11 car scores maximum points, the DXDT car, which right now is in position to score maximum points, is the best placed GT World Challenge America competitor, the title would swing to the Corvette team of DXDT Racing, and that's the position they find themselves in right now. By my math, it's a 7-point advantage for the Corvette, scoring maximum points, and with the Rothberg and Foley car shown right now in the 4th points-paying position, if you will, for GT World Challenge America.
Yeah, and it's going to be a roller coaster day. You're just trying to get through here, get all of the drivers rotated through the race car. You know that Robbie Foley's going to be up on the wheel, as you see Alex Skier making another move there down in the turn 12 brake zone ahead of that car. And it's a nervous time. They know that the Corvette is quick here. They've got excellent drivers. Blake McDonald has done an excellent job to knock out this double stint at the beginning of this race before he turns it over to his regular teammate Matt Bell, and Alec Udell, who's got a ton of seat time aboard one of these Corvettes. He's probably got more seat time than anyone over the last couple of years, running in multiple championships. So they've certainly stacked the deck a little bit. The car got that BOP switch before the race, a little bit lighter. That will really help the car towards the end of these stints, and also improve its lap time a little bit at the same.
Okay. Of note with that car, I think you brought it up there, Cal, was the fact that they're having their bronze do a double stint here. The car they're fighting, the Turner car, Rothberg was in and then out. So strategically, DXDT has stolen a bit of a march on their competitors here in the early stages.
They're in great shape. As Matt Bell said, you're in great shape right now, long way to go. The Turner Motorsports team have been here many, many times before fighting for championships, so they just got to stay the course. Eric Peterson and all of the guys there, Jay O'Connell, Will Turner, have got a ton of experience, just got to talk their drivers through. They knew it was going to be tough. This would have been so much an easier weekend for that group if they hadn't got that contact penalty between Justin Rothberg and Todd Coleman there at Barber late in the going. They'd had a bundle more points, and that would have given them a bit more breathing room. But that's racing as a season. You've got to look at it as a whole, and there's the cars they got to play with today.
Every team would look back at one point of the season or another and say, if this had gone slightly different, look at the way our season would have played out.
It's just when it's the last race, you reflect on it a little bit more.
Of course, no doubt about it. Right now, we're about to see a battle for the lead erupt, I suspect, in the next few laps. Varun Choksi has had a solid stint here, but up against the BMW factory driver, Augusto Farfus, it does seem like it's only a matter of time until the 777 has arrived on the scene. First things first, he's got to get by a really quick Aaron Telitz in the Archangel Motorsports McLaren, and that might be the best news of all for Varun Choksi, that he does have a little bit of a buffer in terms of lap traffic.
Was that a little bit of a slide? It's kind of funny camera angle. We just caught him coming through turn 12. It almost looked like Varun Choksi was sliding that BMW through turn 12 exit there, so I just wonder if they peaked the tire pressures a little bit, maybe pushed a little bit too hard too soon. His lap times were super impressive there in the early parts of the stage, so certainly has dropped off the pace a little bit, so maybe they make some adjustments moving forward, whether he'll do a double or they get Bill Oberlin in there for the next one. I'm not quite sure, but still a really good run for Choksi. He'll be pleased with that, but I'm looking at the pace in that Mercedes there. We talked about Farfus's charge up to Choksi. Callender stayed with him. He's only a second back, and I think when you think about some of the drivers who are going to get on board with that car later in the going, it could be a real shootout here at the end of the day.
Yeah, it looks really well positioned at this point. Let's talk Intercontinental GT Challenge points. There are two drivers that have a chance to take the title, the overall driver's title this year. Raffaele Marciello is one, Kelvin van der Linde is the other, and right now, by virtue of the fact that the 777 car is running in better position, it would be enough for Marciello to take home the title, but all of that is very provisional with over 6 hours left.
It is. And with that 46 car, that car's been running really quick. I've really been trying to pay attention because I don't know much about Valentino Rossi and what he can do in a race car. I've seen results, obviously, but looking at the data, his fastest lap was only 0.05 of a second off the fastest lap of the day. That is a really great double stint here that Vale's putting together.
I want to go back to a point you were making just a few moments ago, Calvin, about the 888 with Tom Callender, as we ride on board with Valentino Rossi, who's just a little bit further back in fourth, and there's our overall leader in Varun Choksi with Farfus behind. If Farfus, and it looks like it's a when, not an if at this point, catches Choksi and they battle for the lead, Tom is in an ideal position, just a couple seconds back to try to pick up the scraps. But so too is Valentino Rossi, who's really not all that much further behind in fourth. Getting a BMW 1, 2, 3 up front, I think, would be ideal. There's one Mercedes in the mix right as well, but we've seen both German manufacturers be incredibly quick. But Vale, early on, has really, really impressed. I think it's been fun to watch some of the work he's done, race-winning work in GT World Challenge Europe. Still hunting that elusive first IGTC win, but he's been impressive so far today at the Brickyard.
And just the decision making also, we saw him come in deep into that brake zone to turn 1 about 30 minutes ago and elect to tuck up behind that turn 1 apex and then give up the positions immediately. So totally on top of his game. You see that with some of the top drivers like a Max Verstappen, who can have that bandwidth where they're driving the car totally on the limit but can take in all of this other information and decipher it and make the right decisions, not just in terms of a moment or a pass on the racetrack. So I like what I'm seeing here. It's really impressive to see where he's come from and what he's doing currently in his four-wheel driving career.
His focus this year has been on the World Endurance Championship, but we have seen him in Intercontinental. He raced at Bathurst, finished second at Bathurst, in fact, with Team WRT. A top 10 finish at the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. Now rejoining them here for a chance at glory at Indianapolis. It would be his second win at the Speedway if he could finish it off, having won on two wheels before. But as I mentioned to Jonathan in the pre-race, the MotoGP guys ran this track in the other direction. So this is quite backwards as far as his experience at the track is concerned. I'm not sure any of the two-wheel experience really makes much of a difference anyway, but certainly not if you're not even going the same way around the track.
I don't know that anyone would be able to say, well, I've won on the IMS road course both directions. I think that'd be pretty unique. I don't know off the top of my head if he would be the only one, but
I don't think so.
I don't think anyone would have had that. But either way, Varun Choksi continues to lead the way. Let's take a look at how this race has unfolded so far, Ryan. It was Linde and Raffaele who led from the pole. We saw Arova signage that stayed aboard that Ferrari for quite some time. Some hip and shoulder action for Turner Motorsport BMW as they were making their way through traffic, and Herbert's not willing to let this one go. We've seen battles all up and down the order from start to finish so far.
I certainly have. It's been really competitive. That was early in the going. Justin Rothberg slipping back a little bit in the early stages. Hodenius was commanding at the front of the field early on in the race, but this moment here proved to be a crucial one. A penalty for that contact really set them back. Lynn trying to atone for it. Absolutely sideways there, fighting at the time with Philip Eng, who now has that car in the hands of Varun Choksi in the lead of the race. Mauro Engel started for Group M. It's now Tom Callender who has that car in a strong third place at the moment. The Pro-Am class has been dominated so far, or it was in the early stages, by Wright Motorsports, and Antares Au currently in the car, started by Patrick Niederhauser. Had some good battles, though, over the last few minutes. Mikhail Stevens with a championship in mind, dodging some danger there, but emerged to fight another day. That was a look back on roughly the first 2 hours of this race, guys. We'll start with you, Cal. What stands out to you?
I just think how competitive a lot of these cars are in terms of their fastest laps. I think everyone's just trying. It's like a basketball game. You just want to be around for the fourth quarter. That would be the final 2 hours in this 8-hour race. And I thought it was going to be between Mercedes and BMW, but suddenly you look at those lap times for Elliott Skier, showcases to me that Porsche's got some speed. I'm not saying like Lauren Heinrich has a ton more speed over Elliott Skier, but it just means that he can be in the fight and in the battle at the end of the day as well.
I think for me, one of the things that stands out is some of the impressive pace we've seen from the non-professional drivers, or the guys that without gold and silver rankings. Jeff Burton among them stands out, starting dead last and brought that car all the way up, I think, into 17th. Dan Arrow now sits 15th, continuing to hunt down Darren Turner in the Aston Martin. Up at the front of the field, though, Valentino Rossi has really, really impressed me. Hard to call him anything but professional, though, in the number 46, but they sit 4th overall. Team WRT is always impressive, but Vale has had a great couple opening hours.
That's Jonathan Grace, Calvin Fish, and myself, Ryan Marine, in the booth. It's Amanda Busick in the pits. We'll be hearing more from DJ Clark in the hours to come. And right now, this race just ticks right along with BMW leading Mercedes, leading BMW leading Mercedes, then more BMW action. BMWs, we've been waiting this week for them to show what they've had. There's been some thought that maybe they were holding some pace in reserve until it really counted in qualifying, and maybe that's what we've seen play out.
Yeah, I think we certainly saw that from Random Vandals with Philip Eng laying down the fastest lap, of course, that went away post-qualifying tech inspection. But yeah, I think all of these manufacturers have got a shout at this today. We also talked about the Ford Mustang in the hands of Eric Powell having tremendous pace as well. So I think the technical team have done a great job in terms of getting that balance of performance in the right spot. Corvette have had that adjustment, and 11 car. I'll be curious to see what sort of lap times they can cut when one of their pros gets on board that car as well. So lots to look forward to here over the next 6 hours. And we're about 10 minutes or so from the second round of pit stops happening, with 65 minutes maximum stint length here.
Shouldn't be too much longer. You're quite right. A couple of cars that have had some setbacks. Mentioned during the highlights the penalty for Hodenius for the contact. He's been able to recover to some degree, but sits a somewhat distant 10th at the moment. Another car that had a setback in the first round of pit stops was the 75 Express Mercedes. It's Will Power driving right now. They had a long pit stop, and that has cost them dearly. They plummeted down to 10th in class, 13th overall. Meantime, fight breaking out here between a couple of stalwart North American Porsche teams. It's RS1 with Alex Sedgwick up against Elliott Skier and Wright Motorsports.
And we see these battle often on track in GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS. We've been curious for what the long run pace of these Porsche 911 GT3Rs is going to be as the 120 and Skier looks to the inside, moves back towards the racing line, a little bit of a squeeze against Sedgwick, who pulls back and is now fighting back, tries the crossover, the 120 in that green right car with that yellow stripe with the yard of bricks on it to the front as we go back to the head of the field. And Varun Choksi leading Augusto Farfus, that lead just over a second now.
But it's stabilized.
Yeah, it has. Really hats off here to Varun Choksi. Three-way battle for the lead right now with the two BMWs, followed by Callender, who's done a really nice job. The 17-year-old aboard that 888 machine. Had that little bobble in turn one where he clipped Farfus as Farfus slid his way through there. But Choksi looked to be in trouble, but towards the end of this stint, he's just trying to hang tough here, see if he can keep the lead before the next round of pit stops. But not essential. Don't do anything silly. Don't make a mistake. Don't overdrive the car if the tires have gone away from you a little bit. Just keep it nice and tight. Let the other boys do their work, or the team may elect to let Varun do a double stint here.
You brought this up, Cal, a few minutes ago, and it's worth reiterating, I think. The fact that, let's look at the 888, for instance, in the 46. They've well, I take that back, that's not right. But certainly the 46 here, they're double stinting their silver. Every pro lineup must have one, and they're getting that drive time taken care of. That positions them really well looking for the future.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And I think for Farfus's car, he's had a great run here, kind of erased, what was it, the 12th second, I think, when he jumped in the car initially, the gap between the 51 and the 77. But their silver driver has to get back in. So that could compromise them a little bit. Admittedly, he had great pace as well.
Another car that's doing that is the RS1 car we were talking about a moment ago with Alex Sedgwick, who's been really good in this double stint. You really don't lose any pace with him when he's behind the wheel, but it is nice to know that you've got Jan Halen and Alessio Picariello to take over that car toward the end, if that's what the team elects to do.
Yep, certainly different strategies, and I think with Turner Motorsports, they had to elect to do a single stint with Rothberg to let Gallagher stem the tide a little bit. It's not that Justin did a bad job, it's just they felt they were losing a little bit too much ground. And one thing that will happen on the next round of pit stops when Justin Rothberg gets in, it's going to be a 5-second longer hold for that car due to his bronze derogation. That's something that's come down, and that car also carries a bit more weight than the others, so that will be a factor for Robbie Foley and company to deal with later in this race.
Which makes it all the more impressive that they carried that car into the pole shootout.
They do, and they actually asked, if we get into the pole shootout, can we take it out? And they said no, because that's the one session of the year where you really just got your pro in who's not a derogated driver. So they've handled it well. I think that they've taken it on the chin in terms of that. It certainly is something that the series has to deal with, because Justin did have a lot of success this year, got that silver rating derogated down to a bronze, and those were the rules coming in. Listen, we can give it to you, but there could be added weight added to the car, which is now about 70 pounds, which is that's a lot of time, guys. That's almost half a second in ultimate lap time when you talk about putting weight on a car like that, and then this 5-second hold, but it'll only happen once in the race here today.
At the root of it is, with the derogation, there's a certain performance expectation that the series, the sanctioning body has. If you outperform it, like you said, the team knew that going in, and they knew there would be some consequences that came of it. And look, like you said, they've taken it with a smile. They've embraced the challenge. They may yet win a championship. Right now, on the outside looking in, but very much in the hunt. As we watch Will Power, that's a cool thing to say, here in his first GT3 start. He did do a 24-hour race at Bathurst about 2 decades ago. But other than that, all of his racing has been done without a roof over his head.
That's a very good point. Driving on board that number 75 Express Mercedes AMGs, we're looking at our Race Vision powered by AWS Circuit Performance graphic here. Good indication of where Porsche is performing compared to these Mercedes AMGs. Sector 1 and 3 belonging to the triple arrows, or the tri-arrow I should say, but Porsche in that second sector looks really, really strong. Not a complicated or super technical second sector, but one where you have a really fast sequence of corners where you have to set up for 7, 8, and 9 in the back end as well.
Yeah, that little rhythm section kind of factors into that, because sector 2 finishes just as you come off turn 10 into the banking again at turn 11. So it seems like they're cutting and carving the corners through there very effectively, but their lap times look good. I think we talk about BMW, Mercedes only battle for the win here tonight. I think there's some other players here today.
Be seeing the first pit stops of this cycle. Antares Au has brought his Wright Motorsports number 10 Porsche into the pit lane. Looking here at the best sector 3 times. Now Dan Arrow, look how close this is. That's unbelievable. Less than a tenth covering the top 5 through that sector.
And how many different manufacturers in there as well. That is impressive. And we've seen it be really, really tight. People try to set up sneaky moves into 12 and 13, getting that run out of 11, even being ambitious into 7, 8, and 9 as it's getting really tight at the front here with Farfus and Choksky.
Yeah, I think Choksky would love to feel that he can handle this and lead the whole stint. Really impressed with him. He's a pretty quiet young man, but does his talking on the racetrack, takes it very seriously. This is all he does. He's a silver-rated driver, but takes it at the professional level in terms of sim work and just really thinking about his racing every single day of the week.
Seeing the M-Class leader pull in as well, that's Eric Powell. And you're right on Varun Choksky. I wonder how many folks are watching him here for the first time in this event and wondering, well, who is he? He's from just outside of Atlanta, Georgia, came up doing some open wheel racing, did Formula Regional Americas. He's raced a little Porsche Carrera Cup the last handful of years and made his GT3 debut last year, finishing 4th in the Pro Championship here for ST Racing. And he's been mentored along the way by Bill Auberlen, which is such a huge asset for any young driver.
Yeah, Bill now 57 years young. Next year he'll celebrate his 30th year with BMW. I'm not sure how many drivers can say that with any manufacturer.
Just remarkable. The career that Bill has put together becomes synonymous with BMW, and it's hard to remember that he really had a career even before BMW too, but it's been so long now that you almost think that's a different Bill Auberlen or something going back a couple decades.
Well, he's still as fit as a fiddle. I mean, just in the gym every day. Whenever I talk to him, he says, I'm in the gym, can I call you later? Things like that. So, yeah, he takes it super seriously. He looks at all of the details. He's very technical and is really a hard grafter. He pushes the team, though. He's not one who'll just sit back and accept things. He'll ask questions. He'll push you, ask you for more. Sometimes that can rub people the wrong way, but that's how he operates. He's just full bore all of the time. And he's been a dynamo in terms of driver changes and how can you gain an extra few tenths. He's looking for that unfair advantage as well as driving the race car really quick. He really hasn't missed a beat, I don't think. I think when the car is right, he is right on his game. And he's been very excited, as we mentioned earlier in the show, about this new engineer that they've drafted in here for the last couple of weekends.
Notice that the pit stops had started and mentioned that Antares Al was the first one to come in, and this might be a setback for that team. Their pit stop was 2 minutes and 8 seconds.
Oh boy.
That was along the lines of what we saw from the 75 Express team in the first pit stop of the race. That cost them a significant amount of track position. And remember, Antares Al is going for the IGTC Independent Cup here this weekend.
Blake McDonald also bringing in the number 11 DXDT Racing Corvette and hopping out after staying aboard for the first 2 stints. A really, really strong first 2 stints for Blake McDonald. I think that was absolutely job done. We've talked about him a little bit as the 34 has gone wide. That was locked in a battle trying to defend for the number 120. Mackay Stevens taking to the runoff. Presumably that would have absolutely given Skier the position and slid the number 34 back. Got back on track and trying to look as it comes through 5 and 6. No problems with the direction changes. We're going to get another look at it here in just a second to see how he took to the runoff. You see the pit stops happening under braking, simple as day. Just went a little bit long, Calvin?
Yeah, just got in the ABS probably. It goes numb on the front end. You feel you're not going to make the corner or run through the grass, damage the splitters. It's like being on a street circuit. You got to make that determination. You're going to make the corner. You're going to end up hitting a concrete wall. Not the same kind of effect, obviously, with the runoff area down there if you get through the grass, but you can certainly tear the race car up. And as I said before, if you do it right and if you ever have Hurst, you don't really lose a lot of ground. When we saw him come back on, he wasn't that far behind the 120 machine. And I think if you go and execute the perfect runoff run, maybe there's a few tenths to be had.
Maybe, but he did not find them. He lost just that position, but also to the RS1 car. Cedric got through on Stevens too. But yeah, if you optimize it, yes, there probably is a little bit of ground to be made up, at least relative to what he lost there. Heart of Racing calling in Darren Turner now.
Yeah, and from 3rd in class as well. We mentioned that Heart of Racing Aston Martin looked racy. Bringing it into the pits from 3rd.
So is it Heart of Racy or what is it now?
Heart of Racy, I think. Well, it certainly has been in the first couple of hours. I think Gray Newell was doing some really good work, and Turner obviously is quick as any of them. Back up front now, Augusto Farfus still continuing to chase Varun Chokski. And Team WRT looking to bring the 777 to the
he's
front.
eating all those
and he's
curves.
going to have a
Farfus goes
look.
for it.
Contact door to door. And Varun is going to have to give way.
Calendar.
But does this open the door for Tom Callender? Group of M now looking to take a bite of the apple. Up to second, but they want the lead, Ryan.
Yeah, Varun there really ate a lot of the curb. He's been doing that on occasion down in turn 7 as well. So he kind of really hit that curb a lot as he was collecting it. Augusto just pounced, but certainly put it all on the line and risked some contact there and making the move. Varun now coming back at Callender.
Boy.
This is really tight. He's got to give it up. He's probably within a lap of coming into the pit lane. Do not damage the race car. There is zero purpose right now in fighting this hard.
Yeah, I am curious who dives to pit lane first, but whoever it is, they want to come in with their fender in front.
This whole group here is right on the verge of needing to come in or risk going beyond the stint length regulations, but it had been such a good stint to that point for Chokshi, but the door was open just a crack, and that's all Augusto Farfus needs.
Yeah, I was actually surprised that he was that forceful, because you could reverse the story there and say, why are you taking the risk knowing you're going to hit pit lane here?
Sure.
But you know, for Augusto, he wants to get in the car and just make up the position, say, I drove it to the lead. And he certainly got that right now. You'd expect him to hang on to it by the time he gets to pit lane.
Team WRT back out in front, defending race winners, two-time defending race winners for that matter. It's taken them a little while, but now asserting themselves thanks to a robust pass for the top position by Augusto Farfus. They feel like they can sneak one more lap in.
Yeah, you could throw a blanket over these three as well. I don't know that this battle is just done yet. You talk about how crucial it is to reel off a good lap time before you take to pit lane. And what a battle this was to get Farfus to the front of the field. Forceful, you mentioned, Kelvin, for the Team WRT driver. Let's go ahead and take a look at just how it happened. And this is the back section of the track. Look at Farfus up on the curves. Notice this Chokshi just got a little bit less drive off the corner, and Farfus just muscled his way in. And look at Tom Callender get involved.
Yeah, you can see there Chokshi really ate up a lot of that curb, and as the car landed, he had to almost wait for it, see what it was going to do. And then as he was like momentarily off the power, Farfus just saw the opportunity. He rolled some speed through the apex and was there. But Chokshi didn't want to give it to him. He tried to close the door. It was a bit too late.
Turner in the pits, caught this pit stop in progress. Don't know that we've seen a driver change. It had been Patrick Gallagher. Sticker Pirelli's going on.
Going back across the wall, but sometimes you can have it as a driver assist, just putting a drinks bottle in. So curious with the strategy here. Do they feel they need to get Robbie Foley in and do a really quick stint to kind of stabilize their position right now, or whether they put Justin back in?
Just stabilize it, but also to get a read on the car. He's the one that's been in it all season. He knows the tire. Gallagher drives a similar car, but not on this tire all year long. And maybe if they're not quite in the window balance-wise, that it could be beneficial also to get Robbie's thoughts on the subject. Meanwhile, top three dive for the pit lane.
And that's where that timing line is, I believe, for the time spent on pit lane with the big orange cone was there. So you come off the racetrack and then slow it down. Callender looked like he inched up on Farfus a little bit there, just taking it a little bit deeper. These are all the nuances that you practice during the free practice sessions. How far can I bring it in there and not exceed that speed limit that is set immediately across that stripe?
And look how busy it's gotten on pit lane is everyone trying to stay within the rules, make the driver changes, get some fresh Pirelli rubber and fuel on board as well, Ryan.
Both WRT cars coming in at the same time. Driver changes underway. Amanda, what can you see from the pit lane?
Yeah, the 46 BMW has made it in after a double stint by Valentino Rossi. Talking to this team, they are so happy and so thrilled with how this opening of this race went for the 46 and for Valentino Rossi. Actually, standing along the pit side here, you can see fans with cameras out wearing those bright green 46 hat to get any photo of Valentino Rossi from that stint. Charles Wirtz, last year's IGTC champion in that BMW, and for the 777, Augusto Farfus out of that BMW. Al Faisal back in.
Thanks for the updates, Amanda, in the busy pit lane. Looks like pretty good pit work. Ooh, interesting. 888, that's close, but there is.
Boy.
If you're on the inside lane, not deemed to be in the fast lane, you have to give the position up, and you can see why. And he's not willing to do it, is he?
Well, he'll give it up at the end. That's really the regulation. Otherwise, he's going to have to do it when he gets on the racetrack. It only needs to be an inch. If that car in the fast lane it's got Farfus's name on there. It'll trigger over to the new driver when he gets to pit exit, but it's not Augusto on board anymore, I don't think. So, but yeah, it was tight. If there's any overlap, you have to give it up.
And of note, looks like the sister car, the 46, is closed in through this pit work as well. Back out on track, and it is indeed Alfaisal Al-Zubair into the 777 once again. Lucas Stoltz now installed for the first time in the AAA, and he's not waiting around. Immediately on it, as you'd expect a Mercedes-AMG factory driver to be. Around the outside, it takes the position away.
And that's the difference when you got a full pro on board. They know the threshold. They're willing to put the car completely on the edge. It's all about feeling the grip and also having the confidence if the car does move on you, you can control it. You've been there a million times before, and you're just going to deal with that situation versus someone who doesn't have that same level of experience. They're definitely going to be more conservative, particularly this early in the race.
A car that lost some ground, albeit just a little, was the 51. It was a 3-second longer stop than the rest of the front runners. It's Bill Auberlen now aboard the car, and Varun Choksi, after a nice stint, turned it over, but not quite as quick in the pit lane that time, and then cost them a little bit of track position. There is perhaps a little bit of loose bodywork on the right-hand side, maybe from that move that we saw Farfus make. That little bit right behind the wheel well on the left-hand side seemed to be flapping a little more than we saw it on the right side.
One thing to keep an eye on as well is look who's looming in the back, that bright green and blue Team WRT 46 BMW. Charles Wirtz has climbed aboard as Amanda was updating us from pit lane. Just 3.6 seconds to back behind Bill Auberlen. A huge benefit in pit lane, and that 46 is right back in contention.
Yeah, they did a great job executing in the pits behind them. It's the 99 from Random Vandals Racing, and that is Noblesville, Indiana's own Connor Daly getting his first stint. How about that? Smiles all around from the doctor. He loved that stint here at Indianapolis.
Yeah, that was impressive. I mean, that was amazing. Just to see someone change disciplines and be right on pace with all of the pros. Hats off to that guy, just incredible. I think he's 46 years old for number 46. If my stats are correct.
You say it with such confidence, I'm not going to question you. We'll just roll with it. And it would be so fitting, why not? He's seeking to be the only driver to win in top-level competition, probably at any competition on both 2 wheels and 4 wheels here at the Speedway. And right now, he can sit and watch with the rest of us, and he's got a great teammate to turn it over here. Charles Wirtz has emerged as a really strong GT talent over the last couple of seasons, and won, of course, the Intercontinental GT Challenge overall driver's title right here 1 year ago.
Yeah, we know how quick he is. I suspect even with Bill Auberlen in the car, and Bill is one of the best in the business, the winningest BMW driver ever. With Charles Wirtz behind him, I think this is going to be a really fun battle to watch. We've talked about Team WRT and Random Vandals Racing, and watching those two titans, Random Vandals, who've become a stalwart and a staple in SRO America competition, and the global might of Team WRT fighting here on U.S. soil. It's a Vandals in the middle of a Team WRT sandwich at the moment with Al-Zubair, 2 seconds back from Luca Stoltz. Luca has jumped to the head of the field, but is not entirely left away, maybe as quickly as we would have thought. Al-Zubair had a great opening stint in the 777, and hanging with now just over 2 seconds from Luca Stoltz.
Seen some shuffles as well in the Pro-Am ranks. It's now Dustin Blattner who leads that class, sitting in 10th overall, just ahead of Alec Udell, who's in with DXDT Racing. The 46 car, though, as mentioned, sits in 4th. Charles Wirtz is driving now, which means Valentino Rossi is with Amanda.
What an incredible open stint for the doctor. I don't even have to tell you, before you even made it here, your team was so happy with how you performed here today at Indianapolis. How will you reflect on your work today?
I enjoy a lot. It was a great race. Unfortunately, my start was not fantastic because this year I don't start a lot, so I lose some position. And the first stint was difficult because of a lot of battle. But we decided to continue for the second stint. And in the second stint, when we put the new tires and I have the free air, was a lot better, and my pace was good. So I enjoy a lot. And at the end, for sure, the last 10 laps was a bit difficult. But I think that we did a good job, and we are there. We can fight.
If you would like, we also have an Italian audience today, if you would like to tell them about your stint in Italian.
Sì, ci stanno seguendo anche dall'Italia, è stato bello perché non sono partito benissimo, perché quest'anno ho fatto poche partenze, quindi ho perso qualche posizione e poi il primo stint è stato difficile perché c'era molta bagarre, però abbiamo deciso di continuare e nel secondo stint invece con le gomme nuove sono andato molto meglio, sono riuscito a tenere un bel passo, mi sono divertito e siamo lì vicino, quindi possiamo lottare per le posizioni davanti. Ciao a tutti.
And one more thing, it's no secret that you have fans across the world, including right here today in Indianapolis. What's it like for you to see it?
It's great. It's always great, the support that I have here in Indy, and it's a great pleasure to come back in this track after 10 years.
Thank you.
Well, one of the all-time greats, full stop, in global motorsports. And a reminder as well just how international this sport is. Speaking to our Italian audience, we have a bespoke Italian broadcast for this event following the exploits of the national hero. And he certainly did not disappoint, did he, in the opening couple of hours. Right now, Lucas Stoltz is starting to pour in some really quick lap times. Just did the race's best lap the last time around. That's allowed him to build a gap of nearly 3 seconds over Al-Faisal Al-Zubair. Bill Auberland getting stuck in as well, trying to chase him down. And then it's Charles Hertz just behind. Connor Daly sits in 5th. With 5 hours, 41 minutes still to go here at Indianapolis. Lots of eyes, of course, on the 29 car here. Turner Motorsport, 16th overall. It is Robbie Foley who got in, so they've cycled through all of their cars. And Robbie in a 3-wide moment here. Oh, this is hard in your mouth stuff when you're thinking about the championship, but he pulled it off, Jonathan.
Yeah, it's been kind of the story of Turner's race, being involved in a lot of different battles. I see something on the right fender sticking up just a little bit in front of the wing mirror. Let's see if we can get a look at it as it goes by. I may have laid itself. No, it's still there. It may be just one of the louvers that's detached. I don't think that's going to have any huge effect, but they have been banging doors and banging wheels, making their way through traffic, fighting for position, and it's a hairy stuff when, as you said, Ryan, the championship is the overall goal today. More than anything, you want to leave getting the awards and the championship accolades tomorrow night at the banquet, and that's going to be front of mind for everybody in the 29 lineup, but it's been a busy race for them. It's been a contact-filled race, although the car looks pretty clean. They've done a really good job at keeping the nose clean. If all they lose at the end of 8 hours is one of the louvers, I think they're going to be pretty darn happy with that.
They should be still in the mix if that's the case, but right now a lot of work to do to try and get that points lead back, because as they run, the Pro-Am Championship would swap hands in GT World Challenge America. Right now, Alec Udell for DXDT Racing, 2nd in the Pro-Am class, but 1st among GT World Challenge America drivers that is eligible, or entries that are eligible to score points. Alec himself is the 3rd driver in the lineup, but he's doing what needs to be done to help his 2 teammates, the full season drivers, perhaps steal the title away.
And I think a crucial thing, too, when you talk about the battle with the 11 is that Alec Udell for DXDT is running in clean air. He's got a pretty significant gap in front of him, 9.2 seconds down to Blattner, who leads as we look on with the 24 chasing for that 14th position. What a climb through the order it's been for the number 91, who finished in the top 10 overall last year and starting to knock on the doorstep of the top 10, 14th, but Heart of Racing, and that Aston Martin has looked racy. It was started off for the regulator with a good stint. Jeff Burton, who is now back aboard. He's got his hands full. What another test for Burton after a really good opening hour of the race.
Yeah, this is a big moment here for Jeff. He needs to keep it neat and tidy, finish up his drive time, and I wonder if they might take a GMG-esque approach, and when his drive time is successfully accomplished and they're in a window where pitting would not add an additional pit stop, maybe you bail and you put a combination of Philip Ellis and Dan Arrow in that car to go the distance. We'll see what they elect to do. But that said, Jeff's actually been pretty stout right now in a good scrap with Gray Newell, who's put together a strong season. His first full season of GT3 racing is this year here in 2025, paired with Darren Turner for the year, and Zachary Robichon joins them for this particular race. Those guys right now in a good battle and about to be joined by the Turner BMW.
Joined very, very quickly, it has to be said, by Robbie Foley, who's now looking to the inside, potentially to make a move on Gray Newell. Tucks the nose of that BMW back in. We'll have to try to set something up. Let's see if he's creative into 12, 13, and 14. We've seen a couple drivers try to pull the sneak attack before turn 14. You can see the BMW trying to set the move up early already on the Aston Martin. It's allowed Burton, with Newell going defensive, to get a little bit of breathing room. To the inside goes the number 29, and Turner is going to make the move on Gray Newell, setting up as they're hard on the brakes into 12, trying to set up the back section of this track. Jeff Burton still at the point in this battle, but a wider line for Robbie Foley, who's got all eyes on trying to make the move into turn 1, dips the nose. I don't think he's going to wait for turn 1, Ryan. He slips back into the slipstream, but for a moment there, he was looking maybe to the outside of 14.
I thought about it, or maybe it was about setting up the run onto the front straightaway. If it was, it didn't quite work. Didn't get the jump he was looking for, and he has to follow in Jeff Burton's tire tracks, at least for the moment. Robbie Foley needs to make quick work of this group, though, because these other two cars he's fighting with right now, they're burning their bronze drive time, whereas Turner will still have a little more bronze time to burn before it's all said and done.
Look at the line variation as well, as the number 29 Turner Motorsports trying to explore the grip as they head into the high speed 5 and 6. It's going to be a battle down into turn 7, and look how close Foley is to the outside. And this is a tough one, a tricky one. We've seen cars bang doors all weekend long, but he's going to make the move and just mosey back towards the middle of the track to complete the move on Burton.
But just behind him, it's Robert Rinauer. This is also for position, passing Gray Newell. So 6th and 7th now changing hands in the Pro-Am class. This is all down 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th in the overall order. And sitting just behind is now Maxime Martin, the Belgian, for Lone Star Racing. That's the 9th overall race car at the moment, but catching some out-of-class traffic that he's going to have to contend with that are battling amongst themselves and not really willing to make way.
No, and it can be so frustrating, as Maxime Martin, I'm sure we'll find out in just a second. We know how blisteringly quick he's been in the number 80 Lone Star Racing Mercedes AMG, but look at the gap that Foley has already started to pull. This is ideal for the 29, completely uncontested down the main straightaway, with Jeff Burton having to contend with the Herbert Motorsport Porsche behind, Robert Rinauer to the inside, and Jeff's going to let him go, and Gray Newell just behind.
Both Rinauer brothers present here at Indianapolis. Brother Alfred also in one of the cars from the Herbert team. That is the family business of the Rinauers. Done a lot of long-distance racing around the world, including at Le Mans, a lot in the Middle East in recent years. It's a really stout team. They know their business. When it comes to prepping a GT3 Porsche, few in the world do it better than they do. Here comes Maxime Martin now, carving to the inside, and Gray Newell sees that coming. Make sure he leaves plenty of room. He knows that's not his battle. Gray Newell is more concerned about that other group of cars he had been fighting with, but has lost a bit of ground here as those battles have unfolded.
Yeah, we've talked about, and Kelvin was talking about it, some of the tire troubles and just setup things that the Harder Racing team has had to deal with that Aston Martin. I wonder if that is coming into play here for Newell. He's looked very, very racy. We've talked about it, but speaking of racy, as we go back to the front of the field, we talked about Charles Wirtz. He has well and truly reeled in Bill Oberlin. It's going to be a BMW fight here as the 51 tries to defend from last year's IGTC champion.
The new generation of BMW. Charles Wirtz up against the established veteran in Bill Oberlin. And I mean, when I say that, I mean it. Charles was named to BMW's Team Gen 2K for drivers born in or after the year 2000. He was born in 2001. Bill Oberlin a lot before that, let's put it that way. But he brings a whole lifetime of experiences to this battle. I wonder if these two have scrapped before at any of these races. I'm not sure that they have. So this could be a really interesting, I don't want to say changing of the guard. No one's ushering Bill Oberlin out the door, but an interesting moment when you compare the up-and-coming newcomers in the BMW ranks against the established stars.
I hope we never lose Bill Oberlin. He doesn't seem, regardless of how young or old he is, he doesn't lose any pace. I think this is a great example of it. What I like to see here is the line variation. Charles Wirtz is exploring the grip, and he's exploring the outside to try to set this up as they make the run into 5 and 6. This is all about making that run onto Holman Kelvin Boulevard. You get a good exit out of 6. He is glued to the back of that Random Vandals number 51. What does the 46 have? Is he going to look to the inside? I think he is. Staying tentatively, though. Still the option to tuck back in. Is he going to dive under braking? No, he tucks back in.
Bill super late on the brakes. He was really confident, knew there was going to be enough stopping power when he asked for it at the end of the straightaway, to the point where he never felt like he had to defend the inside line. You pointed this out earlier. I mentioned the driver comparison, but it's also an upstart team in Random Vandals up against the established team. I say that. It's really only been a few years since WRT made the switch to BMW, but already it feels like it's part of the fabric of the brand, and it's fun to watch these two going back and forth here all throughout the weekend and now in the race itself, trying to see who is going to reign supreme among the BMW teams this weekend at Indianapolis.
Yeah, I could watch this battle all day. We've talked about it ad nauseum, and I'm not going to shut up about it just yet because it's been so exciting. The local regional team in Random Vandals and the incredible operation and really the mighty operation they run. I think of how many cars they run on an SRO weekend between GT4 and GT3 and title success and title contending success and just about everything they run with Team WRT, who knows how to win championships, knows how to win races just about anywhere they land in the world. But Bill Oberlin, for the time being, still holding third position, but he's only 3/10 to the good over Charles Wirtz, is trying to make another run down into 7.
Connor Daly in the sister Random Vandals BMW. You can see him just in the background there. Might have just lost a spot. No, that was a different Porsche that was in front of him, so he's working some lap traffic. He'd love to clear that and maybe insert himself into this battle before it's all said and done. As expected, Bill Oberlin not about to roll over here when the pressure starts to mount. Charles Wirtz is going to have to work to get by the veteran of North American sports car racing, Bill Oberlin, who's seen and done just about everything there is to do in the sport.
Look how close it is as they go into Sector 3. Wirtz is going to dive to the inside. And they don't make contact, but he does dip that rear left tire into the dirt, tucks back in. It's all about the run down to turn 1 now. And part of the reason I love this battle, they may not have tussled on track before, I'm not sure, but there's no way Charles Wirtz didn't grow up watching Bill Oberlin win races in BMWs, and how exciting now to see them battle it out on track. I think he's a little bit closer this time, Ryan. He is going to dive to the inside of turn 1, leaving each other plenty of room, and Charles Wirtz is going to take over that podium position, or is he? He goes a little bit long into under braking. Bill Oberlin, ever the veteran, moving back to the 51 into that third position. Charles Wirtz is going to have to try again.
Bill's seen that move a time or two.
Once or twice.
In his career. He played that beautifully, allowed the 46 to come past, and then crossed him over to take that spot right back. But it does feel like at this stage in the race, at least, there's a little bit more pace perhaps in the 46 than in the 51. This is the fight for third and fourth. Final step of the podium with still 5.5 hours left to run in this year's Indianapolis 8-hour powered by AWS.
Yeah, to your point, Ryan, that Bill has probably seen that move before. How cool, calm, and collected does he look aboard that number 51? Charles is being creative and honestly very respectful. I tip the cap to both of them. This is the type of racing you want to see in an endurance race in the Indy 8-hour. This is what they would have talked about in the drivers' meeting, and we're seeing it here on track.
Weather has been a topic of discussion, even going back to the pre-race show. There is a report that there could be rain in the area, maybe even within the next hour or so. Keep our eyes on the skies. I'm sure Amanda and eventually DJ down in the pits also will be keeping us informed as the conditions change. Some clouds, though, certainly have rolled in from the time festivities began earlier this morning. The temperature hovering about the same range, but the wind has picked up as well, so conditions definitely starting to evolve slightly. The thought initially was that the rain might not arrive until the final few hours, but it's a bit of a mystery, and we will roll with the punches here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Race Vision powered by AWS, giving you the circuit performance. Porsche, BMW, Mercedes, all represented with the best times in the 3 different sectors around the track.
Interesting, Ryan, that early on in the race, when we looked at the same graphic, it was Porsche who was quickest in Sector 2. It's now BMW. I wonder if that's a result of this battle and the pretty incredible pace from Charles Wirtz here in the number 46. The order hasn't changed. Well, it changed slightly for just a moment at turn 1, but it might change again as the 46 is pushing Bill Oberlin around. It's not a long run. Thinks better of it all the way up towards the wall. 2 different lines. Is he going to try the crossover again? Bill Auberlen sliding the 2 to go door to door. The 46 Weirts trying the outside. That's the long way around. Now turns to the inside line for turn 14 as they make the run down to turn 1, getting the move done before the start-finish line.
Charles Weirts late on the brakes, able to make it stick around the outside, and he will pry that position away. But he had to throw something at Bill that Auberlen hadn't seen yet in this race. Threw a bit of a feint, it looked like, up in the entrance to turn 12, and then the move around the outside in 13. Don't see that one every day, but it takes some creativity like that to get by the incredible and ageless Bill Auberlen. Position does change hands, though, and now Weirts sets off in pursuit of the sister car, which runs up the road just about 9 seconds ahead in the hands of Al-Faisal Al-Zubair, who has settled into a nice rhythm, it should be said, after being passed just out of the pits by Lucas Stoltz. Now he's settled into a good rhythm and really is being able to keep Stoltz honest at the front of the field.
Yeah, we started it initially when Luca made his way to the front of the field pretty immediately out of the pits, as you said. It started to open up a gap that's stabilized a little bit, 3.7 seconds now. I'm curious if Al-Zubair, especially with some of the impending pressure from Weirts, that we might see. It'll take a little bit of time to close down that 12-second gap, I should say, but we may see it before some time here.
Lap traffic up ahead. That's the 19th place car, George Kurtz, making his return. Haven't seen him racing in GT World Challenge America since the season opener at Sonoma. That was always part of the plan, but did run the GT3 Mercedes at the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa over the summer. No surprise, Mr. CrowdStrike there on hand. George doing a nice job getting through what figures to be his second and final stint. Right now he has Weirts challenging to the outside, now trying to cross over once again to make the pass here on the Mercedes-Benz, and does get the job done. Before long, though, we might have a battle brewing in the Pro-Am ranks with Alec Udell slowly but surely chipping away at Dustin Blattner. So let's keep an eye on that right now. Just a couple of seconds separate those two.
We know we talked about it a little while ago that Alec Udell had plenty of clean air. He's actually running himself out of clean air because he's closed it to 2.2 seconds, but that's exactly what he wanted to do. That Blattner company, Herbert Porsche, and Alec Udell in that DXDT machine. There it is in that brilliant striking livery. Hard to miss that thing on track, isn't it, Ryan?
Yeah, exactly. I love it. You know exactly what car you're looking at a glance. DXDT. It's an engineering joke, I'm told. It's basically the mathematical formula for velocity or something to that effect. My father's an engineer. He promises me this is true. I'm taking it on faith. So, Bruce, don't let me down. Here he comes, Alec Udell to the inside of the Burton Lumber Regulator Racing Mercedes, putting another lap on that machine. It is Jeff Burton currently doing the driving, shown back in 17th, as mentioned. But Udell, now that he's clear of that traffic, shouldn't be too much longer. And Dustin Blattner, there it is, that blue Porsche. He's inching a little bit closer. Down Holman Boulevard they come. Porsche versus Corvette. Into the brake zone, Blattner. Nice and smooth. American driver, but does not have much racing experience in the States. We've seen him in a number of big races overseas in recent years. Picked up a bronze championship in GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup and Sprint Cup, and as you would expect, also took the overall crown here this season. It's been a good year for him, and he's got good help as well in the hands of one of the Rinauer brothers and Dennis Marshall.
Yeah, having a strong run here today, obviously, as you mentioned, leading that Pro-Am class. Certainly the DXDT Corvette has given chase there. Alec Udell, a ton of experience behind the wheel of these Corvettes now. Turn to motorsport, I'm not sure if you mentioned this already, as I was at the booth for 10 minutes there with Robbie Foley on board, to kind of stem the tide here a little bit, and his fast lap at 24.6 is kind of within range of what we're seeing from the leaders. So seems like they got pace in that race car today. They're just rotating through their drivers, essentially single stints each for Justin Rothberg, Patrick Gallagher, now Robbie on board.
No, I hadn't mentioned that yet. That's a really good point that you make there. Settling in. Fourth in that class, but still need to see Rothberg aboard one more time. Is there some thought, though, into having all three of your drivers cycle through? Everybody sees the car, sees the track once before, rather than having a double stint or something like that to start the race off?
I think there can be. I mean, I think the thing for all of the teams right now, this weather looks like it could happen, Ryan, as close as like an hour out. So if all of the drivers are comfortable in the rain, not a big deal. But if you got someone who doesn't really like those conditions, and everyone essentially has to do a double stint, the way the math works with 3 hours, 15 minutes maximum drive time per driver. So each driver has to do a minimum of an hour and a half. But if you're not going to pit early, that means a double stint. So that will factor in as well, as if that weather is for real, and the teams will be looking at the skies and looking at the radar.
It's a big question mark, isn't it, for the rain? We haven't seen that all week, so don't really know who's going to be strong and who might slip back. That's one of the big unknowns and variables certainly hanging over this race.
Yeah, we also mentioned the fact that some of the teams may have elected, knowing that rain was likely to soften up the setup and the race car, make it a little bit more compliant when the grip level is obviously lower, and that suspension to roll and work the tire a little bit more, generate some heat. It's not just, if it depends on the amount of rain, but it's not so much just dispersing the water with the rain tire, but also you got to keep those fired up as well if you're in the wet conditions, so that can certainly help that. But lots to play out here. Certainly championship seems to be heading in a certain direction with the classes right now, but a long, long way to go.
So much still can change, including perhaps the lead in Pro-Am. Dustin Blattner now has been caught. Here's Alec Udell. This has been several laps in the making. Alec has been chipping away. Great resource to be able to call it off the bench. He's been driving with the team in another series all year, and then of course did the majority of the year here a year ago and very nearly won a championship.
Yeah, and he's just one of those drivers who's always impressed, super professional, really nice young man, great family, and they've supported him a long ways down the road, but now he's getting these opportunities at a more professional level, and he's grasped with both hands with Riley Motorsports and other groups obviously running this Chevy Corvette platform. And now he's putting the pressure on there deep into the brake zone, tucks it back around. The real key is just being patient, picking the right place at the right time. Don't put yourself at any risk right now. We talked about that earlier in terms of an 8-hour race. How hard do you push? And it's really, you're going to run pretty much flat out in terms of the pace, because these cars are now built for it. You don't have to baby them anymore, but it's really that risk versus reward in terms of decision making behind the wheel.
And entering the equation now is the bright orange 75 Express Mercedes. Now Chaz Mostert doing the driving.
Brandon does not want to give up that lead,
No.
and he just made that easy there. Just got way too shallow on the entry there to turn 7, had no exit speed, and that was easy pickings for Alec, and Chazzy follows him through.
That was super easy for Chaz, just what he hopes to see. He's trying to get through the rest of the Pro-Am cars. This car was running in better position earlier. If you're just joining us, they had a slow first pit stop that dropped them outside of the top 10 overall. But Kenny Hobbull, Will Power, and now Chaz Mostert, all three drivers have been in the car, and it's been fast. They're just slowly but surely working their way back into this, but we've yet to have anything that would bunch the field back up to this point, so they're having to do this the hard way.
Yeah, and obviously we haven't seen much caution here today, so that makes it even harder. You can't work the strategy, or some of those big gaps suddenly minimized by running and compressing the field behind a safety car. So you got to go to work and just chip away at it. Just try and execute the perfect stint. Hope that your pit crew get the job done on pit lane. It's nothing more frustrating than a driver where you've been fighting for every 100th, every 10th, looking at your lap times, looking at your sector times, building a lap, and you come into pit lane and suddenly something goes awry and you lose 10, 12 seconds. That is super, super frustrating, but it's part of the game.
Yeah, just a reminder of what a team sport this is. The drivers have a lot in their hands and in their control, but in those precious minutes spent in the pit lane, one little miscue could be the difference between victory and defeat. Mostert now nipping at the heels of Alec Udell, and that's just a cool sentence to say. I mean, that's one of the great things about this event. You get top-level drivers and riders from all forms of motorsport all coming together that probably have never raced together before, may never race together again, but they come here because Indianapolis is special, and this is a unique chance to ply your trade at one of the great venues in the sport.
But particularly when you have an all-star field, imagine hearing on the radio it's Rossi in front of you. It's real power on your tail right now at Indianapolis. On top of that, I mean, these are special moments in a driver's career, whether you're a top pro or certainly one of the youngsters who are trying to break through in this sport.
Now, right now, not sure that Alec Udell is in that category anymore. He's really established himself over the last few years and seems to have a home with DXDT. He's been able to repay them handsomely for the faith they've put in him.
I'm sure it's still a pinch me moment, though, for Alec even.
There were several years it looked like his career was off in the wilderness, and he's had a few patrons along the way that have helped him out. Preston Calvert's name comes to mind. There have been a few others, too. Of course, David Askew at DXDT most recently. And every time he gets the chance, he impresses.
Yeah, and I think that's the key. When you do get that opportunity, be ready. Be ready to step up, be fit, have the right approach, do the right preparation. And he very quickly showcased when he's running alongside a Corvette factory driver like Tommy Milner that he's the real deal. And he's got all of the tools. He just needed the opportunity. And now you build on that. It's like Kenton Cook, how his progress has happened here. He saw a little wiggle there by Al Zubair. They're getting into the turn 13 apex.
And that's getting interesting again at the front of the field. Lucas Stoltz got the jump coming right out of the pits and got the lead around El Zubair and extended the lead up over 3 seconds. But now 2.7 seconds is the difference.
Amazing. I mean, I don't know much about Al Zubair, but he's certainly impressed me here today with his pace, both in the opening stanza and now he's back behind the wheel. Really impressive stuff.
Well, he won the 24 Hours of Dubai in the top class over the winter. Did that driving with WRT and teamed with some big-time names as well. Dan Harper, Max Hesse, Darren Leung, British GT and World Endurance fame, and Ben Tuck. That's a really stout lineup. And he's also run at the front in GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup. Finished second in the gold class last year. Won his class at the 24 Hours of Spa as well last year. So he's been there. He's done that. Also has an Asian Le Mans runner-up result to the name.
Won some Porsche GT3 Cup in the Middle East,
exactly.
I think, back a few years ago. Started in single-seaters with Formula 4 and Formula 3 way back, so still only 27 years old, so it's not like he's a veteran by any stretch, but just been super impressed with him today.
Totally. He's been on it. Just a little bit slow to get on to the speed right out of the pits, but look,
that's okay.
Few are as quick to get on the pace as Lucas Stoltz.
Yeah, that's okay. I don't have an issue with that. I mean, if it's the last couple of hours and you're thrown in there, you got to make it happen. But in the first 2 or 3 hours, don't risk it. That's where you can really make a big mistake on relatively cold tires.
Exactly. You got to think big picture. And he's done that to this point. Now matching Lucas Stoltz lap for lap. Beards, since getting around Bill Auberlin, what a battle that was. Holding steady, more or less, 12.5 seconds back of the lead pair. Connor Daly, another 5 seconds behind Bill. And his 5th place right now. Connor's got to be loving this, to be running in contention at his home track. I loved the track preview that you guys got to do together for our pre-race show. It was really good insight for Connor, and his passion for racing, and specifically for racing here, really came through.
It does. I mean, you follow the IndyCar Championship a lot more than I do by commentating on it, of course, but he seems to still be on the fringes. You know, I mean, he just can't quite break through and get that consistent, you know, full season ride without any debate during the off season. He's fighting once again as his team has gone in a different direction for next year, and that's got to be super frustrating to him. And talking to him, he's really enjoyed. He's known Paul Sparta for a long time. Paul has supported his career throughout, and you know, he enjoys the GT3 racing. He said last year's car, he said it wasn't a great fit for me. But he said, I got back into this machine with the Evo kit, and certainly the team has progressed as well with their setups. And he said, I can drive this race car. I can really feel it. And that's a great feeling to have coming into a big race.
Isn't that interesting what a difference that Evo update can make? And also a team's extra year of experience. We forget, perhaps, that Random Vandals was only in their 3rd GT3 weekend when they came to this event 1 year ago. They were still very new to the game. Lucas Stoltz setting a blistering pace up front. He just put a lap on Dustin Blattner, which means there are only 11 cars left on the lead lap, and importantly, only one in the Pro-Am class. And if, for whatever reason, a safety car should come out, wow, it is that way, that would be a massive advantage for DXDT. Now, there are ways of putting class cars back on the same lap, but nevertheless, it's a good position to find yourself in.
Yeah, that is for sure. They've just had a really solid start to this race. The car looks good, the Corvette. And certainly Blake McDonald did his task really well today by setting up and setting the stage for Alec Udell and Matt Bell eventually to try and bring it home.
Yes, doing exactly what they need to do right now to try and take the Pro-Am Championship in GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS.
Lucas Stoltz here flashing his lights, trying to make an easy path through this traffic. Gap is hovering right around that 3-second mark, 2.8 seconds, but the 777 car is not letting him get away. There we focus on Alec Udell once again. And what a rebound this could be for that team, who really didn't have thoughts of the championship when they started their campaign late last year, but just went on such a tear they suddenly found themselves in with the shot coming into Indy. Didn't go their way last year, but they've learned, they've got a notebook to work from. All of those tracks for the first time last year, so you expected them to be very strong. And certainly 11 cars campaign didn't get off to a solid start at Sonoma and dug a big hole, but since that time they've been monotonous with their pace and results and have really closed the gap here on this 29 machine that we're focused on.
Now you see as they run that the 11 has 241 points. They scored, I think, 1 or 2 of those at Sonoma across 2 races. Everything else has come since then. They're leading the race. That's what they need to do. The trouble for them is that this car now is, while 4th on the road, it is 2nd of the cars that are eligible to score points in GT World Challenge America, and so that is enough for Turner. Exactly.
I tell you, the 91 car is going to play a huge part in this championship. Jeff Burton's done a great job. He's now doing his 2nd stint right now. Dan Arrow is quick. Philip Ellis, we talk about it every week, and he's always a factor, coming off another IMSA championship following up on last year. So they've got some really fast drivers to finish off that stint, and that's going to be a factor. If they should win, that'd be great news for Turner, but what Turner does not want them to do is to gap them from the 11.
Right, that would put them back, in theory, to 3rd, and at that point, a win is enough for DXDT to take the championship. In the pro class, a little more straightforward. Connor DeFilippi and Kenton Cook with a solid lead. They came into the weekend with one. And the 34, despite a good start to the race, has slipped back. Mackay Stevens finds himself in the 8th position right now. Now, there are a few cars that are ahead of them that are also ineligible for North American points, but it's still a problem when you're running behind the car that you're chasing.
I don't see the pace in that car so far today, either from Mick or Mackay right now. I mean, their fast lap is about 3/4 of a second off the top running pace, so unless they've got some magic up their sleeve. But again, we've got the weather to play into this as well here today, so that could be a huge swing.
Bill Oberlin stuck behind some traffic. This is the much delayed Marcelo Hahn. I'm sorry, that's actually Connor Daly in the other end. Vandal's car, who had his nose chopped off. That blue Ferrari was held up earlier. We saw them off track. We saw them with a drive-through penalty. They had the Rova sign hanging off the front of the car, and then they spent a significant amount of time in the pits. Might have even gone back to the garage, but back out on track now and not making it easy on Connor Daly. Look how close. This is closed up all of a sudden.
Really close.
Wow.
Yeah, it's down to just over a second there as Stoltz is dealing with a little bit of traffic, and Al Zubayr, as we said, continuing to impress here.
And to be clear, talking about the battle on the track, not the championship points you're looking at here, although there are implications here too, because it is the 777 that Marciello shares with Al Zubayr that figures to gain a couple of points should he be able to get around Lucas Stoltz.
Yeah, and that will obviously change if they move further up the order. With the 777 lead in the 46 is just the points delta between 2nd and 3rd is a lot smaller than 1st to 2nd. So if both of these BMWs get around the Mercedes, that championship, that live championship would swing back in the way of Marciello.
Al Zubayr to the inside of Gray Newell. Great second stint from the Omani driver. Cost him a little bit of ground relative to the Mercedes. I wonder if traffic helped erase some of that gap and now maybe help provide it back once again for Lucas Stoltz. It was down to 1 second. Let's check the gap at the yard of bricks now. And it's back to 1.2, so it's a net gain, nevertheless, for Team WRT and the BMW.
Yeah, swings and roundabouts with traffic, of course. You can be frustrated by it, but then you got to think, well, maybe the guy who's chasing me down is going to suffer the same fate. But typically, if you're first to get there, you're opening the door, and it makes drivers more aware. Okay, there's the leader. Okay, where's the next car? And they make a little bit of an easier passage for you. So sometimes when you're the trailing car, you can have a bit of an advantage there.
Lucas Stoltz, no stranger to this event. He's been here before, trying to take Mercedes to their second win in the Indy 8 Hour. It's an event that primarily has been dominated by BMW. 3 wins for that brand. Mercedes and Audi also have taken victories in this event.
Luca now 30 years old, 2-time GT World Challenge champion back in 16 and 18. Been a bit of a while since he's last won a big championship, nonetheless, rock solid. Al-Zubayr seems to be a little bit quicker here in the later going of the stint. Probably about 15 to 20 minutes away from making their next round of stops here.
Comes quickly. This race just metronomic at this point, although, again, we do have the threat of rain now within the hour, potentially. That could really turn this race on its head. For now, it's dry. The thing that the rain, in addition to just making it treacherous on track, but the other thing it can do is it can really get you off sequence from a pit stop perspective. Really, you're trying to maximize these stints, get as close to 65 minutes as possible, try and make sure you don't get locked into an extra stop somewhere along the line. And problems here for Mostert to
really deep.
Was off in the grass. But
7.
Back to the point though, if the rain comes at an inopportune time, you might try and risk it for a couple of laps just to get in the window if you possibly can. That's just an extra element of the strategy should weather intervene.
It certainly can. And that's where you got to really be thinking about it, looking at the radar. As Mike Johnson said earlier, you can't always trust it. It's like you can bang, you're looking at it, it's like it should be raining here right now, and as dry as a bone as, he dropped a wheel on the right side there.
Yeah, there's a curb there in the brake zone on the right, but it goes away at a certain point, and it looks like that might have been what caught him out. He was using the curb, then all of a sudden there wasn't a curb there anymore.
Yeah. That'll wake you up a little bit. Probably just took it totally in his stride, like no big deal. I doubt his heart rate even moved, but nonetheless, you got to be paying attention here. It's a relatively safe racetrack. You can make a small mistake and get away with it through the infield. Obviously, those gravel traps will catch you and get you stuck, so you got to be careful of making a big one. But through a lot of the racetrack, you can certainly run the outer edges and escape the boundaries a little bit.
Well, let's put it this way. He's a 2-time Bathurst 1000 winner. Maybe the most scary track on the planet in a supercar, one of the most difficult cars to
not
drive.
Gonna be fazed by this.
Not much here is going to spook him, at least on the road course. That said, I once had a conversation with Scott McLaughlin. He was his rookie Indy 500, and he had just finished his first qualifying run, first 4-lap run. And I asked him, which is more nerve-wracking, 4 laps at Indy versus pole shootout for the Bathurst 1000? He was the track record holder at the time. It may still be on the mountain. And he couldn't pick between the two.
Yeah, Indy has so much tension, and when the cars are totally trimmed out, totally different deal to race day in terms of having a bit more downforce jammed in there. But yeah, you're trimmed out, you're right on the edge. There's just the pressure. 4 perfect laps. You only got to do 1 at Bathurst, right? You got to do 4 here.
Yeah.
Something a little bit different.
It is amazing, though, because on the surface, the 2 feats couldn't be much different. I mean, here it's hold it open, turn left 4 times for 4 consecutive laps versus up and down the mountain. But
at least here the road doesn't disappear on you.
That's true.
That skyline, I've been around that track. I haven't driven it, but was taken for a ride there. It is spectacular. When you see him coming down the hill there, that is wild, wild stuff. Just threading the needle.
Tops on my bucket list for sure, and we know that it will once again be part of the Intercontinental GT Challenge next year.
If you ever want to think about how scary Bathurst is, go on YouTube and pull out Darrell Waltrip goes for a ride with Jason Bright. We were teammates, Darrell and I, in terms of doing a broadcast for Fox there. Lee Diffie and I went over, and Mike Joy and Darrell Waltrip were in the booth, and Darrell went for a ride, and you know, Darrell's got his shtick, right? He kind of plays things up, and he got beside Jason Bright, and it's the funniest commentary you'll ever hear in your life. I was literally wetting my pants watching it afterwards, and we got together that evening back at the hotel, and Darrell said, I was so scared. The screams of hysteria were real. It wasn't just Darrell being Darrell. It was like, he said, I can't believe I put myself in that situation to be so unraveled.
Same thoughts you had when Peter Cunningham was taking you on a hot lap of Road America last year? If you haven't seen that footage,
yeah,
it's not quite
the
same histrionics, but it is good stuff in any event. Yes, I will second your recommendation. Darrell Waltrip, Bathurst, on YouTube. Have fun. Sorry, Darrell. I'm not sure he wants that memory to be relived, but c'est la vie.
It was perfect. I mean, he couldn't have pulled it off any better. To be scared, you'd think you'd be speechless. It's like, the Big Dipper.
It's pretty good. All right. Let's bring it back to Indianapolis here. We've got Lucas Stoltz leading Al Faisal Al Zubair. It's down under a second now. What a stint. I have mentioned this a few times already in the first 3 hours of this race, but this is a race that helps put drivers on the map. We've seen it. Lauren Heinrich stormed to a pole here, his first big race in North America, and really opened some eyes. We've seen it in other instances as well. Maybe this is the Al Faisal Al Zubair coming out party. Maybe it's too late for that, actually. I mean, he's pretty accomplished in fairness, but certainly to a North American audience, this is eye-opening.
It also showcases WRT's strength. They're going for their third straight Indy 8-hour victory. Raffaele Marciello has yet to see any time here today. He's their championship hope in the 777, going up against Kelvin van der Linde, of course, in the 46 car. So those guys yet to see any action, but certainly indications are strong that that car is quick. Farfus took the car from about 12 seconds back to the lead by the end of his opening stint. His teammate here is doing a great job, and you know Marciello is going to be up on the wheel when Lillo gets a chance here later in the race.
Got a question that came in on X, Twitter, as I've known it for most of my life, about what would happen in the event of weather and if there should be a red flag. It's pretty simple from a race distance perspective. The clock just keeps on running. There's no provision to add any time back. The one question I do have for you, Kelvin, is what does that do to the drive time rules in the event of red flags?
I don't think it's adjusted like IMSA. I don't think if there's a percentage of the race that's eaten up with a red flag, and because it's really maximum stint time that's the issue here versus minimum in IMSA, so it's a little bit of a different play. The clock will continue to run, so I don't think that's a huge factor.
Thank you for the question, Grant. It's a good one. Hopefully we don't have to worry about it. That would be ideal.
I think when you have minimum drive times, that's where it's really a frustration. We saw some big results go away in years past. They've adjusted that big time moving forward over on their side of things, but here it's all about maximum stint length. So if the race gets shortened in terms of available drive time, that should play more into that window versus the opposite way.
This might be early in the stint, but it's right on time in the terms of the strategy for regulator racing. Jeff Burton's drive time is done.
Great double, couple of stints, not a double, but 2 single stints there for Jeff. Exactly what they needed. Exactly what they needed. They've got a great team. He and Philip have driven together and had success this year. So 3 wins they had on the year, right?
Yes, correct. Yeah. 2 of them overall.
Yeah.
It has been an awesome year for them and this team. Of course, a lot of that does come down to the strategy that they utilize. Jeff looking a little bit stiff after nearly an hour in the car. But
I love Jeff Burton. He's got such a wonderful personality. He takes it very seriously. He knows his place. You know, he said, you know, I'm not the fastest driver in this field, but I can still win races. He loves Philip Ellis, loves the chemistry. I think as much as he loves Philip Ellis behind the wheel, he enjoys just hanging out with him for the weekend. And that's so much a part of this. I mean, for these don't know what the right term to use, gentlemen racers, businessman racers. They want to come to the weekend and have a good time. They want to drive race cars fast. They want to have success. They want to stand on the podium. They want to win races, but they also want to enjoy the experience. Certainly SRO provides that in terms of the experience in the paddock, but your team, and you know, you're typically going to dinner together 3 or 4 nights of the week and hanging out in the transporter, and I think he's really enjoyed that, and I think for Jeff as well, just having the consistency of running this Mercedes now for multiple seasons. He was the guy who kept jumping around different teams, different platforms. That's hard as an AM driver. Do you know what I mean? It's hard to really get, you know, stay on board with that, and I think consistency is the key. I think also you notice with the midsummer break that we have, making room for the Spa 24-hour race, that can also affect some of these drivers because they don't do a lot of testing, and it's all kind of like getting back in. It takes them a while to warm back up again, but he's done a great job, and again, I think this car is going to have a huge say in this Pro-Am Championship. I keep repeating it, but this is going to be a differentiator here potentially today.
Has that potential, because now it's time for 2 really quick drivers to take it the rest of the way with Ellis and Dan Arrow. I will say, back to Jeff Burton, just to put a bow on that topic, he's had really good co-drivers along the way, and I say this next statement not to disparage them in any way. They are all excellent, very accomplished, but something about Philip Ellis has unlocked the best in Jeff Burton. It's not just Philip's speed, but it's also the way that he's been able to help Jeff through this process.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he just knows what makes one of these Mercedes tick, and he's willing to spend the time. I mean, you can have a great pro driver, but he does not want to spend the time, you know, to mentor the other driver. We just got an alarm come up here that car 91 was underneath the pit stop minimum time.
It's minor. That's the good news. It was a 151.912.
Okay.
So we're talking less than a tenth. That will be multiplied. So it'll be less than a second added to the next pit stop. But on the edge, certainly looking for every little advantage. That's the name of the game.
That can be a setting. Do you know what I mean? It's
Right.
something you want to get it right on the number. So maybe we'll, you know, we don't want to be outside that 2-second mark. We get drive-through penalty. That's a massive mistake. But if you're like working at the final few tenths, fine-tune that. There's some adjustments they can make with some sort. There's a little thing on the dash they can work with to adjust that in terms of when the car's released. And just make sure they're getting it absolutely spot on for the last couple of starts when it's super important.
First of the front runners has just peeled off into the pits.
Kelvin Vanderlyn.
Yes.
We were looking at that.
Sure was. Trying to take home Intercontinental GT Challenge crown to pair with all the championships at GT World Challenge Europe this year. He'd be the first to take an overall title at both if he could pull it off. But here's Bill Oberlin in the car that qualified on pole position, only to lose that position due to a technical infraction, found to be slightly underweight. This looks like a set of scuffs maybe going on.
It does. And I think with the 12-set allocation plus an extra set for the pole shootout, you're probably going to be running tires that did those qualifying segments here yesterday and maybe saving the fresh rubber for later in the race. The other thing to think about is, you know, I wouldn't be too locked into that, particularly if you got some sketchy conditions. Having a scrub set might be better in the later going versus only having brand new tires with still the mold release on them when you get, you know, maybe a drying racetrack. We don't know what the weather's going to do, but there's potential for it to rain and obviously dry out again. If you're suddenly going back to slicks and you only got fresh rubber to work with, think about maybe saving a set of those scrubs. They might not have the ultimate performance, but they might be better off in terms of the warm-up phase.
It's an interesting thought to keep in the back of our minds. On the screen a moment ago, we saw the penalty we anticipated was coming. Less than a tenth of a second for the pit stop under the minimum there for regulator racing. Not a massive setback. Just, perhaps you're right, one of the settings to prevent that from happening in the future. Now Philip Ellis is out though. Let's see what kind of laps is Philip cutting at the moment. Just did a 25.2. It compares favorably to those at the front of the field.
He's dealing with quite a bit of traffic as well, so be curious to get the spotlight on him when he gets clean air. See what we can do with this Mercedes.
His target is one of the front-running pro-class cars, Mackay Stevens. Interesting, we mentioned earlier that the overall leader had lapped up to 11th. I think that's still the case. But even some of these pro cars now are at risk potentially of dropping a lap as things run. Here's Luke Hartog. This team had a slow pit stop the last time. That cost them dearly. They were toward the front in Pro-Am prior to that. Linde Motorsports running a pair of entries. The number 120, 6th overall right now, and Hartog pits from the 12th spot.
As they're on the chomp here a little bit. They're a few laps down at the moment because they're one of the early pitters, so that will change when everyone else hits pit lane, which will happen within the next 5 to 10 minutes. Side by side here, got a heavier race car, more fuel on board, but much fresher tires right now than Mackay Stevens.
It's a nice jump onto the front straightaway, immediately onto the headlight flashers to let Mackay know that he's there. Mackay losing track of that group ahead of him just a bit here over the last few minutes.
11 cars in from the Pro-Am lead. Alec Udell behind the wheel. See if they're electing to get him to do a double, maybe even a triple. That is feasible with a 3 hours, 15 minutes drive time. Time on the rate on the on pit lane does not count. 51 is in. Solid run there for.
But is this a second stop?
Yeah, I was going to say they were just in, weren't they?
They were. This is not scheduled.
This is not great news for that group.
No, we saw them, remember, put the scuff tires on just a few moments ago.
Oh boy.
Didn't see anything about a penalty.
No, I didn't either.
Oh, that's to the garage.
Oh, no.
That's down Gasoline Alley.
That is a major heartbreak for that
Whoa,
group.
problems here. Right Motorsports, that's Adelson with the spin.
Was it the CrowdStrike
entry?
entry?
It was. George Kurtz behind the wheel. Meanwhile, Ellis has passed Stevens. He's now passed Maxime Martin as well. Someone lit a fire under him when he jumped aboard. This is an interesting moment here. I mean, if those cars are unable to continue, the chance of a yellow in the middle of the cycle could upend the apple cart. But it does look like everyone's been able to continue on. Adelson, does he have any damage?
He's feeling the car out right now. Let's take another look at it. Oh, that's that really inviting entry there to turn 10.
This is a team in Wright that came in with one goal and one goal only, and that's to win this race overall. But that might have taken both a literal and figurative hit there. That incident under review, and I suspect if any car is under the microscope, it's that one.
It's a big penalty here, as we said, 68 seconds, transition time down pit lane. That's not the net delta, of course, because other cars on the racetrack have to cover similar distance, admittedly at much higher speed.
And they too were fighting just to stay on the lead lap at the time. It's time to welcome DJ Clark down to the pit lane at Indianapolis. DJ, what information have you tracked down?
Hey, Ryan. Yeah, I'm down here on pit lane taking a look at Wright Motorsport. As obviously you can imagine, there is heavy work being done on the left-hand side of that car, checking it out a little bit, making sure that there's no real damage. To be honest, it doesn't look too bad from where I'm standing. We're going to get a better view there. They're checking out the tires. I think they escaped better for wear. Also, an update on the number 51 Random Vandals racing machine. It is a throttle body issue for that BMW.
That's such a shame. Car had been so quick here, obviously, all weekend long. And just the season for Choxy Noble, and they're really hoping to go out with a high point to finish the year. That is not great news. 6 car. So you just
it's on an out lap,
yeah,
yes.
Okay, that would explain that. Just trying to get the tires up to temp.
That's Scott Dolahite. Looks very tentative, though. I wonder if he feels something like not be secure after the tire change, but now he's starting to pick the pace up. Maybe he just was letting some of the faster cars play through, but that was an interesting moment there for a car going for a championship this weekend in the AM class.
Yeah, they had the upper hand on the Ferrari that they're fighting for this AM championship. Right now, Conor Grunwald leads for AF Corsa aboard the 163 machine, but we've got to wait and see if they got to cycle through the pits as well here.
Don't think we had mentioned the penalty. It has been handed down to the 120. Adam Adelson, drive-through penalty, incident responsibility. That's for the contact with George Kurtz we saw a few moments ago up in turn number 10. Championship as they run. This is a bit misleading because this car is yet to pit in this part of the cycle, but as they run, it would be enough for Jay Schreiben and Oz Negri to supplant Scott Dolehite.
And it's really just if if the 6 car gets around him, that switches it back as whoever. Oh, this is a problem. Look, the 11's problem on pit lane.
Wow, massive development in the Pro-Am Championship here from the lead of the race in class, now being pushed the wrong way down the pit lane in Indianapolis. Problems for DXDT Racing. We'll dispatch DJ to get some information as soon as possible, but this is a gift for Turner Motorsport. They've not had the pace here today, but stand to jump back as they run to the provisional points lead that they enter the weekend with.
Yeah, still a long ways to go. Let's not forget there's many hours left on the board here, Ryan. If they can get that car back to pit lane, get it fixed, get it back out there, you can't assume that Turner's going to get through 8 hours without any sort of technical issues either, particularly with rain coming. So a lot still to play out, but certainly has switched big time to these now being big time favorites.
One major change though from last year is for GT World Challenge America, as long as you start the race, you get points, as long as you finish inside the top 10. Whereas last year, you had to make it past the halfway mark in order to be eligible for points. Now, that does not apply to Intercontinental GT Challenge. For those championships, there's a 70% threshold, and that's measured relative to the overall leading car that is eligible in IGTC.
Oh, look at this.
Back to the 120 here in the pits, and it does look like there is some damage to it. The right crew going to work at the left front, and I think we can get more on DXDT now with DJ.
Yeah, Ryan, they just said that the car wouldn't start after the pit stop. They're trying batteries, they are trying everything, and as you can see, they are pushing it back down through Gasoline Alley to try to get this problem diagnosed.
Wow, that is painful for this team. They've been so good all year long. Haven't finished off the... It is.
They're still on pit lane before they even get it back to the garage on Gasoline Alley. So, oh, that is crazy. But hey, it's motor racing. You got to survive the 8 hours and be there at the finish. So, talked about the weather being the curveball. Didn't think about technical failures with these race cars. They're so reliable these days as Foley now hits pit lane from the Pro-Am lead in the North American Championship, second in Pro-Am overall.
That was illustrative, though, to how important pit selection is here at the Speedway, because those pit boxes on either side of the entrance to Gasoline Alley, those are coveted for a reason.
Yep.
It's a much shorter push. It's about 5/8 of a mile from pit out down to the entryway to Gasoline Alley. So for those pitted down towards the end, you really hope that's not a position you find yourself in. Here comes the Turner car. I wonder if they've told Robbie the situation or if they've left him untroubled for the moment. His focus has to be on getting this car to the pit box and let the crew do their thing. Clean execution should put them out in a really solid place with the championship in mind, and it looks like it will be a driver change back to Patrick Gallagher.
I'm surprised at this. I would have put Rothberg in right now and knocked out the drive time. No disrespect to Justin Rothberg, but you know, I think if there's any bad weather coming our way, I would have liked to have seen them knocked out that single stint that they need Justin to do. I'm correct, he's only just done the opening stint, right?
That's my understanding as
well.
well.
Then Patrick, then Robbie, and now they're putting Gallagher in again.
Exactly. Here's one potential counterpoint. Amanda says the rain could be 20 minutes away and there could be lightning involved, so that could lead to a stoppage, which then doesn't put you at risk of reaching the maximum driver time.
Well, the other thing that could do, if you had, say, 30 minutes red flag time, you could then max out Robbie and Patrick,
right.
And even with just a single stint,
exactly.
It's okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Because we said
yeah.
There's no minimum time. Sorry if that was the point you were making.
You explained it much better than I did. But yes, that's exactly my thought, is that maybe they're thinking, hey, if we're down for a little while, we don't have to worry about Justin doing some extra time because the other two guys wouldn't reach or exceed the maximum time anyway. But all of that is pending a red flag, and that is by no means a guarantee.
Yeah, so he's done his hour plus in the car, so he is good to go. And just working out the math. A little bit different, minimum and maximum really makes a different angle on terms of the strategy, of course.
Sure does. Driver change here for WRT. Al-Faisal Al-Zubair likely done for the event. He's made his impact, that's for sure.
Yeah, that was super impressive. I'd love to know his thoughts, having done 2 brilliant single stints here to start the day for that group who have a championship in mind and going for their 3rd straight win at Indy for Team WRT. I didn't have a chance to meet him this weekend, but he did his talking behind the wheel.
Yes, he did. Be a great way to bookend the season if he were to win here, having won over the winter at the 24 Hours of Dubai. That might have been Marciello getting in. We'll soon find out. Gusto Farfus had that really strong stint, didn't he, where he was able to take that car to the lead of the race at the time. Now just about everybody coming in at the last possible moment to get their service done. This is the 3rd round of pit stops here. So we are now 42 minutes away from halfway.
Yeah, and you look at the clock and you maybe think, well, how can they be coming in this late? You know, it's like 65-minute stints. You times that by 3. You got 3¼ hours. We're past that mark. Well, the time on pit lane for those first 2 stops don't count. That's why that moves the clock a little bit further into that timeline.
And it's almost 2 minutes if you execute your stop correctly. So 2 minutes times 3, you move that now 6 more minutes a little bit further down, and that just continues to compound as the race goes along. And then if you happen to incur a drive-through penalty, then again, that minute or so spent in the pit lane also doesn't count, and could counterintuitively help open up a window. On the other hand, again, as we've talked about, the drive-thrus here are extremely harsh given the length of the pits relative to the length of the lap. It is Marciello in the 777, Lucas Stoltz still in the 888, Kelvin van der Linde in the 46. So for the first time we get to see the 2 that are going for overall honors in Intercontinental GT Challenge, a chance to spar between themselves. Van der Linde now giving chase, trying to track down Marciello.
This might give us a little insight to who may have the edge in the title showdown at the end of the day.
Waiting to see these 2 go head-to-head.
Got a little right there.
Yeah, got a little snippet from Marciello. He doesn't say much, but when Amanda talked to him in the pre-race, he did say, yeah, maybe we could have a little fight. We'll see. Could be brewing. Another one who does his talking on the track. Take a look in here. One of the cars that was an early race leader is the 80, Lone Star Racing. Their day was put on the back foot, wasn't it, with the drive-through penalty incurred in the opening hour. Lynn Hodanius made contact with lap traffic. That took them from the lead, dropped them well outside the top 10 overall. Slowly but steadily, though, they've been chipping away. Now that car is up into 6th.
But it just shows you how important being mistake-free is, because they had the lead, looked to be controlling it, looked to be having great pace, and suddenly just that one drive-through has got them on the back foot, and they're struggling to get back with that lead pack because you got some dynamite drivers behind the wheel here to finish out the race, and you're not going to catch them on pace when you're over a minute plus behind.
It's Chaz Mostert in for another stint for 75 Express, trying to keep pace with Jules Gounon. Those 2 would have shared the track before, the Bathurst 12-hour.
Getting many reports now being fired at me through text that there's some nasty weather on its way. And that's the other thing, you want someone behind the wheel who can maybe handle those conditions. Maybe that was the call for Turner. Like if this is going to hit and you're on slicks, that's the worst scenario, is just suddenly have a torrential downpour and having to tiptoe your way around. Maybe that was the call there in terms of we don't have enough time to put another stint before the rain gets here. If it's a lot closer than that, let's get someone behind the wheel who has the experience to have been in conditions similar to that, like Patrick Gallagher.
That's a really good point. Maybe that is part of Will Turner and the team's thought process.
And all of this is no disrespect to Justin Rothberg. He does an amazing job, but he has nowhere near the experience of Patrick Gallagher and certainly Robbie Foley. He's still learning his craft right now, even though he's winning titles, having clinched the GT America Championship here yesterday, won the title Pro-Am with Robbie Foley last year. But this is really a tough point in the championship. We know the 11 cars got drama. They could still get back out in the fight, so it's heading Turner's way, but they've got to still make all of the right calls.
Justin Rothberg has competed in 3 full-time seasons of motorsport. The first was 2023. He won a Ferrari Challenge Championship. Last year, as mentioned, won GT World Challenge America Pro-Am. This year, he's already clinched the GT America SRO 3 Championship. So in 3 seasons, full seasons of racing, he did a partial Ferrari Challenge season the year before. But 3 full-time seasons, at least 3 championships. It might be 4 when this race comes to an end in 4 hours, 38 minutes time.
120 is back out there, it looks like, but now 6 laps down. So for a team that's had so much success this year, not the day they were looking for. And for Lauren Heinrich, who's going to be the finishing driver for that squad here, just kind of this IGTC championship year. So much promise, so much pace, but really no results.
It's curious, isn't it? Hard to account for it.
Just seems to be some years go that way with the driver. Over on the IMSA side, he and Klaus Bachler had a couple of early season wins, and you thought, here we go again, he's going to repeat as champion, and the rest of the season was just been a bit of a drought. And it's not like you're trying any less, you're actually trying harder typically when you're not getting to winner's circle, but it just doesn't seem to come your way.
The only way to get through it, though, is to keep on fighting, try and keep the head up, keep the spirits up. Not easy to do, though, when it just doesn't feel like fortune is smiling upon you. Marciello just went purple, fastest lap of the race, and his lap he's on right now might be even better. Slowly making inroads as he chases down Lucas Stoltz.
I don't think that's the first time you've ever said that.
No. Probably not the last, even tonight. An update from the Wright team. Broken left front toe link, the official diagnosis for the 120. That was Adam Adelson, who also incurred a penalty for the contact with George Kurtz. That is a frustrating one, isn't it, for that team? But great to have Wright back. Adam Adelson now the owner of that team with big plans for their future, including here in SRO America next year. And it's also been fun watching them spread their wings. I mean, they went and ran the 24 Hours of Spa this year, finished just off the podium in class. They ran a GT World Challenge Europe round at the Nürburgring, and would have done more had there been room on the grid, but it's bumper grids over in Europe these days.
Also a big change there with Adam Adelson taking over ownership from John Wright earlier this year, so a lot more on his plate. I think when he gets to the racetrack, he tries to become almost back in that customer role versus team owner role and let his engineers and team managers do their work, and he just wants to be the driver. But certainly in between races, he's a lot more active in terms of putting programs together and the planning of the overall operation.
It does give him 2 chances to win, though, in this race. So Adam, the driver, probably quite disappointed, down in 24th and back in the pits once again, or at least his car is. But on the other hand, the car that he owns, the 10, sits second in Pro-Am, and he could really be a key factor in Antares Out claiming the Independent Cup if he's able to pull it off.
Kelvin Bandelinder, I believe we're looking at, flashing across the line there. Sits about 5.5 seconds back of the leader, Lucas Stoltz. About 3.7 seconds back of his teammate. Let's call him that for today. I know they're fighting each other for a championship, but they run for the same team. Lello Marciello.
Did you ever have to fight for a championship against a teammate?
No, not directly. I mean, I've had teammates who I've fought for race victories,
right,
but not so much for an outright championship. So that's got to be an interesting dynamic when
yes,
you're sharing lunch together and in the same tent and in the same debriefs. And how much of a team player do you want to be? And it's almost one of those situations where you want to get in the corner and do a proper debrief with your engineer. And if you found a little secret, whether it's set up or just tips on getting around a racetrack, you don't want to share it with your nearest competitor.
Well, they've been in the same car quite a bit this year. They won the Nürburgring together. They won the 1,000-kilometer at Suzuka together. The reason they're separate on points coming in is they were in different cars at Bathurst. That's a race that Kelvin won, and I believe Raffaele was second in that race. Indeed he was, paired with Valentino Rossi and Charles Verts. So BMW wanting to make sure that it comes down to the two of them, put them in different cars, gave them both a chance to fight it out here this weekend. But it is a very curious dynamic. They're BMW teammates, they're WRT teammates, and over the course of the year, they've actually been in the same car teammates as well.
Yeah, and neither one of those drivers has been with BMW that long. Kelvin's making his debut with the team, moving over from Audi for the 2025 season. Marciello, obviously, long-time AMG pilot, made that move with the temptation, of course, of that LMDH seat over in the World Endurance Championship, which he runs in as well. So you can understand the move there without AMG competing at the prototype level at the moment. So he wanted to, he's always been regarded as, if not the best, one of the very best in GT3 over the last decade. And he just wanted to spread his wings a little bit, run at a slightly higher platform and profile and stage. So BMW were able to provide that, and that's how they were able to lure him away. I'm sure AMG did not want to let him go.
No, but with no prospects of top flight prototype in the future, at least at the time for Mercedes-AMG. They've been in the rumor mill. Well, they've always been in the rumor mill to some degree, but nothing concrete. So, you know, when you're a racing driver, you know you've got a finite amount of time, and there are certain races you want to go and win overall, and in some cases you have to do that in a prototype. Great thing about Intercontinental GT Challenge is you've got 5 outstanding races at historic racetracks around the world, and you can go and win overall in a GT3 car. And for so many GT3 pilots, it is the ultimate to get to challenge yourself at Bathurst and at the Nürburgring, Spa, Suzuka, and then wrapping it up here at Indianapolis.
Well, my weather app is saying rain is 30 minutes away, but we'll have to wait and see. I'm sure everyone's anticipating it, but...
Well, cue the Jaws music, both for the weather, but also for Raffaele Marciello. He is there. Here comes the BMW now, closing in within half a second now of the race leader. It's been the 888 for the better part of an hour. Took the lead actually away from the 777 from the BMW at the last round of pit stops, or the 1-2 ago, I suppose. And they've held it ever since. Now Marciello trying to do a little something about that. He has caught Lucas Stoltz.
He has. They got that Mustang from Dollarhide Racing to try and deal with in terms of traffic. But that car's got great straightaway speed, the Mustang. So let's see how hard and how soon Lucas Stoltz wants to push it here into the brake zone, picking up the draft from the Mustang. Slides to the flank of him relatively easy, and Lello's going to follow him through as well.
That Mustang is second in the M class now for the first time that I can remember. A, of course, is 163, now driven by Oz Negri, leads in the class, and that puts them in the lead in the championship too.
Yeah, I think the Dollarhide team, I'm not sure we've seen it, but they must have had a little bobble at one point. Not sure if they had an unscheduled pit stop. Doesn't look like it. They're showing 3 like everyone else so far for the day, but something went adrift.
I'll tell you what it was. They had a pit stop that lasted nearly 2.5 minutes.
Oh, that'll do it.
Sure will.
Oh, a good time to have a cup of tea. Okay, here we go. Lello, he's got the experience. You know he wants the lead. That's what he dreams. That's how he lives, right, for the lead of motor races. But he's also got a factor in this championship, knowing that, you know, he's got Kelvin behind him, but he's only about 3 seconds behind, so he doesn't want to have him on his tail. And he also needs the points gap. As they run right now, it'd only be a 3-point swing, and he's got 5-point delta, right? He came in 5 points behind Kelvin van der Linde, so as they run, that would not be enough, but if he can get the lead, there's nothing that Kelvin can then do about it.
That's a good point. Remember, too, that in the previous stint, it was in the second half of the stint that it seemed like the BMW was strong relative to the Mercedes, and maybe we're starting to see some of that play out.
Pretty even like that. Ooh, like Stoltz really kind of hung on the brake pedal a little bit longer than what Marciello was anticipating. I think he had released the brake, was ready to roll speed, and the Mercedes was still there, so he's got getting at the cadence here of what the Mercedes has got in terms of how it's able to roll speed through these corners. What you can't afford to do, though, I've done this before, you chase someone down, you get there, and then you're like, okay, let me figure out what they got, and you almost get into their same rolling speed through a corner where you got an advantage. So you have to set that up, but Lello's certainly got so much experience aboard these cars and knows how he goes against racing against other manufacturers.
Here's a look at the threatening weather on the horizon. You could also see the lightning flashes, and that actually might be more important than the rain, because if it's within a certain radius of the track, even if it's not raining here, if that lightning is detected close enough, you could see the red flag come out. So that's a reason here to fight super hard if you're Lucas Stoltz. You don't know how long the delay might be. You want to make sure you hang on to this track position while you can, because you just don't know when we might have to have a stoppage.
Yeah, and for Lello, he's thinking about that too, right?
Sure.
I mean, because, you know, we can't anticipate that we won't see any more action here today, and we'll go back racing even if we get a stoppage. But nonetheless, he knows that, okay, I'm in front of Kelvin right now, but with the points delta between first to second being 7 points and only 3 between second and third, that doesn't cover the 5-point gap.
So many permutations to try and sift through at the season-ending weekend for GT World Challenge America, as well as Intercontinental GT Challenge. It's wonderful to have the whole SRO gang here together, although it should note that it's a busy weekend off in Asia as well. GT World Challenge Asia is wrapping up its season with a brand new street course in Beijing. Wish the best to all the racers and all of our SRO friends over in China this weekend.
Lello sliding the car a little bit more through there. You could see just the tail is wagging a little bit. That is perfect right there. His execution and exit of that corner was exactly where you need to be. Not dropping wheels, getting dust on those tires for the next brake zone.
Using
Precision.
the entire width of the track to the millimeter.
Yeah, that was perfect. Kelvin's closing in though. That gap, I think Lucas Stoltz is maybe stymieing Marciello's pace a little bit. Kelvin van der Linde is closing in. He'll like that feeling, thinking, okay, maybe I have a bit of an edge in pace compared to my championship rival here immediately in front of me.
Yeah, it's possible. Great look at the speed of one of these modern GC3 cars. They are quick.
Van der Linde there, got in deep. That was a little mistake, I think, guys. I noticed the shallow entry, and then he nearly ran out of room, so I think he was really pushing it hard into the brake zone. Recognized that, and when you do that as a driver, you immediately want to try and keep the car on a straight line, so you kind of don't go for that big radius and turn-in point. And I think that was a little slip there by Kelvin van der Linde. He may have lost a tenth or two.
His first sector still looks pretty good, so he was able to recover from it. Basically matching what the top two did, but on the other hand, he had been catching them, and now he was basically even through that sector. So, to your point, not quite as tidy as he had been up to that point.
Marciello again, right on the line. I'm not saying you can't afford to go out there and drop a wheel. It's not a huge thing, but just the precision of his lines are something to behold.
Make a confession. My limited racing here, I did do that. In fact, I went all the way through the grass and used the oval pit exit lane.
What was your lap time like?
Not great. That was not my best. But didn't hit anything. That was the important thing. And continued on.
I'm privileged to sit beside an Indy winner.
It's a privilege to be reminded. It was a very happy day 5 years ago. But nothing at this level, it should be noted. This is just spectacular, watching some of the top GT racers on the planet, joined by all-stars from all forms of motorsports. We've got IndyCar champion Will Power here. Indy 500 race leader Connor Daly is here from the open wheel ranks. Valentino Rossi is here, looking to pick up a win on 4 wheels at a track that he's already won on in motorcycle competition. And of course, Chaz Mostert too, from Aussie Supercars, had a frustrating end to his Bathurst 1000 last week, consoled by some great Aussie fans by the track and given a couple of beers that he promptly put away quickly. But jumped on a plane to join his buddy Kenny Hopple and Will Power. And Team Australia right now sits a solid 7th. That's despite a slow pit stop early in the race.
Yeah, and they got decent pace, so we'll have to wait and see what they can come up with. Fastest lap on that car today is a 124.52. Fastest lap of the day is a 124.2. So they're within a shouting distance if they can get back on that lead lap and get a little bit of a compression maybe with a safety car. But this weather again, it looks like it definitely has to hit here shortly. And that will change the game, complexion of the race completely, potentially.
Report I got about 5 minutes ago is that it was 15 minutes out. So we're getting close here. We've been talking about it since the top of the show. I tell you, all the drivers and teams seemed a lot more confident that it was going to rain than anything I looked at forecast-wise. And need to ask what apps they've got, because they seem to be right on the money here today. It's looking ominous off in the horizon.
Marciello at this point seems content to just sit there and follow the wheel tracks of Lucas Stoltz, despite his teammate getting ever closer. We see Patrick Gallagher making a move down to the inside. Andreas Au.
That is for 2nd place in the Pro-Am class.
Doesn't count for the American points in terms of any change of position. They have the lead in that.
And with the problems for DXDT Racing, they have that pretty much on lockdown at this stage. Has DXDT gotten back out? No. They've been in the pits for 30 minutes.
Yeah, they're now 19 laps down from the leader, so that is not a great sign. We had confirmation from their PR department it is a starter motor issue. Not sure how easy that is to get to on that particular race car and change.
And even bigger problems for the 120 for Bryant Motorsports. New update from the team. They thought and hoped it was a left front toe link. Steering rack has been broken. According to the team, they are done for the day. So the reigning GT World Challenge America Pro class winners, as it was a year ago, out of the race. They'll finish no better than 24th here today. Sister car, though, still running. Saw just a moment ago being passed by Pat Gallagher, but still Taurus Au in a solid 3rd place and within shouting distance of the Pro-Am leader.
This is going to be a really interesting dynamic when Kelvin van der Linde gets to the tail of Marciello. How much fight does he want to bring to the table at this point in the race? I mean, again, with red flags and lightning, you wouldn't believe that it's going to take us to the end of the prescribed 8-hour distance, but that track position, it's nice to be sitting with the right track position if we do have a stop and hold.
Right now they've got it, trying to hang on with weather looming just shy of the halfway mark here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
I think Marciello's going to be a bit more forceful here as Kelvin gets closer to him.
I do too. He knows what's at stake there, thinking about the IGTC championship.
Mercedes seems to get really good power down, acceleration off of turn 13. Could just be the gear ratios there winding up through there, but it certainly seems to be right in its sweet spot torque-wise as well. BMW's come back at the Merc a little bit later in the straightaway.
Lucas Stoltz, not an easy guy to get around. These two may be compromising each other slightly, or perhaps it's just that there's pace in hand here in the 46. Kelvin van der Linde down to 1.6 seconds now behind race leader Lucas Stoltz.
The fast lap of the day is by Marciello at 124.210. 124.216 was laid down by the 46, which I think was Kelvin. Rossi was amazing. He ran 24.4s. So the car has been quick in the hands of all of their drivers. It just seems like Marciello is just sitting there, being patient. Not wanting to force the issue on Stoltz. As you said, the BMW seemed to be maybe a little bit stronger later in the stint, Ryan, so maybe he's just waiting for that Mercedes to backpedal a little bit.
That's what it looked like, a stint to go. Oh, Marciello, I don't know if that was real or just to fill the beers of Stoltz, but it got my attention. The one thing we don't know is there is some tire strategy involved, and maybe one started that last stint on scuffs and the other on stickers, and there was some longevity disparity because of that. But basically there are three sets of tires that were used in qualifying that you'll see used in this race too, which gives teams some choices to make when it comes to tire strategy.
Always fun to watch these pros go to work, just see the ebb and flow and the nuance of where one has a little bit more pace than the other, whether it's just brake release. Seems to me that the Mercedes has to hang on to that brake pedal a little bit longer into the entry to turn one, where I think Marciello can release the brake and just roll maybe a mile an hour more speed there, but he's got nowhere to go with it right now. And I think maybe Kelvin's able to utilize his speed in that corner, for example, versus Marciello, who's got the Mercedes right in front of him, stopping him from doing so.
Live look at the Intercontinental GT Challenge points as they run. Van der Linde by 2 tallies over Marciello in the positions that they hold currently. But as you've talked about several times, Cal, if this top position changes hands, then that can change dramatically. And still a lot of time for that to take place. Well, we've been talking a lot about weather. DJ's our man on the ground right now. DJ, what can you tell us?
I can tell you, Ryan, that we're starting to feel some raindrops here. I can also tell you, I just saw DXDT headed back out of pit lane, so they are back out. But more pressingly, rain is starting to fall here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. That storm cell that we've been following is coming.
Thank you for the update. Stay safe. Try and stay dry if you can. If the rain does turn up with the force we expect it is likely to. For DXDT, how frustrating must this be? But on the other hand, there's still time in this race. If misfortune has hit them, it can certainly hit their rivals as well.
Yeah, you know that Turner Motorsport are not going to be resting on their laurels right now. They know they've still got to execute this race, have no drama between this point and the end of the 8 hours. So still got a task to handle, because suddenly if they lose, just check the timing and scoring here to see where they are. They're 23 laps down the 11 car to the overall leader, and 22 laps down to the Turner car. So big picture, if Turner had more than a 22 lap problem, then that could turn the tide again.
What they do not want to see would be any kind of elongated stoppage where the clock continues to run, and then that takes away the possibility for a 22 lap issue potentially, depending on how long the stoppage might be. They'll go and fight to the end. It's a great team that David Askew has assembled. And the way that they have finished this season, fighting for podiums, fighting for wins, it's been remarkable watching how quickly that team has come online with this Corvette. It all started midway through last year.
The other problem thinking about it is the 11 cars really got zero chance of getting into the bigger points anyway, do you know what I mean? So I think that's really a tall order. Don't want to give it to Turner yet, but the thoughts of them getting up into the top 5 and getting enough of a gap, even if Turner finished last, are very, very unlikely.
True, that's a good point.
It seems like everyone's just pacing themselves, knocking out the laps, knocking out the race time. As I said, it's much like a basketball game. You just want to get to that 4th quarter, be in position to then go for the win.
Looking at those that have made big moves toward the front here today, none bigger than RS1. Haven't talked about him in a little while. It's Jan Halen driving right now. That car up 18 positions from the 23rd overall starting spot. Alex Sedgwick got it started for them. He was tremendous in his opening double stint and has put them in this position here where they're top 5 overall, despite starting with a pretty big handicap. That car had some problems, remember, in qualifying. Didn't set a time in one of the 3 segments of qualifying, and that's why they had to start at the back. But up to that point, they were showing pace that likely would have been good enough to advance to the shootout.
Yeah, and the reason that was important is that BMW have a healthy lead coming into this round of the championship. 18 points in the manufacturers chase. Porsche with the nearest pursuer. But they're not having the sort of day. They didn't really show the pace, even though we talked about the skier stint where he suddenly showed great pace aboard the 120 machine. So looks to be going BMW's way, and they certainly got a stacked deck there with 3 cars in the top 4.
Well, and losing the 120 is another arrow out of the quiver, isn't it, for Porsche? That
but you
figured to be
count the
one of their
top
front
2
runners.
cars as well. It's not just not the lead car.
Precisely. Total of 43 points maximum on offer if you were to finish 1-2 as a manufacturer. But right now, BMW doing exactly what needs to be done. Porsche, best placed Porsche is in 5th, and the next best placed Porsche is down in 9th overall. Although you do take some of the cars out if you have repeat manufacturer cars, those get removed. But anyway, the point is the same. It's BMW in control the way that they enter the weekend.
About halfway through this stint, so we'll start to see a little bit of a bobble there. The Stoltz, he gets stymied in traffic a little bit. Marciello is closer and has a run down the front stretch. Moves to the inside, almost elbow Stoltz out of the way. Perfect timing there by Marciello to take advantage of the run through traffic for Lucas Stoltz. Stoltz doesn't want to give it up, but Lello was through to the lead for the first time today.
That was the chance Marciello had been waiting for. Played the traffic nicely. Antares Au going a lap down in 11th place. Gave him the chance. It stymied the run for Stoltz. Stoltz trying to fight back here, though. He was pretty quick through the first sector. Now, though, that BMW stretching its legs down Holman Boulevard and drawing a bead on the next car up the road. Maybe getting close enough possibly to get a bit of a tow. That's the much delayed 51 from Bill Oberlin and Random Vandals Racing. But it is Marciello now at the front of the field.
This is going to be like a little quali lap for a moment here. He's going to try and get that gap so he can take the heat off his tail. Both of those drivers right on threshold braking into turn 7 at the end of Holman there. Marciello flashing his lights at the fellow BMW driver in front of him.
And now Vanderlinden really needs to get on his giddy up as well, because the championship swings when you see that positional change.
Puts it into Marciello's hands in terms of the title right now as they run, but that doesn't mean much with over half the race still to go. But certainly track positioning is going to be super important. Just getting back to that flashing the lights, I think Oberlin was giving the indicator there to the WRT car to pass him. But you're only allowed to flash those lights 3 times between 2 corners, so you can't go on the attack with those things. I think that's a Connor D. Filippi really. He likes to use those a lot.
They'll have to adapt on the fly. 4 hours, 12 minutes left. Another chance to head to DJ in the pits.
Ryan, I have just heard that we are expecting light rain in about 5 minutes time. That will increase to heavy rain within 30 minutes time. There you can see on your screen what this looks like. There is a heavy cell that is coming in. It is go time for all of these drivers.
Kelvin Vanderlinden got the message, DJ. He is going, heaping the pressure on Lucas Stoltz, who just lost the lead. He might be hard-pressed to hang on to second place at this rate.
Yeah, but I tell you what, Kelvin's still got to be careful, because gaining that 1 position doesn't really change anything in terms of the championship, because there's a 7-point swing between first and second here, the 5-point lead. So yes, it would close it up, but don't throw it all away by risking it right now.
Again, traffic had a part to play. Looked to me like maybe Bill Oberlin didn't make it quite as easy on the Mercedes as he needed to.
He is a BMW.
Through and through.
Man, that's for sure. As we said earlier in the show, at 57, just turned 57 earlier this month, Bill Oberlin. This is his 29th year, consecutive year, running with the Rondell in front of him.
Unbelievable. I mean, I'm trying to think of another driver with that kind of longevity with the brand, and outside of maybe something in NASCAR where you get a driver associated with Ford or Chevy for a career. I mean, it's hard to come up with another example.
Yeah, there's not too many drivers that have a 30-plus year career anyway, let alone with the same manufacturer.
This had been an event that had been all Bill Oberlin all the time. Now, it was never in the top class, but when they were running
2 or 3.
Boy, you put me on the spot there.
It was a while.
It was at least
with
2.
Bimmer World, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
GT4 class wins in this event. I'll dig through my notes and I'll answer that question
I know you
in a
have
moment.
it somewhere.
I should hope so.
But yeah, I was super successful, and I think he had such hopes about finishing off this season on a high. As I said earlier, he was just so excited about the new engineer that they brought onto the team late in the going. He talked about the setups that he was shown coming into the weekend. He said, why are we doing that? That's the opposite to what we had so much success with the Barber. And the engineer said simply, well, this is a different racetrack build. This is what I feel we need here. And they rolled off the truck so quick and displayed that pace in the pole shootout here yesterday. Had the lead of the race with Varun Choksi right until a couple of hours before the end of his stint. And all of the makings for a big day.
Getting a bunch of text messages, people confirming DJ's report that there is rain in the area. It's not enough yet to have any impact here. Don't see windshield wipers going on any of these cars at this point. But we know it's getting closer, and we expect a chunk of it to be quite heavy. With it, perhaps some lightning, which could cause a suspension of activities, at least temporarily. Hopefully just temporarily. We'll pass along the latest as we get it. Marciello, 2.5 seconds now, or thereabouts, clear of second place Lucas Stoltz. Van der Linde made a charge at him a couple of laps ago, but hasn't been close enough to make a concerted lunge since.
No, I mean, Lucas done a great job. There's certainly a lot of pace in that Mercedes-AMG Team GMR machine. As we said, once Marciello got the clean air on the front end of that BMW, he's taken off here a little bit and just taken off the heat. That allows him to run through traffic without any consternation or any risk needing to be taken. It's a nice little buffer to have. Long run down this front stretch. This is the highest speed as you'd expect here with the fast corner leading onto this one. About 165 miles an hour as they get to the brake pedal there, down into turn 1, down to second gear through that sector. Then it's just playing with the throttle through here, just really squeezing it and massaging the car through this sequence of corners. Then you start to ramp it up through turn 4. That's taking about 75 miles an hour, and then flat out through this sector here. 120 right in the middle of it, and then winding it back up. It's about a 2,400 foot run here between the exit of turn 6 down to turn 7. Big bump on the right hand side of the road. Down to second gear again, minimum speed about 55 miles an hour through there.
Looking here at positions 6, 7, and 8 overall. 3 Mercedes drivers running line astern with the lapped car of Gallagher just ahead. Jules Gounon carving to the inside, makes that pass. But how about this Mercedes factory driver, Jules Gounon, being chased by Aussie supercar driver Chaz Mostert, and then Lucas Auer, also Mercedes affiliated, and DT a runner-up right there in the 8th spot. Really good battle for bragging rights amongst the Mercedes pilots.
Yeah, we talk about Chazzy Mostert. I mean, he's more recent in terms of his GT3 experience. His teammate Will Power said it was like 20 years since he last drove a GT car. Well, for Chazzy, he actually did quite a few of the big enduros here in North America with Team RLL, and the BMW team actually won the Rolex back in 2020. So it's probably a quicker and easier transition. And obviously, he runs the supercars, which is not same machine, but it's a tin top, unlike Will, who's been driving Indy cars. I think IndyCar and that sort of trend that he's been on kind of shocked him when he got behind the wheel of this GT3 car for Will Power. He just said, it's rolling, it's terrible, it's not doing anything well. And boys just said, well, that's what you got this weekend, mate. And by the time we spoke to him on the pre-grid here this morning, he said, no, I'm loving it. Got used to it now and right in the groove. And I think he's excited. It seemed to, you know, he said it's great to be here at Indy, not have the pressure of the 500, and he's looking forward to doing more of these one-off type events. And as he mentioned to us, it could be a new future for him 2-3 years down the road when he finally elects to stop his IndyCar career. He's just signed a brand new contract with Andretti Autosport. I'm not sure what the tenure is there, but I would suggest it's at least a 2-year deal, and then he'll wait and see what he wants to do beyond that.
But there is the thought that maybe driving for the Andretti team as opposed to driving for Roger Penske might open up a few more opportunities to do sports car racing. You see Andretti drivers like a Kyle Kirkwood, for instance. He drives for Lexus in IMSA, does all the endurance races there. So they are open and willing to let their drivers dabble in different things. And Will, I get the sense, would like to do that. Here's the move to the inside. Van der Linde does get through on Stoltz, but it was not exactly neat and tidy, was it? Stoltz, it looked like, might have been able to come back on him. He's going to try. Whoa, looking inside. That path was blocked. Now to the outside he goes. And again, he finds the door shut and barred.
Kelvin saying, leave me alone. I don't need any part of this. I think Luca turned in 3 times to turn 1 on that same lap. He's just trying to tuck it in behind the tail of that BMW. He's just trying to time that to get the run off of turn 2 and get that opportunity into turn 4 eventually.
This is again maybe evidence that the BMW over a stint is the platform to have. Mercedes, we know they're really good over a single lap. They showed that through all the practice sessions. They were pretty quick in all the qualifying sessions into pole shootout. It was Mercedes that started on pole. But as we've compared these platforms over the last couple of stints, when it's been gold and platinum drivers in the cars, and we haven't seen that silver popping into these lineups to throw a little bit of a wrench into trying to evaluate it, it does seem like the BMWs towards the end of the stint have a slight edge.
Yeah, they do, and this is going to be important now for Kelvin van der Linde to get a read at this stage of the stint, about halfway through, what sort of pace he has now with clean, fresh air on the nose of his BMW, like his championship rival has leading the pack right now. That gap is now up to 5 seconds, so we'll try and monitor this gap over the next few laps here and see if Kelvin's able to rein him in a little bit.
Should say, too, that Connor Daly has been more or less matching van der Linde and Stoltz. Full course yellow, and I wonder if this could be for conditions. We don't see any windshield wipers on, but up at the flag stand, we do have the rain slickers on, so that might be indicative. And for the first time, we're almost 4 hours into this race. It's our first full course yellow of the race.
Yeah, don't see anything obvious around the racetrack. So there goes the pace car that gets released from turn 10 there. Came out in a hurry. I'm not sure if they got the late call. That's the leader.
Yeah.
Get out now.
Interesting, too. We are down to 8 cars on the lead lap. Lucas Auer was able to hang on to it just barely. It was about 8 seconds away, less than that, 5 seconds away from potentially coming into the clutches of Marciello. So this preserves an 8-car pro-class battle for the overall win of this race. Reports are, by the way, this yellow is for lightning in the area. So that means that it's likely to be a few laps under the safety car and then to a red flag condition into the pits. If you're new to North American motorsport, this is true not just in racing, but in North American sports in general. If there's lightning in the area, generally speaking.
Is it an 8-mile radius?
I think that's right.
And then you have a 30-minute hold after that, I think.
And there's some wiggle room within the regulations. You can play around with that a little bit, but with safety in mind, they'll want fans to come down out of the stands. Our camera operators as well will seek shelter because they're in an exposed position, and safety has to be first and foremost in situations like this. Well, first chance to catch our breath in a while.
Yeah, it's been a fascinating race. Obviously, it's always a roller coaster day in terms of championship permutations and the ebb and flow with the various contenders. We've seen some of those have really strong day, consistent days to this point, including the 2 leaders right now. There's been others, obviously highlighted with the 11 cars problems on the back foot for sure.
Message from race control to commence pass around.
Yeah, they're just going to try and get anyone who's trapped between the safety car and the leader in their class into position. Then I would think that we may hit pit lane and go under red flag conditions, but that's just hypothetical at this point.
Starting to see some windshield wipers now going on the front running cars. After just about 4 hours of racing, BMW holds the top 2 spots. Then it is the Mercedes of Stoltz, the BMW of Connor Daly, and Jan Heylen in 5th for RS1. We're looking at the Pirelli wet tires right now, and I just had this note passed to me by John DeGeese, Sports Car 365. Thanks to him for this note. If the wet tires are used, it is a new compound to North America. The WHB wet tire has been used overseas since last year, but has not been utilized in North America yet. So that will be something for the American teams to come to grips with in real time, unless perhaps they've done some testing on it. I suppose that's a possibility as well. But we're past halfway. Less than 4 hours to go. Pass around taking place. And now we have to wait out the weather, I'm afraid.
Yeah, and it also stops these drivers having to deal with that curveball with slick tires, admittedly hot slick tires, with rain coming down potentially if they do bring them into pit lane and go under red flag conditions.
We are getting relatively close to the end of the stint, are we not? I mean, we're 10 minutes, 15 minutes away?
Well, 4 stints at an hour 5 would be 4 hours 20, plus the pit stops would probably call that 4:25. So we're about 25 minutes away from when they would have to come.
A little further than I reckoned, but nevertheless, pits close, do they not?
Yes.
Under this circumstance, so there's no strategic blinders anyone could play here. Trying to cover off any number of potential eventualities. Had been strategically a very straightforward race up to this point, and did wonder if maybe that could get shuffled around a little.
We get back to that Rothberg situation and why they like to do a single stint, not put him back in there. I think the weather coming and maybe hitting in the middle of a stint was the reason they didn't like to do that. And then we surmise, well, if you have about 30 minutes of red flag, the clock continues to run, and it's all about you know, maximum drive time for the other 2 drivers, so that will allow Rothberg to not have to get in potentially, dependent on if we do go red, how long that would be. What a year it could be for Justin.
Oh,
2 championships potentially.
With his eyes on moving up to the Pro Class next season with the Turner team. Dabbling outside of sports car racing for the first time a little bit earlier this year, just a few weeks ago, where he raced an ARCA stock car at Toledo. Never had a chance to ask him about that experience. I'd love to hear what that was all about, what that was like. And we might see him do some other things too, because the amazing thing about the season that he's had is that he did no testing. He did nothing in the offseason. From the end of this race last year to the start of the season at Sonoma, unlike so many others that will do other winter series or will do testing or whatever to get up to speed, he turned up cold turkey and amazingly was right on it.
Yeah, he did a really good job, and that's a great point. So many of these drivers with his experience level need to be in a seat regularly, so to take that massive break between October all the way through to March without sitting in a race car is a big ask. But I think initially he struggled a little bit during the first part of that weekend, but was pretty on pace by the end of it.
Yeah, it didn't take long, did it? And he's been so impressive. It's been fun watching him go. Did get a win and finished 3rd in those 2 races at Sonoma. And really, you look at the season, they've only finished off the podium on 3 occasions. One of them was a penalty that dropped them back. It was a penalty that was enforced after a red flag, actually. Similar situations with the weather at Road America, and he hadn't been able to serve his extended pit stop time as a derogated bronze.
The good news was there's only half points scored, which saved them a little bit. Otherwise, they'd have a bigger, well, not as big a gap coming into this weekend, should I say.
Right, right. So they could come in feeling reasonably confident. As you can see, though, the red flag has been flown from the starter stand, and cars now will head back to their pit boxes. The clock continues to run, and the reason for the red flag is lightning in the vicinity of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This obviously will change around timing and scoring, as some cars are pitted before the timing beacon and others are after, so you'll kind of have to throw that out the window for a little while. Timing and scoring slightly thrown off by this. But for a little while at least, Jan Heylen can say he leads the race. As soon as we have information, by the way, to pass along about the duration of the stoppage, we will do so. But we're figuring it out as we go. And again, our camera operators have been asked to seek shelter. I suspect we've got DJ and Amanda looking for cover as well because of the red flag. But if anyone should become available for them to talk to, we'll endeavor to do so.
Typically, these holds are 30 minutes minimum. I mean, as you said, there's some wiggle room. If we got towards the end of a race and you want to get back to green flag running, if it was moving in the right direction, you could probably step into that window, so to speak. But right now, I don't expect to see any action for 30 minutes.
That is reset anytime there's a lightning strike inside that radius. And right now, we believe we're just on the fringe of this storm cell that was making its way through central Indiana. We got a look at the radar just a little while ago. Didn't quite get to see all the way out to Terre Haute. west of the Speedway, but I did see Greencastle, home of my alma mater, DePauw University. Go Tigers. We will make an attempt to talk to some of these drivers who have been asked to head to their respective garages. Those are under the grandstands in the infield there. Those were actually put in for when Formula One came to the Speedway in 2000, and that's where the IGTC cars are operating out of. And when the drivers go in there, the RF gear that our pit reporters use doesn't always work perfectly, as you might expect with all that concrete around, but we'll do our best to get a word with a few of those that are taking part in this race, and right now have to sit and wait as impatiently as the rest of us. Covers going on a couple of the cars here in the pit lane too, which I think is also a sign that the teams are expecting some heavy rainfall and they want to make sure they keep the car as dry as possible. With electronics being so important in these modern cars, as we all know, electronics and rain aren't really a good combination.
No, I'm just looking at the radar, best I can read it on my phone app, but this cell is pretty big, maybe a couple of hours, so we'll have to wait and see how much lightning is within that cell as to when we can get back to racing. If it's heavy rain, to a certain point we can still race. But as you said earlier, Ryan, and repeated, the lightning is the big issue in terms of the safety of the corner workers, our TV crews, and the crews on pit lane, obviously.
They'll look after their safety here first and foremost, and as soon as we can get the race resumed, we will. Any standout performances up to this point of the race for you, Kelvin, or too many to pick from, maybe?
Yeah, I think there's been some great stories. Houdinius did a great job with his pace. He made that little mistake and kind of clobbered that car that got him the drive-through penalty, that got the 80 on the back foot a little bit, but they're still in the mix. They're on the lead lap and sit there in P6 currently. I think Alfa Zayal was amazing with his stint aboard the 777 machine. Really set the stage for Marciello to potentially go after this championship. I mean, for a silver-rated driver to be running laps like that was fantastic. So just drivers I'm not familiar with and seeing for the very first time. Houdinius I've seen for a couple of months now. He's certainly been very spectacular in other championships as well. I think the fact that there's other teams and manufacturers who have shown pace here. I think the Ford in the hands of Eric Powell was sensational with those laps that he was cutting in the earliest stint, trying to chase after that AM championship for his teammate Scott Dollarhide. Obviously, Eric has not done the complete season with that group, so he's not in a fight for the championship, but his teammate is going after the 163 Ferrari of Schriebman and Oz Negri. And just the fact that Porsche have had a little bit of pace come race time.
Exactly. Yeah, that's been interesting to see where they fit in, and at the moment, right now, best placed Porsche up in 5th. Next best placed is in 9th, but not on the same lap as the top 8, and that is important because top 2 score manufacturer points, as we've covered. And right now, Porsche's 2 best options are not really at the pointy end, and they need to be relative to BMW to overhaul the Bavarian brand to take the manufacturer's championship in Intercontinental GT Challenge. Under the red flag for inclement weather, to be specific, because of lightning in the area here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And I'd like to, if I could, take a moment to pay tribute to a member of this paddock that we had to say goodbye to far too soon. At the end of last month, we lost Michael Shanes, who's a friend to many in sports car racing generally, but certainly in this paddock, whether it was SRO America or Pirelli World Challenge. Before that, it was a long, arduous, and brave fight that he had. And ultimately, we lost him, as I said, at the end of September. Always had a smile on his face. I think a lot of folks remember him from the time he spent working with Jack Baldwin, the Hot Wheels program in Trans Am and in other forms of racing. And just a real wonderful person to spend time around, gone far, far too soon.
Yeah, just a great personality. As you said, I always had a smile on his face. Just loved being here, so much passion for the sport. So rest in peace, Michael. We're really going to miss you, mate.
Yep, 63 years young. Our condolences to his friends and family, and may his memory be a cherished thing for those that have come across him over the years. Godspeed, Michael. Wherever he is, sure he's also impatient to get this race back underway. He was such a racer at his core. Right now, it is still a waiting game as we wait for that storm cell to move through the area. You took a look at it a moment ago on the screen. I mean, does it look to you? Let's let you play Weatherman Cal here for a few minutes. Does it look like it's moving quickly? We'll start there.
It's moving quickly, but it's a big cell. And as far as my timeline will extend on my phone app, it's going past 6 o'clock local, and we're at, what, 4:30 right now. And the rain is going to intensify. It's going to get quite heavy rain. And again, the big concern is how much lightning is within that cell. That's the thing they're going to be monitoring. But I think it's going to be a while before we get any clarity on that in terms of being able to get back onto the racetrack.
Well, with each passing minute, let's go back to how this affects the strategy. For those wondering, again, it's all about the maximum drive time rules in this championship with this rule set. So with each passing minute, then, anyone who might have been concerned about trying to make sure their third driver had done enough that the other two drivers wouldn't go over the maximum, I think that's starting to tick away here quite quickly. That's good news, especially for Turner. I mean, this really plays into their hands. The car has track position. We thought, well, okay, some of that's the ebb and flow of the strategy that they've elected to employ, but if they can then rely on their two pro drivers the rest of the way, that has them in really good stead. They've pretty much got the championship locked down, but now they're thinking about maybe winning this race in class.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it really highlights what you have to be able to do in sports car racing in particular is to be flexible. Don't get so locked in like, yes, we're going to double stint Justin at the beginning. No, we're going to analyze. I spoke to Robbie before the off here today, Robbie Foley, his teammate, and said, are you going to double Justin? He said, we think so, but we've got to look at the pace. Can't afford to get too far in the hole. And they obviously felt, you know what, let's stem the tide here a little bit, get Patrick in for a stint, and then they like to put Robbie in. And then we thought, well, this would be a good point to get Justin back in. But they were looking at the weather, and they didn't want Justin with his experience level compared to Robbie Foley or Patrick Gallagher to have to deal with, you know, a wet racetrack whilst you're still on slicks. And then the caveat would be what we're discussing right now. If we should get any red with the lightning projected, then that means that he doesn't necessarily have to get back into the car. That's what great teams do. They've got great strategists there with Don Salama and the whole group, Jay O'Connell, Eric Peterson. I mean, got so much talent on that pit box, some of the best in the business in terms of looking at data and looking at matrix, but also having that feel for a race and which way it's going and making those calls on the fly.
Such an important part of endurance racing, and that's a team that's done it at a high level. They've won big 12-hour races, 24-hour races, what have you. It's a different rule set here, but when you've got sharp minds like that on the pit box, they'll pore over the regulations and make sure they've got all their I's dotted and T's crossed. And again, I think they played this one to perfection. Currently second place in class and in a really good place from a strategic perspective. The car behind is the number 10 Wright Motorsports car, driven in part by Antares Au. Patrick Niederhauser as well, part of that lineup, and I think Amanda has tracked them down.
Hey, Ryan, yeah, we're down in the garage here with Patrick Niederhauser and Antares Au, last year's Independent Cup winner from the IGTC, racing alongside here with us this weekend in Indianapolis. And I caught you guys talking over here when I pulled you out. What was that about?
We're trying to figure out where things are going to cycle out. I just came out of the car. Looks a little bit like I'm drowned. It's actually quite hot in there, despite what may appear out on track. It was a tough stint, and frankly, we're now in an unknown position. So I think we'll need to see the restart, see what the competitors are doing, then we'll know where we are.
When you talk about the unknown, we're also unknown of what's going to happen with this weather over the next 4 hours or so, of what it could look like here in Indianapolis. How does that break down maybe driver lineup or positions for you guys?
The good factors, I was sort of just hanging around in the car until my drive stint is over. So the easy work is done. I guess I'm just going to cross my arms, stir up a mojito and watch these guys go to work.
Well, Patrick, you were last year's pole sitter. Now, when we get back to racing, you could have some opportunity of going around this place on some wet tires. What does that sound like to you?
Yeah, good, and like opportunities, as you said. Obviously, the rain will shuffle up a few things now. I hope that we actually get going pretty soon. We're currently third in class, but we need to catch Kenny Happel for Antares points. And yeah, therefore I hope that we're going green soon again.
Well, I am unfortunately hearing that I think Lightning is still in the area, and I'll push it just a bit further as we catch up with drivers here in the garage. But Patrick told on you a little bit earlier in the week. I heard you've already stopped by St. Elmo's.
Stop by say again?
St. Elmo's?
Yeah, we did. Actually, we were a little bit close to the regulation weight yesterday. But after St. Elmo's, I'm pretty sure we're all overweight.
Well, for those that don't know, the cocktail sauce at St. Elmo's is what it's famous for. Did you have some of the shrimp cocktail?
Obviously, yes.
And how are your sinuses today?
Everything is good. Like Antares said, we had a beautiful dinner there, but we fueled ourselves up for the long race today. So far, yeah, we still have some juice left, and yeah, let's see how it goes.
And how did your trip into Barcelona go last week? I heard it was pretty successful.
It was, yeah. Obviously, we could win the championship there in the Endurance Cup, which was an amazing result for the team. We celebrated quite well, but we didn't really have a lot of time to celebrate until we already had to pack our bags and to go to Indy. But yeah, obviously, still we try to take away the good momentum.
Your teammates all in different Porsches this weekend, huh?
Yes, we talked about it. Everybody's a little bit spread out, but I also enjoy very much to share the car with Luke and Antares. We were also teammates already in Barcelona, just in a different car. We get along well, so yeah. What do you think, Antares?
It's been really happy to see how we ended together in Barcelona. We're in the same team. The pro car won the overall championship. We came second in the championship and won the race ourselves. I think these guys did it on merit. We were a bit fortunate with how the strategy worked, but net, I think it's been a really good season in Europe. My first full season in GT World. It's funny, we've had various interviews over the years, but I've always done one-off races. This is actually my full season. And Patrick and Sven and Alessio, Luke, all those guys have been extremely welcoming. And this year we had the addition of more showing as well. So net, it has been a very positive year.
I got the treat of joining you guys over at Suzuka, but I'm trying to add up your airline miles. How many events do you race a year?
Unfortunately, more than I'd like to tell myself. I think I was a financial investor in a previous life. One of the rule of thumb is I do not invest in airlines. However, having spent enough, I think I bought a few shares of my home carrier just to spite myself for having spent so much on air tickets. I think it's about 24 weekends this year, including testing.
There is a lot of sacrifice that comes along to being a racing driver, obviously for friends, family, and for the drivers themselves. How about you? How many event weekends this year for you, Patrick?
It was still relatively okay-ish. It was around 20 events that I will have until the end of the year. So I would say that's a golden spot. Obviously, it's been very, very busy. But yeah, that's what I'm here for. I love to race, obviously, and it's been a good and decent year.
Very nice. Well, not done yet. Interior Zhao looking for back-to-back titles in Independent Cup.
In good position to do it at the moment, sitting third in Pro-Am, very much in the conversation. We're still under a lightning hold here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. That's what's caused this red flag, and we have quite a bit of rain still coming through the area in the upcoming hours as well. So stick with us. We'll do our best to keep you informed and entertained in the upcoming hours, but for the moment, we're all in a holding pattern. Might as well take a look back at how this has played out up to this point. It is time to look back on highlights from this year's Indy 8 Hour. Look how different the weather was just over 4 hours ago. The wind's about the same, but there was sun in the sky. It was a wonderful rendition of the national anthem, and 25 GT3 cars rolled out on the grid. It was Old Glory waving at the starter's stand to get the race underway. Early on, Marcelo Hahn went for a wild ride. That car was much delayed in the early going. It is still running, but well down the order. Justin Rothberg really struggling in the opening stint, lost a lot of track position. At the time, that was leaving him vulnerable in the Pro-Am title chase in GT World Challenge America, but things certainly have changed in the ensuing hours. Ran the Vandals Racing in the early stages, had a couple of cars in contention. This was the overall leader of the race, working lap traffic. Lynn Hodanius, contact there. He was penalized for that. They're still trying to recover, shown 6th. This stoppage actually is to their benefit. It's closed them back in to the race leader. Group AM took control midway through the race with the AAA. Lucas Stoltz in particular, really impressive, coming out of the pits and grabbing the lead away at one stage. We've seen some starring drives from others in the other classes, including Dan Arrow for Regulator Racing, who was particularly impressive in his Mercedes AMG. Mixing it up amongst the front runners, his co-drivers Jeff Burton and Philip Ellis also doing a really solid job, and they are sitting 6th right now in that Pro-Am class with all the drive time done for Jeff Burton. This was a crucial moment coming out of the pits here as Lucas Stoltz immediately jumped to the outside of Al-Faisal Al-Zubair. That was for the lead of the race at that time, a lead that they held for over an hour from that point on. Chaz Mostert, boy, that was close, dropped a wheel in the brake zone at the end of Holman Boulevard down into turn 7, but was able to gather it back together. That car also in contention on the lead lap, sitting 7th in the Pro class. This is one of the Pro-Am, make that the Pro contenders taken out of contention. It was a bit aggressive from Adam Adelson working on George Kurtz. That was a steering rack broken, day done on the Wright Motorsports Porsche. Kelvin van der Linde put together a really good stint just before this stoppage, helping to bring the number 46 into contention. But first, it was a change for the lead. Raffaele Marciello around Lucas Stoltz, using some traffic to his advantage. And then a few laps later, van der Linde did the same thing, able to carve his way around the Mercedes and take the 2nd spot. Marciello at the front of the field, but the race has been halted due to lightning in the area. The red flag waves over the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And that's a look at a quiet racetrack right now. The clock continues to run. It's been just under, or just over 20 minutes now that we've had these red flag conditions. The problem, as you can see, is not precipitation. Instead, it is lightning in the area, and consequently, drivers have taken shelter in the garage area, and DJ Clark has been able to track one of them down. Tom Callender is standing by now.
Tom Callender, not only your first time at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, but your first time in the States. We'll get to that in a second. First, I want to talk to you about the race. How do you think it's going so far for you and the boys?
Pretty good, actually. I mean, we started in P8, now we're running P3. Unfortunately, with the red flag, it's not so nice at the moment, but yeah, quite positive.
Looked like you guys had a really good battle starting to shape up there. What kind of communications was going on with the team? How much were you fighting? How much are you positioning yourself for, hopefully, the last couple hours of this race?
Yeah, of course, we were pushing all the time. There was not so much communication with the engineer. We just had the plan to overtake as many cars as possible, which we did. Yeah, for a short time we were running in P1. Now, unfortunately, P3 with the rain. Yeah, but anyways, fine.
Well, when we get back racing, we're not going to jinx it. When we get back racing here, it's going to be a situation where it's probably going to be a little bit wet. You're racing primarily with 2 BMWs out front. Do you think you and Team GMR are going to have an advantage in the rain, or where do you think that's going to slide?
We don't know yet, but I think no one knows. Maybe, I hope so. We are good drivers, I think, in the rain.
Well, you're good drivers, just bar none, and so I think in the rain we can compound that. But let's focus a little bit on your story. Obviously, first time here in the States, first time here in Indianapolis. How have you found the racing capital of the world thus far?
It's super nice. I enjoy driving here, really. From my first laps, I really like the track, and also next to the track, the city is really nice. You know, as a European, you come here to the United States and see all the school buses and Halloween houses and in the Halloween designs. It's just like in the movies for us.
You should come out to LA with me. I'll really show you what the movies look like at some point. But any bucket list that you want to knock off, anything that you want to be able to do before you head out of the States? I know you'll be heading back home when this is all over, but I'm curious if there's anything you still got to scratch that itch.
I don't know yet. I will fly back on tomorrow, actually on Sunday. So not a lot of time. Maybe I will go to the city with my friends, and we will have to see.
All right, Mass Ave. That's where you want to go, Massachusetts Avenue. I'm telling you right now, it's the best place in Indianapolis. Let's focus ahead. Let's focus on what's in the future for you. Obviously, you're a rising name here in sports car racing. I think a lot of fans are excited to see what you're going to be able to do in the future. That was a very large clap of thunder down here. What does the future hold for Tom Callender?
For sure, I want to continue with Mercedes-AMG in the DTM, but also some other championships, maybe in the United States would be nice, so like IMSA or GT World Challenge America, but I don't know yet.
Well, that is the ultimate question. I'm curious, you have a great experience about driving around the world, obviously talking about racing here, racing about many tracks. What's your favorite track you've been able to drive?
Unfortunately, I've never been on the Nordschleife before because I'm not 18 yet, so I will have to take Spa.
All right, absolutely fantastic. On Spa, how does Spa compare, obviously, to a place like Indianapolis? Obviously, the elevation change is different, but two incredibly historic tracks.
I don't really know, but we have some. I think it's a smooth track as well. Indianapolis, so is Spa. I think that's the biggest. How do you say similarity?
Let's focus a little bit on the team. You've got two of the best drivers in the world here, Maro Engel and Lukas Stoltz, helping you out. What have they been able to pass on to you? Have they been able to kind of help you along a little bit? What have you learned from them?
Yeah, it's of course super nice to be on one car with them. It's also my first time on a pro car, so also a new experience. I mean, they can help me a lot with those little experience things. I did a mistake, for example, in turn 1 in my first stint in the first couple of laps, where I just braked a bit too late. So maybe maybe they will tell me how it's done.
Now, I understand you've been doing some racing in Japan as well. Is that correct? Yeah? Yeah. All right. You got to be used to the rain then. Are you going to be the ringer to come in when we get back going?
Actually, when I raced in Japan in Fuji, it didn't rain so much. We just had a wet track at the beginning, but not super wet. But of course, I know how to drive in the wet from Europe. So I live close to the Nordschleife, so also there's a bit of rain always. So I'm quite used to it.
He's quite used to it. I've got a sneaking suspicion we're going to see you back in the car when this gets restarted. Tom, I want to thank you so much. It's one of the young stars in the world of GT racing, and it's not the last time you are going to hear from young Tom Callender.
Thank you, Ryan. Thanks, DJ. Good to get to know him a little bit more. I mean, such a young guy, but has already accomplished a lot at a young age. We've talked about it before. Won the GT Masters Championship, and was barely eligible to be racing in that championship. 16 years old?
Yeah, youngest ever ADAC champion. So certainly a stellar thing to have on his resume, but just a really impressive young man, super poised, as you could tell, with some questioning there. Languages, he's doing a great job with his English in terms of telling us his story. But yeah, certainly a star of the future. Really, really impressed with what he's done here this weekend.
Welcome, Jonathan Grace, back with us once again. Tell you what, we're getting a little bit of everything here, the full Indy experience with the weather coming in.
Boy, what a first broadcast to join you guys on. I feel lucky. We've got sunshine, we've got great racing, we've got super close racing, and now lack of sunshine, some rain delays, but what more do you want? Throw everything at the gambit for the IGTC finale, the finale for GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS. Selfishly, I'm having a great time. We've been treated to some pretty fantastic racing action before the delay, so nothing to complain about here.
You were out walking around, weren't you, as the weather was starting to roll in, and you could hear the hear the thunder, maybe see some lightning. What was it like?
Wet.
Yeah.
Can confirm. There is water coming out of the sky. Not used to that as a Californian. It should be in the ocean. I don't know what it's doing out here, but no, it's not too bad. I think we could hear the thunder and the lightning pretty close, but I mean you can see on the pictures there. I do see some color in the sky. I'm no meteorologist. I certainly don't have a degree, but the rain certainly was light. I think that the safety is the #1 priority for everyone here at IMS and SRO, just to keep the fans safe and the track workers safe, and of course the competitors safe. But I'm hopeful. I think that we'll get racing again.
What does Weatherman Cal say?
I don't know. Give me a second. I'm going to refresh my phone here and see if I can get some more up-to-date stuff.
I bet those watching have more up-to-date stuff than we do, but we'll do our best to try and sift through it. Usually the weather comes in from the west here in central Indiana, so look out that direction. If it looks dark, that usually means rain is coming this way. If it looks dark overhead, it's probably raining now, and if it looks dark to the east, it probably was raining a little while ago. That's the way of it in this part of the world. Interesting, going back to the conversation with Patrick Niederhauser and Tara Sau, talking about their St. Elmo experience. They had the horseradish-infused cocktail sauce and lived to tell the tale. That's good to see. Not everyone can say that. It is potent.
Oh, well, I've never been, but it's gonna have to be on my list.
It is. It needs to be for sure. Chance to hear from some more of the drivers. DJ has found Kenny Habul, I believe. Let's go to DJ.
I have Ryan down here with the man, the myth, the legend from down under. I see a little bit of a laugh. Kenny, I want to start with the race. Guys, maybe a little bit farther down the order than you planned, but it seems like you in this 75 Express team still have some speed and still have things to prove.
No, we're good actually. We're happy with where we are. We're 7th, and now with that yellow flag, we're right behind the leaders, so we're on the lead lap. Very happy with my stint. It was very difficult in the beginning. You know, these superstars qualify the car and put you up the front, and then they put me in it. But no, it was very consistent. The track was very slow when I got in, hot and greasy. Will's done an amazing job, and Chaz just did an incredible stint. We were in a little bit of danger there with Chaz. We had to stay in front of the leader, not to be lapped, and he pulled away from the leader, so that was good. And now with the yellow flag, we're back around, you know, a few seconds from the front. So I'm not sure what happens. The radar looks pretty bad. They're right to stop it because lightning's very dangerous here with all the people working on pit lane and all of the fans. So I don't know that it restarts. So we're waiting around. It'd be fun to go out in the rain. I like the rain, but we'll see.
You must have enjoyed watching Chaz be able to battle with Lucas Auer and everybody else, and Jules Gounon. That had to be so cool for you to be able to see.
Yeah, I mean, they're like brothers to me. You know, I'm close with Jules Gounon. We've had 4 Bathurst podiums together, and Lucas Stoltz, Luggy, a good friend of mine, Maro, we're all close. So it's a little weird when we're racing them, you know, because they're buddies. But to be honest with you, he put some time on all of them. So, you know, they got some explaining to do, these factory boys. He was a little faster, I think, than all of them.
I want to talk to you about how special this is to kind of bring Team Australia here to the Intercontinental GT Challenge. Obviously, Will Power, a name that is so well known to us here in the States, and then Chaz coming in as well. This has got to be a real sense of pride for you to bring these guys together like this.
It's a lot of fun. You know, we all, we come from a similar place back in Australia. I grew up racing with Will 30 years ago when we were kids. So we've been good friends. I'm really proud of what I mean, the highest number of Indy poles ever. You know, I mean, this guy is he's really a Superman. He got in the car here a couple of hours ago, cold tyres, still not sure how everything works, not sure exactly what he's doing, and he went purple on the screen. I mean, the times are he just has so much natural ability. So it's fun, and he wants to do more of it. You know, he's got a couple of years left in Indy, and then he'll probably come and do more, so it's fun.
It's a little bit of a terrifying prospect, I'd have to imagine, for the rest of the GT field. Will Power coming in full time.
He's just, everything comes natural to him. He generates speed without really trying. And he gets out of the car with no sweat. You know, I got out of the car, looked like I've been in a war zone for 3 hours. You know, I need a hospital. But he just gets out and doesn't say much. He's very humble, doesn't complain, and he's still trying to figure out what buttons do what, you know. So can you imagine with a bit of time, his speed?
Well, we've seen Alex Palou here. We've seen Scott McLaughlin, someone you're familiar with as well, and Will Power. It's pretty special to see everybody coming here at Indianapolis. Is it safe to say that it's Indy that brings out the best in people?
Oh, it's a beautiful track, and everyone loves it, and I think it's GT racing, you know. A lot of Formula One guys love it, IndyCar. There are a lot of people that are very successful and famous in motor racing are coming here. You know, high downforce, incredible brakes, good racing. You get to go all over the world to the best tracks, you know, South Africa, Abu Dhabi, Australia, you know, wherever you want to go. I mean, some of the famous places, so it's really taken off.
Any bucket list tracks that still remain for you that you want to knock off before you hang up the helmet?
I want to win Bathurst one more time. You know, that's my home. I grew up there, and I'm very lucky to have been on the podium there. And I'll be back there with Jules and Luca again, and we'll give it a shot.
You'll give it a shot, Kenny. We'll let you go, my friend. Thank you so much for chatting with us, and we'll see you when this gets going.
Welcome. Cheers.
I hope Kenny's wrong in his forecast, and I hope we do get this race restarted at one point or another. But all in all, a great wide-ranging interview with Kenny Habul there, one of the great personalities in the sport, and someone who really looks after the sport as well. He puts his money where his mouth is, supporting his passion, and bringing big-name drivers to this event is such a boost to have Will Power in the field, and certainly down under Chaz Mostert's appearance here is a big deal too.
Well, I completely agree, and I love that, you know, in a conversation that I think it was Amanda had with him earlier in the weekend, asking how the whole drive with Will Power came about. He said, well, he had the opportunity to do this race, some things shuffled around. He said, why not call the best in the business? And I give Kenny a lot of credit for thinking of Will, and I give Will a lot of credit for saying an easy yes, and I think he's put on a show for us here. Let's not forget, this is his first ever GT3 race, and I think he's done a heck of a job with it so far.
I think also he's pretty savvy, kind of politicking. It's probably way too dangerous to continue this race, sitting in a position where he's going to win his 5th Independent Cup championship. So I think there's more to his comments there than meets the eye.
That's an interesting point that you make. I hadn't considered that, but you're right. He's brought in the 2 hot shoes to help him secure that title. It's interesting that he's running in a pro class, which means Kenny doesn't have to do as much driving as those that are in a Pro-Am entry, but nevertheless, he's got his eye on the prize. And I thought, too, his comments about the appeal of GT3 right now were eye-opening. I mean, it is a global formula. You can take these cars and race them in all of the big sports car races just about anywhere in the world. And to have a global platform like that has to be one of the big reasons, the big components to why this is such a golden age for GT racing at the moment.
Well, and you look at, exactly to your point, how ubiquitous GT3 cars are and how many different series and championships, just about all of them have some. And one of the best in the business at running those GT3s, especially if they're BMWs, is Vincent Voss with Team WRT. Amanda?
Yeah, John, if you think of the year that WRT has had, they won Bathurst, were the Nürburgring, won Suzuka about a month ago, in contention 1 and 2 right here with drivers and a championship contention. How do you summarize this season for yourself, Vincent?
Well, it's been an incredible season. I mean, starting with Bathurst, of course, 1 and 2 in Bathurst was incredible. Again in Suzuka, which, you know, important races for us, and then winning the overall championship, the sprint championship. Yeah, it's been an incredible season, and it's a little bit our first season like that with BMW. I mean, we are, of course, together since 2023. We did some great things since 23, but not a season like this, so we can only be happy. Here, unfortunately, they had to stop the race due to the weather, but nothing is done. I mean, we are getting prepared for the restart, if there is a restart. Yeah, so far so good, I would say.
As you said, it's not done yet. We still have that Drivers' Championship with 2 of your drivers in it, both in opposite cars this weekend to give a better shot at the win, and overall win as well. What have you seen out of those drivers that inspires you so far?
I mean, when you see Lello leading the race, taking the lead a few laps before the red flag, and then Kelvin, I mean, you see how strong they are with the car, how strong they believe into their car, and I think yeah, it's we have good lineups. I think at BMW we cannot really wonder why we have such a good result. We have some of the best drivers, and having a silver driver included in this race with Alfazal and with Valle, it was also great, and it's maybe a great thing for the future.
Well, I was standing by when Valentino Rossi got out of the car, and he was just beaming with pride, I think, from his stint. He was so happy. The team was happy. What did you say to him after that?
Well, I mean, you know, Valle is with us since 2022 now, so we know him very well, I have to say, and what he's doing in the car it's incredible, and you can see with Valle when he's happy about himself, the result is something. But when he's happy about what he just achieved in the car, and yeah, we are not surprised. I mean, we know what he can do, but also Alfazal, he did a great job, super great job, and yeah, I can only be happy about our drivers so far. No mistakes, and this is how championships. I mean, if we look at championships, this is how it has been so successful. It's so far staying on tracks. If you look at Bathurst, or if we look at the Nürburgring, it was not with WRT at the Nürburgring, but yeah, at the Nürburgring we were not really there, but somehow we were there when it counted, and the slightest mistake from the opponent, and bam.
Well, not to put you on the spot, but based on what you've seen here today in Indianapolis, who wins this championship?
Well, at the moment, I would say at the moment, as it is now in the race, Kelvin is then would be champion, as I understand. But yeah, it's more a manufacturer championship than a driver championship. We are moving drivers, cars, and of course it is important for every driver to win. But the most important is to have a BMW at the front.
Over the history of WRT, is there a season for yourself that you're most proud of?
It's one of the good season, of course. But you know, we are entering a lot of cars in different championships, including in WEC, where we have so far quite a difficult season. So I would say I am proud of what we have achieved, but there are still a lot of work.
New digs that you guys moved into in May, what are they like?
Please?
The new house that you guys moved into.
Yeah, I mean, we enter our new workshop in May. The 6th of May was the official entry in the new workshop. It was something we had in mind since years with Yves, and yeah, we have worked a lot around that, and it's we can be proud of what we achieved there. It's a fabulous tools to work, and yeah, let's say that now there are still. I mean, we have a lot of years in front of us, and we still have to do and to achieve a lot of things. We also enter our new workshop here in the US, in Charlotte, and there is a new chapter with hypercar in IMSA. So a lot on the table.
Growing expansions for Team WRT, and I'd say as beautiful as an F1 facility over there.
Well, I don't. Yeah, it's a beautiful facility. It's something. As I said, all the team has worked very hard to achieve. How we set up everything, how we did things. Everyone has been involved, including engineers, mechanics, and yeah, it's up to you the next time you are in Europe to come and visit us.
Well, congratulations on such a successful season, and always thank you for being willing and ready for these interviews when we're here.
Thank you.
Great to hear from him. I mean, that is one of the best team bosses in global motorsport right now. You look at the success that they've had. Switching brands, you wondered, would there be a little bit of a acclimation period going from Audi to BMW? Nope. How about going to prototypes for the first time? No, pretty quick in LMP2. They've been quick with the BMW prototype, and now, as you heard him allude to, a North American base in Charlotte opening up in advance of next year, because they will be the North American arm of BMW's prototype effort, as well as the international arm. So, yeah, that is a team, I mean, on the rise doesn't seem to quite do them justice. They're already there, but continuing to expand and win at a really high level.
Yeah, just a powerhouse team. They succeed every championship that they compete in. They really set the bar most of the time. There's obviously some other great prep shops out there, but they're certainly right there with anyone that you want to name in terms of how successful they are. And they're moving forward. They've gone into their new premises there in Europe, of course. That's a massive investment and structure to really elevate the program and take on more and more work. As he said, they're now going to have a full-time North American entry here, so that's a big move for them. I think it's big for BMW to put their faith with the operation on both sides of the water. And I think we'll have benefits because you're able to just use that information side to side. And I think that'll just move them forward even more. So it's exciting times, but they're not done yet.
No, they are not. They've still got a fight on their hands here. One of the teams bringing the fight to them is Random Vandals. And Random Vandals has drafted in Connor Daly as part of their lineup this weekend. DJ has found Connor.
Yeah, Ryan, he's a man that needs no introduction here at Indianapolis. Connor Daly. Connor, not exactly the conditions we want to be seeing here at this point, but how's the race been going for you guys thus far? You're doing pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, we're slowly working our way back forward. Obviously, I think the first pit cycle with the pit timer changing today, it seemed to be, we're a little bit on the conservative side, so we lost a little bit of time there. But team's done a great job, and I'm getting a little bit more experience. ABS is like my least favorite thing in the world, so I'm trying to figure out how to use that in the most efficient way and get by people. But that's a challenge. So it's been fun. I mean, the BMW is fast, obviously, clearly, and we'd like to just squeeze a little bit more pace out of it as we go. But our stint, I think, was really good. Just one mistake on my part, but I've had some fun, and I wish we could be out there, honestly. Like, these conditions at this track are a lot of fun, and I just really hope the lightning goes away.
Kind of reminiscent of 2 years ago, you and I sitting here waiting at the 500, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, sadly this place does seem to attract rain at the worst times. But yeah, as long as the lightning goes away and we can get back out there, I really hope we can put on a show, because I think it would be great for the fans who are watching all around. And yeah, this is a lot of good drivers out there, and it's a lot of fun to be out there with everyone. And I'm obviously a novice here and only here for a short period of time, but it's fun to be a part of the series with this team. And BMW, they've been very kind to me and welcoming me here, so it's been cool.
I think calling you a novice at Indianapolis is the biggest understatement of the century. So you have so much experience here. What are the differences coming from the cars you normally drive over to a GT3 like this? You already mentioned the ABS, but how do you kind of have to adjust your driving style, the way you feel the car?
Well, the ABS kind of removes the art of like braking deep, and anyone can brake as late as I can with the ABS. So it's one of those things that it's tough to get used to, because you kind of change your brake shape a little bit, and obviously traction control too. That's something that's different. The weight is much different, obviously, to what I'm used to, and just kind of controlling the body roll. That's definitely an interesting thing to have to deal with. But it's more about patience for me. Like, patience is really important in these cars, because I can't rush everything. I can't treat it like a car that has thousands of pounds of downforce and a ton of power. So it's a patience exercise, and it is enjoyable. And the racing is obviously very close. Like, these cars are so well, I think, just gapped to each other. If you come up on a Porsche or a Mercedes, each one has their own little strengths. But for the most part, it's really good racing, which is cool.
Now, there's a lot of drivers here that I know you kind of knew from back in the day as you were coming up from junior formula. How cool is it to be able to catch up with some of these guys?
Yeah, it's wild. It means I'm getting old, maybe, but Michael Grenier, I mean, we raced together in like 2009 and 10, along with Connor too, and with my teammate Patrick Niederhauser in GB3. A lot of guys throughout this field. Obviously, Will Power and I have done a few races together.
Just a few.
Yeah, but it's a great field. So many names that I've obviously known for a while, like Philip Eng, my teammate here. I remember watching him. I think I said yesterday, watching him race Formula BMW here in like the mid-2000s. Like, this is really dating us. So yeah, a lot of talent, a lot of factory guys that are just really, really good drivers, and it's cool to be here.
Indianapolis is a special place. We don't need to tell you that, but another big lightning. That's going to delay us a little bit more, unfortunately, but
I didn't see it.
No, anyway, see what? Exactly. But being here at Indianapolis, no matter what you're racing, I know you're a hometown guy like me, it's still just so very special, isn't it?
Oh, it's the greatest place in the world. And to see all the people that come out here today for this race is awesome. I mean, there's a lot of just genuine race fans here and in this community, and it's great to put on a show for them. But I love this place. No matter what day it is, walking in here, the hairs stand up on your arms. So my favorite place in the world. I'm proud to be from here, and yeah, want to keep trying to win the big one here as well in May.
I know there's a few people that'll be cheering you on there, and I know there's a lot of people cheering you on here today when we get back going. Connor, thank you so much. Good luck when we get back green.
Thank you.
Not the first weather delay Connor has had to sit through at the Speedway this year. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, look up his banquet speech from the Indy 500. But left him in an uncomfortable position that thankfully he's not in right now by virtue of the fact he's not in the race car. But yeah, always good to hear from him. A crowd favorite, of course, here at Indianapolis. He's from Noblesville, which is a suburb on the northern fringes of Indianapolis. And, you know, he told us pre-race, he pointed up at one of the suites and said, I grew up in that suite coming to this racetrack. His dad, Derek, raced here. His stepdad is Doug Bowles, who owns the track, or not owns the track. He's the president of the track and of the IndyCar series for that matter. Yep, sorry, Roger Penske. I know who actually owns the place, I promise.
There's a tap on the door, actually.
That's right. If you don't hear from me for a while, you'll know what happened. But Doug looks after this place and has done so for quite a while. And then his mother, Beth, has been around the sport for a long time, too. So, I mean, this really is in Connor's DNA, coming to this place and racing here. And I think, too, he's got to have one of the more varied careers at the racetrack, because he also ran a NASCAR Xfinity race on the road course a few years ago, and I think he would be the only one in this field that has done GT3, NASCAR, and IndyCar here at the IMS road course.
Yeah, no, it's pretty varied experience, and Connor's one of those American drivers who really, you know, had his sights set on Formula 3, went over and competed in Europe, Formula 1, went over and competed in Europe, so didn't quite make that happen. Looked like he was on track to do so, but I've always been really impressed with his stubbornness and his abilities behind the wheel. And you give him, he's a real racer. He will put it all on the lines. Some of the moves he makes on ovals in particular are just, wow, just take your breath away. So he's a very brave boy. He's super skillful. And I realize we talked about it earlier in the show, Ryan, in terms of, you know, he's still fighting to be there in a regular basis. Yes, he's done many, many IndyCar races, 12 Indy 500s now, led the race 5 times, but he still owes every off-season is kind of that painful journey as to whether he's going to be in a seat for next year. So I applaud his determination to keep grinding away at it. You've got to get to a point like, what do I need to do? But I think he'll find a place for next year. I know the pickings are slim at this stage of the game, but he deserves to be there.
Well, great to hear from him, one of the stars anytime he come to the Speedway. But I think one of the stars of the opening couple of hours was RS1's Alex Sedgwick. Let's hear from the Englishman now.
You hit the nail on the head, Ryan. Alex Sedgwick, 23rd to 7th, the unofficial hard charger of the race thus far. I got to assume that this Porsche is feeling pretty darn good right now.
So far, so good. You know, we were a little bit unfortunate in qualifying with the issue. I think, you know, we'd have been one of the 2 Porsches in Super Pole otherwise. So, you know, we showed we have the pace. We showed that, you know, RS1 has given us a really, really strong car. I just had to do a little bit more than expected in the first stint to get us to where we should have been. But, you know, it made it a lot of fun. You know, a little bit more action than normal at the start of an endurance race. But I think it was obviously a good opportunity for me in my position as well to, you know, show what I can do and hand off to Alessio in a good position to keep fighting forwards.
What's that mentality shift like? I mean, we talk about endurance racing so often. We talk about calm and steady. It's tortoise versus the hare, and you had to come out just guns blazing. So how did you kind of make that switch for an enduro like that?
It's tough for sure, and you know, you have a lot of variables here with the different ratings of drivers, and especially at the start it's a bit of a mix. You know, you never want to take a ton of risk, but you kind of have to get on with it a little bit as well. You know, especially here it's really, really important to stay on the lead lap. So, you know, losing a lot of time and taking it too cautiously to get through and picking people off really wasn't that much of an option. You know, fortunately this is my first year of GT3. Obviously I've come from a sprint racing background with Carrera Cup, so I've still got that locked away for when I need it. But you know, it was a good time to bring out that skill set and then hit the car, have a second stint, and kind of go back to endurance mode and look after it a little bit more.
You mentioned coming from other series in that, obviously still racing Porsche to Porsche, but what is the difference? We just talked to Connor Daly about the difference of what he's been driving this season over. I'm kind of interested, going from tin top to tin top, what the difference is and how you as a driver account for that.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing with the GT3 car is the downforce. You know, the Carrera Cup is already very close in lap time to these cars, but, you know, the downforce, the braking, and also the amount of items you can change setup-wise, you know, configuring the car. in Carrera Cup, you have to kind of drive around the problems and make do as a driver. And that's been a big learning point for me, where I can be a bit sassy and argue and make the engineers do more, because there's more options on the car to, you know, bring the car more in line with what I want it to do versus having to find a way to drive around it.
Now, I know you got your car racing start in Ginetta Juniors, part of SRO. How special is it to be able to work your way up through the SRO family to one of the premier series? I mean, you're kind of the story that we always talk about, rising your way up through the ranks.
Yeah, no, it's really cool. And I mean, obviously a lot of people have put a lot of support in to get me to this point, you know, from a very normal family, and the Ginetta Junior Scholarship actually gave me my start in cars. You know, I wouldn't be racing a car at all if it wasn't for that. And, you know, I learned a lot in those years with Ginetta, and, you know, it's been I guess an unconventional road of bouncing around between a lot of different series wherever there was an opportunity or the ability to stay racing or get in a car. But, you know, especially the last 3 years or so with the support of PT Autosport coming to the US has been huge. And, you know, this is kind of the end of that program for me as well. Before I move on to other things on the racing side, I'll still be supporting their shootout and their programs. But, you know, hopefully we've got to get a good send-off for that as well.
I want to come back to Ginetta Juniors real quick. Did I hear tell there's a name here at Indianapolis we know quite well you raced against, Jamie Chadwick, is that right?
Yeah, so I was teammates with Jamie. You know, the year I did Ginetta Juniors, it was pretty strong grid from Jamie, you know, Lando Norris, Billy Munger, like a lot of people that have kind of gone on to do, you know, a lot of stuff. So yeah, it's, you know, I think it shows the strength of that series, how, you know, people go on to all these various different things and perform well. So you know, I've been very fortunate to kind of have that baseline in my career, and yeah, they're fun little cars to drive, especially when you're a 14-year-old as well.
I think any car is a fun car to drive when you're 14, but let's turn our attention here to Indianapolis. Obviously, here in the States, we're a little fond of this track. How do you take it? Does it have the same mystique coming from overseas that we look at this place with?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for me, I've always been a motorsport fan. So I've watched NASCAR, I've watched IndyCar here forever, obviously IMSA as well, and the 8 Hour. So, you know, this was my first ever sports car race in the US in another series in 2022. So, you know, getting to drive under the tunnel and see how huge this place is, you know, go wander around the museum and see all the cool stuff that's, you know, happened here, and then you're part of it from racing here is pretty wild. Like, that's definitely you know, one of those sort of pinch yourself moments that, you know, whatever happens in your career, you achieved that, and you got to race at Indianapolis is pretty cool.
You gotten to see the museum since they redid it?
I haven't. That's my plan for tomorrow. We've got some time to kill. Yeah.
You've got to go see it. It's spectacular. But all right, rest of the race, you're up to 7th place. When we get back going, probably going to be wet. I'm just going to take a wild guess. We tend to say the Porsche does pretty well in the wet with the rear engine design on it. You squat off the corners, you got a chance to go forward?
I think so. You know, we haven't had the strongest car overall compared to some of the other manufacturers just in pure pace. So the wet definitely helps for us. And then, you know, you have an English guy and 2 Belgians. So, you know, we're pretty good at rain.
Excuse me, you were 5th, not 7th. That's my bad. I've got somebody correcting me in my ear. I got some wrong information, but we wish you luck when you roll off in 5th. It's always good to see you, Alex, and stay dry.
Yeah, appreciate it. You too.
Easier said than done, I'm afraid. The rain now starting to come down. Sun has started to set, but the bigger issue is the lightning in the area. That's why we are under the red flag. It's been almost an hour now since this race was halted momentarily. Well, we hope momentarily. Kenny Hopple didn't think so, but he's trying to stop the count at this stage. I think it's safe to say, to take home an Independent Cup championship. We'll see what happens. One thing, though, on those points, Calvin, I am curious about this. If this race were not to resume, which I don't think will be the case, but just theoretically, in Intercontinental GT Challenge, there is that 70% threshold that has to be reached for points to be scored. As it's been explained to me, we're not at that threshold yet, and it would be half points awarded.
That would change. So when Vincent Voss said, well, Kelvin's in shape to win this, that would be based on if we didn't get to the 70% mark, because I assume it goes to half points at that stage.
Correct.
And that would mean it's only a 3.5 point swing versus a 7, and he came in with a 5 point lead. So
Yeah, that's the math as I understand it as well. And for Independent Cup, right now it would actually benefit Antares Au with 52 points, just a little bit ahead of Ralph Bone and Kenny Hobble. It would be at 49.5 points, we think, at this stage. So anyway, just another wrinkle to keep in mind, but I should stress that is specifically for
Kenny
Intercontinental.
just ran into pit lane, said it's good to go. We need to get back out there with that information.
I could hear him yelling all the way out here. Amazing, amazing, over the thunder and the rain and the wind as well, which is definitely picked up. Look, at this point now, even if with just the rain, there are sections of this track right here on the front straightaway with the two walls situated where they are, where you can get some standing water that can cause some problems. We've seen that in IndyCar races here in the past. So this is, I'm afraid, going to be a bit of a delay here before we get race action back underway.
Exactly, and it was actually really great to hear from Alex Sedgwick as we're still under a rain delay. But one of the cool initiatives he mentioned was PT Autosport and the driver shootout that can award up to $250,000 to a young driver who may not otherwise have the opportunity to succeed. And I think a cool little nugget is last year's shootout winner, none other than Zach Hollingstead, who's competing on the Toyota GR Cup North America grid this year. Pretty cool that Alec is a part of giving Zach that opportunity to compete, Ryan.
Definitely is. It's a cool initiative that PT Autosport has put in place, and it's helped promote some really impressive talent up through the ranks. A chance now to hear from some of our Pro-Am competitors in GT World Challenge America. Turner going for back-to-back Pro-Am championships, Amanda, and right now it looks like things are pointing their direction, but as they know from last year, things can change in a hurry.
Well, we're singing in the rain down here. I wanted to show you the backdrop of rain since you guys can hear it where you are. And Patrick, we've been talking about you're not going to count your chickens or your chicken tacos until this thing's over with, but you got to be sitting pretty in the position you're at now.
Yeah, we're in a good spot with our Lade Creek BMW. The Turner Motorsport guys and girls have put us in a good position. I don't know, you tell me. It's this place doesn't drain well, and we got lightning, so I don't know. It's these guys' championship, so I'll let them tell you if they want it to get going. But we had a really fast BMW today, and we just kind of stayed out of trouble and put ourselves in a good position, I think.
Well, we had asked for Justin Rothberg for this interview as well, and I was going to call him out for not wanting to get his shoes wet. But actually, I forgive you now because it is pretty terrible out here. But Justin, or Robbie, just the season that you guys have shared together, go back-to-back in a championship amongst such a diverse talent of talent within our paddock. What is the highlight that sticks out that made this happen?
It's tough to pick one event just on the spot, but just Justin's progression in year two has been great. We've had 5 wins this year, which is a great testament to his improvement, the team's kind of improvement with this new M4 GT3 Evo over the whole season. So yeah, just a lot to look back on, and however this all works out. Obviously, we want to be out here racing. Everybody does. It's unfortunate. Mother Nature has different plans, but hopefully we get back going and see how we end up.
Well, hopefully he knows he's, wherever he's sitting watching this interview, he knows that a championship is probably coming his way, but he's pretty upset with himself earlier. How was he as the race started settling in?
Good. Eventually, it's tough here with, if you get offline, passing cars and stuff, there's quite a lot of pickup that gets on the tires, and you have to really reset yourself. Actually, the end of his stint, he was running faster than the beginning of his stint on older tires, so he was doing fine. We have a couple things going against us in terms of car pace and stuff, so I think he did a good job keeping it clean. And then he obviously was meant to get back in the car, but we'll see how that works. So he's done a great job today, and throughout the whole season, dealing with pressure in both championships. He wrapped up GTA yesterday, so it's been a real pleasure to work with him. He's become a great friend of mine, so yeah, hopefully we get back going. We'll see.
Talk about keeping it clean. Patrick, you knew the duty walking into this weekend as of before, but Kelvin and I were pulling out of the track. I think that was Thursday night maybe, and you were getting suited for practice to get ready, and you, dare I say, you were nervous?
Yeah, I mean, certainly, right? These guys are both my buddies. I drive for Turner in a different series, and it's their championship, and I can really only mess it up. Obviously, my job is to go fast and not make mistakes, but it's a different set of rules, and the guys have really done a good job of keeping me tuned in with shutting the car off during the pit stop and not leave until the timer's up, or if we have a 5-second derogation penalty, and it's just you get in a rhythm of doing stuff and then it changes up. So yeah, a lot of pressure, mainly because I care about these guys that are driving the car and all the guys and girls on the team that are working on these things. I know how bad they want to win a championship, And you know, it's a privilege to come here and race with them and represent Lade Crete, and I look forward to doing it in the future. But it's definitely pressure.
And to have Turner Motorsport on a fire suit as a driver, what does that mean to you?
Yeah, it's super cool. You know, Robbie and I are both big fans of racing. They've been around since I started watching sports car racing and World Challenge back in the day, and just seeing all the people that have driven there, and now for us to be here together doing it for a couple years now, it's great. Will's built a great thing here, and hope to stay here for a long time.
All right, Justin, well, wherever you're watching from, if we finish this thing up, hopefully not under red, but I hope you'll come out, get those shoes wet for some podium celebration and a championship, guys.
If it means you get to stand on the podium here at Indianapolis, I think it's worth getting wet feet. What do you think?
Absolutely. And I think Robbie called it just great progression for Justin. A lot of pressure coming in. It's a very different scenario. They were free raining it last year because it was such an outside shot. They didn't think they had a chance at the title, and it came their way. This year they have the lead, got pinched a little bit after Barber, and suddenly it's a nervy time, but it's going their way so far today.
Well, as you can see, the weather has not abated, and so as a consequence, we will be taking a look back for the next 30 minutes or so on Super Pole Shootout qualifying from last night. Hope you enjoy while we step aside. It's go fast time at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the famed Brickyard. Time for the Pole Shootout for this year's edition of the Indianapolis 8-hour. Powered by AWS. Welcome to Indianapolis. Ryan Marine, Kelvin Fish, Amanda Busick set to take you through a rapid-fire 15-minute pole shootout. The field of 25 has been whittled down to just 10, and it's almost time to see who will start from pole position in Indianapolis Motor Speedway's longest race of the year. Temperature starting to drop down to 71 degrees Fahrenheit. Track temperature has really come down over the last few hours, just over 80 degrees. A little bit of a breeze, but other than that, Kelvin, these cool temperatures, it should be pretty good conditions to set some fast lap times.
Yeah, and unlike the cars that were fueled up for 3 15-minute sessions, just one 15-minute session now, so it'll be a lighter fuel load to start this session. I mean, the Lone Star car was just really, really quick in that earlier session with Maxime Martin setting the fastest time. They've elected to go with Jules Gounon to try and lay down this fly here in this pole shootout session. Looking at the breakdown, you've got 5 BMWs in this 10-car field, 4 from Mercedes, and just a single entry from Porsche, but not a bad peddler to have behind the wheel in Lauren Heinrich.
Former pole sitter at this event. Let's go through the names that you'll be seeing, and this is an all-star cast of drivers. For Turner Motorsport, it's Robbie Foley, the reigning Pro-Am champion in GT World Challenge America. For JMF Motorsports, Lucas Auer, this year's DTM runner-up. Team WRT's number 46 entry will see the South African Kelvin van der Linde, already a GT World Challenge Europe champion a couple of times over this year. Philip Eng will drive for Random Vandals Racing in their car number 51. He's won here in a prototype before, going back to last year. Chaz Mostert for 75 Express, 2-time Bathurst 1000 winner. Jules Gounon for Lone Star Racing, a former Intercontinental GT Challenge champion, among other accolades. Connor De Filippi, Lauren Heinrich, Raffaele Marciello, and Mauro Engel, the top 10, or the 10 drivers rather, that will go for pole and glory here at Indianapolis. And a chance to welcome in the third member of the team, Amanda Busick. Who have you found?
Hey, Ryan, I'm standing by with Lynn Hodanius, who will watch Jules Gounon take to the track for this pole shootout here at IMS. And based on your experience in the race car here today, why might you guys prove to have the top spot here tonight?
Yeah, no, I think we have a great chance, especially with Jules in the car. Been rapid all weekend. So we'll see where we end up, but of course we're hoping for that top spot, and we'll make it happen.
You guys have a great team collected here. I know you guys met Marx Martin as well, who was the fastest overall in qualifying. Why will this matter on race day?
You know that now really times, you know, it's nice for the pictures and stuff, but of course you want to have the pace on Saturday because it's an 8-hour race. You know, you can do all the quali laps you want, but at the end of the day, we need to be the stints that count.
And you did as well. Good luck tonight, and we'll see what happens with this Mercedes.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it.
Super impressive young talent. Already raced here once this year. Was here just 1 month ago with this same Lone Star team, a team that started on the outside of the front row in this event last year, a team that has won in conjunction with Craft Bamboo a couple of years ago. In short, they know their way around this place.
They do. That notebook is super important. Yes, we're running a different tire here than we ran here last year, which a lot of the teams were introduced to at Road America. For Lone Star, they've got to adapt to that as well, so it won't be exactly the same setup. It does demand something different from the race car in terms of how you set it up to work with this tire. But AJ Peterson just does a great job with that relatively small team to turn out these really fast race cars.
Clock is already starting to tick. 15 minutes in the session. So this pole shootout, it's a little different than if you watched qualifying, for instance, at the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa, where it's really one lap heroics. Here it's 15 minutes to try and set the fastest lap you can, which begs the question, how early will we see these lap times pop up, or how late maybe do we have to wait for the Pirellis to get into their peak?
Well, you can roll the dice a little bit. There's a theory that the more rubber goes down, the faster the racetrack gets. Obviously, if there's a red flag, you can suddenly get tumbled over by that. But it depends on the car and how you set up. Maxime Martin did it on his third flyer. Do you know what I mean? So it was really early in his run. Other cars seem to come in like lap 4 or 5. So there'll be different approaches, and we'll have to wait and see how it shakes out.
A look here at Wright Motorsports that come to this event with one goal in mind and one goal only. It's to win, not in class, but overall. They were the first to see the checkered flag last year. A time penalty for a pit lane infraction meant that on adjusted time, they were scored second overall to Team WRT. And they feel like they've got unfinished business.
Yeah, it was brutal to have the fastest car, essentially, and Lauren did a great job. He thought he had that 5-second penalty covered. But the WRT team, as you'd expect, just strategized their way and had the driver in at the end to be able to get it to the line within that 5-second margin and get it post-race. But they've had a lot of success. Lauren won here last year in IMSA, as did the Wright Motorsports team. So they've got a good notebook as well and got a really fast driver lineup.
A lot of eyes on this car. It carries number 46, and for good reason. That was the number plate of one Valentino Rossi throughout his historic MotoGP career, and the Dr. Vale is here this weekend taking part in his first Indianapolis 8-hour. He'll be watching Kelvin van der Linde of Johannesburg, South Africa, qualify that car. We'll see what he can do. In the meantime, here's the 888 still waiting patiently in the pit lane. Grupa M waiting for their chance, and it is the veteran Mauro Engel who will do the qualifying.
Yeah, Chazzy Mostert there waiting as well, so they're just waiting for a bit more rubber to go down. Maybe ambient temperature will be dropping rapidly at this stage of the afternoon, and just gives you that little nuance that you need. You're sometimes only looking for a few hundredths or a tenth of a second here to make the difference between pole position and just coming up short.
Lots of eyes on this car too. If you're tuning in wondering which car is two-time IndyCar champ and Indy 500 winner Will Power driving, it's that bright orange Sun Energy 1 car. Shares it with Chaz Mostert, the Supercars ace, and of course Kitty Hobble, the team owner, who's going for the Independent Cup title here this year. What would be a record-setting Intercontinental Championship. He's won in several different variations in the past and is trying to add yet another here this weekend. Waiting on the first official times. These are the first flying laps now. Let's keep an eye here on the Austrian. Lucas Auer, nephew of Formula One great Gerhard Berger, and he is out on a push lap now. Watching from the pits is Robbie Foley. Now, that is an interesting development. We thought he was going to be qualifying the car for Turner, and Amanda has caught up with him.
Well, Robbie, I know you were over here to congratulate Justin Rothberg on winning his championship, but you don't have a helmet on and you're nowhere near a race car. Why?
I would love to be out there, but we found a small leak that we want to attend to before tomorrow, so our car was very good in qualifying. I think BMW in general is quite strong. And yeah, we're just going to be safe for tomorrow and make sure we get that leak fixed.
Safe tomorrow will still mean starting from row 5.
Yeah, they had to reattach or tighten up a turbo boost hose early in that qualifying session. Didn't really lose any representative lap times. You're not allowed to work on the car in qualifying, but you can kind of discard the ones that have been set to that point. So it didn't really thwart them. All three drivers got a run there. So just playing it safe here. There's no real advantage. Like we talked about the fact that the 04 car elected not to run qualifying, essentially to save 3 sets of tires. You do burn down another set in this session, but you get those replaced, so there's no advantage strategy-wise by not running this session for Turner Motorsports. So I think it's legit, just trying to keep it safe, keep the car in 100% shape for the race tomorrow.
And apologies if you mentioned it, I was trying to sort through something else, but they did have that issue with the turbo, we think, in the first qualifying session a little bit earlier, so no sense in taking any risks. Make sure everything is buttoned up on the car. Different BMW. This is from the WRT stable, and Kelvin van der Linde is on a flyer. Purple in Sector 1, purple in Sector 2, purple Sector 3. He pops to the top of timing and scoring at a 1:23.090, but that is still a little ways off of some of the really fast times we saw in qualifying earlier today.
Yeah, I think potentially it's going to take a low 22 to seal the deal here late in the day, so I think they'll keep pushing now. I think you'll probably have at least a couple of laps where the car's in really great shape before you kind of peak those tire pressures.
Kelvin this year already wins at Bathurst, at the Nürburgring, and at Suzuka just last month.
New purple first sector. I mean, he's overall fastest there, and it's a big chunk that he's taken off the table there. That is a big, big lap that he's putting together here. Can he seal the deal? First year since moving over to the BMW squad. So much success with Audi over the years, and now he follows his brother Sheldon to the BMW mark.
Comes from a racing family. His father raced BMW touring cars in their native South Africa, and look at this, trending the right direction, nearly a second up, or he was on his time. That's been adjusted slightly, I think, because others are turning in good sector times now as well. Kelvin van der Linde, though, will give us a target to shoot for. Here he comes through turn 14, looking for the Art of Bricks with 8 minutes, 13 seconds still on the clock. The time is a 1:22.408.
Yeah, that's really solid. I think that's similar to the time that Maxime Martin set in the earlier qualifying sessions. That's right on the limit there. Can they go a little bit deeper? Can they kind of trim off another 10th or 2 here for the top spot?
Amanda says it feels significantly cooler down in the pits compared to the conditions we were in just over an hour ago at the end of that 3-phase qualifying session. If you missed it, all 3 drivers in the lineups had to set times, and it was an aggregated time across the 3 that then determined starting positions 11 through 25. The top 10 advanced to this session here. Final pole shootout ahead of the Indy 8-hour tomorrow.
Lello Marciello sets a new overall best through that first sector. He'll be given the information of what his teammate in the other car has done. Remember, they're the 2 cars that are in the fight for this IGTC driver's crown here this weekend.
That's right, it's a 2-horse race. It will go to a BMW driver. The only question is which one. It's a 5-point lead for van der Linde over Marciello. They drove together quite a bit already this year, but on separate points by virtue of not racing in one of the IGTC rounds together, and they're separated here to allow themselves to fight it out for the Drivers' Championship. Connor De Filippi flirting with a quick time. He's shown in second. Does he have enough to jump to the top? No, by 84 thousandths of a second.
Purple in the 3rd sector. That was a really great lap, and here comes Marciello to the line, goes to the top, 22.316.
On a weekend in which it's been all Mercedes all the time. How about this? BMW 1, 2, 3, and van der Linde has called it quits. He will start no better than second. He's in the pit lane. Now gets Gounon within a 10th of a second now. Doesn't have an overall best sector yet, but he's not far off. What can the French-born Andorran do? Here comes Gounon now.
Can he break into that BMW trio that have a stranglehold at the top? It's going to be tight. He could get around Engel. There's a big gap between 3rd and 4th time-wise, and he does just that.
To 4th place. Nearly 2 tenths, though, off of Marciello's pace-setting time. Chaz Mostert, currently shown in 9th, jumps up to 6th. Good lap there from Chaz.
Yeah, about half a second off, but he's probably got more to showcase what that car can do as he's just starting to get going here.
I think a lot of folks are wondering when will Wright show what they've got. Do they have anything left to try and push with here? Lauren Heinrich all the way down in 8th. De Filippi 3rd. Solid effort, though, for the Random Vandals team. Heinrich not on a lap right now. This could be the start of one, though. Let's see what he can do. Former pole sitter in this event. Did that with Huber Motorsport 2 years ago.
Yeah, really poor middle sector there for Heinrich, so he's got to regroup a little bit if he's going to threaten the front 2 rows.
Mauro Engel a little bit off the mark, but look at the lap Jules Gounon is putting together. Trending the right direction with the purple middle sector. Will follow Engel to the line. Mauro right now down in 7th. Can he improve? Yes, he does. Jumps up to 6th ahead of Mostert. Here comes Gounon. He's on a flyer. Jules Gounon to the top. 122.283. 33 thousandths of a second clear of Marciello to take Mercedes back to the points.
Here comes Philip Eng with a flyer. He's putting together. This is going to break him right to the top. 22.271. Wow, 12 thousandths quicker than the Mercedes.
And a message sent by the North American team, Random Vandals Racing, with the BMW ace, Philip Eng, 12 thousandths of a second to the good, provisionally on pole position.
Oh, this is awesome stuff. This is really a statement by that Random Vandals team, as you alluded to there, Ryan. Can they fight out with the big boys like WRT and others?
North American-based teams, 1st and 2nd, with Random Vandals at Lone Star Racing, courtesy of Philip Eng and Jules Gounon. Meanwhile, Mauro Engel, this lap, not going to do it. It was a personal best in the middle sector, but he gave up too much time in the first.
Yeah, could move him up the order a little bit if he can have a good, clean 3rd sector, but it's not going to threaten the first 2 rows, I don't think. Maybe P6 potentially. See what he comes across the line with.
4 of the 10 cars have called it quits. They're in the pits. We never saw the Turner cars. We heard a moment ago from Robbie Foley. An abundance of caution there to make sure things are good to go. They will start 10th. Good lap in the making, perhaps, from Chaz Mostert. Lucas Auer will do no better than 6th. Mostert had a personal best in the first sector, but gave it up in the middle. Something with a miss.
Big time. A couple of seconds off here, so not sure he's going to regroup here. Still got a couple of minutes to work with. Does he have any tires left? Not literally, but in terms of performance and tire pressures haven't peaked too much.
Well, he's still pushing because he basically matched his best 3rd sector, just a fraction off of it. So maybe there is still a little more to shoot for there. 475 Express and Kenny Hobble's operation. Philip Eng
just did a 22.474. It's a couple of tenths off that at the moment pole setting time.
Had a good first sector, I think, as well, at a 28.158. That compares pretty favorably, within a tenth to some of the other front runners, so he's still pushing for more. Heinrich, meanwhile, gave it up in the 3rd sector. That wasn't enough to improve. Down in 9th. Best placed and only Porsche, in fact, to make it to the shootout.
Yeah, I'd have to look at his predictive. I've got a feeling there's a little bit more there, but Heinrich had a bad middle sector, then a poor 3rd sector there on the subsequent lap.
Engel could pick up a position or 2 on this lap if he can keep it neat and tidy here through the final sector. No, doesn't do it. Still in 8th, but it is Mostert who's still pushing. How about it? Within a tenth of a second of pole. Little twitch there down in turn 12. Now through 13 up to 14. Can Chaz Mostert pull an upset at Indianapolis? Here he comes. All the way out to the outside retaining wall. Chaz Mostert from 7th to 6th. Not enough in the 3rd sector.
Yeah, just a quarter of a second off the pole position. It was a big lap, a big effort, but not to be.
Same story here. Lauren Heinrich just doesn't have it. That is an ominous sign for the Porsche camp, because if Lauren can't coax the speed out of the car, don't know who can.
Yeah, and he bails. He's had enough, and you can tell by his approach there. Seems like a little frustration is building there with Lauren Heinrich. Didn't have a great second half to the IMSA Championship season. Had a couple of wins early, and he's not had a great run in IGTC either. Talked about the bad luck. Certainly some potential to have big results this year, but it's never really come together for him on the IGTC calendar, at least.
Engel will call it quits. Philip Eng seems to have backed out of it as well. Chaz Mostert not on the pace either. So it would appear that Random Vandals Racing has vaulted to the top and is set to start the Indy 8 Hour from pole position What a shot in the arm, especially for this entry of Varun Choksi and Bill Auberlen, joined this weekend by Philip Eng. They have not had fortune on their side. They have had their share of struggles this year, but this is a great way to kick off an 8-hour weekend.
Yeah, it really is. They've had 5 podiums on the year, but yet to see victory lane. Got a new engineer on board since the last round at Babel, where they had a ton of speed there, so they celebrate. There's Paul Sparta, team principal at Random Vandals. He's got a lot on the line here this weekend. Championships potentially coming their way across 4 different classes, I think.
Yes, they are very busy, not just here in GT World Challenge and in the 8-hour, but also with entries, 3 of which are going for championships potentially in Pirelli GT4 America. Race 1 of the weekend for them is coming up tomorrow in the morning as a prelude to the 8-hour. Let's hear from Varun Choksi, whose car starts from pole tomorrow. Amanda?
Oh, and you can just imagine the celebration over here. Paul Sparta just was jumping up and down. I see Bill Auberlen up on the pit box taking in the moment as well. And Varun, you said to me, not bad. How will that kick off tomorrow's race for this effort?
Yeah, I think starting on pole is obviously really, really nice. Most importantly, we get to stay out of trouble, ideally. So let's try and kick off the right way.
When we reflect over the year, how much did this team need this moment?
I mean, I think the guys, obviously, it meant a lot to them. And it's nice to have a little bit of good fortune coming our way, so hopefully we can keep that going.
Congratulations, enjoy it.
Thank you.
Enjoy it for now, but still a lot of work to do tomorrow. Nevertheless, can't have a much better Friday than the one that they have had. Both of their cars through and will both start in the top 5 positions. Here's a look at the 10 cars in the respective lineups and how they'll line up inside the top 10, pending technical inspection, of course. Did not see lap times from the Turner camp, but top 9 were covered by less than 0.7 of a second and less than half a tenth separating the top 3. It is close. Certainly BMW and Mercedes appear to have a little bit of something, at least over single lap pace, but as we know, Cal, in an endurance race, that's not the whole story.
No, and we saw Mercedes kind of leading the way in the free practice and certainly pre-qualifying here earlier today, and everyone wondered when will BMW show their hand. Well, it certainly came to the forefront here in slightly cooler conditions, but a long 8 hours to race tomorrow. But certainly, as you said, great statement by our North American-based team, Random Vandals, and they celebrate now with Philip Eng.
Yeah, Philip with a big smile on the face. This has been a good track for Philip. His fire suit's actually on display in that museum right now. We'll talk about that more later. Let's hear from him now.
All right, and you're going to see that Rova hat go on, and he's got the Rova pole position to kick off this Indianapolis 8-hour that will go into the lights. You see Paul Sparta here. I can tell you your team was jumping up and down. What was the magic of putting that lap together, Philip?
I mean, when we rolled the car out of the truck straight away, it was so well prepared from Random Vandals, and we just had a very clean practice sessions, you know. We improved the car step by step. And I'm very happy for the guys because it's my first time joining the team, first time being a Random Vandal, and I love it. And it's a long race ahead. Luckily, I've been in the position before to be able to win the race in 2023 with WRT, which was great. And yeah, let's see how tomorrow goes.
Were you told during that effort how close it was between you guys? 0.05 of a second separate the top 3.
No, it wouldn't have made any difference because I just drove as fast as I could. Yeah, it was enough. I was very happy with the car, with the lap. Just all came together, and very happy for the team.
Philip being on top here at Indianapolis.
Next year will mark a decade for Philip Eng as a BMW factory driver, joined the roster in 2016. This lineup, by the way, is intact from last year. It's a different team. They ran with ST Racing last year, but taking that same lineup to Random Vandals, and after a 5th place result in their class last year, maybe a chance for some more.
Yeah, no, it's really solid driver lineup. I think Varun and Bill have really been on form this year. It really hasn't displayed itself in terms of net results, but when the car's been right, they've been right there. So this is a great opportunity for them to finish off the season on a high. Auberlen's had a lot of success here in this Indy 8 hours over the years, admittedly, mostly in GT4 competition.
When you consider that at this time a year ago, Random Vandals had run a total of 2 GT3 race weekends prior to the 8 hour, 1 year on, and now out in front in pole shootout in a world-class field. GT teams from all over the planet have gathered here, and they come on top. Is this the most significant result they've had?
I think it is. You know, it's just a qualifying session, but boy, to showcase what you can do in terms of turning up with a fast race car is really a brilliant statement. If they can then turn that into a solid run here tomorrow, even a podium, I think would be awesome against the competition they're facing. I love the fact this year that all of those pro entries have to run a silver rated driver in that car. That will even up the playing field a little bit tomorrow and certainly give everyone an equal chance.
It is a great addition, I agree, to have the silver mandate across the board. Last year it was the 2 different pro classes, and at the end of the day we saw a North American pro up against an Intercontinental GT Challenge pro fighting for the overall win, which I think was a signal that really this is the way it ought to be, and it's certainly been a welcome change for the paddock. Let's hear from another random vandal now. Connor Daly is with Amanda.
And another guy that has a ton of experience here at IMS. But you were over watching that qualifying effort by Philip Ing. What was your reaction to that?
Honestly, it's been really cool to be teammates with Philip. I've known Philip for a long time. I watched him race Formula BMW here when we were like kids, so that's crazy. But this team's done a great job. I mean, obviously the team car on pole is really cool. Our car, we literally threw a new gearbox at it before qualifying and didn't even get a chance to warm it up before I had to get out there with like 5 minutes left. So to make Super Bowl, we were really pumped about that. And I'm still learning a lot about this thing, but it's been fun so far. Appreciate BMW for helping us out and this team for doing a great job.
Well, your team is looking for a championship tomorrow. Any concern with those mechanical issues?
Well, I think we got it sorted out, thankfully. But yeah, it was hectic today. But thankfully, we got out there. Everyone did a great job putting the car back together, and it obviously did the job. Connor did a great job, 5th, I guess we're starting, so that's awesome, and the team car is on pole. So everything is going okay so far. I think we've got through all of the craziness, we hope, and 8 smooth, fast hours tomorrow.
I hate you said that out loud, Connor.
Well, yeah, my bad.
Noblesville, Indiana's own Connor Daly, fan favorite here at the Speedway. This is the starting grid for the Indy 8-hour. It is the Random Vandals number 51 that will start from pole position. It'll be Lone Star Racing alongside in second place. Row number 2, Team WRT with its pair of entries sweeping that second row, and again showcasing the strength of Bavaria with BMW well represented at the front. Random Vandals, second entry, starting in 5th next to 75 Express and their Mercedes. Then it's Mackay Stevens, JMF Motorsports and Company trying to cap off the season with a championship. Tom Callender alongside. Then we've got Wright Motorsports and Turner back in the 5th row. DXDT and Dollarhide Racing sharing row number 6, Corvette versus Mustang. That's got a ring to it. Wright Motorsports, second entry with Huntara Sal going for an independent cup title next to Ralph Bone from Herbert Motorsports. Heart of Racing, haven't called their names much this weekend, but plenty of time to turn that around. And then another Herbert entry with Dustin Blattner listed alongside. GMG and Kyle Washington rolling off 17th. Todd Coleman and Archangel in 18th. Schwest Pobolato Racing's Corvette starts in the inside of the 10th row next to Earl Bamber Motorsport in their Porsche. Then it's Marcelo Hahn from AF Corsa USA next to his teammate, another AM-Class entry. Starting towards the back, cars that had issues in qualifying earlier. RS1, CrowdStrike by Riley, and Regulator Racing. We'll start at the back of the pack, but a long time to make up some ground. Over 8 grueling hours of racing here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. That's all coming your way just after noon tomorrow, and we'll race into the twilight in Indy's only night race. It was a rapid-fire pole shootout. The top 10 cars from qualifying earlier advancing. 9 of them set times. Turner, with some technical issues, elected to play it safe, and with that caution sat out this session. Early in the going, BMW rose to the fore, challenged though occasionally by Mercedes, which has been the mark to beat over the course of the weekend up to this point. But at the end of it, it was Random Vandals Racing claiming hometown honor here on their home soil. North American team takes pole position for the Indy 8 Hour, powered by AWS. That was nearly 24 hours ago, and as you can see, what a difference a day makes. The weather has played its part here today. Race right now under red flag conditions. It came just past the halfway mark, so about 90 minutes ago, rain started to move into the area, but more importantly, lightning did as well, and we've been in a holding pattern ever since. It's Team WRT, currently 1-2 at the front of the field. It's the 777, currently driven by Raffaele Marciello, that leads the race, ahead of Kelvin van der Linde. Those two sparring right now for Intercontinental GT Challenge overall Drivers' Championship titles. One of the two will come away with it here today at one point or another. Lucas Stoltz currently sits in third, not in that number 888 car, but somewhere in one of the garages just behind the pit box. They've had a solid day as well. Random Vandals, fourth place, with Connor Daly aboard the number 99, and then it's Jan Halen from RS1, fifth in the Pro class and overall. Meanwhile, in the Pro-Am class, Herbert Motorsport has the top spot right now, courtesy of Dennis Marchand. Pat Gallagher for Turner sits second. That would be good enough to help his two teammates clinch a Pro-Am championship here in 2025. And then Antares Au completes the Pro-Am podium in third. Two cars in the Am class, led right now by AF Corsa's entry. They went to the 4 only in the last couple of hours, maybe even less than that, of running. It was a long pit stop for the Dollarhide Racing Ford Mustang, and that helped the Ferrari get through and into the lead of the class, 16th overall. That is a brief recap of what was a thrilling 4 hours of racing to get started here today. But unfortunately, Jonathan Grace, Calvin Fish, we've had a lot of downtime here on our hands over the last, 90 minutes or so, and it looks like it could be that way for a little while longer. Calvin, what's the latest that you've heard?
I think the last lightning strike was about 10 minutes ago, so we've got about 20 more minutes to hold for that, and then look at the weather and look how it's going to go. And word I'm getting is that then you've got to get everyone back in place. That's probably about a 45-minute procedure. Obviously alert the teams during that period as to what's going to happen next, but again, up for conjecture because the weather's moving around and that cell is pretty big. I mean, the big concern is obviously the lightning. Racetrack, I don't know, we haven't seen all the way around, but it looks maybe raceable. I'm not sure if there's too much order on the racetrack to create an issue, but the intent is at least to try and get some more running here tonight before the clock runs out in 2 hours, 22 minutes or whatever it is.
We had a meeting yesterday, didn't we, with the rules makers, and one thing that was stressed in that meeting, in the eventuality of weather, is that they would do everything in their power to resume this race if given the opportunity, and that is, after safety, the top priority.
Yeah, absolutely. And I am really curious to see if we do get some wet weather running. It's certainly possible. We've got wet weather Pirelli tires, and I think a lot of the drivers would be pretty eager to go out. Calvin, you had a chance to talk to some of the drivers on the grid this morning before the race because rain was kind of a topic of the day. Just about everyone you talked to thought it was going to rain. Well, they were right. I know we were speculating. You don't have to do that now. I think the one guessing game is if we do get racing, what are those conditions going to be like? Because they said it was going to be pretty treacherous around the IMS road course with some of the rivers and puddles that might emerge. Yeah, absolutely. So there's very few drivers that have much experience here in the rain. It's also a new Pirelli P0 wet tire, so not sure how many of the teams have tested on it. We certainly haven't seen it in competition here in North America.
Right.
Obviously, some of the teams like WRT probably have had experience with it, so that could be a leg up for those guys. But again, you're limited to what changes you can make. If you fully anticipated the rain, as we talked earlier in the race, maybe you compromise the setup a little bit, go typically softer for the rain, just because it makes the car more compliant, rolling more and biting the racetrack and putting more energy into the tire. But I'm not sure how many people would have rolled the dice that much. Obviously, the conditions look great to start the day. The forecast said, yes, probably going to see some rain, but if it moved north just 5 miles, then suddenly we could have had a dry race up until this point. So it's a big ask to really compromise the setup with an unknown. Certainly the forecast said
good chance, but nonetheless, it's here. It's here in a big way. Lightning is the big concern from a safety aspect in terms of the crews, the corner workers, our TV camera ops, and everything like that. So I think there's a chance we could see an hour and a half of green flag racing if the conditions work with us.
What does this do from a strategy perspective?
Well, I think there's a little bit of clarification we need to get in terms of when full points are awarded in IGTC. We've got word that the North American points, because we've gone beyond 50%, will be full. And why that's important, we heard Vincent Voss say right now Kelvin van der Linde would have the championship crown. And I'm looking at it, well, Marciello has the lead. That's a 7-point swing. But if you don't get full points and it's only 50%, that's only 3.5-point swing. That would put Kelvin back in front. So that was really kind of Vincent not telling us that the rule may kick in when you don't get full points, and that will affect the championship. So we're looking for clarity on that in terms of whether it's just green and yellow flag that counts towards that 75% mark versus the clock running. We're 19 minutes away from being 75% into the race distance on the clock, but obviously that's a different story if that's not how the race is run in terms of if it's reached 75% run time.
And what an interesting dynamic, Kelvin, it would be, because we had an unprecedented amount of green flag running to start this race. We kind of saw something different last year. We had cars fall by the wayside. In 2024, it was a lot of mechanical attrition that took cars out of contention. We've seen that at times today, but it's been green. The only interruption we had was for weather, not for incidents on track, although there's been no shortage of action. But what a tale of two halves this would be if we had a completely green first half of the race and then a damp, soggy second half of the race when everyone is bunched back up again. They always say that rain is the great equalizer. Who in your mind would benefit the most from resuming this race, at least in the pro class, to start?
I think most of the guys who run in the IGTC, you know, guys like Marciello, van der Linde, I mean, just pick a name. Jan Halen will be awesome in the wet. So there's so many great wet weather drivers. The real key is whether the track is raceable. I just saw a safety vehicle or something come through that final corner. There was a lot of water down there low on the apex area there. So that's another question. We don't want to just send cars out that go back to green when we're going to suddenly have aquaplaning and stuff like that. So a lot of levels to get through in terms of making the right decision.
That is one area of concern. As we've talked about, lightning first and foremost is the primary concern, and a lot of eyes on radar screens, etc., to get an update on what the situation is. What we can tell you at this point, a restart will not be happening in the next 30 minutes. As you can see, the race has been suspended due to weather conditions. The anticipation is, if at all possible, to get the race back underway. We'll receive an update and we'll pass it along to you at 18:30. That's 6:30 local time, U.S. Eastern time. In the interim, we are going to step aside for a few moments, but please rejoin us at 6:30 local time here in Indianapolis for the update on when this race will be resumed. Right now, it's WRT holding the top two positions, led by the 777. Raffaele Marciello out in front of the Indy 8 hour with 2 hours and 17 minutes to go.
about the next 8 minutes or so. We are still under that lightning advisory. There has been lightning within 30 minutes. We will be back with you hopefully at about 6:40. And at 6:40, we should go racing. It's about 20 to 30 minutes of track preparation. So we will see some sweepers out. We're going to try to drive the track as best we can, but we will be planning to go back racing at about 6:40. In the meantime, please stay where you are for a little bit of time. We are still under that lightning hold.
So very, very good news. Glad to be able to finally deliver that to everybody. Get some certainty out there. And as the teams will continue to prepare, cross our fingers that everything goes to plan, because that is the goal. Remember, the goal is 6:40, so we're working towards that.
All right, so again, if you are here at the track, please stay in shelter for about another 8 minutes or so. We will be back with you when that lightning hold has been released. If you're with us on Twitch, we're going to just take a quick step away until that lightning hold has been released. Thank you.
go in this race. The clock did keep ticking, so that will be important. DJ Clark, Joe Beat up here in the commentary booth. It's amazing to see what happens, Joe. Wet weather at night. This is what racing is all about.
And honestly, the first proper wet racing in the Indy 8 hour we've had in its history up to this point too. And to have it happen, like you said, in the darkness is going to be fascinating to witness. With all this cloud cover, it's going to be darker quite a bit earlier. We are getting a little bit of that lightness now that the clouds aren't quite as thick as they were during that deluge. So we'll hopefully have a little bit, but we are already seeing some lights on the pit lane over some of the team's cars as they are starting to slowly be uncovered in a couple places. So the team's obviously also starting to prep and get ready to go racing. Again, if you're just joining us on the Twitch coverage, the goal is to restart the race at 6:40 local time. But for all our fans out there, thank you for sticking around. And hopefully we'll be able to reward you with quite a thrilling end.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty fantastic to see how this will end up. And let's just kind of remind everybody very quickly to the end. WRT was able to hold on to place 1 and 2. That's the 777 and the 46. But we just spoke to the 888 from TGMR right behind them. And then was racing in 4th place, and then RS1. This to me, Joe, we talked to Alex Sedgwick over the break. Let's refer to it as break. Over the break. And they started all the way up to 5th. They're rocking. And that 23rd to 5th one was specifically.
Okay. I hadn't caught that part of it. I did catch his confidence about the rain, though. Yeah, I had to pick out a Brit and 2 Belgians in the car. That's an excellent point. They've got plenty of experience behind the wheel, trying to deal with damp conditions. So hopefully that could help them out very significantly. If anything, the teams with strong rain masters are going to absolutely thrive in this final run to the checkered flag. And those who are invested in that will probably reap the rewards. Now, again, as I mentioned earlier, they are going to spend this time preparing the track as best they can. They will see some service vehicles out there trying to do their best to try and get clear of some of the standing water.
Yeah, because that's what they're going to be doing. And when you come clear of some of the standing water as much as possible, you're going to specifically see a truck coming up and down the pit lane. That's really one of the areas we want to make sure that it's as clear as possible. And one of the good things about the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, this place runs very well. This is a very high-tech facility in terms of asphalt, in terms of everything else, and it is great for all of that. Now, there were a couple of unfortunate casualties as a result of contact and some other things. So you see that racing had some problems. This thing's going on down. Run Motorsports was one fueling out on that car. They're way down for the oval. Yeah, Captain Mike is back in 77 minutes class right for the oval. He is still here, so we're not going to get perfectly dry, but nevertheless, we're going to get the best. And we have to remember that the conditions for racing on the oval need to be different from racing on the road course. We have to re-race on portions of the oval, but this is not 240-mile-an-hour racing. So we're a little bit safer to go racing with the sand still out there. Obviously, it is going to continue to likely be pretty wet, like TJ said. We're still getting that sprinkling of rain out there. And I've been seeing some pretty camp crews kind of working their way back to their various tents. There's definitely a number of them that got caught up in some of this extremely heavy rain for a brief while. So hopefully they can dry out a little bit. But for at least a few of the teams, DJ, some of them will not enough to dry out. They might get a little bit of this campaign by then. Yes, they will. those will be taking place here. We will be celebrating not only the winners overall here at the Indianapolis 8-hour, but of course the champions in each respective series, the champions in class, and of course absolutely. The shots that we're getting here and the front straightaway, the white reflects now off of
We've reached 6 o'clock local time here in the Eastern time zone, and that means it's time for an update. And I'm happy to report the news is promising here in Indianapolis with just under 2 hours remaining in the Indy 8-hour powered by AWS. The rain is starting to move on. Most importantly, the lightning has moved on, and the lightning hold that has been keeping us in this holding pattern for quite a while has moved out of the area, and that lightning hold now lifted. That is the best news of all, which means we are roughly 10 minutes away from the resumption of the race. Now, a few things to go through here. Number one, the pit lane springs to life. Teams have been permitted to do tire changes if they wish, and let me tell you, they definitely do, to put on the Pirelli wet tires. And we'll go through some of the other permutations about this in a moment, but let's get a sense of the ambiance down in a very wet pit lane with our Amanda Busick now.
Well, you'll get the sense of it by hearing it as well. You'll hear some of those wet Pirelli tires, that new compound going onto those race cars down here. And you see drivers getting suited up again. I know drivers have been given a 10-minute warning to get this thing back underway. There will be a 5-minute warning where work on these race cars have to be concluded and finished. The driver that came in to this race under red flag conditions will have to return to the race as well. They will go back on track under safety car conditions, full force yellow. Then the pits will open up for those driver changes. But talking to different teams on pit lane, they have identified some of those drivers that will take over for these wet conditions. And talking to Archangel, Aaron Telitz will take the head of that. And talking to Sun Energy, it will be Will Power underneath the helm of that. But even talking to our Random Vandals team, that 99 BMW looking for the championship here this season in GT World Challenge America, they said just end this thing right here, guys.
They would, wouldn't they? But I don't think they're going to win that argument because, as we mentioned before the stoppage, we heard from race control at a meeting yesterday, and their number one priority was to get as much racing in as possible in the event of inclement weather, as we have seen here. What we're looking at here in the countdown is about 7 minutes until the resumption of the race. That will be, as Amanda mentioned, behind the safety car. So roughly an hour and 40 left when we get going. One other question we had been posing prior to this stoppage was about whether or not full points would be paid in Intercontinental GT Challenge. We do have an answer that if this race resumes, yes, indeed, full points will get paid out there. The other thing, though, Kelvin, that this does is it does add a bit of jeopardy. It adds some strategy. Teams have some big decisions to make here, even before the race goes back to green.
Yeah, just doing a rough calculation, I believe like the drivers who came in had about 20 minutes of fuel, or 20 minutes of that stint left, so 20 minutes of fuel still on board. So the big question is, you can go out on these wet weather tires, then the pits will open, so you have the option of coming down pit lane, switching drivers, resetting that drive time, most importantly, which is reset at 0 for a 65 maximum stint. The one thing I'm thinking about is whether anyone rolls the dice, because there's not a minimum stop time if you don't take fuel. So does anyone roll the dice thinking they got 20 minutes or so of fuel still on board, reset their driver time? Everyone will still need to come into pit lane anyway because the 65 minutes will be up. If anyone even has to take a splash of fuel, that means the pit stop time is the same whether you're doing a full load or half a load. So curious to see if anyone suddenly leapfrogs up the order here because they elected to come down pit lane, do a driver change, and top up with fuel. As soon as fueling happens, whether it's 1 second or 40 seconds, then you've got to do that minimum stop time, which, as we said before, is 112 seconds.
And we also should note that, in case you were wondering, the active stint timer that was going prior to this red flag has not been reset by virtue of stopping in the pits for the red. So drivers were roughly 40 minutes into their stints, give or take, coming into this situation, and so that will have to be factored in as well. Moments ago, you saw on the screen the updated Intercontinental GT Challenge overall points, and a big thing here is with the announcement that it would be full points paid for IGTC, that has flip-flopped those standings with Marciello now leading the race and leading the points.
Yeah, he came in with a 5-point deficit as a 7-point management between first and second. I think Vincent Voss was already thinking we're only going to score 50% points here. That had only been a 3.5-point swing, so he is totally on top of that. But we've now got that decision that full points will be awarded. So that battle between Kelvin van der Linde and Raffaele Marciello will go right down to the wire. You'd have to think that team will elect to keep both those drivers in. I believe they are both on their first stint, correct?
That's my understanding as
so
well.
They've got plenty of time to work with and not exceeding the 3 hours 15 max drive time for the event.
This is a look at, to confirm what you just said, Marciello and van der Linde on their first stint right here. So that's good. They're in the clear. They can take it to the end from here. Then Stoltz, and Daly rather, on their second stint. And it's kind of all mixed up from that point onward. Hopefully we're going to get a look at the stint clock as well. There might be a chance for that. We'll see. I ask, and straight away we get, this is the total driver stint, but this does help us a little bit. It tells us how deep into the stint.
You got about 20 minutes left.
Marciello and van der Linde were.
Which means there'll be 20 minutes of fuel also on board.
Yeah, maybe a little bit better because they did have
of that
some
was
yellow.
Under caution at the end there, so.
And they'll have more yellow to come if they elect to stay up for a while.
I think
but
there's
I'm
an
with
option
you.
there, guys. I think there's an option there to not reset, come down, do a driver change, reset the 65 minutes ago. You've got enough fuel on board to get to the point where you can do your final stop. As I said, on that last stop, everyone's going to need to come again, whether you refuel right now or not. And that means that the pit stop time will be identical, whether you're taking a gallon of fuel or a full fuel load. So there's an option, I think, here. We'll have to see if any of the teams elect to take it.
And I think you have the option in Pro because there are a couple of pros in the car. If you make a driver change, you're still going to have somebody quick in the car. But we were talking before going on air about potential driver changes, Cal, in the Pro-Am ranks. Dennis Marshall leads Gallagher from Ontaris Au. And remember, Ontaris Au came into this race leading the Independent Cup, but Kenny Habul, with Chaz Mostert at the wheel of the number 75, a little bit further up the order, did they roll the dice to try to take an advantage in that 10 Wright Motorsports car?
Yeah, I think there's. I think you want a safe pair of hands behind the wheel. So the driver with the most experience, you'd think that Niederhauser would maybe jump on board there for Wright Motorsports. Zach Robichon, he certainly can get the job done. Darren Turner, obviously, has a ton of wet weather experience. He's a potential option there. You got Philip Ellis on board, the 91, Tom Sargent. Looking at the top part of the screen here, Marciello, van der Linde, I'd be surprised if they give up the seat till the checkered flag tonight. Lucas Stoltz can get the job done. Connor Daly doesn't have a ton of experience in this car in the wet. Do they elect to put Connor DeFilippi back in or Kenton Cook? Jan Halen, I think he'd be a solid choice there. Picarello's obviously got an option there as well. Gunon, you got to feel is good to go. So don't expect to see a ton of driver changes there at the top of the charts.
That's in Pro. Have we covered off Pro-Am yet?
Did a little bit there.
Okay.
Yeah, we're talking about the 10 car probably going to make a change there. We think Robichon's probably good to stay in. Robbie Foley may jump in. He's just got more experience with this race car than Gallagher. And, we'll see. I'm really curious to see if everyone takes fuel when pit lane opens or some just elect to do a driver change or come down, stop. If you stop in your pit box and then go stop and then turn the engine off, go again, then that's good enough to reset that stint length.
Only the top 4 cars are on the same lap in the Pro-Am class. That's another thing to factor in. Now, this in from race control. 2 cars under review for unauthorized work in the pit lane during the red flag. Car 75, that's the 75 Express car with Will Power, Chaz Mostert, and Kenny Habul. The other is the 32 GMG Racing car a little further down the order. Tom Sargent currently aboard, shown 7th in class. So the sword of Damocles now dangling perilously over those 2 entries, and we'll await word on what infraction, if any, they may have committed. Right now, the tire changes appear to be complete, and we are roughly 50 seconds away from the presumed resumption of the race, which again will happen behind the safety car under full course yellow.
Well, with the investigation for the 75, let's play hypotheticals. Nothing has been announced yet in terms of a penalty. They're just looking at it. But let's say the 75 does get a penalty. Remember, Kenny Habul fighting for that Independent Cup. Cal, you talked about the chance for the 10 to maybe come down pit lane. If the 75 also has to make a drive-through, especially the timing of any potential penalty that hasn't come yet, this could get really, really interesting for the Independent Cup.
Yeah, it certainly could. You'd have to think that they want to get Niederhauser in there.
Car 61 actually now being investigated for unauthorized work in pit lane during the red flag as well. So add that. Sven Muller above the aboard the Earl Bamber Motorsports machine, 9th in Pro Class, 17th overall.
Well, a lot to get sorted through here, that's for sure. We're approaching a typical GT World Challenge America race distance, at least for 2025. At this point, that's normally 90 minutes, and that's what we're looking at here, roughly, when things get back underway. Look there at the 0-4 crowd strike by Riley. That could only be Colin Brown with the Lone Star of Texas on the helmet, with a helmet livery based on the helmet paint scheme of Spanish single-seater and sports car driver Fermin Velez. It's a rare chance to work Fermin Velez into a broadcast, so I'm not going to waste that opportunity. All right, here comes the field now, and it looks like what we're going to do is release the cars in race order. So the 2 BMWs from the pit-in side of the pit lane, leaving in the order in which they should be running. Marciello leading van der Linde. Then we'll see the 888 Group M car, Lucas Stoltz, come into the 3rd spot. Connor Daly released in his BMW, sitting there in 4th, and so on and so forth to ensure that the order is correct. Great care is being taken to ensure that in order to get the race resumed correctly.
And although the threat of lightning seems to have passed for the moment, it is certainly not drying. The rain is absolutely coming down. You can see the spray as the cars were coming down pit lane, and that's at a careful and assessed pit lane speed. You can see in the gap between the walls there are still droplets. We saw the sweepers. We saw Clifford hard at work, clearing as much standing water as possible, but it's well and truly wet, and I think it's a pretty interesting North American debut, at least for these new Pirelli P0 wet tires.
Sweepers out on track right now, trying to help attend to some of the standing water. By the way, it is still red flag conditions technically right now. We've not seen the yellow displayed just yet. But, you know, I think it might have been Will Power in an interview who alluded to the fact that you can get some standing water around the track. He certainly raced here in the rain before, albeit in an Indy car. And if you go back to some of the early editions of this race, we have seen rain in the 8 hour in the past.
I think the one corner you really got to be careful of is that final corner coming back up onto the speedway out the front straightaway, because it seemed to me when we saw a safety car pounding around there during the red flag period, there's a lot of standing water down at the kind of apex there of that long sweeping turn. So if there's any rivulets, as I call them, coming across the racetrack, you're fully loaded there and fully committed. So I think that would probably be the sketchiest part of the racetrack to survive if there is any standing water around.
Pretty high speed part of the track as well,
Exactly.
and a very crucial corner where you want to build up as much momentum as you can for the longest straightaway around the just under 2.5 mile Indianapolis Motor Speedway road course, and of course into one of the most important braking zones down into turn 1. As we still see cars lining up, out comes the Dullheit Racing Mustang as well, battling for that AM Class Championship in GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS. Osnegri aboard the 163 AF Corsa car, 16th overall, leading in class.
I think one question was just answered in the Wright Motorsports pit box. Saw a driver with helmet on and saw the Swiss flag on the belt, so that can only be Patrick Niederhauser, as we anticipated, getting ready to replace Antares Au. Back to your point about potentially trying to extend this and playing with that pit strategy a little bit, Kelvin. The longer we wait here, right, this is only making that the more clear-cut choice.
Yeah, it's making it an option. Whether you think about it, obviously, is but there's a lot of smart minds down there. And again, you know, if you've got track position, you may not roll that dice, but maybe you do if you think you're locked into that. The real question is, as you said, when do we get released? Do you have enough fuel on board to just add 65 minutes to that? And I think we're getting pretty close to that. We're within 10 minutes of that, even under green flag conditions. So critical choices to be made by the strategists right now.
Well, a lot of smart minds on the pit lane, but we're fortunate to have our strategy expert, Kelvin Fish, with us to help us sift through all of the potential contingencies.
And what you're going to do if you elect not to put fuel on board, if everyone comes down pit lane, you'll come into your pit box, you can elect to do a driver change or just stop and go. That means you're not going to serve that minimum stop time of 112 seconds. So that is the big key. That can leapfrog you and gain you track position. So if you're sitting around 6th, 7th, 8th, Gunnar, Mostert, I think for the 34 squad, think about this, their only shot is to win this race. They're sitting there in 8th. If they think that is an option, I would roll the dice. Because they need a win, they need the 99 car to finish 3rd. And there's chance of that because the 18 is still very much in this game. 51 has gone away, so there's only really 3 cars running in the North American Championship in that pro class, but it's still feasible for the 34 car to steal this.
Yeah, I mean, and you're right. They might as well roll the dice. Finishing last is the same as finishing second for them. There's only one position that pays. They have to win. Cars starting to roll out of the pit lane now. Jonathan, you had an observation?
One of them that didn't look quite ready to roll yet was the number 61 Earl Bamber Motorsports Porsche, Sven Muller aboard. You can see the passenger side door open and Sven's driver's side door open. We saw the hood on that Porsche 911 GT3 open just a moment ago. It's already under investigation for unauthorized work in pit lane under the red flag, but there was a wrench under the hood. It looked to be tightening something on that right-hand side as we see some of the condensation being cleared out of the 24 Honda Racing team, Aston Martin. But is that 61 in trouble? I know they're not really in contention, but
well, the problem is you can't work on the car under red, so even if it's an emergency situation, that's a bit of a no-no.
Well, they've already been flagged for it, so, I mean, doubling down on it, I don't suspect you get any further penalty for it, so you might as well.
Do a full service, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Change the pads, new filters.
Another question answered. Connor DeFilippi appears to be the answer as far as what will happen in the 99. Cars stopped now. I think we're just waiting to make sure the order gets correct. If I had to guess, there wasn't space at the end of pit lane for everyone to queue up. Now we got a car just stopped there at the end of the pit exit. Strange sight, to say the least.
Suppose it is still all part of pit lane, right? Until you're back out and cross that perpendicular blend line. And now the Toyota GR safety car gets rolling.
That explains why. Report on the Earl Bamber Motorsport car is they can't get it to fire up. So that's why you've had the mechanics inside trying to rectify whatever that issue might be. Still technically under the red flag here. I think they're waiting for the whole field to get out of the pits in all likelihood.
And at that point, we understand it would change to safety car full course yellow conditions until it's deemed safe to resume racing, if that's correct, right?
Yes, that's the plan here, to run behind the safety car until conditions are deemed to be safe enough. We are officially back under full course yellow now. The 51 car stopped in the pit lane. This has not been their day, has it, Amanda Busick?
No, and it's a bummer to see that thing parked right there, considering it was leading laps around here at IMS earlier in this Indianapolis 8-hour. I am told from the team that it is a throttle body issue that will take the 51 out. Paul Sparta electing, with where that car is currently running, not to add more damage to this BMW. But hats off to Bill Oberlin and Varun Chotsky and Philip Ing this weekend. Unfortunately, I saw Philip wearing jeans, so I think they have accepted the fate here today. But what a season for these guys.
So much promise.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot to show for it.
Yeah, I think, 4 or 5 podiums on the year, no victories, but they certainly had pace to get to victory lane, and I think today was the big opportunity. Such a shame they have that small technical issue that's stymied their charge and put them out of the race.
Up and down 24 hours for that team, especially on that side of the garage, having thought they had scored the pole for this event, only to have it go away toward the end of the day, toward the evening last night after technical inspection. Fought their way back up through the field, and then it all comes unraveled.
Well, one of the cars, I think the main car that benefited from that technical infraction was the car you see at the top of your picture there going just out of frame. The number 80 Lone Star Racing Mercedes AMG started on the pole in the hands of Lynn Hodanius. A little mistake in what was an otherwise really quick stint. Lost them ground. They're all of a sudden going to take this restart in 6th with one of the best in the business in Jules Gounon behind the wheel. All of a sudden, guys, the Lone Star is right back in this thing.
They needed something to break this race up because that drive-through penalty really put them on the back foot, and without any safety cars in the first half of the race, the first 4 hours, try as they might, they really couldn't make much headway toward the front of the field and were really just hanging on toward the tail end of the lead lap when the weather arrived, and with it the lightning that brought out the red.
Will Power's ready to go. Thought Chazzy would take it to the finish, but Kenny's making the big call. Give it to the Indy 500 champ, Will Power.
I guess the question is, what do you value more? Seat time in a GT3 car or seat time in the wet at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway? And few people have more of that than Will Power.
And I guess, I mean, Will has gotten up to speed so quickly this weekend. He is anything but a liability out on track. I'm so excited what he can do in these challenging conditions. And what a special thing to get to presumably take the car to the finish, as there goes the 61.
Pits are open. We'll see who elects to come in and what they choose to do. That could be the bigger question here.
Well, I think everyone needs to come because I think we had, what, about 20 minutes left on this drive stint. So if you didn't come in, there's still going to be over the 65-minute mark to get to the finish. You'd need another stop to reset your driver stint time. So I think everyone's going to come. Then the big question is, do you take fuel? If you take fuel, that sets the minimum stop time. If you don't, you're rolling the dice. You've still got about 20 minutes more fuel on board, and I think you can do it.
When if you're gambling on a yellow, taking a restart with a pretty full field in challenging conditions, I think it's safe to say a yellow is certainly a little bit more than a possibility here.
Yeah, in conditions we haven't seen on tires.
The key is having enough fuel to get to 65 minutes or less left on the clock. Do you know what I mean? Or
Yes.
67, call it, come in, do your pit stop, and then leave the pit lane with 65 minutes or less left.
Yeah, that is, and I think there should be some comfort with that. There's an expectation that there will be additional laps behind the safety car here before the race is resumed. I mean, there's still sweepers out on the track, so it's not like the resumption of the race is imminent, so that stretches you just that little bit further on the stint. So it becomes a stint not at all limited by fuel potentially, just by that maximum stint length, and that can be attended to by stopping in your pit box and turning the engine off. And then any service done that does not include fuel then does not fall subject to the
look
minimum
at this,
times.
WRT playing a bit of a game, gapping their two cars.
Yeah, Marciello sprinted ahead, didn't he, and pulled a big gap over van der Linde, and then looked like Stoltz was able to take a bit of an advantage of that too. The rest of the field a bit backed up behind some of the lap traffic, so that does give WRT a bit of an edge.
They're taking fuel.
Yeah, they are.
They're plugging in.
Do on both cars? Yes, they are, indeed.
That means they've got to be on pit lane for 112 seconds. Another car can elect to stop, do a driver change, or not, to stop in the box, keep the same driver on board, and leapfrog these two WRT cars. That's my thinking at this stage.
See if anybody does it. Not surprising to see the front runners not wanting to gamble here. A couple of cars still on track. I think they're trying to position themselves for a wave by, gain a lap back on their competition. Here's the driver change for 75 Express, and Will Power, in his first ever GT3 race, is going to have a chance to restart in the middle of a pro class pack in the wet. Having never driven this car in the wet before. Unbelievable.
I love his chances. I know he said his first initial laps felt completely backwards. He said the thing was floating and rolling around. It was so different than what he was used to, but he was so quick right away. I think Kenny was pretty positive about his speed and his chances. And look at one of the cars that did not come in. It's the 34 JMF.
Well, let's try to work this one. So I don't think they're on the right side. I think their drive time is going to mean they've got to make two stops to get to the finish. So I don't think they've got 21 minutes of drive time left.
Don't have the answer to it. I don't know.
Because they could have come in, stopped, reset their stint time, and still gone out and grabbed the lead. That was my positioning, or strategy-wise, to do that.
Well,
but if they just don't come in, yes, they got the track position, but they would have got the track position by stopping in their box, driving straight back out again, having the lead of the race, getting the track position, but you've reset your clock. They haven't done that now by just keeping them out on the racetrack.
Yeah, you're right. Not sure if they think they can get it. Again, so you have to be in the pit lane. What is, if you add the minimum pit stop time to 65 minutes?
You're basically almost adding 2 minutes.
Right.
Yeah, it's a minute 52.
So they would need to make it 22 more minutes. Now, the other thing you can do, though, I mean, you could come in the pits and sit potentially.
Yeah, but then you lose that track position. You can't. I mean, you got to be heads up at this point, moving forward in terms of pace, and not dropping any time anywhere.
Well, we'll see what they choose to do. We figured they would take a gamble one way or the other, though, didn't we?
For sure.
Because they had nothing to lose. This is a car that needs a win, full stop, to have any hope of winning the North American Championship this year. And yeah, we'll see. I mean, it really comes down to where they are in that stint timer, and we don't have that information in front of us at the moment, trying to track it down. But you know, if for whatever reason they felt like they could get to that roughly 67-minute mark, then they could do this on one more stop. Everyone else would have to do one more stop. It would be the same time because it would all be a fuel stop for everybody. That must be what they're trying for. Here's the one other thing is, if there is a safety car at the very end of a stint,
That would gain them 5 minutes.
They would gain them 5 minutes, but that is a whale of a gamble, but something to keep in the back of your mind. We'll ponder that for a moment. I do want to get back to the pits, though, and get this update from Amanda.
Yeah, with the 34 Mercedes still out on track with Michael Grenier. Walk us through this decision.
Honestly, if it goes until the end, I think we're on the right strategy. The other one, they took a risk. Maybe they can go longer if they have to go on slicks at some point. So that could pay off for them. We also wanted to offset our strategy compared to the 99, to be on a different strategy. The good thing now, we will be in clean air in front without spray. And yeah, if it goes green, I think we're on good strategy.
I like it.
Thank you.
He seems to think they're good to go.
Yeah, I'm just curious. I'm not sure where they're at on this current stint length. Do you know what I mean? So, as you said, if we just forget about yellows and all the rest of it and adding 5 minutes to that, if you do the math there, they got 65 minutes for the last stint length max. Add 2 minutes onto that as to when they can last come on a pit lane. So that would be 67 minutes to go. We're 15 minutes away from that. I'm not sure he has 15 minutes left in this stint to get to that point.
Even if you are close, though, I mean, the problem is we don't have the data, so I don't know how marginal it is. But again, time spent in the pit lane does not count toward the drive time. So one thing that maybe they could do, I mean, if it's only a 30-second difference or a 60-second difference to elongate that stop, but still only have one. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but everyone else just...
I don't know. That's all I can come up with.
Yeah, but everyone else still needs one as well. So if you're stationary for 10 seconds, if they follow him in, do you know what I mean, or come in and have the same pace, same time on pit lane, he's going to be 10 seconds behind if he's sitting still for 10 seconds.
Well, if he can pull a 10-second gap, then...
That's a good point.
But we don't know if 10 seconds is what they need.
Yeah.
That's what makes this so difficult to try and figure out in real time. Meantime, here is the 50 Roche Schwest Povolato racing car. Not been their day. It's actually Nicky Katzberg driving right now. They had a puncture early on, had a couple of spins, and never quite been able to recover. But we'll take their pit stop here. Also see Archangel coming into the pits. I think Crown Strike by Riley. I think these might all be cars that just took a wave by, possibly, and are now taking this opportunity to come in. See a note about an adjusted minimum drive time that is to compensate for the red flag. I'm not sure that
there actually was a 1 hour minimum time for this race that really didn't play out if you stayed green, because you couldn't do 1 hour because the other two drivers collectively, you'd be half an hour short in terms of anyone driving the race car. So that kind of went out the window. But it was there, and they've adjusted that based on the red flag time.
So
which meaning if you were there, then that would come into play.
It's a bit academic, but worth passing along at this point that has been adjusted. That should not be a problem for anyone at this stage. 80 minutes to go.
A couple of other tankers as well, including the number 04, Colin Brown, aboard the Crown Strike by Riley AMG, the number 88, Archangel Motorsports McLaren as well, joining Nicky Katzberg in pit lane, still waiting for the 04 to get going. Engine is fired, though.
The key, they're waiting, so they didn't have to put a lot of fuel on board, so there's a long stationary wait here, so you don't get underneath that minimum stop time. So as I said before, if you put a gallon in, you still got to sit there for just as long as if you're topping the thing up.
Pulls out right behind the number 88 as they make their way towards pit out.
Another point on the fuel burn, and if any of this is fuel limit, another element is under wet conditions, right? You should be burning a little less fuel. So I
Yes, for sure.
The only car that would affect, I suppose, is the 34 here. Even if we did restart, they should be a little bit better.
That was my point. You're going to have enough fuel on board to not have to top up. Do you know what I mean? Because you're saving fuel. There's still like 20 to 25 minutes of fuel on board. So you were getting in that window, but you had, for the 34 car, if they'd come in, stopped in the box and gone back out, do you know what I mean? They have enough fuel to do it on one more stop like everyone else, and they'd have got the track position. My big concern with them is that they've got too much time left in this clock to exhaust this current stint length without being outside of that 67 minutes or whatever you called it, approximately, by coming down for that final one of the day.
Don't have to convince me, my friend. You had me hook, line, and sinker. I'm right there with you, but they're seeing it a different way.
We don't have the data, unfortunately, to give you that accurately, whether they're on the right or the wrong side of that. So Mikkel Grenier seem to think they're on the right side of it. We're just trying to pull through some data here and see if we can come up with those numbers as well.
It would be curious to know how aggressively they've been fuel saving up to this point, even earlier in the race before it went red, and then especially in these laps behind the safety car. Obviously a great way to save fuel because you're running at a significantly reduced pace. But to your point about potentially opening up a gap, the fact that they have less fuel on board, the car will be lighter. That might help them. How much that would help them overall strategically has yet to be seen. Again, we don't have the data, but either way, that car will be lighter than the 777 and the 46 behind it who have full fuel loads.
When we get to about 70 minutes, boys, we're going to be talking about, does the 34 have to come yet? And I don't think it's going to be for fuel. They'll know if he's going to exceed that 65-minute mark. I could just clarify something for me. I'm a little bit unsure. With the 5 minutes extra stint that you can do, is it for a yellow any time during that, or is it just at the end? If you're trying to come in and it's yellow, correct?
Yeah, it's just
that it gets extended.
Because the pit lane closes when a full course yellow comes out, so that's so you don't get caught on the wrong side of it. It's not if there is a yellow in the final stint or in any stint. It's if there's a yellow right around the 65-minute mark. I don't know the exact delineation
could
point.
Potentially happen.
Totally.
Like 10 minutes away from right now, if suddenly a car has a spin, we go yellow, that would allow the 34 car to not come in right then.
Yeah, so that's true. So it's not just about the end of the race. It could happen at the end of this stint here as well.
And his stint is different to everyone else's.
Yeah, absolutely it is. Yeah, that's spot on. So that's two chances then where they could potentially extend it by 5 minutes. For now, we remain behind the safety car. That's another question I'm curious about. How close are we to resuming? I mean, spray is bad under any conditions, but then you get to the night and in the headlights like this.
Just look through this corner. Look at the amount of water right there, right there when you're really ramping up to speed. And the safety car driver will be reporting that back to race control right now to give his gauge and feel. Race control can also talk to the teams, talk to the drivers to say, do you think we're good to go? Is the track safe enough to go back to green flag racing?
This is the number 88. This is Aaron Telitz coming back down pit lane again. We just saw them leave pit lane. They've made another trip back as Archangel Motorsports.
Well, you're constantly resetting that driver stint thing if you stop in the box, of course. But I'm not sure it's really gaining you much with the amount of time left on the board.
No, but if they were to top off, then potentially they might feel like they would have, with some yellow with the rain,
they're changing the wing. This is
never mind then.
Car's, he's not happy even at these speeds with the car's balance right now, so I ain't sure with that, whether he's taken wing out, like it's just plowing and got understeer, or whether he feels the car's too tail happy. That's a rear wing aero adjustment, obviously increasing the wing angle, plants the rear of the car. Taking some out, takes out a little bit of the understeer potentially.
Two things for you, Kelvin. One of them would be, remember, we weren't sure if the red flag stop in the pits reset the stint time. We had to get that confirmed that it did not. Is there any chance the 34 team thought they had reset it, but it didn't?
Yes.
That could be one possible
the
explanation.
The rules get quite complex under all of these what-if scenarios.
Sure. Now,
you
assuming...
would have thought every team would have, during the lengthy hold that we had, would have tried to get their best clarification done on all of the ins and outs of what we were doing here under the red. But again, JMF, first time running an 8-hour event, first time running an IGTC event. Rules are slightly different from what we run here in the States.
Speaking of rules, one under investigation were the rules and regulations for the pit stop of the number 18. Jan Halen behind the wheel of that RS1 Porsche. Race Control is looking at something that happened during that pit stop, the most recent one that happened as racing resumed behind the safety car, or I should say as action on track resumed behind the safety car. Still yet to go racing, but nothing announced yet, but they are looking at it.
Looking at the last pit stop time, and he was at 152.9, which is outside the minimum, so it shouldn't have been that.
Okay. Here's another strategic wrinkle. Those pit stops for fuel for all of our front runners, that happened, what, 10 minutes ago? Behind the safety car here, how close are we?
Well, the other thing that can happen here, thinking about this, if you don't need fuel,
Yep.
by saving the amount, you can come down for that last stop. It's just resetting the drive time. You're not going to have to do that maximum stint length, so that can be coming into play here as well.
You read my
and look at the rain coming down. Is it my eyes, or does it look stronger than it was?
It's a lot of rain.
Looks harder. So to finish that point, though, those that just topped off
could be good to go.
They could be good to go on fuel, and it would just be a stint length reset once we get to 65 minutes to go, and then they'd be set to go to the finish.
Yeah, which then backfires on the 34 who do need fuel.
No matter what, correct.
Yep. 91 now in pit lane, taking fuel, adjusting some tire pressures, it looks like, or at least monitoring. This is Philip Ellis at the wheel. This is one of the cars I was particularly excited to see on the restart. Going to lose a little bit of ground.
They got split from the front of their class by a lap. Otherwise, I think that could have been...
Yeah, and we talked about that car being such a factor in the championship. This red flag just really knocked them out. They didn't have those hours to let Philip Ellis and Dan Arrow go to work.
Yes. Jeff Burton did yeoman's work, didn't he, in his couple of stints, but the red flag played into the hands again, as we said before, of Turner Motorsport, because we thought we were going to have to see Justin Rothberg again, but that got wiped away by the long red flag, and so they can lean on their heavy hitters the rest of the way and help them get up to the second spot.
Yeah, I think the fact that we're not going back to green almost immediately is really turning the tide a little bit with strategy as well, because I think you're spot on. I think some of these teams who have topped off could be getting enough fuel saved to make it.
Yeah, we'll watch that. Let's see if we can get a little more information, though. I think it's an update on our race leader with Amanda.
Yeah, as JMF also talks through what's going on, especially I want to update you guys on the conditions. The rain is torrential down here at the moment, but as you guys have continued to talk this out, what's the message inside JMF right now?
I mean, we're taking a gamble. Obviously, everyone that stopped only needs to stop again for a drive time reset, which is a very short stop. Basically, only have to close the engine. We still have to do a full stop. On the other hand, if we can get to the last 65 minutes, we can do the full stop on the safety car, get back at the end of the queue, and then the other one, they have to do the drive time reset after. So we might be good. Might be also good for us if there's a red flag now with the increasing rain, but yeah, we rolled the dice a bit, but we had to do it because we were behind the 99 and the RS1 Porsche, so we had to.
Yeah, for Ryan and Kelvin, I just want to reiterate that that's what this team kept saying. We had to do this. We had to take this gamble and see how this would unfold.
Yep, agreed. They rolled the dice. It could be debated whether or not this was the exact best way to do it tactically, but you can't fault them for trying. Looks like it's Chaz Mostert replacing Will Power. Will said, I didn't sign up for this, kid.
I was on vacation when you called me. I was on the beach. Brother, what's this all about? I didn't sign up for this. You said it would be 75 and sunny all day.
And they were at the back of their class anyway, so they don't lose any track position. They will leave here with under 70 minutes to go. So, in theory, that extra 5-minute thing could come into play for them at the very end of the race. But the problem really is a restart does not appear imminent. The rain is coming down harder, as Amanda alluded to, and in the pits, I mean, that looks like standing water, and we're seeing it on the racetrack as well in certain places.
Yeah, you can't go green under these conditions. As far as I can see, it just looks too treacherous. It's increasing. And that roll of the dice for the 34 is really dependent on allowing cars to come through pit lane, do their thing, go back to racing, not doing what we're doing here, just running behind the safety car.
All right, well, one thing I want to cover off here, everybody needs to reset the stint timer, as we heard from McGrinny a moment ago. Pace car laps are 2.5 minutes. If you were the first, if you somehow could do this before everybody else, even if you sat stationary, but as long as you didn't lose the lap, you could then cycle back around and gain some track position. So if you follow me, like, it really depends on the timing here, but in theory, you could come in, you know, well before 65 minutes.
Well, you'd want to come in if you're not taking fuel, you need to come in with like 66 and a bit minutes.
But I think you could do it earlier than that if you just stayed in the pits and made sure you were out ahead of the safety car.
Yep.
And then you could hustle back around, and anybody who hadn't done it yet, you would then cycle past, if I'm reading this correctly. Does that add up to you?
Yep, it does.
We've seen this, remember, at VIR this year,
we did.
GT World Challenge America, a couple of teams did this. It was strange. They did their stops and then didn't move. They just stayed in their pit boxes, and they knew that they wouldn't drop a lap at safety car speed. There's a little risk, of course, because then you have to hustle in these conditions, and that's easier said than done. But we'll see who pulls the trigger on this first.
Well, it's a risk, but also in a way, if you play your cards right and you have the right, right driver behind the wheel, you have a data at speed, a lap of data at speed before anyone else does, in terms of what the conditions look like at anything beyond safety car pace.
And this could have actually been the play here, potentially, for 75 Express. They were at the back of the pack anyway. If we just stay yellow, then the end of this stint would be under yellow, which would extend the stint to 70 minutes. You see what I did there?
Yeah.
So,
Big
I mean,
if, but yeah.
But they didn't, I mean, they weren't going to win sitting in 8th. So that was probably their best play to try and jump a couple of cars. And even if it does resume, if it happened to end under yellow, then they'd be good to go too. The one thing I should get confirmed, I assume that's still true on the final stint. I don't know why it wouldn't be, but I should make sure that is indeed the case.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to come in and it's under yellow and you can't,
right.
Pits are closed, but right now I think pits are open, so there'd be no...
Yeah, that's true too.
Yep.
Anyway. A bunch of things I have never thought about until this very moment.
I tell you what, look at this track, look at the water.
Yeah,
That's crazy time.
We just had a great camera shot of the yard of bricks and how much water was going between each of the bricks individually on pit lane. I think
tell
you
you
can
what,
see
though,
it
I
there.
like your call. Let's see if anyone makes that call right now.
You can
Because you
do
come
it.
down, you're looking at 65-minute stint length, 68 seconds just to drive down pit lane, stop in your box for 2 seconds. Call that 70. WRT, I think, are about to make that call.
Yeah, this is what they do. And this is from the lead. But they do peel off. Does anybody follow them? Looks like GMG further down the order has followed. But yeah, van der Linde at the very least is doing it. Did they keep Marciello out? They split it.
Wow.
Oh my
That's
goodness.
so clever.
This could change the championship.
Yeah, but, you know, van der Linde, if it stayed like this, wasn't going to pass Marciello but under the safety car anyway. So, I think they had to do something to help him.
Yeah.
And Marciello...
See, the problem for Marciello is that van der Linde's pace is not going to be controlled here when he leaves pit lane. He can hustle back around, probably what you were saying earlier, Ryan, get back on the tail end of that lead pack. And then when Marciello has to come, he's going to be close enough to the pack and just the train coming down pit lane. I think he's going to leapfrog Marciello.
I do too, assuming he gets around cleanly in all of this water. But
obviously, we need Lucas Au to come out of the equation because right now the point spread between second and third is not enough.
And still don't know exactly where they sit with their stint length. But, I mean, they're going to have to do at least this anyway. Yeah. But here we go. So as long as van der Linde leaves the pits with 65 minutes or less on the clock, they're fulfilled. They've met their obligations. And they won't lose a lap by doing this. Look at all that water.
Wow. Yeah.
So the pace might not be controlled by the pace car, but it will be controlled by the conditions, and we'll see if it's enough to help him hustle around.
Yeah, looking at the clock, where is he? Yeah, he's still on pit lane, so
Bingo.
he's good. There's the 65-minute mark. So when he leaves pit lane, he doesn't need to come back until after the checkered flag falls.
I mean, this is what we saw at VIR.
Yeah.
A couple of teams were right on top of it, and surprise, surprise, WRT was right on top of it, and probably smart as well to hedge their bets a little bit with their two cars.
Yeah, well, you've also got different people running the cars individually. I know they work as a unit, but you also got individuals who are making these calls, and seems to me like the 46 team maybe pulled a bit of a flyer here.
The caveat, though, is what happens with the 75 here, because they tried this earlier, but inside the 70-minute window, which we're not sure if that applies to this last stint. Oh, so much water.
That is crazy.
Swimming out of pit lane. You mentioned the need to hustle back for the 46, and given the placement of the safety car just on the back section of the track, no problem there. Team WRT, if they've done this right, boy, they have absolutely nailed it. Splitting the strategy, if anyone was going to do it right.
They've nailed the sister car. That's who they've nailed.
Yeah, fair enough. But the thing is, though, the 46 is behind the 75. So the question mark is now, if we don't go back to green, if we stay like this.
But they were 110 and change. They were 70 and change.
It was in
right?
change?
Yeah, I thought.
Okay, in that case, then they're out of the picture.
Here comes 777 down pit lane and 888 as well.
Yeah, this is everybody waiting to be under 65 minutes. That was, the common logic on how you should play this, but that didn't take into account the fact you could just sit in the pits and not have the drive time count. And they have done their reset. This is going to be a busy pit lane. Not in good conditions either. Yikes. Oh.
Lello is going to be going ballistic.
He doesn't usually say a whole lot, but he might make an exception tonight. Because here comes the train. The pit lane exit is closed. You see the marshal standing in there. The 46 certainly, as we have been saying, will cycle ahead. I think it has cycled ahead because they played the blinder we talked about. But they are behind the 75, and now my question is about the 75 and what kind of, when they started this stint. Yeah. Maybe I've got that somewhere here. You guys chat it out amongst yourselves. Let me see if I can dig something up.
Now, it would need to be at the end of this, so we'd need to keep running. And it would be at the end when they needed to come if it's under yellow and the pit lane is closed. Because right now the pits are staying open, so if we run around here for the next 62 minutes behind the safety car, they have every option to come down pit lane, so would not extend that 65-minute stint length to 70. Sorry if this is hard to follow at home, but it's a very complex situation, and the strategist minds are smoking right now, as are ours.
Yeah, hard to follow here too.
Well, the good news, if your team WRT, is whatever way this falls, you have it covered. You have a bullet in the chamber, so to speak, in either scenario. I do think I agree with you, Kelvin.
Lello's going to have a bullet in the chamber.
I think so. I completely agree.
Yeah, this is wild stuff.
Crazy to have this much mental permutation. It's
the crazy thing for me is Lucas Auer is still out there, and I'm not quite understanding how he's not exceeded the 65-minute stint length from earlier. We've got to go all the way back to what, 2.5, 3 hours ago when that stint last started.
Grenier seemed confident that they were on the right strategy, but maybe it was going back to what we were saying, that they thought or misinterpreted that red flag did in fact restart things.
That's my best guess.
I think it's a good one.
Well, we haven't seen anything come up yet, but I think he's got to be getting close to being out of stint length, hasn't he?
Oh, interesting. So never mind. Throw the 75 out. They just came back in.
Okay.
but getting to the 34, I'm not understanding how he's not outside of the 65-minute stint length right now.
Already, sure. Well, again, they probably, if they assumed that the stint was reset, then they would have been fine in their minds. But as we heard, the stint was not reset by the red flag. Well, I did not know that I had signed up for a 3-hour regulations test, but that's what we've got here to close out the show today. Thanks for sticking with us, everybody. I know this might not be the most captivating television, and I recognize that we've been figuring this out on the fly, and maybe some of you at home have figured it out before us and have been yelling at your television screens, but thank you so much for your patience.
I tell you who wants clarification is this team, because right now as they run, they're losing the championship if they think the 34 is in good shape, but
True.
they've got to believe he's got to come back down pit lane for fuel at least.
That would be an interesting
but
interview.
if we went red,
yep,
and we saw no further action, so he doesn't have to, doesn't need any more fuel.
Is that the gamble? Well, I guess it can't be because, well, it could be if their stint was reset, but we were told it wasn't. Anyway, yeah, good point. At the moment, it has changed hands, but we anticipate that hour is beyond the hour and 5 minutes that he's been allotted.
Random Vandals are saying, we think we know what we're doing. But please, someone tell us we're good.
Can you imagine the lobbying that's happening right now between JMF and Random Vandals on the other side of this to either keep it under yellow or call the thing off for the red?
I bet the instant messaging back to race control is on fire right now with teams asking for clarification on what they should and shouldn't do and what someone else shouldn't be doing.
I do not envy the brighter minds than mine who are in race control making these decisions. You remember back in school with the running joke of, you're never going to use math outside of the 6th or 7th grade. Well, you sure are.
I was thinking that when I was helping my 12-year-old daughter to do math homework last week. I'm not sure you're ever going to need this, Livy, but maybe she's going to work on a race team.
Only so much my cell phone calculator can do. I think I'm about at my limits.
Well, could Rossi return to victory lane here at the Speedway? How about that one? That's a big story. That might make some headlines in Italy. What do you think?
Yeah, he's never done it this way around either. We were talking about that at the beginning of the show. So a nice little bit of variety for Vale and a slightly different configuration as well, as Ryan was pointing out earlier in the weekend and yesterday during qualifying. If the 46 car did in fact play this right, helps Valentino Rossi, of course helps Kelvin van der Linde in the championship as well. And you know, and interesting, when you and Amanda were talking to everybody before the grid, I think it was Amanda who spoke to Raffaele Marciello saying, you know, the goal for them today, at least in Marciello's words, were helping BMW win the Manufacturers' Championship over Porsche. It's been a pretty darn good day for BMW over Porsche. RS1 running 5th, but it doesn't look like it would be enough overall. He scored the 2 highest finishing cars for IGTC points. And then at that point, he said maybe Kelvin and I can battle it out. I don't know that they'll get the opportunity to, but certainly strategically the teams and the strategists behind the pit wall are.
Yeah, and I think for Marciello, he thought that little run that he had there, we got by hour and was able to gap his teammate a little bit, was thinking maybe I've done the job already, depending on if we get back to racing here tonight. Obviously, the big question mark was getting full points. That was confirmed, so he looked to be in great shape. But this little wrinkle in terms of the other car pitting a lap earlier has really got him on the back foot now, and he's just hoping that some way, somehow, we get back to green flag racing here tonight.
Maximum stint penalties, that only comes when the stint ends, right? Or could they tell JMF right now that you've exceeded the stint and you get a penalty?
Both, but you can't do anything about it, obviously, until you come, and then you're obviously outside of that.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if there's any mechanism to issue a penalty now if they've exceeded the 65 or 70 minutes, whatever it's going to be.
Right.
Or if that's something that has to wait until they actually pit to technically end the stint.
You can't serve a penalty under a service situation as well, so it has to come a game.
Right. No, this is not about them getting any benefit. I'm just wondering if any sanction will be handed down. This is assuming our information is correct, but I would think at this point they're beyond 70 minutes now. Conditions not getting any better here in Indianapolis.
Depends who you talk to. Lello's saying, let's go.
He would. He absolutely would.
I can see No problem. Plenty of grip. Let's go race. Kelvin saying, no way. We need at least 2 hours for this racetrack to get back into racing shape.
What other factor here is that this also has solidified the positions in the AM class. And they, of course, runs directly in front of Dollarhide Racing. And that's all they need to do. I say directly. There are lap cars or cars on different laps in between. But in terms of the order, 18th and 19th overall. And all that Conrad Grunwald, Oz Negri, and Jay Schreibman needed to do is finish ahead of the Ford, and that would be enough to clinch them a championship this year. They've done it so far.
And it was really just that long pit stop, wasn't it, under green flag running that did it, because it looked all the way through the weekend that the 6 was the faster of the 2 cars. It seemed to have had more momentum. We've seen the pace and performance unlocked in that Mustang GT3 throughout the course of the season. It's been flying the flag for Ford Racing and GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS, and now in this IGTC round, it had a really good run. It was just really that slower pit stop that slowed them down and put the 163 ahead. And of course, with the not running at the moment as it stands, running behind the safety car, pretty ideal if you're A, of course. But what a fun battle it's been all the way through the season. We've talked about it. There's the Ford-Ferrari element. There's the fact that it's just been a 2-horse race, but they have been so evenly matched.
It's been a fun little battle. It's been really fun. So like the ebb and flow, and suddenly the Mustang coming on so strong through the second phase of the season. Let's not forget, where was it, Road America, where they had the incident and they borrowed the car from Turner to just start the second race and score second place points that day. That was huge.
Yeah, if they hadn't done that, they would have scored no points up against 25 for A, of course, and that would have effectively sealed the deal. I mean, mathematically it wouldn't have, but assuming everybody started, it would have been game over the rest of the way. That was a crucial moment to at least keep their hopes alive into this final weekend. But it has been fun. I mean, good respect between the 2 teams. It's only 2 cars, yes, I get it, but they take it seriously, so we take it seriously, and they've had a really good battle this year.
Yeah, and Jay Schreibman really had some physical ailments early in the year, which really stopped him from being 100% in the car. He got better. He's really come on strong the last couple of weekends. I spoke to him early in the weekend. He said, I'm on 76 days straight of being in the gym or the sim.
Wow.
So gym or sim for 76 days straight coming into this weekend. He said, I'm feeling better than ever. He's really worked on his core strength. That's really helped some of his back issues and leg pain that he was suffering through.
Taking it seriously, to your point there. Training the mind, training the body.
I'm only 75 days behind him.
It looks like the call has been made to bring the cars down the pit lane once again.
Okay.
This is with Lucas Auer still technically out in front. Now, to what end they're having the field come in the pit lane, I'm not sure. I've not been told of another red flag or anything like that.
This isn't the case because we firmly believe that he's outside of his stint length. But if he wasn't, as they run right now, they would win the championship.
Wow.
Because Jan Halen is in second and the 99 car is in third.
Wow.
In the pro class for North America.
The word I'm getting is this trip down the pit lane is about displacing this water here, though, just to clarify that.
I thought they might be going.
I was thinking that too, but I have been immediately corrected.
Ceremonial then, if you will.
Maybe so. Thank you to...
So Justin Rothberg doesn't get his feet wet going to victory lanes.
Selfishly,
I'm trying to think about Justin.
Oh, yeah. Selfishly, I just hope we get another lovely slow-mo shot. That was lovely. It was incredible to see how much water was displaced, even with the pit lane speed limiter on. I mean, you could see it there in the pictures at full speed, even with the rain lights going, just how wet it is down there. Someone at the head of the field made a pit stop of some kind. Trying to see who it was. Sweepers still out on track, speaking of displacing the water. It's on the outside of the final turn. You mentioned, Calvin, that was a potential problem area with puddling, especially if the cars get back under speed and under load. A really crucial corner on the track.
If you turn it right there, it's a massive, massive incident potentially.
I mean, we've seen people get it wrong in the dry there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and these headlights on these current cars are great, but you just can't see the puddling, and it's so easy to get caught out. going to be clean. Sure about dry.
I have to say a big thank you to SRO Race Control. They make themselves very available to us before the event, and at times even during the event. And I've been in direct communication with John Maskey, whose title is what, race director, I believe, GT World Challenge America, something along those lines. And he's told me that Lucas Auer is, as we anticipated, beyond the maximum drive time for this stint. However, technically, they cannot issue the penalty until he pits to end the stint. So that's why we've seen no sanction come in for that car. And it continues to circulate out in front of the race.
So rolling through pit lane didn't do anything.
Well, he did stop the,
right, so you got to stop.
Stop and turn the engine off. Okay, that's what needs to be done.
Yep.
Well, Ryan, your guess was right then, in which case, for the 46, well played.
Yep. Yep, they were on top of it. I'm trying to think who else we saw play that card. I think it was the 32, which helped them pick up a few positions in class. But they were trapped a lap down to the front runners in their class anyway.
Switch to Klaus Bachler as well, which we had anticipated. Tom Sargent originally started behind. As it stands, the 163 is winning the GT World Challenge America AM Class title. Again, as it stands, race is still going and time's still ticking away. But we were talking about that just a moment ago. If racing does not resume, it is the 163 on top.
Yes, and it's worth noting, Jay Schreiber and Oz Negri, they're the full season drivers. Conrad Grunwald joined them for the weekend. But it would be Negri and Schreibman who will take home the big trophy as they run. You know, these are fraught moments. We have seen cars spin behind the safety car, even in the dry. I mean, go back to May, right? Scott McLaughlin, as great as he is, had a spin on the formation lap at the Indy 500 in the dry, let alone in conditions like these. So we can't say it's done just yet. And now, who pits? That's CrowdStrike by Riley, I believe.
Someone else up ahead. There's a couple teams actually waving the lollipops. There it is.
Finally gives up the ghost, and
he needs fuel.
He does need fuel. Yeah, that's true. So, but also, I think, look for potentially a penalty for drive time here as well.
Yeah.
As I understand it. Now, it was a gamble, right? And it was a curious case, wasn't it? I mean, the car was pretty quick in practice. We thought they were there or thereabouts with the other Mercedes, but really from the start of the race today, they weren't on the front foot, were they, Cal?
No, they seem to be 6 or 7 tenths off the ultimate pace here today, so it was a little bit of a surprise. They've been so strong all season long, and we've seen obviously other Mercedes be very much in the thick of things. So, yeah, I would say that is one of the big surprises of the day, and with that pit stop, suddenly the 46's Kelvin van der Linde is now leading this race.
Well, either way, I mean, Ryan, you said it was a gamble, and Kelvin, I think we had talked about the position that they were in. It was very clear right from the start. When they woke up this morning, they knew they had to win this race, plain and simple. Regardless of what the 99 did, the only thing they could control was a race win. And if you're going to take a gamble, even if it's a slight misinterpretation of the rules, you've got to do it. It's the final couple hours of your season. Remember, this is their first year of GT3 racing after a massive expansion for that program. I think either way, they should leave Indy with their heads held high. It's been a pretty remarkable year for their first shot at GT3 racing at a pretty high level.
Yeah, very much so. As I said to Mackay on the grid this early afternoon, it's a celebration whatever happens here today, so I think they've got to look at it like that. But they're a group that's kind of moved their own personal bar to a much higher level, so they expect great things on a continual basis right now. Not they take it for granted, but they certainly came in there knowing they had an outside shot at it, and everything needed to go right. And obviously, I think the pace was the big thing. That's why they sat there, what was it, 7th or 8th on the road when we went back out here after the red flag.
Well, Amanda's down in the elements for us. Sorry about that, Amanda. What can you tell us, though, about the conditions with 45 minutes to go?
Well, I actually have an odd update down here. I've taken down the hood on my rain jacket. It's not even raining here on pit lane anymore, so I don't know if there's enough time to get this thing back and started, but let's do it.
There might be. There might be enough time.
I tell you what, I want to see if we go back to racing here. This could be A shootout for the ages with a championship title on the line. Marciello chomping at the bit. He's going to be well amped up here behind the wheel of that 7717 WRT BMW, sitting there in P3, recognizing by that call that was made by the 46 squad to roll Kelvin down pit lane a lap earlier. Also curious here, so Engel, did they just have a sharper stop and go effectively than the 777 to leapfrog? Could they have done a slightly quicker?
Yeah.
Almost like a cruise in, shut the engine. Did they actually stop like a rolling a red light in front of a cop type thing?
That's possible. I was trying to figure out how that flopped around too, and that's definitely.
So Marciello's got to clear Engel first. Engel's going to be all out for a victory. That's all he's caring about is winning at Indy. So that's going to complicate things a little bit further for Marciello.
Here's something for you. It doesn't matter, so I'm going to throw it out now. But we've had, in just a second, I'll get to that in a moment. First, we should point out that as it stands, as we've talked about, it looks like a championship in back-to-back years for Justin Rothberg and Robbie Foley, Turner Motorsport, with the issues that happened midway through the race for DXDT Racing and their Corvette, which was pushed behind the wall. But we've had to go through the pit lane under this yellow, which means that if somebody had tried this strategy, 5 minutes earlier or something, depending on how many times
Suddenly,
through the pit lane.
that doesn't count for your stint length.
Exactly.
Yeah, so you could be chopping 68 seconds ago off that stint length.
Can you imagine?
Oh, my goodness.
I wonder if they actually held the sweepers until everyone had taken care of that so that it wouldn't be a factor in the race.
That's a lot of thinking to happen from race control, and they're just trying to make the racetrack safe, but maybe.
If I can come up with it, surely they can.
I don't know. I think they're spinning a lot more plates up there than we are.
That is true. Undoubtedly so. But anyway, just got to thinking about that with these extra trips through the pits. I mean, we're seeing cars now having done 8 pit stops, technically, on timing and scoring. But, most of them have just been this drive through the pits while the sweepers are on the track to deal with some of the puddles.
That's a great point. And can you imagine if you're sweating out, we're just a minute outside the stint length, and hang on, they're driving us down pit lane. Christmas.
Oh, my.
Oh, boy. Well, we may not be at racing speed, but it is still treacherous out there. We saw just a couple of moments ago.
They're actually going as fast as they can right now, Jonathan, under these conditions.
A foot to the floor.
The safety car is going to get a contract with BMW for next year. He's that quick.
Well, with the placement of the car, it was very nearly the 88 of Aaron Tielitz into the back of the 888 of Maro Engel, nearly avoided it. Everyone is fine, no contact made, but as everyone is weaving and trying to displace some water and keep themselves entertained behind the wheel, it was very nearly contact there. I think everyone avoided injury, but spare a thought for the 888 who nearly had a rear bumper full of McLaren.
And let's not give up hope yet on this race resuming. I stress, not for the first time, that meeting that we attended where everyone in race control said, if there is a chance to resume the race, we will do everything in our power to do so. And oh my goodness, it's about to happen.
Here we go.
Safety car
shall receive,
in
Ryan.
this lap. How about that? Buckle up, boys and girls. We're about to go.
I about jumped out of my seat when I saw that message come in from race control. Oh my goodness, we're going to get 40 minutes, hopefully, of racing here. We're crossing our fingers, our toes, whatever else you can cross. Oh, this is going to be good, guys.
Let's get a quick update from Amanda before the restart. What you got, Amanda?
Yeah, I was just hearing from WRT, the driver saying it's still pretty dangerous out there. I did ask if Raffaele Marciello said anything to say, and the team said, not that I can tell you right now.
I'm sure that
he's saying, let's get this thing going.
His full Italian vocabulary has been exercised on the radio. My goodness. Okay. Who you got in this dash to the finish? Championship still to be decided. Kelvin van der Linde leads for Team WRT. In the position where he currently finds himself, he would take the championship. We still have championships to be decided in other classes as well.
Let's think about that Porsche of Jan Halen, Belgian expert in the rain. Porsche's always good in the wet conditions.
What did Alex Sedgwick tell us during the stoppage? We've got a Brit and 2 Belgians. We're good in the wet. Look out for RS1, a team based in Florida. They know a little bit about downpours as well. Oh, this is going to be fascinating. Here we go. It'll be about 40 minutes to go. No more pit stops required from this point on, although someone is making the trip to the pit lane. We'll get to the bottom of that as we go, but here comes the field onto the front straight. Spray coming up from behind the leading BMW of Kelvin van der Linde, and he is on it. Down the front straightaway. Green flag once again at Indianapolis.
I think there's a couple of lap cars there between he and Maro Engel potentially going to scupper his chances of going on the attack early with the Mercedes.
Jules Gounon, who pitted in the Lone Star Mercedes. No idea why he'd be doing that. We'll try and cover that story as we go. Oh, it's all mixed up. Cars from different classes. Cars that are a lap down, all mixed together, and that's going to be super tight there. Trying to fight through the traffic, Maro Engel.
And I think that was with our AN class provisional champion as it stands right now. The 163 definitely don't want to get involved there, but Maro is going to be looking to move his way through some of that lap traffic, and so is the 777. Raffaele Marciello, I know they want to play the team game, help BMW win that manufacturer's title, but he has got to be hungry selfishly for that IGTC points title.
Yeah, and he's buried a little bit in this pack, Ryan, so he's got a bit of work to do to even see the tail of Kelvin van der Linde right now.
Well, that is the benefit of being out in front. He's the only driver with a clear windscreen at the moment, and he's using it to build a margin. It continues to grow. Looks like it's one lapped car in between van der Linde and Engel for first and second. That is the Antipode and Tom Sargent, I think. No, it's Klaus Bachler now in for GMG Racing, slotted in between the top two at the moment.
Now that's going to be a tough one to get through. A, it's a Porsche. B, it's Klaus Bachler in there.
Just trying to work out where Marciello is in this pack. I think he's about 6th or 7th guys in line.
Well, he's 4 seconds back, we can tell you that, at the last timing loop around the track, so he does have quite a bit of work to do. One lap in the wet, complete. 38.5 minutes to go. Van der Linde leads Engel, leads Marciello. Chaz Mostert has jumped up to the 4th spot. Jan Halen sits 5th, then it's Steve Filippi and Lucas Sauer.
Oh, Chaz Mostert, we saw Will Power hop out of the car and Mostert hop in. This could be good.
Change for the lead in Pro-Am as well, as Marshall has passed Liederhauser on that restart lap.
A fight between two cars that should be good in the wet as well, but Dennis Marshall up to the point in the 21. I don't think Niederhauser's going to go away, though.
And that battle for the American win in Pro-Am has got Robbie Foley just a couple of seconds ahead of Zach Robuchon, driving the heart of racing Aston Martin, a team that's been on the back foot for pace all weekend long. They're settling in with a shout of a win.
They hinted to me that rain would be just fine if it arrived, and it has, right in the nick of time. They're on the lead lap. They're in with the shout, but Foley was able to get by Robuchon on that last lap. Meanwhile, at AM, it's Conrad Grunwald legging out a slight advantage over Eric Powell, nearly 15 seconds between the two.
And Amanda Busick reporting to us that it might be a gearbox failure for the 80. She's investigating now, but that would be heartbreak for a car that led from the pole after the technical infraction for the 51 and looked quick all day long.
We thought this stoppage, that might bring them right back into the mix. Full course yellow is back out. Full course yellow, safety car on the track, and now we wonder why. Is it for conditions? I don't see any car shown as stopped.
Well, the track is raceable. It's drivable.
As we've seen.
Well, obviously, race control seeing something we can't and seeing something they deem to be unsafe, whether it's conditions or debris or what have you. We'll await clarification there, but either way, pretty phenomenal sequence of events for the 46 and Kelvin van der Linde with Team WRT, that sister car, the 777, with Raffaele Marciello, the other IGTC title protagonist, in third. But as you said, Ryan and Cal, with some lap traffic between them, a couple of cars in between.
Marciello's running around 5th in line, I think. It's hard to pick him out in the spray.
I think so too. Yes, up by the wall, middle of the screen. There he is.
There he is, yeah. So he's 5th in line.
And this will help his cause. There is a pass around that's taking place that clears some cars that were trapped behind the overall leader but ahead of their class leader. So that clears some of that traffic away.
The reason for the full course yellow is the 80 cars actually stranded at the pit entry, we understand. So
there it is.
There it is. Oh boy. Yeah, that would make it tough to get down pit lane. So good safe call from race control, but you got to feel for Lone Star Racing how quick they'd been. They had been the benchmark all weekend long heading into this race, and what a tough way to end it, less than an hour to go.
If some of that traffic does get cleared out the way, that really helps Marciello's cause here a little bit.
I'm pretty sure that's what we just saw. I know we saw Bachler come around, and that also spices up the Pro-Am battle. It puts a few more cars back on the lead lap in that class. Now, they'll have some traffic to work through to get there, but should somebody fall by the wayside on the final lap, for instance, that could change positions, and that could change championships potentially as well. Not so much for GT World Challenge America Pro-Am.
Also for that AM class run as well. Grunwald and Powell on the same lap, showing 10 seconds between the two cars right now. Last time over the stripes. I'm not sure if there's cars in between them that will kind of stymie Powell's charge to try and get to the tail end of that Ferrari or not.
There certainly were coming to the last restart, and it looked like Powell was losing ground fighting through that traffic to Grunwald in the few green flag laps that we had. So that would indicate to me that quite likely there are still some cars he needs to get around. He did tell us he has never driven this car in the wet before.
And his last lap under green looked like it was slightly quicker than the Ferrari, so I'm not sure if that's a representative pair of times that I'm looking at.
He has certainly been quick in the drive, new ground and learning on the fly for Eric Powell, but this would be fortuitous for him. It would put him right behind the car that we were talking about looks set to take home the AM class title.
Yeah, if he can get through the traffic, that's the thing. There are cars of different classes and on different laps that have to be accounted for, but it could set up a nice little battle royale for that AM class championship in the final 30 minutes or thereabouts. The hope is to resume the race at the end of this lap, and look at this line of cars. It is at least the top three, nose to tail. Van der Linde, Engel, Marciello. A little bit of traffic until you get to the 75 of Mostert, which is sitting in fourth.
Tell you what, watch out for Engel. He was really trying some different lines there through that final corner, seeing if he could run a slightly wider line and have grip to play with. He's just all out for victory here for Mercedes.
Jan Halen has just pitted.
Oh boy.
That was a top 5 car. And I can't fathom any reason why they would be doing this. Change of tires. Looks like tires only going on.
Had they maybe detected a puncture in one of them and elected to just put a fresh set of wets given how much running had happened behind the safety car?
Maybe.
Yeah, it's not ideal because there's no tire warmers allowed, and I know wets don't get to high temperatures like a slick, but even so, any tire temp will certainly help you. Yes, you got the grooves to disperse the water, but tire temperature is also important in terms of grip in wet conditions.
That drops him behind this whole train here too. That basically takes that car out of the fight.
Well, the other thing it does for BMW manufacturers-wise, it clears that up. And remember what Marciello said, as long as that's sorted, we can fight.
Good point.
Did you ever get a determination on whether Lucas Al was exceeded the driver's stint or not?
I was told he was.
Well, he's sitting in front of Connor De Filippi. So if suddenly Halen could get around De Filippi, that could be championship changing.
Yeah, we'll watch that. We also have this to factor in, the Independent Cup currently going the way of the 75. Chaz Mostert trying to help his boss, Kenny Hobble, take home the title, and they're 1 point to the good as they run. Kenny and Will. You know, Will looks a lot more relaxed than Kenny. Wonder why that might be.
Well, crucially, he's not behind the wheel. I think Will was behind the wheel for some of the worst rain behind the safety car we had.
They put Will in, right? They did a driver change. Yeah, they did. He must have said,
I would love to know.
For this. I'd love to heard that radio conversation.
We did not get this resumed as we had hoped at the end of this lap. Reports that the rain is picking up again. Don't know if that played into it or not. But yeah, you could see it now.
Oh boy.
It is belting down all of a sudden.
Quick note, guys, on Lucas Auer and JMF Motorsports. I've been trying to get some communication with someone who works within the team saying they were on standby for the stop. They do not believe that they exceeded the stint time, but they think they cut it extremely close. They're not entirely sure, but that's at least what team personnel are telling me.
Well, to back them up, I mean, it's pretty cut and dry, and when it happens, usually the penalty is issued right away. We haven't seen it. I was told that they were, but you've got a direct link to the team, so we've got that going for us. We'll find out together.
The 04 crowd strike by Riley Mercedes taking to pit lane, and a couple of penalties coming in. A 30-second time penalty for the number 75 for unauthorized work in pit lane, alongside insult to injury for RS1.
The trouble is, when you nose to tail like this, a 30-second penalty can really plummet you down the order. However, their saving grace may be that they're on a different lap to everyone from 7th on down, so that may help that cause a little bit. So
Same penalty to the 32. That's Klaus Bachler. They had just gotten back on the lead lap in Pro-Am with the wave around a moment ago and sat 5th.
you know who really wants to know what that 34 stint has exceeded is Random Vandals.
Oh, yeah.
Because right now, they're okay. They're sitting in 6th overall, 2nd in the pro class for North America here. But Jan Halen, if he gets around De Filippi on those fresh tires, and if Lucas Out does not have a penalty to serve, that's their championship.
Here's the only thing, though. I mean, Halen is 14 seconds behind the safety car behind De Filippi because of that pit stop. So, yes, they have fresh tires, but that's an awful lot of traffic to get to. What it does do, though, is it means a spin, an off, getting taken out in somebody else's accident. That is catastrophic, potentially, for Random Vandals and their championship hopes.
A little more stressful than they need.
Half an hour to go, and so a few minutes ago we were thinking maybe this thing was going to end behind caution, and all of a sudden it's gotten a lot more exciting. And credit to SRO Race Control for trying to get this resumed as safely as possible. We got a few racing laps, and boy, what a couple laps they were, and I know they're hard at work trying to get us going again in the final half hour, but of course it's got to be safe, and that's the name of the game at the end of the day. But if we do get going, you're right, any little thing.
Yeah, one little bobble, one spin, stuck in the grass, stuck in the gravel. I mean, you hit the grass and there's a gravel trap on the outside of the corner, you're going to find it. It's just going to be so slick.
And how many things are still in flux as well? I mean, we have the AM class battle still to decide. We have Pro-Am, of course, Pro, the IGTC driver's title as well. There's so many things that can change if we do go green again. So as it stands, Kelvin van der Linde, the number 46 Team WRT BMW, still leads the way. No change in the order. Maro Engel still sits P2 over the sister Team WRT, the other championship protagonist in the IGTC drivers points, Raffaele Marciello. Chaz Mostert with 75 Express. They've got some penalty time coming their way, but we think they might have gotten away with it in terms of helping Kenny Habul seal the Independent Cup. JMF Motorsports still waiting on clarification for them. They think they're in the clear. We'll have to see what happens. They sit 5th overall in the 34 car, right ahead of their title rivals in GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS in class, the number 99 Random Vandals machine.
Anyone want to take a guess at what happens next?
Oh boy.
I don't know. I just hope that the racetrack is not going to be too wet. We're under 30 minutes to go here at 27:14 on the board. Still, this racetrack is going to get in a condition where we are safe to go back to racing.
Well and truly now under the cover of darkness. One of the unique features. This is the only race at the IMS that goes into the nighttime. The only pro race, that is for sure. And the longest running race at the IMS road course as well.
Come on, you're going to come up with some stuff. I can see your brain smoking.
The
here.
only caveat,
deep into the Ryan Marine data bank here.
The
Come
only
on.
caveat that kind of throws that out the window is there is the dirt track over at Oval Turn 3, and they do a couple of races. They do USAC midgets and now USAC sprint cars, and that runs into the night. But is it the Indianapolis Motor Speedway? It's in the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
This is true.
This is the only one that starts in the day and then goes tonight.
This is true. This is true. It's certainly the only race on the road course that does that as well. Either way, the Indy 8-hour, a pretty unique feature to wrap up the Intercontinental GT Challenge, and of course GT World Challenge America powered by AWS. And this, I think, Calvin, has been a pretty unique one. A long stint of green flag running in the first half, a long stoppage, and strategic mastery, I think, by Team WRT. We were certainly having steam coming out of our ears trying to do the points and stint time calculations, and some good race running in the few minutes we did get while it was wet, and still trying to figure that all out with 25 minutes and some change to go.
Yeah, the real shame was the lightning, because I think during the early phase of that red flag, the racetrack was certainly in good enough condition to have hard racing going on, which is always fun to watch. Some of the best in the business going at work with a car in wet conditions, but obviously we have to be safe. And then unfortunately, once we got to the point where the lightning had left the area, then we got this deluge and brief little green flag spurt here, and now just waiting once again.
We talked about this a moment ago, but worth reiterating. With the 34 currently leading in terms of GT World Challenge America points-paying positions, to win the championship, Connor DeFilippi and Kevin Cook must finish second. That's where they sit right now. They are second best placed of cars eligible to score points in the North American Championship. So as it runs, the championship would be theirs. But as we talked about, there's a lot of jeopardy still. Any miscue could be catastrophic. The message from race control I see a moment ago said, we will continue to monitor conditions. Now you see it on the screen as well, with the intent to resume the race if conditions become appropriate, which reiterates what we've said a time or two already, that it is race control's intention to resume if at all possible. But right now, that just isn't a possibility, and so we remain under the safety car, which means it's time to break out my favorite little piece of trivia when it comes to this race. So, it is billed as Indianapolis Motor Speedway's longest race, and it is true that in terms of the race duration from start to finish of race time for the winning car, that it is.
There was a driver, you're going back way deep into the Indy 500.
You've heard me tell this one
books.
before.
Yeah.
Correct. We got to go back to 1912. This is the second Indianapolis 500. The race was won in well under 8 hours. However, to collect prize money back in those days, you had to complete the entire 500-mile distance. And cars did not finish on the same lap as the leader with any regularity
there a driver
back
who went
then.
and had breakfast with his grandmother in Chicago and then returned or something?
Not quite that good, but that's where we're headed with this, Cal. Just hang on. We're getting there. So, you had to go the entire 500 miles, and they did not flag the field off until the top 10 had finished. Ralph Mulford, who finished second in the inaugural Indianapolis 500, he was cruising along, had clutch issues throughout the course of the race, was down the order, not in contention to win, but was in contention to get his prize money. That meant he had to go the distance. However, he was irritated, evidently, by that requirement. I think he was basically the last car running at this point, was guaranteed 10th, but had to do the whole distance in order to get the money. So he stopped and had a fried chicken dinner midway through the race, and ultimately did come across the line to finish in the 10th spot. And his elapsed time in the race was, let's see, the winner won in 6 hours and 21 minutes. Ralph Mulford came across the line 2.5 hours later.
Okay, question for you. What was the prize money and how much was the chicken dinner?
I suspect the chicken dinner was bought and paid for by the prize money. So, technically, a finisher of a race at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway has gone longer than 8 hours. But in terms of the winning time duration, 8 hours is the longest in Speedway history.
Got it.
How do you like that?
I love that's pretty good. You know, I hadn't heard that story before, so I'm smiling because that's a fun one for fresh ears.
So tired of waiting around was everyone that day. Even Speedway president Carl Fisher had left the premises before Ralph Mulford had made it to the checkered flag.
I wonder if they ended up sharing a chicken dinner.
It's possible. There was also ice cream involved, I read.
Not a bad way to go.
And that finished at roughly 6:53 p.m. local time, in case you were wondering. And the average finishing speed for Ralph Mulford, 56.2 miles per hour, which remains the slowest finishing speed in Indy 500 history.
I'm still waiting for Antares Hour to bring up one of those mojitos to the booth.
You're that bored of my stories?
No,
Kelvin?
that's good. It's good to be better with a drink, though, I think.
Ah, yes.
I think maybe a little too cold for some ice cream here today at IMS. Certainly a little damp.
It was actually quite warm until we had this front come through. I think it got up to about 80 degrees.
It was.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That almost brought some California weather with me this weekend, I thought, until the rain came.
I think it's about a 30-degree temperature drop overnight for racing here in the morning to finish off many of the other championships. We'll be back here on site first thing tomorrow.
Might be weather involved in those too if we haven't had our fill of it today. I'll speak for myself, but I have. I'm sure Amanda and DJ feel that way too. Maybe Mackay Stevens, a little bit of a forlorn look on his face, it must be said.
Well, again, we don't know about this stint length, whether there is a penalty or not. He could be looking at an Indy win here tonight. If there isn't,
it's not
they
done
do
yet.
lead their class.
Well, hearing word from my contact at JMF saying they're still unsure, they're confident, or at least they feel in the team, like they cut it close, but they do know that race control is actively reviewing the stint. So everybody trying to make sure, of course, with championship implications in GT World Challenge America powered by AWS, you want to get this right, and race control is taking steps to do that. They run 5th at the moment overall, but remember the 75, the 77, the 88, and the 46 in front of them are invisible for GT World Challenge America points. They are certainly very visible for IGTC points and race winning and podium hardware overall. But as far as JMF is concerned, they're leading this race as it stands, as long as they're not found to have been afoul of the rules and crucially have exceeded that stint.
Something else that is on the line here tonight, there's a championship, the AMG Customer Racing Championship, which is all of the drivers on a global stage, not including the factory drivers. They're kind of excluded from this. And with the result that Mackay Stevens is potentially going to have here tonight, I believe, talking to Julian, who works with the Mercedes AMG group, that he could be in great shape to win that. You think, oh, it's another trophy, maybe a small check. Well, no, it's a brand new AMG road car, so that would be a really nice gift to have before Christmas.
I'd look laser focused at the timing stand if that was in contention as well to take home alongside the prize money and championship hardware too. Absolutely.
Onboard look of just what these conditions are like. Not great. Suboptimal, even, Cal.
Yes. The vision is suboptimal, Ryan.
I have information on the prize money. Thank you, social media. Chad Smith 200. Ralph Mulford collected a whopping $1,200 that day in 1912. Chad, you are my hero. Thank you.
Well, unless it was a very expensive chicken dinner, I do think that would in fact cover it.
That's equivalent to about $500,000 these days. So.
Hearing now in our ear that sweepers are now back out on the final turn. This is part of SRO and IMS and the road course's effort to get racing resumed. I know we have less than 20 minutes to go, but they want to see some racing action just as much as we do, just as much as the fans do. They're coming back down pit lane with those sweepers. I would assume that this is similar to what we saw before, just trying to displace some of that water.
And I think most of it is on that final turn. That's why they bring them down pit lane so the cars don't have to go through that corner. There you see the sweepers at work. It is really deep, guys. Look at the amount of water they're moving. These race cars run so low for performance that literally the underfloor can get up on top of an inch or so of water and just aquaplane. You got no steering, get a big snap as you're trying to put the power down onto this front straightaway.
I do love the effort, though, by everyone involved in race control to try to get this resumed. Even if they give us a couple of minutes, they are certainly doing their darndest to try to give us a little bit of racing action. I tip the cap to that.
Speaking of caps.
Has that reached iconic status at this point, the Vincent Voss cap? I think so, too. Oh, and a wink.
Little wink. Oh, there.
He knows what's going on. Credit to them. Remember, the way they got this position was a clever strategy play, wasn't it? To call the 46 in a lap earlier than, strictly speaking, you should have, unless you play the game a little bit. And they played the game to perfection.
Yeah, under that cap is a whole lot of brain power, I think, for Vincent.
Maybe that's why he's got to wear the cap. It'll leak out. It is impressive.
Still, there's going to be a lot of questions asked by Lello in terms of why did Kelvin's car get that call and I didn't.
Yeah, that was a pivotal moment in the race, a pivotal moment in the championship.
It certainly was. I would agree. Probably questions, like you said, Kelvin, for Raffaele Marciello. Sits third still. Saw the transponder tick momentarily up to second, but it's just as everyone is shuffling out of pit lane and things are recycling. No change in order. Of course, you can't change in order, not legally at least, behind the safety car. So no change in the running order. Still Kelvin van der Linde from Maro Engel and Marciello with Chaz Mostert fourth.
Yeah, I'm really curious to know how the strategy is called within the WRT team, in terms of whether there's someone overall who's making that call or whether it's an individual car strategist who said, listen, we've got a wrinkle here, come in a lap early, just hold in pit lane a little bit longer than we need to, and
sweepers hard at work trying to do everything they can. Look at making multiple passes over that inside line. You can see how deep that water is. It's a lot of water to displace, Kelvin.
I don't think there's any way they're going to be able to move that amount to order.
They need Clifford out there. I think that would do it.
Even Clifford, the famous Chevy S10, I believe it is, that has been part of the Speedway staff, if you will, for a couple of decades at this point. Chevy S10, yes indeed. Thank you, Jonathan, for a quick Google search there. I think we got a glimpse of Clifford earlier, didn't we, in the race? I don't even think Clifford could get this job done. That's saying something.
He's gotten the job done for many, many years around here.
It's been sent pretty far afield. I believe it helped out when IndyCar raced in Motegi in Japan. I remember somebody told me about this recently.
It's quite a drive.
It would be, wouldn't it? It would be. Clifford is an impressive specimen.
Cars coming down pit lane another time. And this, of course, is because the sweepers are hard at work in that final corner down low where that racing line would be. One of the most crucial corners on the track and one of the most treacherous. We've talked about it ad nauseum here. With this much water, you can see what a great camera shot. What a shout out to our incredible production and camera team for giving us these images. We've seen beautiful slow-mos of all the waters, and look at that shot. My gosh, all that water being displaced. And this is just at low speed. Can you imagine what they do at racing speed?
No. I'd prefer not to, quite honestly. It occurs to me, though, and maybe we've said this already, even if we had, let's say it again. This would be the first Intercontinental GT Challenge win for Valentino Rossi.
Yes.
And
that's massive. And also for Kelvin van der Linde, the first person to have an overall GT World Challenge Europe championship, as well as an IGTC driver's title in the same year, I believe.
Pretty remarkable year this would be. A remarkable win on a lot of fronts. Charles Wirtz in that lineup as well, who was, of course, last year's IGTC winner.
He'll just hand his crown over to his co-driver, won't he?
Doesn't even have to leave the garage.
Nope.
Yeah, this would be a special one for a really special lineup, and one of the cars that I think everybody had circled on the entry list. There was so much speculation. Would Valentino do this race? I remember all of us talking about it. Could it be a possibility? We saw that silver driver mandate. How much excitement that brought. How many fans? I'm sure you saw Kelvin walking around with the neon hats just waiting to get a glimpse of one of the most iconic names in global motorsport. Now a chance to potentially take home a pretty cool win to cap off the IGTC Season 2. That would be pretty neat.
Yeah, definitely one of the goats of sport, that is for sure. He's an absolute superstar, just got so many followers on the global stage, and it just really brings a lot of attention to this championship, of course. And a lot of people are in Italy are watching it here this weekend, so that's pretty cool to expose the championship to a new audience.
Here's an interesting fact.
Oh, here we go.
Valentino Rossi, 2008 winner in MotoGP at Indianapolis. The race was significantly impacted by the remnants of Hurricane Ike, causing high winds and heavy rain.
Oh, boy.
Go figure.
How about that?
You can't make it up.
You couldn't write it. Well, you talk about drivers who were maybe doing a rain dance before. I think Vale might have been one of them. But in all seriousness, the 46, yes, they used a lot of clever strategy. Team WRT played it to a T. But they were set up for this by two really incredible stints from Vale early in the race. Amanda talked to him, we talked about it, but I cannot stress the importance of that. With the Pro Class having a silver driver, that silver becomes a crucial element in a race win, and Valentino is a super, super crucial element in this win if it does stay as it does.
And again, his fast lap is only 2/10 off the best of the day.
Unbelievable.
So that is really a great indicator to how far this man has come at 46 years of age now, coincidentally. So it's a pretty cool story, and it's really fun to see him here and embracing it too. He seems like he's having fun, big smile on his face, and as Vincent said, when he's happy, he knows he's done a good job because he's that much of a sportsman and a perfectionist in terms of his ability behind the wheel, and he wants to finish his stint and know that he's done a good job. And if he jumps out with a smile, he knows he's done a good job. He's a realist, and that was really set the stage for the day.
And he was grinning in your ear when he got out of the car from his stint. I think he couldn't stop smiling when he was talking to Amanda, just reliving it and everything he was feeling and experiencing behind the car. We talked about him as one of the greats in the sport, and I think this is a great drive to cap that off too.
And his smile even broader when she asked him to speak to his Italian fans in Italian. Such is his draw, such is his gravitas, that for the first time ever we have a bespoke Italian broadcast of this race. That's never happened before, but that's the power of Valentino Rossi.
It speaks volume to the draw that he has internationally. I mean, the draw that he has outside of his home country of Italy, much less within, where he's borderline royalty at this point, and deservedly so. And what a fun and what an exciting trophy to potentially add to the trophy cabinet this would be.
Yeah, this will be massive for him. Chatted about it yesterday during qualifying. I got it wrong. I said Mugello is Misano, where he's had his 3 victories, coincidentally, over in Europe.
We've been talking about the Independent Cup as well for IGTC as it stands. 75 Express. And Kenny Habul, close as it goes, would take it as it stands. Just under 10 minutes to go. 8 minutes and now 40 seconds as the clock ticks over. Still behind the safety car. Race control still trying to do their best to give us a last couple of laps of racing. Whether we get it or not, guys, I think the racing action that we did see today was pretty phenomenal. IMS and the road course absolutely delivered.
First 4 hours was great.
Phenomenal.
And it was clean. I mean, we had no stoppages. We had no accidents leading to full course yellows. It's only been weather and then a stopped car blocking the entrance of pit lane. That was not due to an accident. It was due to a mechanical. And we talked about it a little bit when we had our break, didn't we? It was neat to see the relative strengths and weaknesses of the lineups over an extended 4-hour run to get the race started. And if we could only have seen that play out over the next 4 hours, I think we really were in for something special.
Yeah, the field was so close. I mean, when you had the pros in, the whole field was covered by less than a second, essentially. So that makes for great racing, really close racing. A little bit of argy-bargy, as you said, but nothing that brought out a full course yellow during that first 4 hours. So some sensational racing. I mean, you know, we talk about a roval, like an infield on an oval. Not always the most exciting racing, but this place really allows for great side-by-side action, and you can use the curbs a little bit if it gets too tight and avoid having big contact. So it's pretty spectacular at times, and I agree with both you boys that it was a great start to this race, and just a shame that we had the weather roll in here. But it's been a wonderful season, both here in North America and on the global stage with the 5-race championship of the IGTC. Wonderful venues, just classic venues that we'll return to for next season.
This one might not be a classic in the same way. I mean, it's not the historic track like a Nürburgring is, or a Spa is, or a Suzuka is on the road course. However, to a man and woman, everyone who comes here and races in this event will say the fact that they get a chance to race at this track in any configuration is a special thing, and it's a fitting home for the North American stop of the Intercontinental GT Challenge. Laguna Seca was a great place when we raced there at the early stages of it. There was a California 8-hour that was replaced by this event in 2020. And it just does feel like this has a draw that gets some teams from Europe, for instance, or from Southeast Asia, from down under, whatever the case may be, to make the investment to come here and have the chance to race at Indy. And by and large, when they come here once, they keep coming back.
Yeah, they want to be here, especially. We spoke to a number of the young drivers who just dream of coming here. And, You come through the tunnel, you see the museum right in front of you, then you see the spectacle of maybe an oval for the very first time for many of the European drivers as well. That just trying to take your breath away, just trying to put that together in terms of the speeds that the Indianapolis 500 has with their machinery. And then you get the challenge of this road course.
It's been a good sight. Good racing, and again, the support series as well put on good shows all throughout the weekend with a few more races still to come tomorrow. Just 5.5 minutes left in this year's edition of the Indy 8 Hour. The first 4 hours ran without interruption. Just past the halfway mark, lightning in the area caused an extended red flag. Since then, it's pretty much been running behind the safety car with the exception of one last little burst of activity with a restart. Unfortunately, a full course yellow for a stopped car. That was the Lone Star number 80 Mercedes blocking the entrance to pit lane, necessitated the safety car coming out once again. And then when the rain picked up, we've had conditions like this ever since, and it simply has not. Despite the best efforts of race control and the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, we have not been able to get back to conditions that are safe to go racing in. And while this is not how any of us hoped this race would end, you can't fault the effort, as we've said several times, from the track, from the series, etc., to try and get the race in. And then we'll try right down to the bitter end to get the race restarted. And if not, well, deserving winners who have played the strategy game right, and deserving champions as well who cap off a 2025 season, whether it's in GT World Challenge America or Intercontinental GT Challenge.
Yeah, I think Race Control have done a great job here today, to keep everyone safe with the lightning and everything like that, and then making the right calls with the track conditions, been on top of it. I think they've communicated well with the teams in terms of what was going to happen as we see the white flag being displayed. So it'll be one slow lap behind the safety car here to finish off this 8-hour event. But yeah, hats off to the whole team. They're trying to make it happen, trying to get us back to green flag racing. I do wonder if we hadn't had the stalled car there on pit entry with this many cars running around the racetrack, the best way of keeping the line clean, but that rain was pretty torrential as well. It may have got to the point where it would ceased operations anyway in terms of being safe to continue.
And I think, you know, this race to me serves as a bit of a microcosm for endurance racing in general. This race threw a lot at us. We had an extended green flag running. We had plenty of door banging and mirror folding and action, what have you. We had strategic mastery under yellow. But part of dealing with an endurance race is braving the elements and whatever Mother Nature brings us. In this part of the world, rain is a factor, and preparing for that is sometimes just the name of the game. And Vincent Voss and Team WRT, I think, prepared the best when it counted.
Other than those two little winks and a thumbs up there, Vincent not ready to celebrate just yet. He's seen strange things happen in his long time in the sport.
Still curious to know how the 88 leapfrogged the 777.
Good question.
He came in the pit lane behind him and left in front of him, so they just must have made that stop and release a little bit quicker than Marciello.
Keep an eye on the skyline. This is the white flag lap. Fireworks are part of the festivities, and I'm told they're still going to happen. Rain, well, shine's not the right alternative, but rain or dry, wet or dry, whatever.
Rain or rain.
It's going to be rain. And also fireworks. That's what we've learned. So keep an eye out for that. Valentino Rossi walking around, a little bit nervous maybe still. Arms around his co-drivers. This is a big win for him to finally get that IGTC victory. Came close at Bathurst earlier this year. He's been on the podium before, but this could be another win for him at Indy, this time with 4 wheels. But again, both in races affected by rain, both with red flags, incidentally.
When you talk about a name in the sport like Valentino Rossi, who's already had a career of his own and one of the best in the business on 2 wheels, who comes in and starts a career in sports car racing, this is not a joyride. This has not been for fun. This is not a weekend holiday for Vale. He has taken it seriously. I think the wins he's garnered in European competition speak volumes to that. His performance in the first half of this race speaks to that as well, and I think he's going to have some hardware to speak to that too. He has taken this as seriously as any of his co-drivers.
Well, this will cap off a monumental season for Kelvin van der Linde, in addition to his championships in GT World Challenge Europe, which we've covered before. This will be his 7th career win an Intercontinental GT Challenge competition, which moves him into first all-time, breaking a tie with his brother Sheldon, Dries Van Thor, Jules Gounon, and Raffaele Marciello. It will be his 4th win of the season in the 5-round Intercontinental GT Challenge, having won already at Bathurst, the N24 at the Nürburgring, and the Suzuka 1000 kilometer. For Team WRT and for BMW, this is a 3rd consecutive overall victory in this event. And for van der Linde to end the season with a win at Indianapolis and a championship, now just moments away. Fireworks providing the backdrop to the world-famous pagoda overlooking the Yard of Bricks. It's a damp Yard of Bricks in 2025, but the champagne celebration will be just as sweet for BMW and Team WRT. To the line, here they come, Kelvin van der Linde teaming up with Raffaele Marciello, with Valentino Rossi to take a victory here in this event at Indianapolis. Charles Weerts joining them as well on the wall to celebrate. Team WRT does it for the 3rd straight year, clinching the title for van der Linde. Engel across the line in 2nd, 3rd to Marciello. Mostert finishes in 4th. He's dropped down to 5th, perhaps after a penalty there. But that is enough to give the Independent Cup to Kenny Habul. So he'll be celebrating. In fact, he is already. Other championships and race winners still to be determined. But first, let's head down to Amanda for some reaction in the pits.
Oh, Ryan, and look at the smiles on the teams down here. You can hear the fireworks in the background, but Valentino, as someone that spent their career chasing championships, you were called in to help someone earn their own in your teammate. In your evolution from MotoGP legend to a GT driver, what does this personal achievement mean to you?
Yes, I'm very, very happy because it was a great race. At the end, we were very lucky. Maybe we deserve more second place. So these are races, and for me, win here is special because I won with the MotoGP in 2008. So it's something fantastic, and I'm very happy that I can help Kelvin to win the championship. We did a great job with the team, so it's a fantastic feeling. Thanks a lot.
Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you.
It is a first Intercontinental GT Challenge manufacturer's title for BMW. It is WRT's 3rd straight Indy win, as mentioned, and the 4th in total for BMW in this event. They won the inaugural race as well. In the Pro-Am class, congratulations to Blattner Company by Herberth. They take the victory in car 21. It was Dennis Marshall who took the car home to preserve the victory. Robbie Foley can celebrate for the 2nd straight year, though, with a 3rd place finish in the class, but the best place GT World Challenge America operation for the full season. Turner Motorsport, Robbie Foley, and Justin Rothberg, back-to-back Pro-Am championships.
Yeah, and 6th win on the year, so that's massive for that group. So looked like it was getting tight. The 11 car had a really strong car here today. It's a big disappointment for the 11 DXDT operation with that Corvette. It was on song here today. Blake McDonald did an amazing double at the beginning of this race, and then they had that starter motor issue, unfortunately for them.
And in the M class, AF Corsa does hang on. Championship and the win to Oz Negri and Jay Schreipen down in 17th overall. This is a look at the official results. Of course, pending post-race tech, but Team WRT gets it done. Mercedes Team GMR had a blinder in the pits there to help jump some track position, but crucially, we did get a penalty for JMF. We thought it was coming, exceeding maximum stint time. They were given a hefty post-race time penalty that drops them to the back of the Pro Class, Cal.
Yeah, it's a 19-minute plus penalty, so I've got to assume that's the amount of time that they were outside that 65 minutes. We were just wondering what's going on, how can they keep the car out there, and obviously they must have felt, to your point, Ryan, that driver's stint length was reset during the red flag. It was not, and so they unfortunately lose the win here tonight.
And I think the knock-on effect of some of those penalties for the 75 and the 34 was the promotion of the number 18 RS1 Porsche, Jan Heylen. They had a penalty to contend with earlier, but doesn't matter. It's to cap off a great drive, and overall top 5 for RS1.
Two cars at the bottom of that list wondering what might have been, and you got to start with Wright Motorsports in their number 120 that won on the road last year, finished second overall on adjusted time after a time penalty, still won their North American class at the race, but out early and propping up the order here today. There's Kenton Cook. That sprained ankle's going to feel a whole lot better when he pours some champagne a little bit later on. He is a champion yet again.
Second championship of the day.
I know.
It's a pretty nice Saturday.
Kidding. Already won in Pirelli GT4 America. Has a chance to race one more time tomorrow. And he and Kevin Boehm got that job done earlier today. And then, how about Random Vandals? I mean, let's think about this. Again, basically a season into GT3 racing and already a championship level team in the top class.
Yeah, it was a big effort. 2 cars for this year, full time. Came into the championship midway last year to kind of dip their toe in the water, see what it was all about. Immediately had pace. They brought in some excellent engineering towards the end of the year to really pump the effort up a little bit further, and they got the job done. It was a testy day. They didn't know what was going on with the 34. The 18 car had pace. It looked like it could slip through their fingers in the final hour of this race, but not to be. They come through, and with the 34 dropping down, they get the Pro Class win. With GT World Challenge America entrance as well.
Yeah, and Random Vandals, just to wrap up that point, it's a team that's in only a short amount of time made a pretty big statement in the SRO America paddock. I think there's things bright on the horizon for Paul Sparta and that team. You look at the way they show up, the preparation, the presentation, the execution they put out during a race weekend, and they have so much fun doing it. I've never seen a group of guys and girls with so much smile and joy on their faces. They go out and win a whole heck of a lot of races at just about every weekend.
Made a big statement yesterday in the pole shootout, getting the fastest time, unfortunately lost it in tech, but then started this race for Philip Eng to drive through that field to the lead from starting back in 10th position. That showcased to them up against the world's best that they have what it takes.
That's the passing of the torch as far as the Intercontinental GT Challenge overall Drivers' Championship crown is concerned. We even saw Charles Mertz pass an invisible crown to the new champion, Kelvin van der Linde. Let's hear from him now.
I love how they just said that to me, race winner and IGTC champion. And Kelvin, you won 4 out of 5 of the events this season, but I'm not sure how crucial that strategy call there at the very end. What went through your mind when you heard the call to come in?
To be honest, it's a bit of an anticlimax, to be honest. It was such a cool race, and to spend almost 2 hours on a safety car is a bit of a tricky one, to be honest. I think the 777 today deserved the win, so I feel a bit of mixed emotions for the team. But nonetheless, 4 out of 5 for BMW Motorsport makes me very proud. All the teammates that have helped me on this journey, it's been an amazing one this year. There's some years where you have the luck on your side and things work out, and that's one of those years. So first year with BMW, thanks to everybody at WRT, Team Rover Racing as well at the Nürburgring, and all my teammates, like I said, engineers, mechanics. It's a very proud day, but obviously a bit of an anticlimax tonight.
Well, the IGTC champion, the GT World Challenge Europe overall champion, GT World Challenge Europe sprint champion. Could there be a better season, Kelvin?
Very difficult. To be honest, I think that was as close to perfect as we're ever going to get. But yeah, now we're going to go and hunt Spa next year. So
good luck.
Thank you so much.
It's the only thing missing from the resume here this year. It's actually one race he has not yet won.
Classy response.
It was.
I like that. That was really cool.
Yeah, feeling the mixed emotions, but yeah, he might say he feels like the other car deserved it, but you know what? It's his car that executed the strategy perfectly, so they definitely deserve it as well. Let's hear from the rest of the team now.
Well, Charles, you get to take in this moment as well, and it was you last season, but to be the one that helps it along this year, how fulfilling is that?
No, it's good. I mean, I remember being in the exact same place last year, becoming the champion and also winning the race, so obviously being back here and to help Kelvin this season to get a champion, I'm very happy for him, obviously. As he mentioned, a bit of also mixed feeling because the 777 did an incredible race and weekend, so we have to analyze what happened there. But they definitely deserve the win today. But anyway, it's a great result for the manufacturer. We seal the manufacturer championship, which is very important, and yeah.
I was going to say, Charles, it looks like you're being summoned over there.
We'll let him get to the celebration. And that is a special thing. As you can see, the emotion, even in a self-admitted slightly anticlimax of an ending, Still special to get to park your car below the pagoda and celebrate at Indianapolis.
Yeah, the chance to kiss the bricks, it doesn't matter what you win in, is a special one. And it's something that not everybody gets to do. And I think for someone who's had as storied of a career as Valentino Rossi, he's already gotten to do it, but getting to do it on four wheels in race conditions that were this tricky has got to feel really special. Kelvin van der Linde to wrap up the IGTC title after the year in SRO competition globally he's had, and Charles Weerts has had plenty of SRO success as well, helping that team along to today's result. I think it's a well-earned, albeit a little bit wet, kiss of the bricks.
Season for the ages, and one to remember for the Johannesburg, South Africa native Kelvin van der Linde. Podiums, by the way, are going to take place in the green room, not on the podium, I'm told, here at Indianapolis because of the inclement weather. That is not a first. We've seen some Indy 500s celebrated that way as well. 2004 comes to mind when Buddy Rice won.
Yeah, just going to say that too.
There were tornadoes in the area that day.
Oh, boy.
Thankfully, we don't have that problem here today. Take a chance to hear from a few more happy winners in victory lane. It is at least some of our top running American runners. Let's hear from them now.
Well, we were at this team right before we got restarted, and I looked at the guys, and they said, let's just end this thing right here. But now it's official and in this moment. And Connor, a year that you get married, I see your wife off camera too, a big kiss from her. You become a champion in GT World Challenge America as well. Reflect on this season for you and why it ranks as one of the highest.
It's just been an amazing effort from this entire team. Where we started early in the year, we had a lot to learn, but we accepted that and we just focused on being better every time we hit the track, and we did that. We executed. We won a lot of races. I think we all know that there was a few race weekends that we could have done a little better, including myself. And I'm just glad that we came into this last weekend with the focus on the line of winning. I mean, we weren't really hyper-focused on the whole point situation. We wanted to go out and beat the best of the best. You have some of the best GT teams here in the world today, some of the best drivers. And I'm proud to say I was also with one of the best teams as well and had two great teammates all weekend. So just really proud of this team. This championship, like I said earlier, is my first with BMW. So that means a lot to me, and hopefully this is just the start of many more.
And Kenton, I think October 18th might be a day that you will remember forever. How will you celebrate this anniversary in years to come?
Well, I mean, we've got the award banquet tomorrow, so I think we're going to have some fun then. Yeah, really proud to be a part of it, and having the two Connors here this weekend has been a lot of fun. And all year with Connor, he said it perfectly, to be honest. I mean, we came in, we had some things to learn. We had incredible performances over the course of the year, and the team did a really good job. And honestly, this weekend, it's the best the car's ever felt. So it's been a testament to how far we've come over the course of the year, and really proud to be a part of it. And hopefully we can get many more to come.
And just quickly, from former IndyCar driver Connor Daly, being the third member and called in for this action, what's that like celebration?
I was just trying to be the best third wheel I could be. These guys did a great job, honestly, and it was a lot of fun today. I learned a lot. Got to race against a lot of really good drivers, and I beat Will Power. That's all I wanted to do. We only needed the inter battle of IndyCar drivers. So thanks to the Random Vandals team and BMW for honestly giving us this great car, and I really enjoy being a part of this series. Very seldomly, but I would love to do more, so that was great.
I also get to interview Will Power because he helped Kenny Habul win a championship, so we're going to see what he says to that, Connor, as we head over to our Pro-Am champions in back-to-back fashion. And Justin, I'm going to come right with you because you were pretty hard on yourself in that opening stint and after, and you told me I drove like crap, but a championship is a reflection of a full body of work. What are you proving to yourself in this series, Justin?
I mean, the stars definitely aligned with how it worked out. I obviously didn't get back in the car and redeem my terrible stint, but these two did. The weather came in clutch, so everything just happened perfectly as it should. Indy came in clutch again, and Robbie and I are champions again.
Tell me about your race shoes, wet or dry?
Soaked, but it's okay now.
Now it is worth it. And guys, as we talked to you before we got going again, but to do this again, and you always talk about your partnership with Justin Rothberg, where do we see him in the next 5 years?
Yeah, I mean, if he stays on this trajectory, he's definitely got a bright future. And in year 2, it's been great to see his progression. And we racked up some more wins this year. We're a bit more consistent. And yeah, it's been an awesome season. Unfortunate kind of race today. We wanted to race it out and under kind of green conditions. But yeah, an awesome year, and just big thanks to all of our partners, Turner Motorsport, Linde, everybody that's on board, all my guys and girls at Turner.
We can see a big smile from Will Turner in the back there. What are your nerves now, Patrick?
Yeah, much better, certainly, right? I was worried. I'm just happy for these guys. They did a great job all year, and happy for Linde and Turner Motorsport, all the guys and girls on the team, and just glad to be here and have the opportunity. So I'm glad they trusted me with the job.
Congratulations to our Pro-Am champions and GT World Challenge America. And it was the classic rivalry that we started talking about midway through the season as this battle heated up. Ford versus Ferrari. And with the thumbs up, let's give it to the prancing horse in Ferrari. And Jay, you kicked off this venture with us last season, and you said you were coming for it. To have this moment for yourself, how significant is this to you as a driver, Jay?
Amanda, I love you. I love talking to you, Amanda. I can't talk, we worked so hard for this, and this is the best win of my life. It's so amazing to get to kiss the brakes here. These guys, this team, the strategy, the brilliance, the effort, the workouts every single day, the training, we put it all in, and I'm so grateful. Thank you, God, for this one. Thank you, Amanda. Thank you, SRO. Conrad Osnegri, two best teammates you could ask for.
Oz, I see some tears in your eyes as well. You know what that guy went through this year to get back and ready, but for these memories now for you, why are they so much more meaningful?
Just because I wanted to win this championship as bad as I did when I was racing my prototype days. I just cannot thank enough the team, all the strategy call, both teammates, and there's no words that can say how proud I am with Jay and the way he shifted his life from the middle of the season to be here in the first step of the podium. Just amazing.
Hired Gun has a nice rhyme to it, huh?
Yeah, kind of.
Congratulations, Colin.
Thanks.
All right, let's move on to more champions. All right, in our Pro-Am, guys, let's get over to, I'll start with you. Talk about, it was just crazy conditions out here. How did you guys survive it?
By just driving slow, I guess. No, it was, at some point for sure there was a lot of water on track, and we've seen stupid mistakes in the past from people somewhere, and I think the goal was just to stay on track. We did this, and for the 2 laps where it was green, it was good fun. Obviously we were in P1, so we could only lose, but still, if I would be, let's say, second or third or lower in the lower positions, I would have loved to go racing.
And in talking about just the strategy, you guys probably set this up headed the weekend and then just blown up by the weather here. Why did you guys master it better?
I'm not sure. I think we did a great job from the beginning onwards. Strategy was good, and my teammates were super fast. So in the end, it works out pretty well for us, and we are quite happy.
Dustin, what will be your leading memory from Indianapolis?
I'm sorry,
What will be your leading memory from Indianapolis?
I would say absolutely this whole event in general, just how it panned out. It was quite unexpected how the race would end, actually. So yeah, it's very interesting.
Well, congratulations to our Pro-Am. And as we move on to Independent Cup, I'm going to track down Kenny Habul, Chaz, and Will Power. I'm looking for you guys. Okay, we'll go check by the podium.
And if you find them, Amanda, just let us know, and we'll get it right back down to you. Great to hear from so many of the folks that have had a wonderful day, either winning a race or winning a championship, in some cases both, here this evening in what will be memorable conditions. I think it's safe to say no one's going to forget this one.
No, I think certainly not. And it was memorable right from the get-go. We talked about the extended green flag running and, of course, the memorable rain that put a significant delay in the middle. But we did get some spurts of wet flag run, or wet condition running, I should say, between the yellow flag conditions. And for the few laps we got, they were plenty spicy, Kelvin. We got treated to some really good action. Not a ton of movement up and down the running order. I think that happened. Compliments of strategy, at least that was the case for WRT. But either way, certainly a memorable race here at Indy.
Yeah, and I think we celebrate the winners, we celebrate the champions, but also let's celebrate
the other competitors who had such a great season, teams like DXDT, who had a really fast race car. They looked like they were going to take that challenge to Turner Motorsports here today. Had some technical issues. Think about Bill Aublin, Varun Chox. He had a really fast race car, teamed up with Philip Eng. They looked to be in great shape today. Others, like the 6 car, Dollar Height Racing, what a tremendous effort by those guys. They come up a position shy, but just really had a tremendous season and lots to be proud of. And JMF as well. We talked to Mackay this morning. It's a celebration whatever happened tonight for them.
Yeah, they took their shot, didn't they? And were in with a shout in their first ever year of GT3 racing, of coming away with the championship, come up just a little bit short. A look at the point standings at the end of the season for Intercontinental GT Challenge. Van der Linde from Marciello from Farfus. It's 3 BMW drivers in the top 3, actually 4 in the top 4 as well, with Alessio Picarello, the best placed non-BMW driver in the season-long standings. Amanda is standing by with some more happy folks down in Victory Lane at Indy.
And the All-Australian team gets the Independent Cup and IGTC victory for Kenny Habul, who came in behind, 6 points behind, and it is your victory, Kenny. And you look at these guys, you put this roster together. How proud are you of that?
They're amazing. You know, I'm just happy to carry their luggage. The speed is just phenomenal. Will didn't really, you know, have much idea what to do. Never driven a car, never been in the car in the rain, didn't know where the switches were. Just got in and he was purple sectors. And, you know, Chaz, what can I say? Like, every time he goes out there, he's just a demon. I mean, you know, I race with these Mercedes AMG guys for 7-8 years now. They're all my friends. And I tell you, he beat every single one of them today in speed. He really embarrassed them. And then for a guy that doesn't race GTs every week, that's a huge accolade. So really proud. Thanks to Mercedes AMG, and, you know, 4 times Intercontinental champion. I'm happy. Time for a drink.
Well, I do have to tell you that Connor Daly took a little bit of a shot at you, but he also told us how much he loves this GT3 racing. What is your moment with it, and as you reflect leaving Indy?
I loved it. I wish I had more time in the car. If it wasn't for the rain, would have had a few more stints. But I thought it was fantastic racing, and it was really cool to learn a different discipline. It's definitely a different way to drive, and these guys taught me a ton. I'm looking forward to coming back. If Kenny would have me, I would definitely do more of this stuff.
Well, Will Power definitely has experience kissing bricks ears, and you just learned that you get to kiss the bricks too. But what was your concern about kissing those bricks?
Yeah, Will was just giving me some tips how to kiss the bricks. So sounds like he goes a bit rougher than them than most people. So I'll try and control my excitement out there. But first of all, just thanks so much for Kenny for having me along for here again. Anytime you get to race this track is always an honor, and for a little skippy kangaroo to come over here and race with some of the best GT drivers in the world was really cool. But the favorite stint for me for the day was watching Kenny go up against the pros at the front and hold his own and keep it on the lead lap, and it's really set our race up. So while I got one last second, I just want to say hi to Rian and Everly back home in Australia. Thanks for letting me come do this race, and I'm straight back to Gold Coast next week.
This group has zero fun.
Awesome stuff. What a great team. They've been so much fun throughout the paddock all week long, and smiles on their face says it all. This is the Independent Cup standings at the end of the season by just a single point. It was that close, but Kenny Habul kind of stacked the deck in his favor, didn't he, when he put together this pro class entry. It was originally not supposed to be that way, but when he was on the back foot, he said, you know what, we're going to go for broke, and it paid off.
Yeah, as he said, Mercedes drivers were busy globally. He said I had to look at my Rolodex there and pull out some names, and boy, did he pull out a couple of great ones there, some legends in Australian motorsports. Great result for the team. Kenny said 4. I think it might be his 5th IGTC championship. We'll have to clarify that one, but nonetheless, just a great day for those boys.
And I think it's to take nothing away as well from the season that Antares Al has put together by a single point. I think is a testament to the season he's had. Some other success in other IGTC rounds in Suzuka in class, most notably. I think I'm going to be watching out for Antares next season because he's got a lot of momentum, guys.
He's been awesome. It's been a really good year for him. His first year racing internationally. What did he tell Amanda? Something like 22 weekends on the road, including testing. That is no small commitment to motorsport, but you know what? That's what it takes to race and win at a high level.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about. And what's cool, as we talked about during the day, is the fact with the GT3 platform, you can take the same machine essentially and run it globally in different championships. You can even have, you know, domestic teams run it for you, like Riot Motorsport did for Anteros here this weekend. So I think that's what this championship is all about. Use some of the domestic teams with the same platform that you're used to running, and you can just slot right in, get into a rhythm, and having a great result here.
Podium festivities now underway. Looks like this might be the combined overall and pro class podiums here. There was talk about having a bespoke overall podium if a non-pro car would break into the top 3. We don't have to worry about that here tonight. But third place, as we saw a moment ago, the 777 entry now here in second place. This is Group M, best placed of the Mercedes.
Mauro Engel was really chomping at the bit to have a chance to go back to green here and see if he could get that win for Mercedes.
Callender was really good, though, wasn't he, in his stint? That's another one of these young silver drivers that opened some eyes today.
He had a lot of wheel-to-wheel action, a lot of door-to-door action during his time in the car, and I think he handled it really well. It was a very mature drive for a very young driver. I think this is one he'll look back on fondly. Didn't get the win today, but I think this is a drive that's going to help his career going forward. He's certainly doing a lot to help his career at the moment. He is a really, really talented young hot shoe.
And the winners there standing in the middle again. Not typically where the podium takes place here at Indianapolis. This is in the shelter outside of the rain. So it's a bit improvised, it must be said. But congratulations to the overall winners of the 6th running of the Indianapolis 8-hour, powered by AWS. Team WRT gets it done again.
See a degree of disappointment there in Marciello and Augusto's face there. I think they should have had this one here tonight, but that strategy play by the 46 got them around and ultimately finished third on the road here and second in the championship for Lello.
I think a lot of that was set up as well for the 777 by Alfazel Al-Zubair, I think, as well. His time in the car was really, really, really impressive early on in this race, and I think is absolutely to be commended. Al-Zubair, I think, is another one to keep an eye on moving forward. To me, he was one of the shining stars in that 777 lineup.
No doubt about it. I mean, his stint where he kind of ran down Luca Stoltz, I think it was, right towards the end of the stint. He lost the lead coming out of the pits. Luca was right on it right away, but Alfazel got into his rhythm, and by the end of the stint, that BMW looked to be the stronger of the two cars at that stage, and that helped them to get in position once again up toward the front of the field. But definitely, you can see just how frustrated the 777 crew is with the situation. I mean, this was a race that looked to be in their hands until the other half of their team played the strategy just perfectly and jumped them.
They needed papaya rules like the McLaren team utilizes, but not to be.
No. We did wonder when that was approaching if anyone might take that risk, and a couple of teams saw the loopholes, not the right word, but saw the opportunity in the regulations and capitalized on it to full effect.
So we see the Intercontinental GT Challenge medals being awarded now on top of trophies and watches and hardware. You're going to have to make some room in the luggage going home, I think, if you're the number 46 crew.
You know what? I bet they packed accordingly. They planned for this kind of thing.
I would hope so. WRT, absolutely. They planned for everything, and I think they certainly planned for a win today.
And at least some of those trophies might be heading to the new North American headquarters, right? That's opening up in Charlotte. And, you know, one question I've had percolating is maybe, is there a chance we see WRT doing some more GT racing on a regular basis in North America? We know the focus is that prototype program that's coming online, taking the reins from the Rahal Letterman Lanigan team. So we pause for the national anthem of the winning crew. Congratulations and well earned to Team WRT and its trio of drivers. And a few more photo opportunities still to come. Recognizing the achievement here today. We were talking just before the anthem about that strategy call. Was there something it looked like, Cal, maybe you wanted to jump in with?
No, I just, you look at the faces there. I think the 888 squad from Mercedes, they look disappointed they didn't have a shot at going for it under green condition. Nothing that the series director could do there, just the conditions were too bad. But you can see the faces there on the 777 squad. They are bitterly disappointed that they had held the point in this race and somehow got away from them. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of discussions in the truck tonight.
Final thoughts from you, Jonathan?
What an 8 hour to remember. Threw a little bit at us. We had a lot of green flag running. We had some excellent performances from non-pro drivers, and we had some strategy calls that took the win. I was entertained the whole way through.
That's curtains on the 2025 season for Intercontinental GT Challenge as well as GT World Challenge America for the year. Still races to go in the SRO landscape, including a couple of them in Beijing for GT World Challenge Asia. But it all starts again next year, and it does so with high hopes, new format coming for GT World Challenge America, and 5 great tracks once again on the calendar for Intercontinental GT Challenge. Thanks for joining us here at Indy. It's been a blast. We'll see you next year in SRO land. And for those of you still with us, more podium celebrations now here at Indianapolis, down below the podium, and still plenty of race winners and champions to be celebrated here yet this evening. Capping off a dramatic day at Indianapolis. Still, it's worth remembering, more races to come tomorrow with season finales still to come. GT America, powered by AWS, TC America, powered by Skip Barber Racing. Probably GT4 America still to come, and I guess Toyota GR Cup must still have a race too.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible how far a ticket goes, I think, at this Indianapolis 8-hour weekend, because you get the highlight event of the weekend on Saturday, and you get to come back on Sunday and have a little bit more fun as well with some of the brilliant SRO support series that we have. Justin Rothberg has been successful in that as well, a double championship weekend for him, taking the GT America title as well with Turner, and he gets to celebrate on the Pro-Am podium here today after the 8-hour too.
More trophies, more timepieces to be handed out here. Right now, recognizing the Pro-Am podium finishers. Third place, as mentioned, in a championship-winning effort for Turner Motorsport. Patrick Gallagher. More on that in a moment as we pause. I thought we were pausing for the anthem, but I misspoke. So never mind. Turner there, though, celebrating a third-place finish in the class, but with it, the season-long championship. Robbie Foley, Justin Rothberg, Patrick Gallagher, the 3 drivers there. It was a win a year ago for the crew on the left. They finished second here today. Niederhauser, Hartog, and Au. This place has been good to that trio in the last 365 days. But in the middle, Dennis Marshall standing in that group, joining Dustin Blattner as race winners here at Indy, and of course that crew also includes Alfred Rennauer. Solid day for them. And a first place trophy to put up on the trophy shelf.
Yeah, obviously in terms of North American points, Turner Motorsports will score the big 50 here, double point weekend, so that will add to their tally for the season. So I think it's their 6th victory. Had 5 coming into this weekend, and stress went away when that 11 car suddenly had some issues today.
It's a game changer.
Certainly did. I think there's been a lot of talk today as well about the success of BMW, the success of Mercedes-AMG, and deservedly so, but in the Pro-Am ranks, it's 2 Porsches on the first 2 steps of the podium, and I think that's to be commended as well, because that Blattner company by Herberth and Wright Motorsports, the 21 and the 10, were there right from the beginning, and they kept the noses clean for the most part until the end. I think that was a huge contributing factor to their success. And again, for the 10, you talk about the 75 stacking the lineup on Terracao, brought a lot of really quick guns to the fight as well.
Going back to the 11, that was their first finish off the podium since March.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the kind of streak they were on to claw back into this championship, and for it to come undone in a car that's been pretty darn close to bulletproof all year long.
Kind of the 2 bookends on the year, really. They were the problem races at Sonoma, had a rough time there, and obviously this one, the technical issue. They had speed. That car was really quick, and that was without even seeing what Matt Bell could do behind the wheel. So, yeah, they'll be bitterly disappointed with this one because they had the charge, they had the momentum. And I think also with the 91 squad, I thought they were going to be a factor in this race in terms of maybe getting that win in class or separating the 11 from the 29 and giving them that buffer. But with the red flag, it didn't really allow Ellis and company to go to work and lay down their fast times and their laps like we expected to see.
But they do hang on for a 3rd place finish in the championship for a 2nd consecutive year. Gray Newell and Darren Turner went on a charge late in the running to come up the standings. 4th place for them. For Gray Newell in his first year of GT3 racing full-time, at least, that is a remarkable achievement, and I'm curious to see where his career heads from here.
I think it is as well, and a 4th place finish as well for the Harder Racing team. I don't know that they would have come in to this weekend in this race expecting that level of performance, but they looked racy on a few different occasions during this race. Gray Newell, I think, did a great job. Again, was involved in a lot of battles during his time in the car, was a big contributing factor, and those wet conditions, I think, helped them nicely. And they put themselves in a position to succeed as well before the red flag, and strategically, too, with some of those pit stops under yellow.
Yeah, and a great performance by Archangel Motorsports. They'll be classified 3rd in the American point standings for this race. So that's their first podium of the year. So that's really great for Todd Coleman, Aaron Thielitz, and Thomas Merrill, who was drafted in for this weekend. So it's a really solid result for them. And obviously, Mike Johnson has the big trophy from his GT4, GT America win as well this weekend. So they'll celebrate, I think, at the banquet tomorrow night in a big way.
As they should. We're recognizing the Independent Cup now. Pride of place to Team Australia. Bet you can pick them out of that lineup.
And how much fun have those guys had over the weekend? Of course, they've taken the racing seriously. Their mission, of course, to succeed as much as they can in the pro class, but overall to help Kenny Habul hoist the trophy that he was just handed by SRO America President Greg Gill. They did just that. Will Power saying he's really taken to GT3 racing. Would love to see him back. I don't think I'm a unique voice in that. Chaz Mostert is fast just about anything you put him in. He's made his name in Aussie supercars, and he's plenty quick behind the wheel of a GT3 car too. And Kenny Habul has been in GT3 machinery, especially with AMG, for quite a while now. He's getting used to hoisting trophies in SRO too.
I like that the very tall Luke Hartog kindly dipped his knees to help series director Avi Hay put the medal around his neck. I'm not sure that was happening otherwise without a step ladder. I mean, I resemble that remark. I recognize I would have been in the same position, but that's the kind of nice guy Luke is. He was happy to accommodate.
Absolutely. Incredibly kind. One of the friendliest faces you'll see in the paddock, and a heck of a guy behind the wheel as well. He was a great grab for Ron Terracao in that lineup.
Yeah, he's a superstar, and we've seen a handful of them here today. Some youngsters that are really just driving at the highest level. Really showcases that what you can do with sim programs this day and age. You can really fast track your career by being ready to go. Kenny Habul sharing the spoils there with his team.
A few more podiums still to go. These are the final results in the Independent Cup. It is just 1 point. That was the difference at the end of all these grueling Intercontinental GT Challenge races. 1 point seals the deal for Kenny.
It's going to be winner takes all there, right? Whichever one of those top three got the highest position was going to get the job done. That was how tight it was coming in.
The thrill of victory and agony of defeat here on full display once again. The Ford team, Dollarhide Racing, they commanded this race. I mean, they had the pace advantage, it would appear, on their competition all weekend long, but lost the track position. Miscue in the pits, and they never had time to recover because of all the safety car running in the second half of the race.
Yeah, it could have been a very different story if they had the hours to try and get back at the Ferrari, but that's the name of the game. AF Corsa executed the race perfectly. Jay Schreiber, as he said, just prepped like no other time to be ready for this weekend. They celebrate there with AF Corsa, the team. They'll celebrate another championship for them. Not sure how many dozen they have under their name over the years.
Yeah, the 296 GT3 from the Prancing Horse continues to collect trophies in the Ferrari trophy cabinet. For this Ford Mustang, look at the development. Look at where they started the year, switching through different teammates, finding some consistency full season with Aaron Powell, bringing in Stefano Guttuso in that third driver lineup spot for the Indy 8-hour. They have really extracted a lot of performance. You said they've unlocked some performance in testing they've done outside of this weekend. Ford Racing has had some engineers on site with them to help them understand that car. I've been really pleased with their success. I think they're going to go a long way if we do in fact see them on the grid next year. And I think anyone, they included, would be very hungry to secure a title because they built a lot of momentum this season.
Especially with how this ends.
Yeah.
I have to believe that leaves them very motivated to come out and do it again next year and come out on top. Would love to see greater competition in the M class, but I'll say this, I'm grateful for the two teams that we did have. They were really equally matched over the course of the season, different strengths and weaknesses that, well, they always say the matchup makes the fight, right? And these were two fighters that had different styles. Styles make the fight, not matchups make the fight, excuse me. Anyway, point being, it made for a compelling M-class battle even with just the two cars.
It certainly did. It seemed like just about every weekend in GT World Challenge America powered by AWS that those two cars, the 6 and the 163, would find themselves together on track. They provided some great racing. Not the way the 6 would have wanted the season to end, but still a race I think they should be proud of because they were quick from start to finish, but no better position to be than P1, and that's a heck of a way to end the season for the 163.
Yeah, I think the Ford Mustang really showed what it can deliver this year in the hands of Dollarhide Racing. I also think this is a great platform for Eric Powell to really make his presence felt at this level. I mean, he's coming off a couple of TCR wins and another North American Championship over the last couple of months, and his pace today was amazing. He had the third fastest race lap there in the early going. It was really a tremendous run from him, really showcased what he can do, and hopefully there'll be some great opportunities for him moving forward with his career.
You get the sense that he's found a little home here with his team. He likes working with them, they like working with him, and well, the results speak for themselves with the year that they've been able to put together. Look at the night sky and the beautifully lit up pagoda. Wonder if it's still raining.
Looks like maybe it's dried out just a little bit damp. Ironically, probably raceable conditions. Maybe.
Go figure.
Dare I say. But either way, what a race and what a place, Ryan.
Right. Champions in the M class, as we talked about. Negri and Schreibman. Another championship for Oz.
Yeah, that's so cool. I mean, he's just loving life, just has so much passion for the sport. True gentleman. You can't meet a nicer guy in this paddock than Oz Negri. And I think for Jay Schreibman, I mean, he loves Oz Negri, and it's just a great chemistry. And I think Jay really responded, like Oz said, he really came out fighting for the second half of this year, really knuckled down, felt a lot better, got healthy, and just put in the discipline to be there and deliver when it was needed to win this championship.
Oz is one of those guys that has made a career of helping the amateur enthusiasts come along in their career. Go back to the Grand Am days and John Pugh, right? You know, and what a pairing they were for so many years, and helping to extract the most out of John, and occasionally stealing some big wins from time to time with what was in Michael Shank Racing. And I think that's the asset that Jay has found in Oz here this year.
Adam McGregor from BMW Motorsports North America celebrates a big day for that brand.
Yeah, this was a race where BMW started up near the front of the field and they ended that way. Porsche was in contention at times, but not enough. Remember, it was those two highest finishing cars from each manufacturer, Porsche and BMW, the two in contention heading into this race that would score IGTC manufacturers points. BMW had this thing nailed, and I think Porsche just seemed to be playing catch up a little bit from the start of the weekend. Showed pace, I think, most notably in the hands of RS1, a top 5 finish overall, a dazzling result and a hard-earned one, but BMW, a season to remember.
These two will celebrate this achievement that they earned together. That was great partnership in the first year with Kelvin joining BMW and paid him off with spoils. As mentioned, the Manufacturers Championship. This is for the Global GT World Challenge. So we just crowned Intercontinental GT Challenge Manufacturers Championship, but you also have to factor in this was a round of the Global GT World Challenge, right? With championships in Australia, Europe, Asia, and North America. Still some Asian races to go, but of the registered manufacturers here leaving Indy, this is the way it stands. Mercedes-AMG just a little bit ahead of BMW. And again, those two street races in Beijing still to come to close out the SRO season with GT World Challenge Asia. And that could have a part to play in deciding that championship. Celebrations continuing backstage with the various podiums on a beautiful night in Indianapolis. This was the antediluvian part of the race. Before the flood came, it was completely different conditions down on the grid just over 8 hours ago. When Old Glory waved, it was Mercedes on pole position. Lynn Hodenius, the Dutchman, held the lead early on and would control most of the opening hour. Justin Rothberg really struggled. We heard him talk about that in his interview with Amanda. It was still all right. He kept the car in one piece, and they were able to overcome it to take a championship. Fights here for Rothberg, but on the back foot, it's safe to say. Hodenius was in control in that opening hour, as mentioned, but that wouldn't last forever. Random Vandals trying to give chase in the early stages of the race. This was a crucial moment, though, that really took the 80 out of contention, at least at the time. He was penalized for that contact, dropped well outside the top 10, ultimately did recover somewhat, only to stop on track late in the going. More on that in a moment. Tom Callender, impressive debut for the young German. He put the Group AM car up inside the top 3 in the opening few hours. Dan Arrow certainly opened some eyes with his pace aboard the Burton Lumber Regulator Racing Mercedes. That's a car, too, that if we had had more running in the second half of the race, looked well positioned to challenge for a podium, if not more. Little hip and shoulder there as a couple of cars battled coming through turns 12, 13, and 14. Everyone able to continue on for that. This was a move for the lead of the race. Augusto Farfus, incredibly aggressive, able to get to the inside and take the position away from Random Vandals. Out of the pits, crucial moment here to take Triple Eight to the lead of the race. That was Lucas Stoltz putting the pass on Alfaisal Al-Zubair. At the time, that was enough to put them out in front. Scary moment here for Monster. Very nearly threw away his boss's chance at the Independent Cup. They were able to recover from that, however, and sealed a strong finish. Recovery drive underway for Lone Star, knifing up through the field, back inside the top 10 at that stage, able to get up to 8th place. One of the front runners, and maybe Porsche's best hope, eliminated right there. Adam Adelson, steering rack failure after the contact. He was done for the day. Side-by-side fighting down to turn 12 and 13. This was finally the fight for the lead. This was brewing for a little while. Eventually, the BMW of Marciello was able to get there using the traffic to the inside of Stoltz. BMW to the fore, and very soon the teammate was able to follow through as well. And that's the way they ran for a good chunk of the first half until the interruption with the weather. Right on cue. Lightning in the area, then came the rain, and then we had a lengthy stop, didn't we? An attempt to try and get the race back underway finally happened after several hours of delay, and for about 10 minutes it was a fierce battle, but ultimately the conditions proved to be too much, and prevailing at the end of 8 grueling hours, Team WRT for the 3rd straight year take the overall victory at the Indy 8 Hour, powered by AWS as the fireworks win overhead in Indianapolis.